In his previous life, Wei Sheng, the adopted son of the Wei family, relied on the transmission of his inner voice as a golden finger to cunningly sow discord between Wei Hong and his family, leading to his utter disgrace and downfall into the mire of despair. His quota for direct admission was snatched away. He was falsely accused of cheating on exams, and during the college entrance examination, he was cruelly drugged. With apathetic and biased family members, teachers and classmates who detested him, and a barrage of ridicule and insults from the entire internet, Wei Hong, in this second chance at life, no longer craved familial affection. He severed all emotional ties and embarked on a ruthless path of revenge. What nonsensical familial love! To hell with it all. Well, my biological father, I shall repay evil with evil, an eye for an eye. Begging for forgiveness? Get lost. The word forgiveness does not exist in my lexicon. Chapter 1. Inner voice and betrayal, severing love and affection. Beast, Shao Sheng is your brother. How could you harm him? I shall destroy you, wretched creature with a heart of malice. As he opened his eyes, a chorus of insults echoed in his ears. Wei Hong found himself kneeling on the ground in a disheveled state, a searing pain radiating from his back. The furious visage of his father, Wei Jiaoyong, wielding a rattan stick, left him in a daze. Had he not been killed by a car accident? How could he be reliving scenes from when he was 17? Wait, this isn't a dream. As the pain pierced through him, Wei Hong's consciousness rapidly sharpened. His gaze swept over his father, mother, and sisters, ultimately landing on a gaunt boy whose eyes blazed with extraordinary hatred. He had been reborn. In his past life, Uncle Li, the driver, had tragically perished in a car accident while trying to save his father. Overcome with guilt, Wei Jiaoyong adopted his only son. The youth, Li Sheng, transformed into Wei Sheng, becoming the youngest son of the wealthiest family in Jiangzhou. Thus began Wei Hong's unfortunate existence, continuously framed and schemed against by Wei Sheng. Not only did his relationship with his family deteriorate, but he was also met with disdain and loathing at school. His quota for direct admission was seized. He was falsely accused of cheating on exams, and during the college entrance examination, he was subjected to all manner of misfortunes. Each time he attempted to explain himself, family and friends refused to believe him. It was only after Wei Hong met a tragic end that he lingered as a spirit in the mortal realm, gradually piecing together the truth of his plight. It turned out that Wei Sheng was a time traveler endowed with a golden finger. He could transmit his inner voice to others. With this little-known ability, he crafted an image of an innocent and kind-hearted boy. With merely a few words whispered in his mind to incite discord, Wei Hong would be met with disdain and contempt from those around him. Ultimately, he not only had his fortune siphoned away, losing everything, but he also met a horrific end in a car accident. Now, it was the third month since Wei Sheng had entered the Wei household. Aware of his peanut allergy, he deliberately consumed peanut butter to frame Wei Hong. In a fit of rage, Wei Jiaoyong resorted to family discipline against Wei Hong. In his past life, he had desperately tried to explain himself, yet his family refused to believe him, and the more he explained, the harder he was beaten. In the end, he was hospitalized for 3 months, bearing a back full of scars. Now, having been granted a second chance, Wei Hong would not be so foolish. As Wei Jiaoyong raised the rattan stick to strike again, he swiftly seized his father's wrist with ease. Do you dare to resist? Wei Jiaoyong thundered in fury. Why should I not? Wei Hong stood coldly. His tall frame as a 17-year-old exuded an air of lethal determination, scaring his biological father to retreat a few steps. Did I permit you to rise? Kneel. Wei Jiaoyong continued to roar in anger. His mother, Du Sihui, wore a face of disdain, reproaching him. Disrespecting your parents and poisoning your siblings. Have we not taught you better since childhood? What are your upbringing? His sisters chimed in with accusations. Shao Sheng is already pitiful enough, yet you continue to bully him repeatedly. Mom and Dad educate you for your own good. Why do you not kneel and accept your punishment? Wei Hong's frigid gaze swept over his entire family. His eyes no longer held the warmth of yesteryears, but were instead filled with a chilling intensity that sent shivers down their spines. The Wei family had always favored female over male. His mother, Du Sihui, bore 6 daughters before finally resorting to overseas surrogacy to give birth to him. The old patriarch of the Wei family cherished this youngest grandson immensely, having raised him by his side and imparting knowledge. This resulted in him spending little time with his parents and sisters. Regardless of his parents or 6 sisters, his emotional ties with them were exceedingly tenuous. Since his grandfather's passing 3 years prior, Wei Hong had become almost invisible within the family. Now, with Wei Sheng's arrival, his status was even more precarious. It had reached a point where even the maids and servants dared to show him disdain. Having been reborn, Wei Hong would no longer harbor any lingering affection for familial bonds. He would personally exact vengeance for every grievance he had endured. The illustrious chairman of the Wei Group, overseeing thousands of employees, is nothing but a fool incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. Wei Hong scoffed. his voice dripping with contempt as he uttered each word through clenched teeth. "No wonder Grandpa often said you are a hopeless case. He diligently cultivated me as his successor, for he had long seen through your blind ignorance." Ridiculous. Truly ridiculous. What did you say? Wei Jiaoyang trembled with rage. The rest of the Wei family stood agape in shock. No one could have anticipated that he would dare to not only resist, but also mock them to their faces. "Did I speak incorrectly?" Wei Hong retorted, tilting his head. "You believe everything others say without even bothering to seek evidence. You would poison your own son. You are either foolish or malicious. If someone claimed that feces smelled sweet, would you be tempted to taste it?" Slap. Du Sihui stepped forward, delivering a vicious slap across his face. "Wretched child, who taught you to speak like this?" She spat vehemently. "You are truly an ungrateful wolf. Did you ever truly raise me?" Wei Hong countered, lifting his chin defiantly. "Do not forget, I was raised by Grandpa." Du Sihui's face turned crimson with humiliation, her hand instinctively lifting once more. "And you wretched lot." He raised his hand and pointed at each sister. "Are you not merely envious that Grandfather bestowed 30% of the company shares upon me, harboring resentment in your hearts? In the past, I endeavored to ingratiate myself with you out of familial affection, each of you acting as if you were of the highest nobility. Did you truly believe yourselves to be so esteemed? Having faced death once, he had already seen through everything. Now, he only wished to tear apart every individual's facade. What utter nonsense is this so-called familial affection? It can all go to hell. The few lashes just now and a slap I can overlook, considering it a repayment of our blood ties." Wei Hong surveyed the myriad expressions on the faces around him and spoke coldly. "However, should there be a next time, I assure you, it will be tit for tat. If you do not believe me, feel free to test it. The day I come of age, 1 year hence, shall be the day we sever all ties. During this interim, it would be best for us to coexist peacefully. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to expel you. For after all, this villa was bequeathed to me by Grandfather. Do you comprehend?" In that instant, the entire assembly fell into a hushed silence. Heavens! Wei Sheng's thoughts resonated within everyone's ears. It has long been rumored that the eldest brother is the true head of the Wei family. Had it not been for the old man's untimely demise, everyone would have to heed his countenance. I never imagined it to be true. The faces of those present gradually turned ashen. Wei Jiaoyang felt his authority being openly challenged, a furious fire igniting within him. In a fit of rage, he raised the rattan cane once more. "Rebellious wretch, you have turned against the heavens, have you not? Today, I shall teach you a severe lesson to ensure you understand who truly holds dominion in this household." Crack! The rattan cane struck down upon him. In an instant, excruciating pain surged through him. Blood began to trickle down from his forehead. Chapter 2. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Blood. A lot of blood. The vine tore through Wei Hong's scalp, and blood instantly smeared his face. This scene not only startled Wei Jiaoyang, but even the others couldn't help but take a cold breath. No one expected him to strike so fiercely in his rage. "It seems that you're treating my words just now as fart." Wei Hong grinned lightly, with a hint of madness in his eyes. "What are you up to?" Wei Jiaoyang let out a guilty roar and scolded. "If it weren't for you talking back to your elders, would I have done such a heavy job? All of this is your own fault. You bastard." Du Sihui also cursed on the side. "This is teaching you how to be a good person. What is your attitude?" "Wei Hong, don't argue with Dad. Apologize quickly. Don't hesitate. Be careful not to let you get out. Sisters are also constantly helping." Wei Hong laughed even more wildly and coldly. He didn't want the past grudges to be settled so quickly. After all, the other members of the Wei family were also victims. Although they helped to kill him, they ultimately died at the hands of Wei Sheng. Revive once. Wei Hong originally wanted to develop low-key. Wei Jiaoyang's rattan in his hand directly broke his rational string. The anger grievance and killing intent squeezed down by 2 lifetimes erupted like a volcano in my heart at this moment. Wei Hong's left hand acted like lightning and suddenly grabbed Wei Jiaoyang's hair. A huge force viciously pressed him to kneel down, and at the same time, his right hand also snatched the rattan. "What are you up to? Wei Hong, have you gone crazy? Stop it, he's your dad." Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. However, Wei Hong ignored it and immediately pulled down, covering his face with his head. Wei Hong, stop it. I'm your dad. Stop fighting." Wei Jiaoyang screamed in agony, his hands, face, scalp, and ears all covered in whip marks, and his skin and flesh were torn and bleeding everywhere. The screams even attracted the servants, nannies, and bodyguards in the villa. Everyone was naturally stunned when they saw this scene. I have never seen Wei Jiaoyang publicly whip Wei Hong. Who has ever seen a son dare to publicly hit me? Stop it, stop it. Du Sihui jumped and screamed in anger. "Are you all dead? Hurry up and stop him. Get this little beast under my control immediately." "Yes, quickly save Dad." "Wei Hong, how dare you? No one can save you today. You lunatic. Whipping your own father is like thunder and lightning. Our Wei family absolutely cannot tolerate garbage like you. Sisters are also very angry. Just as the bodyguards were about to step forward and take action, Wei Hong had already thrown Wei Jiaoyang aside like trash, letting him moan with blood all over his face. His eyes scanned coldly, and the bodyguard were immediately scared and dare not approach. Quickly, take the person to the hospital. Du Sihui anxiously spoke up and gave orders. No Wei Jiaoyang awkwardly raised his hand to stop him, his face uncertain, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Let the family doctor come over." Du Sihui suddenly understood his meaning. If the incident of his son whipping his biological father is exposed, the shares of the Wei group will definitely fall to dogs, and their family will also become a laughingstock in the wealthy circle. How dare Wei Jiaoyang go to the hospital? Wei Sheng's voice once again came through. No wonder Big Brother dared to hit his biological father. It turns out he was afraid to expose his father. He's really tough. Damn it. The Wei family gritted their teeth again. Almost every pair of eyes were on fire. This matter absolutely cannot be left alone. If this rebel is not punished severely, will he still not climb on everyone's heads to defecate and pee in the future? Someone come. Wei Jiaoyang spoke coldly. Seventh young master's manic disorder has recurred. Immediately call the psychiatric hospital and ask them to come and recruit people. Oh, amazing. Wei Hong couldn't help but chuckle lightly. My own father is really tough. Just label him as mentally ill when he comes up. With the powerful position of the Wei family in Jiangzhou City, Wei Jiaoyang said he has a mental illness, so he must be sick. In this way, not only can we regain face after being beaten, but we can also legitimately take away the shares left to him by the old man. We can also properly discipline him in the mental hospital, which is a great way to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Du Sihui said with some reluctance, "Husband, why don't we just forget about this matter?" Yeah. Second sister Wei Kailon frowned and reminded, "If someone finds out that our Wei family has a mental illness, we will also be very embarrassed." Big sister Wei Linlang sneered coldly. "No, if you dare to hit your own father today, you dare to poison the whole family tomorrow. This kind of beast cannot be kept. We must teach him a lesson." Sixth sister Wei Xia nodded in agreement repeatedly. That is, he not only dared to harm Xiao Sheng, but also dared to harm his own father. I dare not recognize such a younger brother. Even if he kneels down today to beg for mercy, he cannot be let go. Everyone was discussing in a flurry of voices. It's just a posture of being completely determined by Wei Hong. Wei Sheng's mouth involuntarily curled up, constantly urging for peace on the surface. Behind the scenes, the inner voice continues to ignite, leading to an increasingly tense atmosphere. Ah! Wei Hong sneered and took out his phone. He dialed a number and said coldly, "Uncle Gong, have you rested for a few years without losing your bones? Bring someone to the old house." Gongshu? Everyone took a cold breath. Wei Jiaoyang's face turned pale with fear, and he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "You idiot! Why call Su Lao Gui when you have nothing to do? Do you want a rebel?" Gongshu's real name is Su Maogong, and he is 50 years old. He is a veteran who followed Mr. Wei to conquer the world. Not only is he well known in both black and white circles, but he also has a wide network in the business and political circles and holds many unknown gray forces in his hands. He used to eliminate competitors for the old man many times. Wei Hong was also really stupid in his previous life for the sake of the elusive family bond. Knowing that Uncle Gong was deliberately left to him by his grandfather to ensure that he could smoothly take over the team of the group as an adult, he chose to distance himself from him because his family did not like him. How could Wei Hong continue to be foolish if he were to start over again now? Having the power at hand is the most important thing. Go to hell with any family affection. Within 5 minutes, there was a constant roar of vehicles outside the villa. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, an old man dressed in Tang Dynasty attire, accompanied by more than 20 bodyguards, rushed down and forcefully pushed open the villa gate, killing him in with a terrifying momentum. "Hello, young master." More than 20 people bowed and greeted each other, creating a grand and spectacular spectacle. Su Maogong came slowly with a cane, and the whole room immediately fell silent. Gong Shu, what are you bringing so many people here for?" Wei Jiaoyang is a bit panicked. Su Maogong glanced around and didn't understand what had happened. He silently stood behind Wei Hong and sneered. "Young master, how could I not come? What kind of cat and dog dare to bully the young master? The old man in heaven will curse his mother." Nonsense. Wei Jiaoyang's guilty defense. This little beast poisoned his hands and feet and beat his own father. Am I not qualified to teach him a lesson? Su Maogong sneered. "Give it a try and teach it a lesson." Chapter 3. If you dare to touch him, I will treat him as if he didn't have you as my son. Two sides confront each other. Su Maogong clearly has the upper hand. Although Wei Jiaoyang has taken over the position of chairman of the Wei Group after the death of Mr. Wei, and his network and financial resources are top-notch in the entire Jiangzhou city, he cannot shake this veteran-level existence for a while. This middle-aged man still holds many gray powers to this day. If he really wants to play head-on, he may not be able to handle it. Ah! Wei Hong casually discarded the rattan stick and swaggered onto the sofa. His gaze slowly swept over the faces of the Wei family, filled with anger and resentment. And he felt an overwhelming sense of irony within. In his previous life, he had been ensnared time and again, defending himself, suffering punishments, and seeking to appease them, only to be met with scorn and vitriol from the Wei clan. Yet in this life, he could unleash his fury, while they could only seethe impotently with rage. It was indeed laughable to realize how liberating it was to relinquish the shackles of familial bonds. Do you see? Wei Hong leaned back, his tone dripping with mockery. I can act against anyone I choose without hesitation, or simply instruct Uncle Gong to bind someone and feed them to the sharks. I have no need for petty tricks. Your dear brother is truly akin to a woman, constantly resorting to schemes and slander. Has he become addicted to palace dramas? I haven't. Wei Sheng hastily waved his hands in protest, yet the members of the Wei family could not suppress their skepticism. Indeed, Wei Hong had the audacity to strike his own father. Why would he need to resort to underhanded tactics when he could confront anyone he deemed displeasing openly? I did not frame my elder brother. Mom, Dad, you must believe me. Wei Sheng desperately explained, while inwardly he chanted. How could I possibly harm my brother with my own well-being at stake? Allergies can be fatal. It was obviously my brother who sought to turn our parents against me. Why must the blame fall on me? The expressions of the Wei family shifted, all directed towards Wei Hong with a growing disdain. He couldn't help but chuckle softly at the absurdity of it all. In his previous life, he had met his demise through such trivial schemes, and now, reflecting on it, it seemed utterly ridiculous. In this life, he could hear their innermost thoughts and realize they were nothing more than empty threats. As long as he remained indifferent to familial ties, Wei Sheng's provocations were inconsequential. He could even publicly expose the lies of this scoundrel, awakening the Wei family. But what was the necessity? They were merely strangers on the verge of severing ties. Who would be inclined to save them? Uncle Gong, please serve Mr. Wei Sheng some peanut butter. Wei Hong nonchalantly ordered while wiping away the bloodstains with a tissue. Understood. Su Mao Gong replied with an impassive nod. He casually waved his hand, and two bodyguards immediately stepped forward. What do you intend to do? How audacious. Do you wish to go mad? Wei Sheng's face turned pale with fright. The Wei family members instinctively shielded him, as if protecting a rare treasure. To dare play petty tricks in my presence, one must naturally bear the consequences. Wei Hong raised an eyebrow, his expression genuine as he remarked, Wasn't it Wei Sheng who accused me of secretly putting peanut butter in his food to provoke an allergic reaction? If I don't solidify this matter, how can I proceed? How dare you? Wei Jiaoyang roared in fury. What is there that I wouldn't dare? Wei Hong kicked the coffee table away with ferocity, roaring, Anyone who dares to provoke me must pay the price. Bring it on. Yes. The two bodyguards forcefully pushed the Wei family members aside, unceremoniously dragging Wei Sheng out. Father, Mother, save me. Allergies can be deadly. Please, I truly did not frame my brother. Wei Sheng pleaded in terror, his thoughts racing. Oh no. How can my brother be so cruel? Is it merely because our parents and sisters favor me more? How could he set a trap to kill me? What will happen if I can no longer see my parents and sisters? Stop this at once. Du Wei could no longer contain her anger if you harm him. I will disown you as my son. You wretched brat. Are you intent on destroying this family? Xiao Sheng is our brother. How can you turn against your own flesh and blood? This is too much. If you don't cease this behavior, do not expect our forgiveness. The sisters chimed in, voicing their discontent. Had this been the past, Wei Hong would have been tormented by their words. Yet now, these individuals appeared to him as mere jesters. Under the scrutiny of all, the bodyguards returned from the kitchen with peanut butter. With iron grip, they seized Wei Sheng's chin and forcefully fed him an entire jar of peanut butter. No matter how much he writhed and protested in agony, he was compelled to swallow a considerable amount. The Wei family attempted to intervene, but the bodyguards stood resolutely in their way. Su Maogong's men were all elite, at the very least retired special forces or professional bodyguards, making the security of the villa utterly incapable of contending with them. In that moment, the entire family and Wei Hong were akin to sheep awaiting slaughter. Once Wei Sheng managed to consume the entirety of the jar, the farce finally drew to a close. Hurry, get him to the hospital. Wei Jiaoyang urgently beckoned the servants forward, hastily sending Wei Sheng off to receive medical attention. Wei Hong let out a cold snort, but did not intervene. This lad harbored numerous secrets. Killing him too soon would be rather dull. Now that he could hear his thoughts, it was far more entertaining to have the enemy in the light while he remained in the shadows. Mr. Wei, Mrs. Wei, Will you leave on your own accord, or shall I send someone to escort you out? Wei Hong de longuidity. Wei Jiaoyang was infuriated to the point of nearly leaping from his feet. What did you say? I am your biological father. What do you mean by addressing me as Mr. Wei? What do you mean by wanting to expel us? Wei Hong narrowed his eyes, a frosty smile gracing his lips. As I mentioned earlier, anyone who displeases me will be shown the door. You wouldn't think I was jesting, would you? If I did not expel you, should I wait for your younger son to frame me time and again? After all, you were the one who harmed Xiao Sheng. Do you think we are blind? Huh. The Wei family is not yet under your dominion. So what gives you the right to expel us? The sisters voiced their indignation. Du Sihui maintained a cool demeanor as she laughed coldly. Do not think that just because the old man has given you the villa, you can act with impunity. Minors still require guardians to make decisions for them. If you dare to go mad again, I will call the police. Do you truly believe Uncle Gong can shield you from the law? Wei Jiaoyang gritted his teeth. If word gets out that the chairman of the Wei group was ousted from the Wei family estate, I might as well call the police and escalate the matter. Wei Hong shrugged. Unconcerned, if you prefer not to leave, that is acceptable. After all, we will sever ties in a year. Until then, I hope you all refrain from causing further trouble, or I shall not hesitate to deal with you. Uncle Gong, assign personnel to oversee security at the villa, and clear all the rooms on the second floor. No one is permitted to set foot on the second floor without my permission. Understood. Su Maogong readily agreed. The Wei family members were left feeling dizzy with rage. They could hardly believe what was transpiring. Was this truly the once meek and easily bullied Wei Hong? Chapter 4. Transitioning from humility to luxury is easy, but from luxury to humility is difficult. Second floor. There were 4 rooms in total, the brightest suites within the villa. Previously, one served as a study, while the other 3 were occupied by their parents, Wei Hong and the eldest sister. Ever since Wei Sheng's arrival, his room had been swiftly seized. The true young master of the Wei family had been relegated to the servants' quarters. Now that all pretense had been abandoned, Wei Hong saw no reason to show anyone mercy. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the bodyguards to toss out belongings, scattering the disarrayed items from each room. He intended to claim the second floor for himself. You wretched beast. Wei Jiaoyang was nearly driven to a heart attack from rage. The family doctor was bandaging his wounds while administering heart medication, fearing he might not be able to breathe and would succumb to the stress. Father, mother, are you not going to intervene? The eldest sister, Wei Linlang, complained. He has thrown out all my belongings. Where am I to live? The 3rd and 4th floors still have guest rooms. Let us temporarily relocate there. Du Sihui sighed helplessly. This ingrate has truly lost his mind. Now that Uncle Gong has intervened, we cannot do anything about him. We must endure for the time being. Endure, but how long must we endure? Wei Linlong's exquisite features were marred by impatience. Are guest rooms meant for human habitation? How could I possibly stay in such a cramped space? Silence. If you have the courage, go confront him, Wei Jiaoyang retorted discontentedly. Do you think he would care about your feelings? Instantly, Wei Linlang fell silent. Her heart was brimming with resentment and indignation. Simultaneously, she could not fathom how her once cautious and accommodating brother had undergone such a dramatic transformation. Could it be that he truly had lost his sanity? Dad, Mom, 4th sister Wei Ruyun quietly reminded, something feels off about today. Xiao Qi is not the type to harm others. Could it be that we have wronged him? Impossible. Wei Linlang scoffed in rebuttal. Ever since Xiao Sheng came to our home, how many times has he targeted and framed Xiao Sheng? A person with a criminal record has the audacity to claim he is wronged? Indeed, have you forgotten how he caused Xiao Sheng to fall down the stairs last time? Last month, he smashed a vase to frame Xiao Sheng and even snatched his pocket money. Furthermore, he led the bullying against Xiao Sheng at school. These are irrefutable pieces of evidence. The sisters discussed in a cacophony of disdain. Ultimately, they reached a unanimous conclusion. Wei Hong was nothing but a malicious wretch. Previously, he merely feigned pity and acted aggrieved, but now he no longer bothered to pretend. Had they known this ungrateful wretch was a bad seed, they should have suffocated him at birth. Du Sihui gritted her teeth and coldly huffed. Now the little wolf cub can bite. How impressive. Mother, let's not forget he mentioned severing ties twice today, Wei Linlang provocatively added. In a year, he will turn 18, inheriting the 30 shares and substantial estate left by grandfather, not to mention the support from Uncle Gong and the board members. We will surely be cast out. The expressions of the Wei family shifted once more. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but the reverse is a challenge. They had long become accustomed to a life filled with praise and luxury. Should they one day lose their wealth and power, it would surely be more painful than death itself. Do not worry. Du Sihui forced a smile and reassurance. Wei Hong is all bark and no bite. He has thrown tantrums before. And if we placate him, he will ultimately behave as a docile dog, right? Be a bit kinder to him these days. Indeed, how could a family harbor grudges overnight? Wei Jiaoyong awkwardly chuckled. If you treat him well, won't it be just like before? Once he comes of age. I even plan to coax him into sharing some of his shares with Xiao Sheng. Wei Linlang nodded with a cold smile. True enough. A mere immature child throwing a fit seeks only attention from his family. If we scold him less these days, he will surely come running back to us. Wei Riyun remained silent at the side. Compared to the other arrogant members of the Wei family, she, as a prominent screenwriter and acclaimed painter, possessed a sharper insight into human nature. She had already discerned that Wei Hong was not merely a child at heart. This time, he likely truly wished to sever ties. A few words would not suffice to placate him. Let's go see Xiao Shang first. Wei Riyun diverted the topic, saying, he has been inundated with so much peanut butter, we do not know if he is in distress. What if he cannot be saved? Yes, let us go to the hospital. How could we forget him? Quickly, have the driver prepare the car. The Wei family was once again stirred with concern. Even Wei Jiaoyong, despite his bandaged injuries, could not care about losing face. Donning coats and hats, the group set forth with great urgency. At Renai Hospital, outside the emergency department, the director and head of the emergency department personally welcomed the Wei family. Director Li, is my son all right? Wei Jiaoyong inquired with a furrowed brow. He has a severe peanut allergy. Did he consume a large quantity of peanut butter? Is he still in critical condition? Director Li forced an awkward smile. Gesturing to the side, Director Liu, please explain the situation to Mr. Wei. Yes. The middle-aged head of the emergency department wiped his cold sweat, his expression complex. In fact, Mr. Wei need not worry. Young Master Wei is not allergic at all. Not allergic? What kind of joke is this? The Wei family exclaimed in unison. The middle-aged director swallowed hard before nodding. Indeed, there is no allergy. He simply had some peanut butter obstructing his airway, causing temporary asphyxiation. A simple rinse will suffice. He is currently in the ward. After speaking, the middle-aged director led everyone directly to the ward. Upon seeing Wei Sheng, who appeared perfectly fine in the room, the expressions of the Wei family soured instantly. Dad, Mom, Sister, why are you here? Wei Sheng stammered in panic, hastily explaining, I'm sorry. It seems I made a mistake. I'm not allergic to peanuts. Silence. The atmosphere in the ward thickened. Even the dim-witted Wei family sensed something was amiss. Yet, before they could question further, Wei Sheng's pitiful inner voice echoed once more, what to do? Mom and Dad will surely misunderstand that I deliberately framed my older brother. But I do not even know what happened. Could it be that I am not allergic to peanuts, but mistakenly consumed something else? This time, I truly cannot clarify. Child, do not overthink. Do see Hu Wei's gaze softened. It is all just a misunderstanding. Be more careful next time. Yes. Wei Sheng's face was filled with gratitude as his inner voice flattered. Heavens, Mom actually believes me? After such a huge blunder. She is not even angry. Truly the best mother in the world. Silly boy, if everything is fine, let us discharge you and go home. Indeed, if all is well. Perhaps Xiao Sheng is allergic to something else. It would be best to have the doctor check again another day. It was merely a misunderstanding. As long as we clarify, all will be well. The smiles of the Wei family remained intact. Only Wei Riyun wore a peculiar expression, her instincts telling her that something was not quite right. Chapter 5. No break, no establishment. A small goal. In the villa, second floor study, Wei Hong sat at the tea table, flanked by Su Maogong on either side. 2 bodyguards stood vigil at the door, ensuring no one could approach. Wei Hong brewed tea himself and politely poured a cup. Uncle Gong, tea. Young master, you have grown. Su Maogong smiled warmly, his gaze filled with admiration, clearly pleased with Wei Hong's previous conduct. Just call me Xiao Qi. Wei Hong Sigid, Ankergung. You're my only remaining family now. You truly intend to sever ties with them? Su Maogong was taken aback. Yes. Wei Hong silently nodded, saying no more. He could never acknowledge this blind and foolish family again. The moment he turns 18, he would immediately announce the severance of ties. He did not wish to be entangled with them in any capacity. As for Uncle Gong, he was someone worthy of complete trust. He had no children of his own and had devotedly seen Wei Hong grow. His affection for Wei Hong was no less than that of the late grandfather. Wei Sheng had an unusual ability. He seemed to possess a sinister art that allowed others to hear his inner voice. Wei Hong took a sip of tea and gently warned, the entire Wei family has already been completely won over by him. If one day you hear his heart speaking in incitement, remember not to believe him. You are the only one I can trust. Heart voice. Su Maogong frowned slightly, but was not overly shocked. Having spent most of his life with the late Mr. Wei, he had encountered all sorts of strange phenomena. With Wei Hong's warning, he would naturally not fall for any tricks. Rest assured, Su Maogong leaned on his cane, his sharp gaze asking, Would you like me to have someone take care of him? No. This person merely possesses a few trivial tricks, which may prove to be advantageous in the long run. Wei Hong, seemingly nonchalant, brewed another cup of tea, and it was evident that he had already inherited 7/10 of the old Master Wei's imposing aura, as if everything were well within his grasp. Very well. Su Maogong wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, unable to suppress his emotions as he remarked. The old master finally has a worthy successor. From now on, I, old Su, shall resume my former role and assist you, young master. No. Wei Hong shook his head in refusal. Uncle Gong, your talents would be wasted as a mere housekeeper at the villa. The likes of Wei Jiaoyang and his associates would only become more vigilant towards you. It would be far more beneficial for you to assist me externally. Oh. Su Maogong's interest was piqued. He raised his hand to signal Wei Hong to continue. After taking another sip of tea, Wei Hong elaborated. Since I intend to sever ties with the Wei family, I must quietly amass power. Otherwise, when the day of my coming of age arrives, I may not possess the capability to extricate myself from this place. Although Wei Jiaoyang's abilities are lacking, he excels in various schemes and intrigues. Therefore, I hope, Uncle Gong, that you can operate on the outside while I manage to restrain and annoy them from within the Wei family. In a year, we shall strike a decisive blow together. Su Maogong couldn't help but furrow his brow in contemplation. Do you not wish to inherit the Wei group? I do, yet I do not. Wei Hong sighed. Expressing his helplessness, the Wei group is the foremost enterprise in Jiangzhou, spanning sectors from manufacturing to finance, the internet to entertainment, with a market value exceeding 500 billion. Once I grasp in my hands, expanding outward would become exceedingly simple. This is also the culmination of my grandfather's efforts. How could I not desire to wield power? However, Wei Jiaoyang has entrenched himself deeply within the group, and with such a vast enterprise riddled with parasites, acquiring it would indeed be a monumental challenge. It might be more prudent to dismantle and rebuild. In short, the Wei group is dispensable to him. While others may yearn for power, he possesses the audacity to break and rebuild. Excellent. Su Maogong nodded appreciatively. What resolve? No wonder you are the old master's most cherished grandson. He has bequeathed you 30% of the group's shares, numerous properties, various stocks and funds, overseas estates, luxury vehicles, and cash, more than sufficient to reconstruct a new Wei group. Not enough. Wei Hong shook his head, sighing, I'm still a minor, and it will take another year before I can legitimately inherit these assets. That which cannot be obtained will ultimately remain as mere illusions. I must accumulate more foundational resources within this year. Su Maogong slightly nodded in agreement with his analysis. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. You probably lack sufficient capital at hand, but I can allocate a few billion in cash. By liquidating some real estate, I should be able to gather around 2 billion. That is excessive. Just lend me 1 billion. Wei Hong shook her lightly. What can 1 billion accomplish? Su Maogong retorted with irritation. I have no children or heirs. You shall be the one to support me in my old age. What is mine is yours. Why refuse? No. Wei Hong shook his head, pondering for a moment before stating, in truth, I shouldn't even borrow 1 billion. Grandfather has always said that one must rely on oneself. If you provide me with 10 or 8 billion as startup capital, what challenges would remain in life? How about this? Uncle Gong, prepare 3 billion in funds for me to play with. We shall split the profits earned within half a month equally, treating it as an investment rather than a loan. How does that sound? Su Maogong couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. What audacity from such a young man to aim for his first pot of gold in just half a month. Are you certain? 3 billion may seem substantial, but it won't stir much in any industry, and half a month is hardly enough even for preliminary product research and hiring personnel. Common industries are surely insufficient, but quick profits are still feasible. Wei Hong replied confidently, exhibiting no signs of pressure. He had been groomed under his grandfather's direct tutelage since childhood. With an IQ soaring to 180, he possessed an extraordinary photographic memory, coupled with the vast information explosion of his previous life. Making money was simpler than eating or drinking. After a brief moment of contemplation, he could enumerate various significant events in Jiangzhou for the next 7 or 8 years, down to the smallest details. With such foresight, even a pig could amass wealth, let alone his Uncle Gong's support. Coincidentally, a major event was about to unfold in the city. Although 3 billion was not much, it could still carve out a substantial piece of the pie. 2 days later, the head of Tengxing Group would unexpectedly pass away. Wei Hong stated succinctly, after his death, the group's stocks will plummet. On the 3rd day, you should contact the minority shareholders while simultaneously acquiring shares in the market. By the 12th day, sell them all. Li Teng of Tengxing Pharmaceuticals is going to die. Su Maogong got pet in shock. Li Teng was still in his prime, only in his 40s. Besides, if he dies and the group's shares plummet, Is there still a need to buy in? Just do as I say. Remember to limit your purchases to 3 billion. Buying more may introduce uncertainties. Wei Hong was unwilling to divulge too much, casually steering the conversation elsewhere. Additionally, please arrange to purchase the neighboring villa to accommodate personnel. In the future, I will require 3 teams of bodyguards, 1 for personal protection during my outings, with the other 2 rotating to guard the second floor of the villa. The study and my room must remain off limits to anyone. Furthermore, transform the leftmost room on the second floor into a gym, hire a few combat instructors, and devise a training regimen for me. The villa's servants and drivers also need to be gradually replaced with our own. Understood. Su Mao Gong Vipli, Hom Ti Li. Chapter 6. You must endure the same suffering I have. As evening fell, Wei Jiaoyong, Du Sihui, and others returned to the villa, only to find Wei Hong dining with great flourish. He sat confidently at the head of the table, a feast of 8 dishes and a soup laid before him. The rich and spicy fare whetting his appetite, yet causing the Wei family members to frown in disapproval. Wang Ma, what is the meaning of this? Du Sihui scolded Andioni. What about the rules of the Wei family? How can we begin the meal before everyone is present? And what kind of dishes are these? Are you unaware that the master has a delicate stomach and requires lighter fare? Nearby, Wang Ma was drenched in cold sweat. She nervously replied in a hushed tone, Madam. These were prepared at young Master Hong's request. We dared not refuse. Du Sihui, infuriated, felt the urge to berate her further. However, recalling the day as earlier events, she opened her mouth but refrained from saying more, merely waving her hand dismissively. Remove these dishes at once. They are unappetizing just to look at. Bring something lighter. Yes. Wang Ma, trembling, prepared to withdraw the dishes. Wei Hong nonchalantly paused his chopsticks, casting a glance at them, and they immediately froze in fear, too intimidated to approach. If you cannot stomach it, then leave. When did my meal become subject to your critique? Wei Hong replied flatly. Du Sihui's expression soured as if she had bitten into something distasteful. She had never experienced such treatment before. Wei Hong had always been humble and obsequious, desperately seeking a sliver of maternal affection. Now, he seemed transformed, confronting anyone who dared to challenge him. Mom and Dad, let us eat. Wei Sheng interjected with a conciliatory smile. Wang Ma, quickly bring forth a few of Dad and Mom's favorite dishes. Hee, still the best, little Sheng. Du suis emphasised. Unlike certain individuals who are ungrateful and never deserve to be cared for, I shall never look at them again. My most beloved son is only little Sheng. Hee. Wei Hong raised an eyebrow with a scoff. In the past, such words would have stung his heart, leading him to reflect on his shortcomings, and he would have continued to fawn over them for a semblance of maternal love. However, now he cared little and was even too lazy to respond. Du Sihui's favoritism towards a particular son was her own affair. It had no bearing on him. She hopes that when she is ultimately harmed by Wei Sheng, she can maintain such defiance. The Wei family members took their seats, each bearing a different expression. Mama Wang led the servants in serving dishes, and the exquisite, light fare began to grace the dining table, slightly easing the tension among the guests. Wei Jiaoyong shot an irate glance at the individual who had usurped his place of honor. Casting his gaze over the meal, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Mama Wang, what's going on today? Is your work becoming increasingly perfunctory? Where is my stomach-nourishing medicinal dish? Indeed, Mama Wang, you know father has a weak stomach. Wei Linlang interjected with discontent. Why hasn't tea the medicinal dish been prepared? Hurry and bring it over. My apologies, sir, my apologies, miss. Mama Wang replied awkwardly. In the past, the medicinal dishes were prepared by young Master Hong himself. To ensure that Master Wei had a better appetite, he would meticulously select dozens of precious medicinal herbs and personally brew them, which would take over 3 hours to simmer. How can we possibly comprehend such intricacies? Is it him? The others were astonished. They had never heard of such a thing before. They only knew that Wei Jiaoyong had long suffered from a chronic stomach ailment that had proven resistant to treatment, and his appetite was notoriously finicky. He required a bowl of nourishing medicinal dish at each meal to feel at ease. Who would have thought it was young Master Wei Hong who had brewed it himself? At least you have a bit of filial piety. Wei Jiaoyong's expression softened slightly as he coldly remarked, go prepare the medicinal dish and apologize to Xiao Sheng. I can pretend today as events never occurred. Do you wish to hear the nonsense you've just uttered? Wei Hong retorted without reservation, now that you've turned against me. Do you expect me to serve you like a beast of burden? Go eat dung. It's the best for your stomach. Wei Jiaoyong was nearly driven to a heart attack. You? How dare you? Impudence. Wei Hong, what did you just say? How uncivilized. Where is your upbringing? Who permitted you to speak to your father in such a manner? Apologize at once. The Wei family erupted into a chorus of accusations and insults. Wei Hong, however, was not inclined to coddle them. Elegantly retrieving a napkin to wipe his mouth, he stood and declared, "Don't wish to eat? If you don't want to, then let none of you eat." With that, he suddenly raised his hand and swept it across the table. With a crash, the long table was overturned, accompanied by the startled screams of the Wei family. Various bowls and dishes tumbled to the floor, resulting in utter chaos. Madness. This fellow has absolutely lost his mind. In that moment, not only were the Wei family members stunned, but even the servants and bodyguards wore expressions of disbelief. Who could have anticipated that the usually gentle and easily bullied young Master Wei would exhibit such volatility? He flipped the table at the slightest disagreement. He may have filled his own belly, but what about the rest? "You little beast, how dare you?" Wei Jiaoyang fumed uncontrollably, grinding his teeth as he bellowed. "Don't think that just because you have old Su as support, I am powerless against you. Can you bite me?" Wei Hong smirked mockingly. "Not satisfied, are you? You'll have to endure it. I've suffered enough in the past, and now it's your turn. If you don't want to live here, you can leave. No one is begging you to stay." Wei Jiaoyang's blood pressure soared, nearly causing him to faint. The Wei family was once again in disarray, with everyone hastily assisting him to a sofa. They called for the family doctor and spent a considerable time before he could catch his breath. It was now evident to all that Wei Hong was no longer the same. If they hoped to continue their previous domineering ways, they would soon find it impossible. At that moment, everyone's emotions were incredibly complex. As Wei Hong ascended to the second floor, Du Sihui coldly remarked, "This unfilial son will one day be struck by heavenly retribution." Mama Wang, standing by, hesitated to speak, silently pondering who might truly face such retribution. After all, how had Wei Hong treated them over the years, and how had they treated him in return? Others might not comprehend the intricacies of their relationship, but Mama Wang was all too aware. If she were to offer a comment, she could only say he deserved it. Wei Sheng's thoughts echoed in the ears of the Wei family. How despicable! How could my elder brother behave in such a manner? There are no parents without faults. How could a family create such discord? This is utterly unreasonable. Alas, perhaps my elder brother feels emboldened by being the only biological son of the Wei family, but regrettably, I am not his blood relative and cannot offer much counsel. I only hope that father and mother are not too heartbroken. Oh, right, since father has a weak stomach. Should I attempt to brew some medicinal dishes for him to help with his health? As these words left his mouth, his innocent and worried expression instantly garnered the empathy and affection of those present. Wei Jiaoyang felt a surge of comfort, exclaiming, "Xiao Sheng, how fortunate it is to have you. Rest assured, you are my true son." "Indeed," Du Sihui interjected, "we do not have a son as heartless as him. You are truly our beloved son." "Exactly. How dare he show us such contempt? He has no sense of upbringing whatsoever. Is this the behavior of someone raised by grandfather? Thank goodness for Xiao Sheng, or we might not have realized how revolting he truly is." The sisters deliberately raised their voices in criticism. Chapter 7. Do you wish to rely on others for a lifetime? Night fell. The Wei family hastily consumed a few bites and each retired to their rooms, nursing a belly full of anger. Eldest sister Wei Linlang, having been displaced from her room, moved to a guest room on the far right of the third floor, where there was scarcely any space for her numerous luxurious handbags and designer clothes, leaving her visibly displeased. Ding dong, ding dong. Various notifications chimed incessantly from her phone. After a day away from the office, her work group messages had already piled up to 99. The Wei group was currently under the control of Wei Jiaoyang as chairman, while Wei Linlang served as the executive president, inundated with various tasks that left her increasingly irritable. "Miss." Mama Wang knocked on the door and entered, respectfully stating, "Master has sent word that you need to expedite several investment proposals urgently. He wishes to see them at tomorrow's board meeting." "Understood." Wei Linlang replied impatiently, then quickly added, "Mama Wang, please find a few people tomorrow to help sort through these items and move them to the Jiangjing neighborhood flat. I have no desire to return to the old residence, lest I be driven to madness." "Very well, miss," Mama Wang hesitantly advised. After all, what grudges can a family hold overnight? The young master has endured much over the years. His outburst is merely a culmination of his frustrations. Perhaps it would be wise to show some understanding. Show understanding toward him? Wei Linlong's voice rose, her anger causing her to pace the room as she cursed vehemently. Did you not see how brazen he was today? He dared to strike his own father. Should it continue like this? Will I also have to kneel and placate him as the eldest sister? Yet in the past, it was always the young master who sought to appease you all. Mama Wan murmured. Wei Linlang found herself choked with rage, her voice caught in her throat. Memories of Wei Hong's past actions flooded her mind. He had personally brewed medicinal soups for their father's weak stomach and provided massages and acupuncture for their mother's headaches and insomnia. Though their relationship had been cool, He had persistently endeavored to please the family before Wei Sheng's arrival. How had everything changed so drastically? Were they truly the ones who had crossed the line? Regardless, rebelling against one's parents is never right. Wei Linlang stubbornly insisted, sitting sulkily on the sofa, her long, beautiful legs casually crossed, gesturing toward the documents on the desk. However, considering his years of efforts to please us, I am willing to grant him an opportunity to amend his mistakes. Please take these urgent investment proposals to him and have him complete them tonight. If he performs well, I shall speak favorably of him before Father tomorrow. Mama Wang was left speechless. After a long pause, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. Wei Linlang, though the eldest sister in her family, is decidedly lacking in business acumen. Having joined the conglomerate at the tender age of 18, she has spent 7 years managing a multitude of investment projects, over 100 in total, most of which have met with dismal outcomes. However, 3 years prior, she discovered that her younger brother, Wei Hong, whom their father had meticulously cultivated, possessed an extraordinary talent for business. Since then, she has covertly enlisted his assistance. Every proposal and project crafted by Wei Hong has garnered immense praise from the board of directors, with profits soaring as a result. Wei Linlang has unreservedly claimed all the accolades for herself, unwittingly crafting an image of a rising star in Jiangzhou's business realm. Not only has she secured her position as the executive president of the group, but even the seasoned members of the board have come to respect her. Over time, this has fostered a sense of arrogance within her. Now, to assign projects to Wei Hong seems to her a magnanimous gesture. As long as he successfully executes these few tasks, she might overlook today's slight. Wei Linlang consoled herself, reasoning that he is, after all, her blood relative and deserves some pity. Before long, Wang Ma returned, still clutching the project proposal. Wei Linlang could not suppress her frown as she inquired, "What happened? Didn't I instruct you to give it to him?" "I'm terribly sorry, miss," Wang Ma replied cautiously, her smile strained. "The young master insists that you keep your distance and handle your own affairs, lest you disturb him." "What?" Wei Linlong's fury ignited like wildfire as she slammed her hand on the coffee table, exclaiming, "It is an honor for him to receive this opportunity for experience. How many people would envy the chance to engage with such confidential matters? How dare he speak so insolently? It is downright ungrateful." He also said, Wang Ma hesitated, her smile faltering, that if you cannot maintain your position as president, you might as well resign. He has already assisted you enough over the years. You shouldn't be so shameless as to take advantage of him. Do you wish to depend on others for the rest of your life? Is that truly what he said? Wei Linlang, incensed, seized an object nearby and hurled it in fury. Wang Ma, alarmed, quickly set down the project proposal and hastily departed. Soon, the room was left in disarray. "Indeed, how dare you humiliate me like this, Wei Hong?" Wei Linlong's beautiful visage was marred by frost as she seethed. "Do you truly believe the world would cease to turn without you? I am a distinguished graduate of Harvard's finance program. Surely I can manage a few minor proposals. Were it not for my desire to mend familial ties, would you even have access to such confidential documents? You ungrateful wretch, without my bestowed opportunities, let us see how you will engage with the company's affairs and inherit the family business." Taking several deep breaths to regain her composure, she finally picked up the project proposals to review. They were meticulously selected documents from the group's project department, complete with investment plans, forecasts, and reports awaiting approval. Her task was merely to provide approval recommendations. In contrast, Wei Hong would painstakingly scrutinize each document, identifying flaws while gathering intelligence to substantiate his judgments, producing incisive investment proposals that rarely missed the mark. Wei Linlang, lacking such patience, quickly skimmed through the proposals, soon formulating recommendations for most of them. Her gaze lingered on the final document. Tongxing Group has proposed a 1 billion yuan investment plan to upgrade its equipment. A small pharmaceutical enterprise valued at 6 or 7 billion wished to exchange 15 equity for this investment. Wei Linlang reviewed the joint recommendations from the project and investment departments, which unanimously deemed the investment highly advantageous. Given Tongxing's historical profitability, its shares were indeed worthy of long-term holding. With little regard, she hastily approved it. A mere 1 billion investment was negligible for her and the entire Wei Group. Such proposals were commonplace, requiring her approval numerous times a year. Thus she did not place great value on it. After successfully granting approval, she carelessly tossed it aside, awaiting the board's resolution the following morning to sign the contract. Chapter 8. Goodness, is he so reckless with extravagance? The next day, early in the morning, Wei Hong and Wei Sheng prepared to leave, one after the other. Both were now high school students attending Class 2 of the senior year at Shengruwei International School. Regardless of their personal desires, Academic performance was paramount in their affluent family. At the entrance, a Mercedes G-Class awaited silently. The driver, Xiao Wu, sprang from the vehicle upon seeing them emerge. Eagerly taking Wei Sheng's backpack with one hand while opening the rear door with the other, bowing respectfully, "Young master, please take your time." "Thank you, Xiao Wu. You've worked hard," Wei Sheng replied with a congenial smile, though his eyes shimmered with unshakable pride and arrogance. Xiao Wu promptly shut the door, then turned to Wei Hong with a smirk. "Apologies, young Master Hong, but the car is a bit cramped. Perhaps you would prefer to ride your bicycle as before? It's more environmentally friendly." A collective gasp echoed among the servants nearby. Each one regarded Xiao Wu as if he were a fool. How dare he provoke young Master Hong? Did he not know what had transpired yesterday? He knows nothing, they whispered among themselves. This fool took leave for his sister-in-law's wedding yesterday, completely unaware that the Wei family had changed hands. Truly an imbecile, they murmured quietly. Xiao Wu, catching snippets of their conversation, furrowed his brow. In the past, he had gone out of his way to curry favor with Wei Jiaoyang and his wife, treating Wei Sheng with utmost respect while dismissing Wei Hong. The other drivers were responsible for shuttling Wei Jiaoyang and his wife, along with the 6 sisters. This led to Wei Hong often opting to ride his bicycle to school. Xiao Wu had become accustomed to his lack of ambition, and had thus grown increasingly arrogant. However, today was different. Before he could fathom the situation, 3 deep blue, fully armored Bentley Mulsans rolled up to the villa's entrance. 6 tall, impeccably dressed bodyguards, clad in black suits and wearing earpieces and sunglasses, disembarked from the vehicles. They efficiently coordinated their efforts. Some opened the car doors, others stood guard, while 2 swiftly approached to provide protection. "Young master, after you." Wei Hong disregarded Xiao Wu's horrified expression. With a smile directed at the envious and resentful Wei Sheng, he turned and entered the vehicle surrounded by bodyguards. Su Maogong had already purchased the adjacent Villa number 16, with 3 teams of 18 bodyguards on standby. Such a display was beyond even Wei Jiaoyang. And how could Wei Sheng not feel envy and resentment? It is known that hiring a professional bodyguard costs between 100,000 to 3 million annually. 18 bodyguards would amount to 4 to 5 million in a year. Throughout Jiangzhou, there are few tycoons capable of maintaining such a large security detail. And as a mere adopted son, Wei Sheng could only covet this spectacle. The 3 Bentley Mulsans smoothly exited the villa area, attracting the gaze of countless passersby. Each vehicle contained 2 bodyguards, with the team leader personally assigned to protect Wei Hong. The cars were impenetrable, rendering it impossible to discern which vehicle he occupied, and the level of security was undoubtedly top-notch. Half an hour later, Wei Hong and Wei Sheng arrived once more at Shengrui International High School, one after the other. As the 4 vehicles entered the school's parking lot, they drew considerable attention. Goodness gracious, 3 Bentley Mulsans? And they're the bulletproof special editions. Who on earth could it be? I have no idea, but the car next to them surely belongs to Wei Sheng, the adopted son of the Wei family. Damn, is he really that extravagant? The crowd buzzed with curiosity. Within the hallowed halls of this prestigious private high school in Jiangzhou, the students were either affluent or of high pedigree. At the very least, they were prodigious talents handpicked by the institution for various locales. Thus their discerning eyes were far from ordinary. It was evident to all that the 3 Bentleys were extraordinary. Historically, wherever Wei Sheng went, he was the center of attention. Yet today, as he alighted from his vehicle, very few cast him a second glance. This was due to the collective gaze of students and teachers alike, which gravitated towards the Bentleys. As the doors of the 3 cars swung open, a cadre of bodyguards emerged, taking up defensive positions. Wei Hong, clad in a crisp white shirt, tailored trousers, and a navy blue tailcoat uniform, adorned his left hand with an exquisite black gold jade ring and his right wrist with the latest Patek Philippe timepiece. His demeanor exuded an effortless elegance, reminiscent of a young nobleman stepping out from the pages of a drama. Is that Wei Shao? It can't be. Isn't he usually quite low-key? Why is he so ostentatious today? Goodness, arriving at school with 6 bodyguards? Is he trying to show off? I heard he isn't favored in the Wei household. How is he outshining even Wei Sheng, the younger son? The onlookers were once again taken aback. Wei Hong, however, spared them a glance. Utterly indifferent to the attention he was garnering. Having experienced a rebirth, he felt compelled to assert his dominance, aware that such actions would inevitably offend numerous influential figures. And he had no desire to meet an untimely demise once more. The campus security is momentarily assured. You may remain in the vehicles to rest. Please take turns for meals and restroom breaks, ensuring you do not disrupt the school's normal order. Wei Hong instructed, absently stroking the ring on his left hand. Understood. The head of the bodyguards nodded slightly. Young master, should you require anything, Simply activate the emergency communicator and we will arrive within a minute. Additionally, the communicator is equipped with our custom locator. In the event of a kidnapping, we can swiftly ascertain your location. Very well. Wei Hong nodded in satisfaction. Su Maogong and his team were indeed professionals. Once his assets exceeded 100 billion, he intended to hire several more teams of bodyguards, with no fewer than 12 in each, for he felt an utter lack of security otherwise. The classroom may become a bit rowdy shortly. I did not instruct you to refrain from coming, Wei Hong reiterated. Yes. The head of the bodyguards responded respectfully. He then turned, shouldering his bag, and strode confidently into the classroom of Grade 3, Class 2, under the envious gaze of his male classmates and the starry-eyed admiration of his female peers. The class consisted of approximately 30 individuals. As Wei Hong entered the classroom, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent for a brief moment. Several unabashedly malicious gazes were directed at him from the center of the room. Wei Sheng lounged languidly, flanked by 4 or 5 exceptionally poised young heirs. These individuals were once Wei Hong's loyal sycophants, having groveled before him in hopes of earning his favor to secure scraps from the Wei family's table. However, upon hearing of his fall from favor, they quickly switched allegiances and became Wei Sheng's lackeys. In his past life, Wei Hong had been unambitious and genteel, coupled with the genuine status of being the Wei family's true young master. Even when he was not favored, few dared to provoke him. These former sycophants could only muster a few sarcastic remarks, failing to create any significant uproar. Yet today, the beleaguered Wei Sheng was determined to make life difficult for him. Chapter 9. What exactly do you have to be so arrogant about? During the morning study session, Wei Sheng was unusually quiet, occasionally sighing with an air of melancholy that piqued the curiosity of those around him. Brother Sheng, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You haven't been wronged, have you? If anything's bothering you, do tell us. Don't keep it to yourself. Damn, does this kid still dare trouble you? I'll make sure he pays. Several young heirs voiced their discontent. In just a few months, Wei Sheng had effortlessly gained the affection of those around him through his ability to convey thoughts directly, while subtly sowing discord between Wei Hong and his peers. Now, all he needed to do was feign vulnerability, and everyone would instinctively rally to his defense. Please don't say that. My elder brother treats me very well. I'm fine. Don't overthink it. Let us all focus on our studies, Wei Sheng replied, his tone soothingly placating. Yet, his true thoughts flowed into the ears of the crowd. Alas. Ultimately, my brother and I are family. No matter how he bullies me, I must endure. If I tarnish the family's reputation, how could I face our parents who took me in? Brother Sheng, aren't you being a bit too magnanimous? Goodness, can you really endure this? The Wei couple dotes on you the most. What does blood relation mean? Just don't be afraid of him. I heard he wasn't even born to Madam Wei, and since he has never been favored, now that old Master Wei has passed, who has left to protect him? The classmates were once again filled with righteous indignation. Many less affluent students were equally incensed, conjuring an image of a chauffeur's son adopted by a wealthy family. Oppressed by his stepbrother, their gazes tinged with contempt. Standing up for the weak is a fundamental human instinct. However, since Wei Hong was indeed the true young master of the Wei family, no one dared to take action against him. Their remarks were merely superficial, failing to elicit any response from him. Is my elder brother really so composed? Wei Sheng continued his assault, his thoughts incessantly broadcasting. Yesterday, he caused such a ruckus at home, even daring to strike our father. I ought to find a way to persuade our parents. Otherwise, what will happen if they truly sever ties with him? Wait, he struck his father? How scandalous. With Wei Dong's character, wouldn't that lead to a severance of their relationship? Oh dear, it seems Wei Shao may soon be cast out of his home. As the crowd delighted in the unfolding drama, several young heirs felt their interest piqued. They had long found Wei Hong displeasing, but had previously refrained from acting due to his status. If Wei Hong truly fell out with his family, what did they have to fear? The opportunity to deal with a drowning dog had arrived. Who would take action? Hey, Jigo, aren't you going to step in? Little Sheng helped you tremendously last time. It wouldn't be too much for us to help him regain his honor, would it? He is about to sever ties with the Wei family. We have nothing to fear. They exchanged glances, their eyes landing on a buzz-cut youth. This young man, tall and possessing a languid demeanor, exuded an air of recklessness. His name was Ji Peng, a descendant of a long line of merchants. His relatives wielded significant influence in Jiangzhou's political scene. Though his visible assets were modest, his power was immense, and many wealthy businessmen would bow and scrape to curry favor with him, making him one of the most prominent second-generation elite in the city. Previously, Ji Peng and Wei Hong had grown up as close friends. However, under Wei Sheng's subtle instigation, they had since severed ties. If anyone dared to provoke Wei Shao, it would undoubtedly be Ji Peng. This audacious individual feared neither heaven nor earth. As the others exchanged encouraging glances, he sauntered over to Wei Hong's desk and, with a smirk, instructed the classmates seated behind him, change seats. Okay. The bespectacled students scurried away at once. Ji Peng nonchalantly settled into the newly vacated seat, pushing his desk toward Wei Hong's while mockingly taunting. Wei Xiaoqi, look at you now. Aren't you quite the arrogant one? Your parents don't want you anymore. Childish, move aside. Wei Hong dismissed the antics of these youngsters with indifference. Reborn once. He yearned to enrich himself every single moment. Currently, his backpack was not merely stocked with textbooks for various subjects, but also brimming with volumes on physics, mathematics competitions, finance, hacking, and programming, as well as university-level calculus and advanced mathematics. With his IQ of 180 and an extraordinary photographic memory, he could effortlessly gain admission to prestigious universities. Yet, he remained unhurried, quietly absorbing knowledge. Ji Peng was utterly infuriated by his demeanor. He kicked the chair and exclaimed angrily, "This again. Ever since childhood. You've looked down upon me, haven't you? Now that your family is no longer a support, what exactly do you have to be so arrogant about?" Sighing silently, Wei Hong did not wish to engage in a dispute with Ji Peng, as they had grown up together. However, Wei Sheng had exploited Ji Peng's insecurities and arrogance, inciting animosity between them, and Ji Peng had previously schemed against him in the shadows. Now, both old grievances and new resentments surged forth. The bond they shared since childhood was instantly shattered. I shall repeat myself. Keep your distance. Wei Hong elegantly turned the pages of his book, his voice icy enough to send shivers down spines. If you continue to harass me, the Ji family will not protect you. Oh, I am quite curious to see how a forsaken dog, shunned by his family, can ensure my safety, Ji Peng replied with a sardonic smile, leaning back in his chair, defiantly kicking the desk in front of him. Thud, thud, thud. His actions were leisurely, yet laden with provocation, disrupting the entire class and repeatedly interrupting Wei Hong's train of thought. Jigo, please don't. Wei Sheng urgently intervened, attempting to mediate. You and my brother have been childhood friends. Let's discuss this calmly. Mind your business, Xiao Sheng. Today, I intend to avenge you. Ji Peng retorted with a cold laugh. I detest certain individuals who strut around with an air of superiority, pretending to be exceptional, while at home they bully their servants as if we were oblivious. Ha 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 ha. Several wealthy, second-generation individuals erupted in laughter. Even a number of classmates relished in the misfortune of a once-esteemed prince now wallowing in the mud. Naturally, they felt compelled to stomp on him while he was down, taunted by Ji Peng's relentless kicks against the chair. Wei Hong sighed in resignation, tossing aside his book. In the next instant, he seized a pen from the desk and swiftly turned around. With lightning speed, his left hand clutched Ji Peng's throat, while his right hand relentlessly jabbed the pen toward his face, eyes, mouth, and head. Again and again, the shrieks echoed through the room. In that moment, Wei Hong was calm, yet ruthless, his strikes swift and merciless. Such a desperate onslaught was beyond what a mere child like Ji Peng could withstand. Wei Sheng was left in stunned disbelief. The entire class gaped in shock, screams of horror filling the air. Chapter 10. Are you insane? Why hurt yourself to save someone? After a series of anguished cries, Ji Peng paid dearly for his provocation. Wei Hong had no idea how many times he had struck. He only knew that by the time he elegantly withdrew his hand, Ji Peng's neck bore deep, dark bruises, while blood streamed from his head and face. His hands riddled with puncture wounds. He now resembled a wretched specter. Terror filled his eyes as he gazed at Wei Hong, a flicker of dread mingling with disbelief. Oh heavens, hurry, go call the teacher. Something's gone horribly wrong. This is an attempt to kill. The classmates were thrown into chaos, their faces painted with fear and anxiety. Several wealthy second-generation students hurried to assist Ji Peng. Though they often engaged in fights, they had never witnessed such a life-threatening brawl. In that moment, they were grateful that they were not the ones provoking him, for they feared they would fare even worse than Ji Peng. Wei Hong retained his elegance. He pulled out a handkerchief to quietly wipe the blood from his fingers and the pen. His indifferent gaze swept the crowd, causing everyone nearby to recoil in terror. Call the police and do it immediately. Ji Peng, wincing in pain, bellowed in rage, I will have him imprisoned. Do you truly believe this superficial injury is sufficient to imprison a minor? Wei Hong inquired with genuine sincerity. I believe your uncle is in a critical promotion phase. If some scandal regarding the Ji family were to leak, do you think he might be driven to madness? You? Ji Peng seethed, his teeth clenched and fists tightening. He dared not call the police, for the Ji family feared scandal above all else. Whether it was brawling or any other matter, Any hint of ambiguous dirt could lead to severe repercussions for Ji Peng. Wei Hong sighed, shaking his head. Your family is indeed unfortunate to have someone as foolish as you. Look at the injuries you've inflicted upon yourself, while the others are unscathed. At this, Ji Peng whirled around in fury. He saw Wei Sheng seated calmly at his desk, still exhibiting shock and disbelief, showing not a hint of concern for Ji Peng's plight, and perhaps even a trace of relief. He was indeed relieved that the trouble had not befallen him. Wasn't he? I'm sorry. Wei Sheng hastily shook his head in defense, his inner voice echoing. Oh, I told you not to provoke my brother. He is ruthless and just scared me to death. Ji Peng's expression softened slightly as he coldly retorted. There's no need for your meddling. Even if we don't report this today, the Ji family will never let this go. Just wait and see. Very well, I shall wait. Wei Hong mused, idly toying with his ring. The Ji family is so insignificant that even if I were to feed you excrement, you would have no choice but to swallow it. If you disagree, let your elders come and talk to me. Hiss. A collective gasp echoed around the room. Typically, one might not grasp the significance of the Ji family. However, the wealthy second-generation students understood all too well. Their elders are the ones most fearful of the offspring of officials. One word from these individuals could lead to relentless scrutiny of their family businesses. Even the mightiest corporation would crumble under constant inspections. Thus, Ji Peng strutted through school with an air of invincibility. Had he lost his mind to challenge Wei Hong so brazenly? What? After dealing with Ji Peng, you think you can escape unscathed? Wei Hong's gaze turned cold as he surveyed the wealthy second-generation students, who promptly recoiled in fear. Their faces flushed. They hesitated to utter a sound. The bravado they had shown earlier had vanished. Wei Hong, disinterested in these minor characters, shoved them aside and walked directly towards Wei Sheng. Why go? What do you intend to do? Wei Sheng exclaimed in panic, his inner voice once again clamoring, Oh, my brother is definitely going to kill me. What should I do? Who will save me? Hee. Wei Hong's face was filled with mockery. I refuse to acknowledge you as my brother. Stop nauseating me with that title. You have covertly incited others to deal with me at home and school, and now that trouble has arisen, you wish to hide behind the scenes unscathed? There is no such thing in this world. Be brother, I didn't mean to. Wei Sheng stammered in protest. Wei Hong no longer wished to waste words with him. Grabbing his hair, he began to slam his head onto the desk. Bang, 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 help, Wei Sheng screamed in agony, blood streaming from his nose. The onlookers were all terrified. Stop it, a delicate voice coldly reprimanded. Wei Hong, are you such a brute? Is this how your grandfather raised you? To harm your own kin and bully your classmates? You are nothing but a disgrace to the Wei family. Sisi, help me. Whoa. Wei Sheng pleaded, his face smeared with blood. Wei Hong cast a cold glance in his direction. CSCC, the pampered daughter of the Jinjiang group, was glaring at him with fury. The two had grown up together, a rather feeble claim to childhood sweethearts. Once, Wei Hong had felt a tender affection for her, and their grandfathers even jested about an engagement. Unfortunately, this woman was also blind to the truth. In a past life, Wei Sheng had easily won her heart with sweet words and flattery. CSCC not only became one of his harem, but had even schemed against Wei Hong. In every conflict, she would always stand in front of Wei Sheng, and in every misunderstanding, she would refuse to hear any defense. In this second life, CSCC remained as protective as ever. Yet Wei Hong had long since shed any remnants of heartache, replaced instead with indifference and disdain. You think just saying stop will make it so? What audacity to presume to dictate my actions. He seized Wei Sheng by the hair once more, forcefully slamming his head against the desk. Stop, please stop. CSCC's face turned ashen with rage. Clearly, she had not anticipated such blatant disrespect. In a moment of desperation, she disregarded her own safety and grabbed a paper cutter from the desk, pressing it against her fair neck. If you don't stop, I'll take my own life right here, she threatened, her face resolute. CC, don't act rashly. Wei, stop. Don't let this escalate. Oh my God. Call the teacher. The classmates erupted in alarm, several already racing out of the classroom in a panic. Wei Hong, however, appeared utterly bewildered, almost amused. Are you mad? Why would you harm yourself to save him? Who cares if you live or die? Chapter 11, if you want to die, then do it quickly. It's a nuisance having you in front of me. Once upon a time, Wei Hong had indeed cherished CC as a sister. Even a minor scrape would cause him great distress. However, after enduring countless betrayals in his past life, his heart had hardened to iron. Even if she were to perish before him, he would no longer flinch. Now, CSCC's attempt to threaten him with death was nothing short of absurd. What a pity the darling of the Jinjiang group, cultivated for over a decade, turned out to be such a fool. Truly laughable. he coldly remarked, continuing his assault on Wei Sheng's head against the desk. You? How dare you? CSCC's face was a mix of grievance and disbelief. The Wei Hong of old had never behaved in such a manner. Whenever she undertook any self-harming act, he would be frantic with worry, even acquiescing to her unreasonable demands. But now, why did he seem so indifferent? Stop. If you don't, I swear I'll never speak to you again, she shouted in frustration, stamping her foot. Yet Wei Hong remained unresponsive. Just as she found herself at a loss for what to do, their homeroom teacher, Ms. Li, rushed in, breathless and agitated. In her 40s, she approached the chaotic scene, which had already attracted a crowd of teachers and students from neighboring classes. She pushed through the throng and entered the classroom, her voice piercing as she cried, Wei Hong, are you insane? Stop this at once. Oh, Ms. Li, good morning, Wei Hong replied with a light laugh, releasing his grip and adopting an innocent demeanor. However, this very facade infuriated Ms. Li, who, upon seeing the sorry state of Ji Peng and Wei Sheng, could not help but exclaim, You heartless wretch! How dare you treat your classmates this way? I'll call the police. I'll have you sent to a juvenile detention center. With that, she whipped out her phone, ready to dial. Ji Peng interjected coldly, No police. I've already informed my elder to handle this. Please calm down. Yes, we can't call the police. Ms. Li finally regained her composure, realizing that if the police arrived, it would tarnish the school's reputation, and she too would face repercussions. Quick, take them to the school nurse to treat their injuries, she instructed, taking a deep breath to steady herself. You hurry. And you, Wei Hong, get your parents here immediately. Bring my parents here so they can witness how you grovel. The classroom erupted with muffled laughter. Normally, when a student misbehaved, their parents would be summoned for a scolding, but with someone like Wei Hong, even the teachers would only dare to curry favor. Realizing this, Ms. Li felt a wave of frustration wash over her and turned to make a phone call to the school administration. Given the scale of today's incident, even if he were not sent to a juvenile facility, he would certainly be expelled from Shengrui High School. Before heading to the infirmary, Ji Peng coldly remarked, You will pay for this. Oh really? I'll be waiting. Wei Hong scoffed, but just your Ji family alone won't be enough. Should I call more people? I've already informed Uncle Wei and Aunt Wei. My father will also be coming. CC hissed through clenched teeth, intensifying the pressure. You can keep being defiant. Let us see if they take your side. Very well. Wei Hong remained calm and composed, exuding a suave demeanor akin to a dapper delinquent, which left many female classmates staring in awe. Within 5 minutes, news of the incident in Class 2 of the senior year spread across the campus. All the teachers and students were filled with astonishment and gossip. Who would have thought that the usually gentle and refined Wei Hong, the school's heartthrob, would publicly resort to violence against a classmate? In no time, videos and photos of the incident flooded the school's online platforms. Teachers and students feasted on the drama, speculating whether Wei Hong had lost his mind. Some even concluded that he was in for serious trouble. A betting post soon appeared online, wagering whether Wei Hong would be expelled or detained. Students eagerly cast their votes, each convinced he would pay a heavy price for his impulsiveness. Binun, Yipemis Amkel, Ji Mingxian, CSCC's father, Xie Jijiang, and Wei Hong's mother, Du Sihui, hurried to the school. Upon arriving outside the principal's office, they were greeted by 4 burly bodyguards at the entrance. Entering the office, they were met with a sight that nearly sent their blood pressure soaring. Ji Peng and Wei Sheng had their heads and hands wrapped in bandages like mummies, blood still seeping through, making for a terrifying scene. Even CSCC had bandages around her neck. Principal Liu and several school administrators stood awkwardly to the side. Wei Hong, however, lounged comfortably in the main seat at the tea table, flanked by 2 bodyguards, exuding an air of dominance as he brewed tea for himself. Cici, are you all right? Xiaopeng, what happened? The 3 rushed forward, concern etched on their faces. Du Sihui was nearly in tears. Xiaosheng, are you hurt? My heavens. Who did this to you? She turned around to see Wei Hong and immediately realized that her question was somewhat superfluous. Who, apart from him, would dare to lay a hand on Wei Sheng? You little beast, dare to harm my son, and I shall kill you. Du Sihui, in a fit of fury, seized the thermos from her desk, intending to hurl it at him. Yet, Wei Hong merely raised his gaze, his eyes as cold as steel, instantly freezing her movements. Madam Wei, think carefully before you strike. He casually sipped his tea before continuing, I have always believed in an eye for an eye. Yesterday, even Director Wei suffered a scar. You wouldn't presume yourself to be special, would you? You little bastard. I am your mother. Du Sihui trembled as she exclaimed. Are you even considering striking me? You are merely my biological mother. Once I reach adulthood, we sever ties. Wei Hong retorted, raising an eyebrow. Madam Wei, Have you forgotten that this gentleman beside us is your son? You. Du Xiue nearly fainted from rage. Nevertheless, she ultimately dared not throw the thermos. For Wei Hong was indeed capable of violence. He showed no respect even to his father, Wei Jiaoyang. And it was entirely plausible that he would retaliate by breaking her hand. Please discuss your family matters at home. Ji Mingxian declared with a face full of authority as he took a seat, his tone icy. At this moment, I simply wish to ascertain what transpired that led to my nephew Ji Peng being injured so severely. Who can provide me with an explanation? As he spoke, he slammed his hand on the table in anger, his gaze fixed menacingly on Wei Hong. It was evident that he had already concluded that this incident was largely connected to him. Xiao Hong, you and Cici have been childhood friends. You wouldn't be so deranged as to harm her as well, would you? Xie Zhijiang added, his expression also one of fury. Under the pressure from the three parties, the school's administration felt an immense weight. Principal Liu and the others were drenched in cold sweat, fearing that the flames of this conflict would engulf them as well. Are today's students so unruly? Ji Mingxian, Xie Dong, and Madame Wei. The entire incident was recorded by the classroom surveillance cameras. Now that the situation of the injured student is stable, Ji Peng himself refuses to call the police. Should we first review the footage before deciding how to proceed? Principal Liu cautiously suggested, his forehead glistening with sweat. Upon hearing this, Ji Mingxian and Xie Zhijiang had little to say and could only nod in agreement. Principal Liu promptly activated the projector, displaying the pre-prepared video on the wall, allowing everyone to clearly see what transpired in Class 2 of the senior year that morning. This matter involved the Ji, Xie, and Wei families. As a mere principal, he dared not intervene recklessly. Thus, the video was presented unedited, providing a clear account from start to finish. From the moment Wei Hong entered the classroom, the students' hostile provocations, to Wei Sheng deliberately inciting Ji Peng to take action. Everything unfolded before all eyes. Ji Mingxian and Xie Zhijiang were no fools. Upon viewing the footage, an awkward expression immediately washed over their faces. One could hardly believe that their nephew was so foolish as to be used as a pawn, while the other could not fathom how his daughter could be so dim-witted as to hold a knife to her own neck. They were both cunning old foxes. It was apparent to them that Wei Sheng was deliberately causing trouble. However, Du Xiue remained as blind and deaf as ever. After watching the video, she felt no sense of wrongdoing on Wei Sheng's part. Instead, she felt immense sympathy for him being so brutally beaten, her body trembling with rage as she cast a resentful glance at Wei Hong. How could I have given birth to such a beast, striking his own brother? You are truly scum, she hissed venomously. Principal, I demand the immediate expulsion of such trash. A collective gasp echoed through the room. It had long been rumored that the Wei family was peculiar, favoring adopted sons over their own. Yet witnessing it firsthand was another matter entirely. Du Xiue unabashedly cursed her own son in public, merely to vent her anger for her adopted son. Surely, only a fool would act so irrationally. If Madame Wei, the biological mother, proposed expulsion, then Ji Mingxian felt he had little more to say. I must say, while my nephew Ji Peng may have acted provocatively, he has suffered significant injuries, and I'm certain his pride has been bruised. If Wei Hong were to withdraw from school, we could consider this matter settled. Indeed, Xie Zhijiang nodded in agreement. Such a ruckus among these children necessitates that someone bears the consequences. Otherwise, they will never learn their lesson. With the three parties exerting pressure, Principal Liu breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to make a statement. However, Wei Hong raised his hand to interrupt him, a smirk playing on his lips. Since the three of you have expressed your positions, I shall dare to voice a few words myself. If I may, what does the young gentleman wish to say? Xie Zhijiang frowned. To say that you are shameless, can't you see? Wei Hong slammed his teacup onto the ground, pointing at him as he berated, Are you blind? Does the video have anything to do with your daughter at all? She barged in and made a fuss, even holding a knife to her own neck. If she had truly slit her throat, who would take responsibility? Your daughter is simply dim-witted. Take her to the hospital to check her brain, and who do you think you were to lecture me about consequences? You ungrateful dog. If it weren't for my grandfather's support back then, you would be just another laborer on a construction site. Have you forgotten your place after a few years of being director, Xie? Xie the lame. Under the watchful eyes of all, Xie Zhijiang's face flushed crimson. He was so enraged that his chest heaved, his hands clenched tightly behind him. Several times he nearly exploded, yet ultimately managed to suppress his fury. Indeed, Xie Zhijiang said with a cold expression, if it weren't for the support of old Master Wei, I would not have achieved much in this lifetime. I do not dare to forget this favor, but for your nephew to publicly insult his elder, is that not excessive? Excessive? You don't think that just because the old master has passed away, no one remembers the past, do you? Wei Hong continued to scold. I have all the dirt on you right here. I've shown you mercy by not sending you to prison. And you dare to provoke me? Xie Zhijiang. Upon hearing this, felt cold sweat trickle down his back. Dad, say something. CSCC reproached. What do you mean, Wei? Show some respect to my father, or I will ensure you pay the price. Cici, be quiet. Xie Zhijiang reprimanded sharply, raising a cup of tea to drink it all in one go before saying, You are correct, young gentleman. Today, it is I, Xie, who lacks decorum. I offer my apologies in lieu of wine. The Jinjiang group will not involve itself in today's matters. Why should we? CSCC protested, stamping her foot in discontent. Doesn't he need to pay for hitting Xiao Sheng? Why are you apologizing to him? He should be expelled. Be silent. Xie Zhijiang suddenly turned back, his eyes fierce as a wolf. CSCC paled with fright. With a sigh, Xie Zhijiang forced a smile and said, I apologize. My daughter does indeed lack sense, and I apologize on her behalf. No need for apologies. Wei Hong rubbed his forehead, impatience lacing his voice. For the sake of the past friendship between our families, I can let this matter go. But should it happen again, you will know the consequences. Thank you, young gentleman. Xie Zhijiang, a savvy man, understood that enduring such insults while remaining composed was not due to a sense of morality, but rather a recognition that Wei Hong was no ordinary high school student. He could subtly sense the formidable presence reminiscent of the late old Master Wei, who once ruled the business world. Xie Zhijiang realized that if he were to provoke further, Wei Hong would undoubtedly have a means to make the Jinjiang group pay the price. As a businessman, he could not afford to create enemies over childish disputes. Though old Master Wei had passed, those who had benefited from his kindness were still very much alive. For a moment, the atmosphere in the office grew distinctly peculiar. The onlookers were evidently astounded, unable to comprehend why Wei Hong dared to curse at the chairman of a publicly listed conglomerate. Nor could they fathom why Xie Zhijiang chose to endure such humiliation. The unfolding of this incident was truly unexpected. Have the students of today grown so audacious? If Chairman Xie remains uninvolved, the Ji family certainly will not let this matter rest. Ji Mingxian, with a cold demeanor, lifted his teacup, narrowing his eyes as he ominously inquired, How will you account for the injury to my nephew? Consider it your misfortune, your lack of foresight, and the foolishness of the Ji family for eagerly acting as pawns. I am merely trying to educate your descendants, Wei Hong replied, each word delivered with defiance. Ji Mingxian was nearly struck with a heart attack from rage. Others gasped in shock once more. Remarkably, having just insulted Chairman Xie of Jinjing Group, he now dared to confront the Ji family? This audacious youth seemed unafraid of the powerful Ji family, boldly pointing fingers and hurling accusations. Did he truly not fear the repercussions of offending such a formidable clan? Ji Peng muttered softly, What a madman. Has anyone ever dared to insult the Ji family like this? So many are obliged to fawn over them. I heard Ji family's second son is about to be promoted. Even Wei's group must tread carefully around them. How does Wei Hong dare? He chuckled derisively, just empty bravado. If he doesn't perish, he'll at least suffer consequences. Who would have expected that the venerable Wei patriarch would raise such a lunatic? The crowd internally scoffed, their gazes towards Wei Hong tinged with pity. Very well. Ji Mingxian surprisingly laughed rather than fuming, clapping his hands in feigned appreciation. Wei, young master, your audacity is commendable. The Ji family is grateful for your guidance over my young nephew. We shall surely repay your immense kindness in due time. Chapter 13. Strategizing from afar, deciding the outcome from 1,000 miles away. Provoking the Ji family is, in anyone's eyes, an act of sheer lunacy. After all, they are titans in the political arena of Jiangzhou, with multiple family members occupying high positions, their connections intricately woven, possessing the power to dictate fortunes in various industries. Should the Ji family truly unleash their wrath, even the Wei group might find it difficult to withstand the pressure. Du Sihui, observing the tense atmosphere, surprisingly found clarity in the moment. She shrugged and cautioned, Third Master Ji, be careful not to misidentify your adversary. This little brat just thrashed old Wei yesterday. The Wei family has little to do with him now. Wei Hong raised an eyebrow, mocking just a moment ago. You were calling him mom, and now he is not your concern? He continued, You reap what you sow. Du Sihui scowled in disgust. You've beaten Xiaosheng to this extent. Even if the Ji family chooses not to pursue this matter, I will ensure it is addressed. Excellent. Ji Mingxian readily agreed, stating, Today, I will only seek trouble with Wei Hong. I will not involve the Wei group. The two parties reached a tacit understanding. Their aim was once again fixed upon him. The crowd cast a mix of mocking and pitying glances. Wei Sheng was elated, eagerly awaiting the repercussions. Yet, Wei Hong scoffed disdainfully. Do you know why I dealt with Ji Peng but spared CSCC? Why? Yimingxian frowned. Because in my view, The Ji family is easier to handle than Jinjing group. Wei Hong leaned forward, a chilling smile on his face. I prefer to pick the softest targets. Do you understand? Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, regarding him as if he were a fool. One was a behemoth entrenched in political machinations, the other a titan of commerce. It was evident which was more formidable. Even Xie Zhejiang himself sometimes had to bow and scrape for certain projects. Dear nephew, Xie Zhejiang said with a wry smile, do not overestimate my importance. Our group pales in comparison to the Ji family's might. Huh. Wei Hong idly toyed with his teacup. Wealth and power have always been intertwined. Most of the time, those in power indeed command more respect than the wealthy, for there are occasions when money cannot purchase authority. Yet in my eyes, the powerful are often easier to confront. Suppressing a commercial group may require financial resources and strategic maneuvers to exploit their weaknesses. However, dealing with the powerful merely necessitates uncovering their violations of conduct. The Ji family, despite their apparent prosperity, harbors a multitude of unsavory secrets, and finding vulnerabilities will not prove challenging. The moment the Ji family shows any sign of fatigue, their opponents will surely strike. Ultimately, it all comes down to the fact that their authority is not yet substantial enough. Success and failure alike stem from power. The wealth within Jinjing Group has at least been legally acquired. What about you? Are you bold enough to spend your money legally? Wei Hong pressed on, speaking with conviction. He exhibited none of the timidity and ignorance expected of a high school student. What he displayed was a strategic mind, capable of orchestrating outcomes from afar. His gaze was sharp as a blade, making it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes. Ji Mingxian's expression gradually darkened as he smirked sarcastically. My Ji family abides by the law. We have not engaged in any illegal activities. Do you truly believe that any commoner can threaten us? Is that so? Wei Hong chuckled mockingly. Are you certain that everyone from your family, from the maid to the chauffeur, is above reproach? It wouldn't be difficult to expose the dirty laundry of a family that can only flaunt their wealth in secret. How many eyes are fixed upon the Ji family? What exactly are you implying? Ji Mingxian ground his teeth. Wei Hong evaded his question, instead remarking, I hear your second uncle has been making rounds. Attempting to climb the ranks, yes? Alas, the provincial authorities have already made their decision regarding that position, and you haven't even caught wind of it yet. How pitiful. With a crash, Ji Mingxian jumped to his feet, his face a mask of shock, disbelief, and alarm. A bead of cold sweat had slowly begun to trickle down his forehead. This was the first time Ji Peng had witnessed his uncle lose composure, prompting him to exclaim, Uncle, what is wrong? Silence. Ji Mingxian's expression fluctuated. After sitting down again and gulping down several cups of tea, he squinted at Wei Hong. A high school student making such claims held almost no credibility. Yet, Wei Hong was far too enigmatic, effortlessly overpowering the school's higher-ups. Even Xie Zhejiang appeared diminished in his presence. As a product of Wei's own rigorous tutelage, he was undoubtedly formidable. In a few days, someone from the province will arrive. Wei Hong said, his smile enigmatic. Do you think that when the new official takes office, they might target the Ji family to set an example? Nonsense. Ji Mingxian stubbornly refused to yield. However, he struggled to maintain his grip on the teacup, nearly dropping it as the liquid trembled, spilling across the table. The crowd was astounded. What did Wei Hong know? Why did mere words leave Ji Mingxian so unnerved? A simple scuffle among high school students had escalated into something more daunting than a negotiation among titans. After sending a few messages on his phone, Ji Mingxian's face flickered with tension, confusion, and unease. Ultimately, he forced a smile and said, Nephew, I apologize. Let today's incident be regarded as mere childish antics. Please do not take it to heart. Allow me to express my apologies to you. Wei Hong raised his cup with a light chuckle, prompting Ji Mingxian to exhale a quiet sigh of relief. He then turned and delivered a sharp slap to Ji Peng's head, feigning anger as he scolded. Are you not going to apologize to Wei Ge? Fool! You rush forward like a knife at the slightest provocation. How does our Ji family have such a waste of a member? Uncle, Ji Peng's face turned crimson with shame. What do you mean, Ji Mingxian retorted surtly. Apologize. You two have been childhood friends for over a decade. Do not let this incident drive a wedge between you. I'm sorry. Ji Peng gritted his teeth and bowed his head in apology, yet his eyes brimmed with defiance. Wei Hong, however, had no desire to concern himself with whether Ji Peng was truly contrite or not. The prosperous days of the Ji family had come to an end. From this point forward, they would face their own tribulations, and there was no need for him to lift a finger, as they would soon be overwhelmed by their own misfortunes. He raised an eyebrow, surveying Ji Peng and his companions, relishing their vividly changing expressions. Ultimately, he found himself locking eyes with Wei Sheng, whose gaze was filled with venomous resentment. Once upon a time, all he had to do was feign victimhood and subtly incriminate Wei Hong, and he would be met with scorn and condemnation from family and friends alike, plunging into an unending cycle of internal conflict and suffering. Yet now, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, every gesture imbued with the authority of an ascendant figure, capable of bantering and intimidating even prominent figures like Xie Zhijiang and Ji Mingxian. Such a formidable adversary could not help but inspire trepidation. Woo, my brother is so terrifying. Wei Sheng's inner voice resonated at the opportune moment in Du Sihui's ear. Even the two uncles cannot subdue him. Surely, mother cannot control my brother either. How can I possibly remain in school after this? I truly do not wish to be beaten daily. It hurts. Sooner or later, I shall be beaten to death. Chapter 14. Behave and go to the 13th middle school. That is your rightful place. Wei Sheng's internal lament stirred Du Sihui's sympathy and indignation once more. With her characteristic fierce glare directed at Wei Hong, she coldly declared, "Very well, I did not expect you to possess such a sharp tongue. Even if Mr. Xie and the others choose to overlook this matter today, I shall absolutely not let it slide. You must be expelled, you little beast. If you remain in school, who knows how much more harm you might inflict on your classmates? How can such a pure-hearted and kind child like Xiao Sheng endure your bullying and violence? Principal Liu, your esteemed Xingrui High School has maintained its century-old reputation. It cannot be tarnished by such scum. Expel him at once." A cold sweat broke out among the school leaders. Wei Hong was far from an ordinary high school student. He arrived at school accompanied by 6 bodyguards, and he could verbally assault Ji Mingxian and Xie Zhijiang and still emerge unscathed. How could they dare to suggest expelling him? "Madam Wei, you are family," Principal Liu said, his face contorted in a forced smile, wringing his hands as he cautiously proposed, "Perhaps you could discuss this matter at home, whether it be expulsion or transferring. As long as you come to a decision." "Discuss what?" Du Sihui retorted, her eyes blazing with fury. "This is a grave matter involving the assault of a fellow student and a blatant violation of school rules. You should simply act according to the regulations without regard for anyone's face. That may not be appropriate." Principal Liu continued to hesitate, attempting to smooth over the situation with a forced smile. "Perhaps you could consider it a bit longer. Enough of this nonsense. Du Sihui chutait de resoluterie. Expulsion must happen immediately. Otherwise, I will take this to the board of directors." "Madam Wei, even if you complain, we cannot expel students at will." Principal Liu began to falter, finally offering a well-meaning reminder. "However, as their guardian, you have the right to choose to transfer one of them or withdraw them from school." This suggestion made Du Sihui's eyes light up. The flames of her anger dissipated instantly, replaced by a cold smile of determination as she turned and made her decision. "Then let Wei Hong transfer to the 13th middle school. As his guardian, I hereby decide that he shall go there." The 13th middle school? The crowd exchanged looks of various expressions. Du Sihui was indeed ruthless. To punish her own son, she was willing to cast him into the infamous school so disreputable that even children of migrant workers would refuse to attend. In an instant, the gazes directed at Wei Hong were once again tinged with pity. Wasn't he just so arrogant a moment ago? Now he is about to be crushed. After all, he was merely a minor high school student. With a guardian's authority, dealing with him would be a simple matter. What a shame that if only old Master Wei had lived a little longer, his grandson would have had limitless potential. Yet now he was about to be undone by his own mother. Alas, what a fate to have such parents. Whispers circulated among the onlookers. Wei Sheng's lips slowly curled into a mocking smile. He knew that with just a little instigation, Wei Hong would once again suffer the most vicious betrayal from his family. He was eager to see how he would evade this impending punishment. Once the news of the young Master Wei being dispatched to the 13th middle school spread, not only would today's grievances be resolved, but Wei Hong's reputation would be dragged through the mud. From now on, whenever the elite circles of Jiangzhou spoke of him, they would scornfully associate him with the 13th middle school. "Mom, you can't do this." Wei Sheng, having gained an advantage, feigned innocence and pleaded, "Brother's grades are excellent. How can you send him to such a place? Isn't that ruining his future? I beg you, please don't do this." "Xiao Sheng, you are simply too kind," Du Sihui said, her face filled with concern. "You need not worry. I must take charge of this matter today. Our Wei family does not require a disobedient little beast like him." "Mom, no." Wei Sheng continued his charade, weeping. "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt at all. Please don't make things difficult for my brother. My conscience will be troubled." "Foolish child." Du Sihui was moved once more. CSCC wore an expression of righteous indignation. Only Xie Zhijiang and Ji Mingxian wore strange looks, their gazes suggesting they had just swallowed a fly. "Damn it." Wei Hong picked up a teacup and hurled it, immediately silencing the theatrics of the others. Enough. Du Sihui turned fiercely protective and scolded, "You'll transfer to the 13th middle school today. Get the paperwork done immediately." Huh. Wei Hong caressed the ring on his left hand, a playful smirk forming. "Today, I will neither transfer nor pay the slightest price. I will require Wei Sheng to publicly apologize and reflect in the school's broadcasting room. Do you believe me? What madness is this?" Du Sihui, furious yet incrédule. And the crowd shared her disbelief. He was the one who had assaulted someone. How could his guardian not support him? What significant upheaval could Wei Hong possibly create? "Behave and go to the 13th middle school. That is your rightful place." "Principal Liu, did you hear my request?" Wei Hong fixed a piercing gaze on him, casually commanding. "See to it." "Me?" Principal Liu appeared utterly bewildered. "What the hell? Who do you think you are to command me?" "Student Wei Hong, the school has its own regulations." Principal Liu said disapprovingly, adopting an official tone. "It is already fortunate that they are not pursuing the matter of your assault. How can you make such excessive demands?" "You will comply," Wei Hong declared with unwavering confidence, dipping his hand into the teacup. He then slowly wrote down 6 digits on the table. 200, 302245. "You?" Principal Liu's face turned ashen, his legs nearly buckling beneath him. The onlookers could see that something was amiss. The string of numbers Wei Hong had written surely held some special significance, one that posed a threat to Principal Liu. Otherwise, he would not react so dramatically. Beads of cold sweat dampening his temples. "Can it be done?" "Wei Hong quailed. "Why, yes. Principal Liu stammered, wiping his cold sweat as he hurriedly nodded. His face a mixture of panic and determination as he turned to Du Sihui and said, "Madam Wei, without the student's consent, we cannot proceed with the transfer. Furthermore, Wei Sheng has intentionally provoked a classmate, causing serious disruptions and violating school rules. He must face disciplinary action." "What?" Du Sihui was utterly enraged. Others looked on in disbelief. No one could have anticipated that the Wei Hong, who had just appeared to be a lamb led to slaughter, could turn the tide after writing a few numbers, compelling Principal Liu to risk offending the Wei family and staunchly stand by his side. How utterly theatrical this all was. Wei Sheng, filled with disbelief, exclaimed, "Impossible. This cannot be happening." CSCC and Ji Peng were visibly seething with anger and frustration. Only Ji Mingxian and Xie Zhijiang appeared composed, their gazes subconsciously darkening. They regarded Wei Hong not as a junior, but as a formidable adversary. "Principal Liu, have you lost your mind?" Du Sihui exclaimed in fury, slamming her handbag onto the floor and sharply reprimanding. "Surely you understand the consequences of offending the Wei group? I demand that you retract your outrageous statement immediately, or we will not let this matter rest." Chapter 15. Mistaking fish eyes for pearls? Du Sihui was utterly incensed. Principal Liu was suddenly under immense pressure. She represented the Wei Group, a leading enterprise in Jiangzhou, deeply ingrained in various sectors with undeniable influence. A private elite high school primarily served the affluent. Should she offend the wealthiest individual in the city, the school's administration would face significant trouble. "Principal, have you truly lost your senses? Perhaps you should reconsider?" "Madam Wei has already erupted. We cannot afford to alienate her, lest we all face the board's wrath. Indeed, a single word from her could see us all dismissed. You must tread carefully," the school administrators whispered in concern. Principal Liu's back was drenched in cold sweat as she cast a pleading glance toward Wei Hong, silently hoping he would alter his stance and extricate her from his predicament. However, Wei Hong was resolute. Today, Principal Liu had to address Wei Sheng's behavior, or her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. In his previous life, Wei Hong had been privy to an abundance of secrets. He knew the skeletons in the closets of every prominent figure in Jiangzhou, some of which he had learned through hearsay, while others he had stumbled upon during his ethereal existence. The figures he had just penned could indeed be tied to a life. If Principal Liu wished to obliterate the school's reputation, he would not hesitate to lend a hand. Choose wisely. Wei Hong's fingers absently tapped the tea table, his gaze lazily sweeping over the room. "If you cannot make a decision, you may consult the school's board of directors." "Very well, please hold on." Principal Liu sighed in relief, hastily exiting the office to make a phone call. For the onlookers, the situation seemed absurd. A mere altercation among high school students had escalated to such proportions that it required the board's intervention. It was crucial to note that Shengruwei International High School was a nationally recognized elite institution, with branches not only in Jiangzhou but also in other regions, where board members were titans in various industries. To seek their counsel for such a trivial matter seemed utterly ludicrous. "Do not think that you can bluff your way through this with your theatrics," Du Sihui scoffed, refusing to relent. "Even the major shareholders behind Shengruwei High School must accord us some respect. Who do you think you are?" They do not extend respect to the Wei group. They extend it to the deceased patriarch. Wei Hong retorted, his tone dripping with disdain. Who gave you the audacity to wave the Wei family banner? You wretched creature. Du Wei was once again infuriated. Wei Sheng attempted to interject with a comment, but a single glance from Wei Hong silenced him immediately, as he wisely chose to keep his mouth shut, fearing further repercussions. It was evident to all present. Wei Hong was a man of action, not words. He sat there, sipping tea, exuding a regal and commanding presence that surpassed even that of seasoned business magnates like Xie Zhijiang. A mere student had managed to render the school's upper echelon submissive, an occurrence that would surely astound anyone who heard of it. Moments later, Principal Liu returned. The trepidation and chaos had vanished from her countenance, replaced by a calm professionalism. Madam Wei, the school has decided to issue a serious warning to student Wei Sheng and requires him to publicly apologize in the broadcasting room. Failure to comply will result in expulsion. You may handle it as you see fit. What? Du Zihui erupted in disbelief. Her elegant visage was a mask of incredulity. The surrounding individuals mirrored her astonishment. Only Wei Sheng appeared utterly shocked and humiliated, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. Moments ago, he had reveled in the thought of how embarrassed Wei Hong would feel if he were to be transferred to the 13th school, even contemplating how to mock him in social circles. Yet now, the tables had turned. Principal Liu had unhesitatingly supported his punishment. Now, the one facing disgrace was none other than him. Despite being the victim, he was to receive disciplinary action and a public apology. How could he possibly maintain his dignity? The thought of being laughed at in the future was unbearable. Woe is me, Wei Sheng lamented internally. Why is this happening? I have done nothing wrong. Why must I apologize? Does my dignity mean nothing? I might as well leap from a rooftop. No. Du Zihui suddenly became agitated, gripping Wei Sheng's shoulders and desperately reassuring him. Do not fear, dear. Mother will protect you. Thank you, Mother. Wei Sheng was overwhelmed with gratitude, his heart brimming with sorrow and a desire for sympathy, which only elicited more pity from her. Principal Liu, I cannot accept this course of action. If you persist, I shall have no choice but to alert the authorities. Du Zihui inhaled deeply, her expression icy as she admonished. Surely you comprehend the repercussions of offending the Wei group. I implore you to reconsider. Be my guest. Principal Liu sighed helplessly. This directive comes directly from the top. Even if you report it, it is merely a squabble between students. The handling of minors ultimately falls to the school. Du Zihui's face contorted with despair and frustration. It was her first encounter with such an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. They clearly did not care about the Wei group's reputation. The directive from the higher-ups had already been issued. Even if Wei Jiaoyang personally arrived, the school would not alter its decision. Unless, of course, Wei Hong changed his mind. Yes, as Du Zihui realized this, in her desperation, she lunged forward to seize Wei Hong's arm, her nails nearly drawing blood as she angrily demanded. You will tell Principal Liu that we have reached an understanding and that Wei Sheng should not be punished. Hurry, get away. Wei Hong irritably flung her off. A surge of force sent Du Zihui flying, narrowly avoiding a collision that would have resulted in injury, thanks to Wei Sheng and CSCC's timely assistance. Brother, how can you act this way? Wei Sheng shouted indignantly. It is one thing to bully me, but how can you lay your hands on our mother? Scum, you wretch. Are you even human? CSCC's face was filled with outrage. How dare you strike your own mother? What has become of you? Wei Hong cast a dispassionate glance over the scene, too apathetic to engage in a debate with these imbeciles. He simply rose, accompanied by his bodyguards. And as he passed Principal Liu, he remarked coolly, I know nothing. Just ensure his introspection is profound. Rest assured, Mr. Wei, our school's leadership will not condone such behavior. Principal Liu promptly assured him with righteousness. Wei Hong nodded in satisfaction and departed the office, leaving a room full of complex expressions and sympathetic gazes directed towards Wei Sheng and Du Zihui. Both were left humiliated, having lost face in this encounter. Today could indeed be deemed a disgraceful loss. The Wei family had unleashed a true dragon. Ji Mingxian couldn't help but exclaim, what a pity. For some have mistaken fish eyes for pearls, neglecting the true dragon while coddling the son of a mere driver. Truly absurd. Faced with the peculiar gazes of those around her, Du Zihui felt a deep sense of shame and began to question internally. Had she truly erred? Chapter 16. The Competition Class. A League of Extraordinary Talents. That afternoon, St. Rui International High School swiftly issued a warning and reprimand. Wei Sheng was reprimanded for his provocative behavior and publicly read a 3,000-word reflection in the broadcasting room. Thus, this farcical episode on campus came to a close. However, it sent ripples of astonishment both within and beyond the school walls. Not only were the faculty and students left dumbfounded, But even many affluent second-generation heirs in Jiangzhou circulated the news in their circles, hinting at a potential spread online. Despite the Wei family's urgent attempts to quell the scandal, their reputation remained firmly entrenched in the mire. The Wei family was furious upon hearing of the incident, and Wei Sheng himself, unable to bear the whispers and stares of his classmates, took a leave of absence to recuperate at home. Ji Peng and CSCC also faced stern reprimand from their elders. They dared not provoke Wei Hong any further and likewise took leave to return home. Many privileged students who were close to Wei Sheng were frightened and skipped classes. Before long, a significant portion of Class 2 in the senior year became conspicuously empty. Wei Hong, however, remained unfazed. He continued to sit quietly at his desk, engrossed in his books, ignoring the teacher's lecture and solely focusing on his studies. The golden-rimmed glasses perched on his nose accentuated his distinguished demeanor, resembling an elegant aristocrat. His earnest and concentrated appearance captivated the hearts of the female students in the class, causing them to lose focus on the lesson. During breaks, other girls from different classes often gathered to observe him, and his popularity had soared compared to his previously notorious reputation. Wei classmate, this is my heartfelt gesture. Please accept it. Several blushing girls mustered the courage to present him with pink love letters. Thank you. Wei Hong did not rebuff their offerings, but merely smiled politely as he accepted them. Oh my, he accepted it. The girls erupted in excitement. Videos of Wei Hong's charming demeanor during the incident and his refined appearance while reading had already circulated through the school's online forums, earning him the adoration of countless admirers. Such a distinguished, enigmatic, and formidable man fulfilled all the fantasies of these young girls. One love letter after another quickly filled his desk. Hey. Were so many people doing crowding in here? A tall, slender, middle-aged male teacher entered, abruptly interrupting the commotion. The girls dispersed in a flurry, restoring order to the classroom. Wei Hong, you are quite the popular one. You can earn a fortune recycling all these love letters, the middle-aged teacher remarked with a chuckle. Mr. Liang, Wei Hong greeted him with a polite nod. This man was named Liang Feipeng, a gold medal teacher in the school's competition class. In his previous life, when Wei Hong's reputation was tarnished, he was the only teacher who believed in him. Therefore, despite his status as merely a junior teacher, Wei Hong afforded him due respect. Please take a seat. Liang Feipeng gestured, surveying the curious gazes of the entire class before getting straight to the point. I came to ask if you're interested in joining the competition class. Most of the courses in your senior year review phase have concluded, and we are merely filling in gaps now. I have reviewed your grades, and you're fully capable of aiming for prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Beida. Although the competition class will take up some of your review time, it offers opportunities for greater accolades, and it can even provide bonus points during the college entrance examination or direct admission. Please consider it. Moreover, you can still attend key classes without it taking up too much of your time. Liang Feipeng exerted himself to persuade him. However, Wei Hong had already risen to gather his books, slinging his bag over his shoulder as he said, "Let's go. You agree?" "Of course. I haven't even asked your homeroom teacher for permission. She wouldn't dare stop me." Liang Feipeng was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, eagerly leading him to the competition class. In truth, joining the competition class suited Wei Hong well. He had already mastered all high school knowledge, and the college entrance examination posed no challenge for him. Attending class merely meant delving into more finance, internet, and ebook materials. The competition class, with its smaller, quieter environment, was ideal for his studies. Additionally, he could interact with many top-tier talents. What could be better? Soon, they arrived at a classroom on the left side of the third floor. Inside, just over a dozen students of both genders were engrossed in their exercises. Upon seeing Liang Feipeng enter with Wei Hong, they exhibited minimal reaction, merely glancing over before returning to their calculations, completely unfazed by the external commotion. These individuals were the true academic elites. Despite the uproar within the school, they remained utterly unconcerned. In this environment, even a figure as prominent as Wei Hong would not be idolized. Compared to the chaotic atmosphere of Class 2 in the senior year, this setting was indeed conducive to studying. I'm a highly sought-after gold medal mentor at this school. With expertise in mathematics and physics, Liang Feipeng inquired. Currently, there are 12 students in the competition class, with 7 focusing on mathematics and 5 on physics. Which direction would you like to pursue? Whatever, Wei Hong replied nonchalantly as he chose a seat. Assuming he had not yet made a decision, Liang Feipeng promptly retrieved a set of books for both mathematics and physics and handed them to Wei Hong, saying, "These are the questions from the last joint competition among major universities. They are quite challenging. Please give them a try, and if you truly cannot answer any, feel free to leave them blank. I will return in 20 minutes. Wei Hong glanced at the test papers, picked up a pen, and began working through the problems with remarkable speed. 20 minutes? Liang Feipeng was left in disbelief. The other students in the competition class also became intrigued. They turned their attention to Wei Hong, and as they witnessed him filling in answers with astonishing ease, barely pausing to think, they were left dumbfounded. Who is this person? So audacious. In 20 minutes, I can barely finish grading. What did old Liang find this genius? Genius, my foot. No one can complete 2 papers in 20 minutes. The students began to whisper among themselves. Liang Feipeng observed from the side and realized that Wei Hong was indeed solving the problems. Moreover, every answer he provided was correct. He merely needed to glance at each question to know the solution. Stop, stop, stop. Liang Feipeng called out hastily. You must have done this paper before, right? That makes sense. These papers have been circulated after the exam, so it's normal that you've seen them. Let me find you 2 new ones. With that, he hurried off to his office. The other students exchanged glances filled with disdain. He has done these papers and is still silent. Does he really think he's a genius? If I had done those papers, I could fill in the answers mindlessly too. What a waste of time. The academic elites shook their heads and returned to their work without further comment, having unconsciously dismissed Wei Hong as a mere show-off. Liang Feipeng quickly returned, holding 2 new test papers and excitedly saying, Here, try this one. It's a new variant I just compiled, and you definitely haven't seen it before. Wei Hong took it, glanced over, and frowned slightly. This one is even simpler. I can finish it in 15 minutes. 15 minutes? Liang Feipeng was left speechless, feeling as if his intelligence had been insulted. Chapter 17. Heavily guarded, the innocent little flower freshman. The competition papers. Compared to regular test papers, the difficulty was elevated several notches. Many knowledge points were obscure and challenging, with bizarre question types that would be nearly impossible to grasp without long-term guidance and training. Even true academic elites would find them daunting. However, for Wei Hong, they were as simple as elementary school addition and subtraction problems. He possesses an astounding IQ of 180 and an extraordinary photographic memory. In his previous life, he encountered an overwhelming number of competitive problems. A mere glance was sufficient for him to discern the answers, and, at times, he could not be bothered to write out the solution steps. With swift strokes, Wei Hong's pen danced across the paper as if guided by divine inspiration. The speed at which he solved problems astonished everyone present. A bespectacled classmate could not help but inquire, Old Liang, could it be that you have encountered this question before? Nonsense. Liang Feipeng retorted, I just organized this yesterday, and no one else has seen it besides me. What? So he is just scribbling? No, wait, look, the answer is correct. Goodness, he is a genius. Soon, a crowd had gathered around him. They glanced at the problems, eagerly retrieving paper and pens to begin calculating. Before long, excitement filled the air, as Wei Hong's answers proved to be accurate. While many of the problems took the others considerable time to solve, yet he had effortlessly penned them down. The truth was undeniable. He was undoubtedly a prodigy. Even Liang Feipeng, the esteemed mentor of the competition class, lacked such formidable computational prowess. Wei Hong, what is your IQ? Liang Feipeng could not resist asking. I was tested at 12 years old, and it was around 180, Wei Hong replied without lifting his gaze. 180? Higher than Einstein? Impressive. Brother, I've finally witnessed what genius truly looks like. Old Liang, where did you find this extraordinary talent? The crowd erupted in amazement. Their gazes towards Wei Hong brimmed with fervent admiration. These individuals had little interest in superficial appearances, luxury goods, or romantic entanglements. Their sole reverence was reserved for true intellectual giants, a common understanding among the academic elite. In that moment, Wei Hong had earned their respect. 15 minutes swiftly passed, and when 2 papers filled with answers lay before them, Liang Feipeng eagerly began grading them, ultimately spending an additional half-hour to complete the task. Perfect score? Goodness! Liang Feipeng exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. How on earth did you manage that? The final problem was a recent competition question. I could only devise 2 solutions. Yet you provided 5? In both papers, Wei Hong had breezed through most of the questions, dedicating only a modicum of thought to the last, complex problem. The innate talent he displayed sent shivers down their spines. These problems are not difficult for me, Wei Hong remarked as he set down his pen. From today onward, I will attend classes in the competition class, but aside from major competitions, I have no interest in participating in smaller events. As for my coursework, Liang Lao sure. You need not make special arrangements. I will study on my own. Understood. Liang Feipeng nodded in agreement. In truth, he realized there was little he could instruct him on. If Wei Hong aspired to attend university, he would have to fiercely compete for a place in elite programs. This high IQ genius had his own developmental plans. And as a teacher, Liang Feipeng felt it inappropriate to interfere. However, Liang Feipeng added, if you have time in class, do lend your guidance to these less capable students. Wei Hong chuckled softly as he surveyed the eager, hopeful, excited, and adoring gazes of his peers. His eyes finally settled on a boy with thick black-rimmed glasses. A somewhat simple and honest appearance, sporting a mushroom haircut, lingering on him for a few moments before shifting his gaze. Very well, Wei Hong responded with a knowing smile. I will come to school daily. My arrival and departure times may vary, and I might occasionally be late or leave early. Each of you should compile your questions in a notebook, and I will dedicate half an hour each day for inquiries. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, genius. Ha! Now old Liang can retire. The top students cheered with excitement. Liang Feipeng chuckled softly to himself, feeling a sense of relief. Initially, he had merely noticed Wei Hong's commendable grades and sought to recruit him for the competition class, unaware that he was, in fact, a hidden genius. With his guidance, the competition class was sure to achieve remarkable results this year. Under Wei Hong's diligent mentorship, he quickly integrated with the top students in the competition class that very afternoon. At 5:30 p.m., the school bell rang, signaling the end of classes. Wei Hong gathered his belongings and made his way to the school parking lot. Upon arrival, he noticed 3 Bentley Mulsans parked nearby, accompanied by 2 sturdy Hummer SUVs. They stood tall and robust, exuding an aura of raw masculinity. Young master. Several bodyguards bowed in unison, greeting him. Wei Hong furrowed his brow and asked, "Why are there more people here?" A quick glance revealed that the number of bodyguards had swelled to 12. He had only brought 1 team of bodyguards that morning, yet now another team had been added? Uncle Gong is concerned for your safety, the head bodyguard explained in a hushed tone. He specifically requested an additional team to accompany you at all times from now on. With a casual wave of his hand, he signaled 2 young female bodyguards to step forward. From now on, they will provide personal protection for you, the head bodyguard continued. Even during classes, they will sit nearby. All right, Wei Hong replied nonchalantly, but you 2 should change into plain clothes, as I prefer not to be distracted during class. Understood. The 2 female bodyguards replied respectfully. Wei Hong felt considerably more satisfied. Uncle Gong must have learned of his encounters with Xie Zhijiang and Ji Mingxian today, fearing potential retaliation, which prompted him to send an additional team. However, exercising caution was indeed wise. While Ji Mingxian might not resort to reckless aggression, Xie Zhijiang certainly could. His past as a contractor involved in various industries, including gaming, entertainment, and mining, made him someone capable of serious harm if provoked. 6 bodyguards were indeed insufficient to ensure Wei Hong's safety. Though the presence of 2 teams of 12 seemed excessive, it significantly enhanced his security. If only firearms were permitted in this country. Wei Hong muttered to himself, casually handing his backpack to one of the female bodyguards. Let us go home. Yes. The head bodyguard promptly waved to the others, issuing commands. Just then, a breathless girl came running from a distance, dressed in a white dress and flat shoes. Her high ponytail swayed as she ran, her features strikingly beautiful, and her eyes glimmered with innocence, embodying the image of a resilient little flower. Upon being intercepted by a bodyguard, she immediately puffed up in indignation, shouting, Wei Hong, wait for me. Chapter 18. Do you not possess even a shred of shame? Do you need something from me? Wei Hong squinted slightly, the coldness in his gaze sharpening as he regarded the girl. Her name was Xia Mo, a sophomore in class 6. The Wei family, under the stewardship of Wei Hong's grandfather for decades, had consistently engaged in philanthropic endeavors, frequently supporting various elderly, orphans, and impoverished students. Xia Mo was among those beneficiaries. With a father addicted to gambling, a mother gravely ill, and a troublesome younger brother, her family held a traditional bias towards sons over daughters, subjecting her to abuse from a young age. Yet, she had not succumbed to these adversities. Instead, she persevered, striving to excel academically while maintaining an optimistic and kind-hearted outlook. A few years ago, when Wei Hong first engaged in charitable endeavors, he was captivated by her optimism, and thus, he readily designated her as his one-on-one support recipient, leading to a natural and rapid advancement in their relationship. Just a few months prior, Xia Mo affectionately referred to him as senior and would frequently visit class 2 of the senior year to deliver breakfast, relying on him for support and growing close to him. However, the situation underwent a dramatic transformation when Wei Sheng was adopted as a son by the Wei family and transferred to Shengruwei High School. It turned out that he and Xia Mo had both grown up in the same urban village. Coupled with Wei Sheng's occasional malicious insinuations and attempts to sow discord, Xia Mo quickly misconstrued Wei Hong's intentions towards her as ulterior motives. After several confrontations, she completely sided with Wei Sheng, consistently championing his cause with an air of righteous indignation, presenting herself as a self-proclaimed guardian of justice, which was indeed irksome. As expected, She approached him once more to preach her moral superiority. Senior, bullying classmates is absolutely wrong, Xiaomo asserted with a face full of righteous fervor. Just because your family is wealthy doesn't mean you can do as you please. Xiao Sheng has already suffered enough as an orphan. Do you really have to beat him and humiliate him? Is this how humans behave? You not only assaulted him, but also used your power to coerce him into apologizing over the school intercom. Is there no sense of fairness left in this world? I always thought you were a kind-hearted person, but now I realize you're just another heartless rich jerk. Wei Hong could not help but let out a cold laugh. Power? Where was the discussion of power when Ji Peng provoked me repeatedly? Why was there no mention of power when the Wei, Ji, and CF families applied pressure? Now that I merely retaliate, suddenly people jump out to defend the true aggressor? Have you eaten too much? Wei Hong impatient remarked. If you're merely here seeking attention after overindulging, I advise you to conserve your energy. Senior, how can you be so brazen? Don't you have the slightest sense of shame? Xia Mo stood defiantly with her hands on her hips, still fuming. She had envisioned that her fiery accusations would lead to his embarrassment and a heartfelt apology to Wei Sheng. Yet, reality unfolded far differently than she had anticipated. You should be the one feeling shame. Wei Hong turned to enter his car, and when the window slowly rolled down, he raised an eyebrow in annoyance. You dare make judgments based on hearsay without knowing the full story, thinking you're a champion of justice? Don't you feel embarrassed? Xia Mo's face flushed crimson. It was difficult for her to believe that the Wei Hong who had once treated her with kindness could now be so dismissive. I don't care, she exclaimed, blocking the car's path with her arms outstretched. You will come with me to apologize to Xiao Sheng right now and promise never to bully him again. Otherwise, this matter is far from over, and I will never forgive you. Another foolish person. Wei Hong sighed in exasperation. Who cares if she forgives him? Why are these people so self-righteous? Young master, the head of the bodyguards inquired. Should we remove her? No need. Wei Hong sneered. Drive on, run her over. Yes. The bodyguard acknowledged, immediately shifting into neutral and flooring the accelerator. With a screech, the car roared to life, startling Xia Mo into retreat. The next instant, the vehicle surged forward, only to screech to a halt abruptly. Xia Mo stumbled and fell, her anger threatening to spill over into tears. With her face flushed with indignation and resentment, she struggled to rise and shouted at Wei Hong inside the car. This is too much. I want nothing to do with a scoundrel like you. Stop. Wei Hong narrowed his eyes and called for the vehicle to halt. It came to an immediate stop, and he stepped out of the car, striding towards Xia Mo. He crouched down before her, a sardonic smile on his lips. Severing ties? How do you propose to do that? I just want to cut ties. Xia Mo stammered, her face flushed with anger. Unless you are willing to change and become a better person, I refuse to be associated with someone like you. Even the slightest connection disgusts me. Very well, well said. Wei Hong replied with a cold smile, nodding. You have been receiving financial support from the Wei family since middle school, 2,000 yuan each month for 3 years. And since entering high school, I have personally provided you with 5,000 yuan monthly for 2 years. Your mother's medical expenses and multiple rescue efforts have cost at least 500,000. Not to mention the supplementary card I once provided you for daily expenses and to support your gambling father and your brother Yaozu. I have turned a blind eye to all of this. What you wear, what you eat, what you use. How can you claim to sever ties without repaying? The last sentence nearly erupted as a roar from him. Xia Mo was so startled she recoiled several steps, her face paling dramatically. Yet, Wei Hong showed no signs of letting up, pressing on relentlessly. I intended to rescue you from the mire, but what do? You're ungrateful. Pretending to be noble while using the Wei family's money to support a host of leeches, all the while proclaiming your moral superiority in front of me. Trying to play the role of a saint. Are you? I didn't he mean to. Xia Mo cried, her tears streaming down her cheeks. Didn't he mean to? Wei Hong sneered. I could have spent over $1 million on a horde of cats and dogs. And they would know to beg for affection rather than bite the hand that feeds them. You stand up for Wei Sheng. Yet he doesn't give you a dime to spend, does he? Is he unwilling to part with his money? Xia Mo's eyes widened in shock. She never expected to be subjected to such humiliation. Was this truly the brother who had cared for her and warmed her entire youth? My relationship with Xiao Sheng is purely sibling-like. She retorted, her face a mask of grievance as she wept. I simply didn't want your relationship with him to deteriorate. How could you misunderstand me so? It's all about money to you. I isn't it? Have you become so consumed by wealth? Oh yes, you're the epitome of purity and virtue. Wei Hong retorted with a mocking grin as he straightened his clothes and returned to the Bentley, coldly tossing out. I will notify someone to cancel the supplementary card, and the monthly scholarship will also be discontinued. The expenses for your entire family will be promptly billed to your home. Please return all expenditures at your earliest convenience. Since you insist on treating money as if it were worthless and wish to cut ties with me, let us do it thoroughly to avoid further accusations of the Wei family being heartless and oppressive. With that, he climbed into the car and drove away, leaving Xia Mo standing there, dazed, unable to comprehend the situation for a long time. Chapter 19. The white moonlight lies exposed. At the school gate, Xia Mo appeared somewhat dazed and lost. Carrying her backpack, she mechanically walked along with the crowd, her eyes devoid of the previous innocence, naivety, and charm, now filled with deep concern. Clearly, Wei Hong's earlier remarks had left a significant impact on her. However, before she could dwell on her woes for long, a group of chattering girls approached, encircling her. Mo, where have you been? Did you finish your task? Did you secretly meet with Senior Wei Hong? Wow, I'm so envious of you for being so close to him. He is her dream guy. The girls excitedly chattered amongst themselves. Xia Mo frowned, muttering, dream guy? Yes, just a bully who uses his power to oppress others. What are you saying, Mo? One of the girls inquired curiously. It's nothing. Xia Mo shook her head. I have things to do and need to head home. You all should disperse. No way. Didn't we agree to go out for milk tea and shopping together? Indeed, we had arranged to feed the stray cats, and they are so pitiable. One cannot simply allow them to go hungry, can one? Mo, dear Mo, why not join us for some fun? With your kindness. How could you bear to let the little felines miss their dinner? The young girls expressed their dissatisfaction in a cacophony of voices. Summer, Mo chuckled awkwardly, hesitant to decline their invitation. Ever since she received one-on-one sponsorship from Wei Hong, not only did she receive a monthly allowance of 5,000, but she also possessed a supplementary card for her exclusive use, making her life resemble that of a true affluent young lady. In her quest to maintain the facade of an innocent flower who regards wealth with disdain, she fed stray cats today and donated to elderly people in need tomorrow. Frequently, she assisted impoverished classmates, and her reputation for kindness had spread throughout the school, naturally attracting a myriad of admirers with varying intentions. They followed her daily, indulging in her generosity without restraint. Flattered by their compliments, Summer Mo had long since dismissed Wei Hong's previous words from her mind. Pretending to be naive, she nodded and said, all right, let's first enjoy some milk tea, then buy cat food to feed the strays, and afterward, I shall treat you all to a lavish meal. Yay, that sounds wonderful, Mo, they exclaimed in unison. We adore you. Mo, you are so extravagant. I heard you have Wei Hong's supplementary card. Is he pursuing you? The girls continued to express their envy and admiration. Summer Mo, feeling a surge of pride, feigned innocence and replied, who would want his pursuit? All these wealthy young masters are so self-important. I would never like him. Wow, Mo, you are truly admirable. You disdain the school heartthrob that all the girls adore. That's impressive. One lamented, why am I not as fortunate as Mo? Oh my, could it be that Wei Hong is indeed enamored with you? The girls chirped on, showering her with compliments. Summer Mo neither explained nor refuted their claims, merely offering vague responses from time to time. Unbeknownst to them, she had unwittingly crafted an image of Wei Hong as a lovesick puppy, while portraying herself as his soul, pure and radiant moonlight. In an instant, her status soared, to be cherished by all the girls in school as the ethereal moonlight of the heartthrob. It was as if she were enveloped in a golden aura, and the girls gazed at her with eyes filled with envy and admiration. As they laughed and chatted merrily, they soon entered a milk tea shop. Goodness, this milk tea is so expensive. The cheapest is over 20 yuan a cup. Should we perhaps choose another place? One girl suggested, intentionally. No need. Summer Mo waved her hand dismissively. If we're going to drink, let us indulge in the best. Order whatever you desire. It's on me. Don't feel shy. I have never been concerned about money. Yay, that is fantastic. We love you, Mo. The girls cheered in unison, eagerly placing their orders. They were merciless when it came to indulging themselves, each choosing the most expensive options. 1 cup per person was insufficient, and they even made excuses to order extra cups for others. Before long, everyone had finalized their orders. The staff politely looked to Summer Mo and smiled. That will be a total of 43 cups for 672 yuan, madam. Please present your QR code for scanning. Just swipe the card. Summer Mo casually handed over a black card. The staff's eyes brightened at the sight, and he respectfully took it with both hands before operating the POS machine. However, moments later, he frowned and said, Madam, your card has been frozen. Would you like to use another card? We also accept WeChat payments. Frozen? Summer Mo felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She hastily snatched the black card to inspect it, but could find no apparent issue. Unwilling to accept this, she had the staff try several more times, but the POS machine continued to display an error. It was then that she recalled Wei Hong's earlier words. He had indeed ordered the freezing of the supplementary black card. How could this be? Why would he do such a thing? Panic surged through Summer Mo, as the black card was under Wei Hong's name. She only had usage rights and could only swipe it at the POS machine. Transferring funds to WeChat was impossible. Now that the card was frozen, where could she find over 1,000 yuan to settle the bill? Mo, what is going on? Why can't you swipe the card? Yes, is there a problem? The girls began to sense that something was amiss. They instinctively moved back a bit, exposing Summer Mo to the curious, mocking, and astonished gazes of the surrounding patrons, leaving her flustered and in a state of disarray. I don't have enough balance on WeChat. Summer Mo's face flushed as she stammered. Can these milk teas be refunded? I'm sorry, madam, but due to the large number of orders, they were being prepared as they were being placed. Many of the drinks are already made and cannot be refunded. The staff replied politely, yet distantly. Lin, Shuang, could you lend me some money? My card is having issues. Summer Mo looked at the other girls with a pleading expression. I don't have any money left. I've spent my allowance. Me neither. Don't look at me. The girls shook their heads in refusal. Summer Mo was at a loss, her face flushed with embarrassment, unsure of whom to turn to for help. Just then, her phone rang, and she instinctively answered. You wretched girl, where have you been? Why haven't you returned home to cook? Are you trying to starve me and your brother? And what about your mother's medical expenses? Why haven't you paid them? Do you want to watch her die before your eyes? Damn it. A burden like you is worse than raising a piece of char siu. A barrage of sharp, piercing curses erupted, relentless as a machine gun. Even without the speaker on, everyone could hear it clearly. In an instant, the gazes of her peers shifted. What is happening? Isn't she supposed to be the wealthy heiress? The pure moonlight of Wei Hong? How could she not even settle a bill of over 1,000 yuan? And it seems her mother is gravely ill? The incredulous looks from everyone left Summer Mo feeling utterly humiliated, consumed by a mix of shame and anger. Chapter 20. Outsider? You are the outsider here. As evening descended, Wei Hong returned to the Wei family mansion, surrounded by bodyguards. In the living room, Wei Jiaoyang, Du Si Hui, and Wei Sheng were seated at the dining table. A few sisters were absent, leaving only the servants bustling about. Madam, the young master has returned. Upon seeing him, Du Si Hui immediately forced a smile and said, Quick, bring out the dishes. Understood, madam. The servant bowed in acknowledgement. Immediately, a plethora of delectable dishes was presented at the table. Wei Hong sat down wordlessly and began to eat. The tranquility on the faces of the three across from him could no longer be maintained. Where are your manners? Wei Jiaoyang rapped the table, habitually beginning to scold. You don't even know to greet anyone upon returning home. Have you gone mute? Are you human? Wei Hong incroyable de curiosity. Wei Jiaoyang was so enraged he nearly fainted. Even animals know to treat their own children better. Wei Hong, casually chewing on beef, replied indifferently, but what about you? You treat your biological son worse than a pet, favoring your adopted son instead. How do you have the audacity to call yourself human? You. Wei Jiaoyang clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Du Si Hui's expression darkened as she hastily called for medicine. Wei Sheng interjected with a mocking tone. If Big Brother dislikes having me around, I can leave. You must not be so disrespectful to your parents. That is a sin that will bring down the heavens. Shut your mouth if you don't want to be beaten. Your breath stinks. Wei Hong shot him a sharp glance, and he immediately fell silent. Ugh. Wei Sheng's voice continued to sow discord. Brother, could it be that you become addicted to hitting me? What if you decide to take your aggression home? Am I to fear being pushed down the stairs in the dead of night? He feigned a pitiful demeanor. Wei Jiaoyang and Du Si Hui naturally recalled the events at school. However, contrary to their expectations, they did not erupt in fury to defend Wei Sheng. Instead, they exchanged glances and gradually subdued the fire in their eyes, forcing themselves to assume a facade of kindness. Xiao Hong, truly, you shouldn't provoke your father every day. What matters can't we discuss as a family? Du Si, with a forced smile, attempted to mediate. Come, drink some soup. This is the clear soup I instructed Wang Ma to prepare. As she spoke, she even ladled a bowl of soup and offered it to him. Wei Hong cast a glance and, uninterested, refused to take it. The saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished, and he had long seen through the charade of this couple. He would never harbor even a sliver of hope for them. Speak your mind, but do not disgust me. Wei Hong expressed his disdain. Cough, cough. Wei Jiaoyang cleared his throat strategically, feigning nonchalance as he inquired, did your grandfather leave anything behind? Wei Hong smirked sarcastically. What could grandfather have left that you don't already know? When he passed, you were eager to scavenge every last bit, weren't you? Even our distant relatives in Yinjing and the provinces received not a whit. Let's not stray from the topic. I am not speaking of shares or properties. Wei Jiaoyang banged the table, intensifying his tone. Did that old man leave you a network of information, connections, or incriminating evidence? Clearly, he was already aware of everything that transpired in the school office today. It was evident he could easily deduce that Wei Hong possessed knowledge unknown to outsiders. Otherwise, he could not have so effortlessly driven off Xie Zhijiang and Ji Mingxian, and her coerced Principal Lu into submission. Although Wei Jiaoyang now held the reins of the Wei group legitimately, everyone understood that this was merely because Wei Hong had yet to come of age. Once he reached adulthood and inherited the 30% of shares left by their grandfather, along with the support of veterans like Uncle Gong in the boardroom, his ascension to leadership would be exceedingly simple. This was precisely why Wei Jiaoyang had harbored disdain for him over the years. If he could coax Wei Hong into relinquishing the network of information and all the dirt he knew, such an immense intangible fortune would be his to wield, enabling him to make significant strides and silence the shareholders in the boardroom, firmly establishing his foothold in the group. With this thought, a glimmer of urgency flashed in Wei Jiaoyang's eyes as he urged, "You are still a minor. How could a child comprehend the dangers of such matters? Countless individuals are plotting your demise behind your back. Hand everything over at once." Indeed, Du Sihui chimed in, "As your parents, how can we stand idly by while you place yourself in peril? Surrender the information network and clarify everything you know. Henceforth, focus on your studies." Huh. Wei Hong could not help but scoff. Indeed, this couple remained as shameless as ever. In truth, what information network could the old man have left? Any dirt was mere fabrication. He simply knew too many secrets from his previous life. "What are you laughing at?" Wei Jiaoyang reprimanded with annoyance. "Hurry up. Our group is currently advancing a major project with the Jinjiang group, and Xia has shown no willingness to compromise. If you present his dirt, I will ensure he pays dearly." "You're truly delusional," Wei Hong retorted sarcastically, "picking up a piece of beef if I were to act. It would be to hand your dirt over to Director Xia. How could I possibly assist you in dealing with him? Have you lost your mind?" Wei Jiaoyang, exasperated, slammed the table, causing the servants nearby to tremble in fear. "Brother, how can you aid an outsider against our parents?" Wei Sheng chimed in with discontent. "The Wei group is the fruit of our family's labor. You cannot be so unreasonable. Outsider? You are the outsider here." Wei Hong slammed his chopsticks onto the table, rebuking. "Let me remind you, the Wei group is the culmination of my grandfather's lifetime of effort, not your driver father's. Do not presume that changing your surname grants you the right to usurp it. If you seek unearned gains, return to inherit your father's pots and pans." The three across from him were once again enraged, their faces flushed. The meal ended in discord. Just as Wei Hong was about to ascend the stairs, Du Sihui suddenly clutched her head in apparent agony and slowly leaned to one side. Wei Jiaoyang and Wei Sheng rushed forward to assist her, causing the servants to descend into chaos. Madam, are you all right? Mother, is it your headache again? Quickly, where's the family doctor? Call for a doctor." Everyone was in a flurry. However, Wei Hong paused with keen interest, halting his ascent, and strolled to the bar to pour himself a glass of red wine. He then settled on the sofa, crossing his legs, enjoying the spectacle. His concern for Du Sihui's health was non-existent. He simply wished to witness the drama unfold. Previously, she had suffered from high blood pressure, headaches, and insomnia. Wei Hong, in an effort to nurture her health, had diligently perused various medical texts, becoming adept in traditional Chinese medicine. With his meticulous care, including massage and acupuncture, Du Sihui had felt revitalized, with her symptoms of insomnia and headaches no longer recurring. Alas, having enjoyed good days for too long, she had completely forgotten Wei Hong's contributions. Recently, her old ailments had resurfaced, likely as a result of her emotional turmoil, and perhaps it was time for her to endure a bit of hardship once more. Chapter 21. Do you expect me to work for you for free? In your dreams. The family doctor arrived promptly. He was a middle-aged man in a suit, with a refined demeanor. He hurriedly entered with a medical kit, swiftly directing everyone to let Du Sihui lie on the sofa, measuring her temperature, heart rate, and blood pressure, before quickly arriving at a conclusion. Madam's headache is due to elevated blood pressure caused by emotional agitation. The doctor explained she should take half a blood pressure medication soon, and if the headache persists, some ibuprofen. If you're still concerned, a detailed examination at the hospital would be advisable. Oh my! Wei Sheng exclaimed dramatically, "Brother, how could you provoke mother to the point of a headache? That is truly unfilial." "No," the doctor quickly countered. "Madam has a 10-year history of headaches, accompanied by severe pain, insomnia, and even occasional convulsions and vomiting. She has endured considerable torment, and this is not a recent development." Indeed, Wei Jiaoyang immediately chimed in, slapping his forehead. "She has visited many hospitals without relief, and somehow ended up better." It was the eldest young master who treated her with acupuncture and a regimen of medicinal meals. The middle-aged doctor looked at Wei Hong with admiration, explaining, "Ever since the old man passed away 3 years ago, he has been caring for Madame's health. By now, she has been free of ailments for over 2 years. Hasn't she?" At this, everyone wore expressions of complex bewilderment. Du Sihui's mind flashed with memories of all the things Wei Hong had done for her, which she had previously dismissed as trivial compared to Wei Sheng's sweet words. Yet now, she realized how significant those gestures had been. Reflecting on her years of coldness towards him, and Wei Sheng's frequent berating of him, guilt began to stir within her. Could it be true, as Ji Mingxian suggested? Had she misjudged her own son? "Young Master Hong, why not give it a try?" The doctor suggested, "Administer acupuncture and a massage. It should provide quick relief. She may need further care in the coming days. I lack a medical license." Wei Hong casually swirled his wine glass, scoffing, "You might as well take her to the hospital. The Wei family is not so destitute as to be unable to afford medical expenses. Besides, she has her beloved adopted son. Why would it fall to me to intervene?" "Little beast," Wei Jiaoyong, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "She is your own mother. Who can bear to witness her suffering? Are you not afraid of divine retribution? What has become of your conscience? How much is a conscience worth per pound?" Wei Hong smirked disdainfully. "You expect me to toil away for you without compensation? How absurd." Wei Jiaoyong, infuriated once more, was swiftly restrained by Wei Sheng, who interjected with a soothing tone, "Dad, please don't argue with Big Brother. What if it makes you ill too? If you were to fall ill, our family would surely fall apart." "Fine, fine," Wei Jiaoyong replied, attempting to calm himself, gritting his teeth. "Thank goodness for you, my good son. If I were to rely on certain individuals, I fear I would be driven to my grave by frustration." "You fool." Wei Hong, uninterested in their verbal sparring, downed his drink in one gulp, set the glass down, and ascended the stairs. "Xiaoong?" Du Sihui raised her hand, reluctant to speak. Yet, she ultimately refrained from pleading for his assistance. It was not until the effects of ibuprofen began to alleviate her headache that she cast a cold glance at Wei Sheng, who merely spoke without action, and for the first time, a twinge of regret arose within her. She recalled the past, when Wei Hong was 14. He had rushed to her side when she suffered from headaches, full of concern and bustling about, compared to Wei Sheng, who only knew how to talk. Wei Hong's attentiveness was a world apart. Wei Sheng, filled with various worries and anxieties, had never even poured her a glass of water. How could she have been so misguided to think that such a person would be more dependable than her own son? "Mom, what is wrong?" Wei Sheng, sensing her displeasure, hurriedly approached, offering, "Would you like to go to the hospital? I can have the driver prepare the car." "There's no need." Du Sihui waved her hand dismissively, stating impatiently, "It's just an old ailment. Rest is all I need." "Let me give you a massage," Wei Sheng continued, smiling ingratiatingly, while inwardly lamenting, "Oh, seeing Mom in such distress pains my heart. Unfortunately, I know nothing of massage or acupuncture. I truly am useless." How infuriating. How can Big Brother stand by while Mom suffers? No, I must find more medical books to study later. No matter what, I must help Mom feel better. Du Sihui's expression softened slightly. She sighed, feeling both resentment towards Wei Hong's heartlessness and a flicker of appreciation for Wei Sheng's thoughtfulness. Convincing herself that this adopted son was merely a bit careless, but his heart was in the right place. As night fell, Wei Hong emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand. At that moment, his phone began to chime incessantly. Upon checking, he saw a staggering number of messages, 99 unread notifications from various wealthy friends, all extending invitations to lavish venues filled with young models and nightlife. Being a typical young man, Wei Hong found allure in such places. However, he possessed formidable self-control. With his vendetta unresolved, he felt he had no right to indulge in such distractions. Furthermore, having recently clashed with Ji Mingxian and Xie Zhijiang, he felt only marginally secure with 12 bodyguards by his side, making a trip to such chaotic locales ill-advised. Thus, he politely declined all invitations. Yet, an invitation from Ji Peng piqued his interest. The lad sent a picture of himself surrounded by beautiful women on a yacht, accompanied by the simple query, "Coming?" Wei Hong understood this as an olive branch. Ji Peng had always been a prideful individual, openly passionate yet quick-tempered. When he wished to make amends, he often extended a hand for others to take. Had this been any other time, Wei Hong would have eagerly forgotten past grievances and accepted the invitation, ready to rekindle their camaraderie over drinks. But today, he chose to ignore the overture, even resolutely opting to block Ji Peng, a temperamental individual lacking discernment. Such a person would only hinder him. Given their past entanglements, My decision not to seek vengeance is the greatest act of kindness. With a sigh, Wei Hong turned to check other messages. Soon, he stumbled upon posts from Xia Mo and CSCC on social media. Both women had coincidentally shared bitter aphorisms aimed at him. CSCC. In life, it is better to be kind, otherwise in the quiet of the night. Who fears the torment of conscience? Xia Mo. To me, money is as worthless as dirt. I aspire only to chase shimmering dreams and warm friendships. Never to yield to the oppression of power. Amidst a flurry of likes, numerous sycophants left comments in praise. Wei Hong, however, scoffed and swiftly blocked both women, thinking, "You think a few bitter words can sway me? How naive." Chapter 22. Guilt and Regret. Is there such a thing as overnight grudges between mother and son? Under the night sky, a luxurious three-tier yacht drifted along the city's inner river. Ji Peng and a group of wealthy young men reveled within the cabin, surrounded by beautiful women and pulsating music, epitomizing the hedonistic excess of the upper class. Yet today, Ji Peng's mood was less than jubilant. His facial injuries had been hastily bandaged, rendering him a ghastly sight. His gaze fixated on the chat interface, remaining silent for an extended period. "Yi, what are you doing?" a curious blonde-haired young man inquired, seating himself beside Ji Peng. "Hey, isn't that Wei Xiao's WeChat? You two just had a falling out today, and now you're reaching out to him?" Ji Peng's face flickered with embarrassment. Though he knew he was in the wrong, his pride prevented him from easily capitulating. Yet, under pressure from family elders, he found himself compelled to yield. "My third uncle, my second uncle, my father, even my grandfather sat me down for a talk." Ji Peng sighed with a scowl. "They said Wei Hong is no ordinary person and advised me against crossing him. They suggested I mend our relationship. How could I dare ignore their counsel?" "Puffed," scoffed the blonde-haired young man derisively. "Wei Hong is currently not favored by Mr. Wei. Whether he can inherit the family business remains uncertain. Why bother currying favor with him? I've known him since childhood," Ji Peng retorted, taking a swig of his drink. "That arrogant bastard is infuriating. If it weren't for Xiao Sheng's warning, I wouldn't have known he was scheming against me behind my back. Fine, since my family insists. I'll play nice and maintain appearances." With that, Ji Peng prepared to send Wei Hong a message with a location. This marked his second concession of the day. Regardless of whether the other party accepted or not, he had fulfilled his obligation to his elders. However, the next moment, Ji Peng found himself frozen in shock. His message displayed a red exclamation mark. What the hell, he actually blocked me. Fury surged within him, prompting him to smash his glass on the ground, sending shards flying and eliciting screams from the women nearby as onlookers turned their attention to him. "Jigo, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Who upset you?" "Whoa, Jigo is furious." The wealthy young men chimed in, concerned. Yet Ji Peng had no desire to elaborate. His eyes reddened as he gasped for breath. A sense of betrayal and inexplicable rage swelled within him. Although he often claimed to disdain Wei Hong, their intertwined histories rendered their relationship complex. Throughout their childhood, Ji Peng had always been proud and unruly. No matter how much trouble he caused, Wei Hong had consistently chosen forgiveness, allowing him to take advantage of that tolerance time and again. At times, they were brothers and, at others, adversaries. Yet, an occurrence such as today's, where one has been blocked, is unprecedented. Ji Peng understood Wei Hong's character all too well. He is generally indifferent to most matters. But once he decides to sever ties with someone, it signifies a complete withdrawal from that person's life. This is indeed a harbinger of a definitive breakup. How dare he? Damn it. Ji Peng seethed with indignation, muttering through clenched teeth, "I didn't even hold a grudge when he physically harmed me, nor did I mind when I had to concede and apologize. So how can he justify blocking me?" "Blocked?" CSCC exclaimed in shock from the side. Upon grasping the situation, she immediately realized the gravity of it and picked up her phone to send a WeChat message to Wei Hong, only to be met with a glaring exclamation mark, revealing that she too had been blocked. How infuriating! How dare he! CSCC's face mirrored her astonishment and grievance. She and Wei Hong had shared a childhood bond, with years of mutual flirtation. She had assumed this was merely a typical conflict that could be resolved with a bit of compromise. CSCC had even resolved that when Wei Hong turned to coax her back, she would let him stew for a few days, ensuring he reflected deeply on his mistakes before granting forgiveness. Yet, who could have anticipated that she too would find herself blocked? Once upon a time, regardless of the outrageous incident she had instigated or the countless times she had teased him, their arguments had always culminated in Wei Hong yielding. But now, she found herself blocked? Impossible. How could he block me? CSCC furiously grabbed her bag, intent on confronting Wei Hong at his home. However, Ji Peng sighed and restrained her. "Don't go. He has already resolved to cut ties with us completely, and his mind will not waver. Don't subject yourself to humiliation. CSCC stood frozen in place for a long while, her emotions a tangled mess. They had grown up together. Just months ago they had been as close as family. They had spent days frolicking and reveling in each other as company. Yet how had everything changed so abruptly? It seemed that everything had shifted since Wei Sheng entered the picture. In the dead of night, Du Sihui lay in a master bedroom of the villa on the right side of the third floor, tossing and turning in her inability to sleep. Wei Jiaoyang, lying beside her, was snoring loudly, while she felt as if her head were being pierced by needles. No amount of painkillers seemed to alleviate her discomfort, and she remained wide awake. This brought her back to several years ago when her migraines were at their worst, keeping her awake for nights on end. At that time, Wei Hong had been anxious and caring, attending to her with acupuncture and herbal remedies. Memories flooded her mind in the stillness of the night, each one feeling like a dagger to her heart. Du Sihui felt overwhelming shame and guilt, wishing she could slap herself. How could she be so cruel to such a wonderful son? No, I must speak to Xiao Hong and clarify things. I have wronged him these days. But what enmity exists between mother and son that cannot be resolved by dawn? I shall no longer show favoritism toward Xiao Shang. He will certainly forgive me. Xiao Hong is a good child. He wouldn't forsake his own mother, would he? Struggling to rise, Du Sihui donned her silk pajamas and cotton slippers, her face pale as she stumbled to push open the bedroom door. The guilt surged within her, compelling her to seek her son's forgiveness immediately. The villa was eerily quiet at this late hour. Her daughters had stubbornly chosen not to return home. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Du Sihui finally mustered some courage, reassuring herself, there can be no enmity within a family that lasts overnight. At worst, I will extend an olive branch to him. Once the misunderstanding is cleared, I will make amends tenfold. With that thought, she made her laborious way to the second floor. However, as she reached the corridor on the second floor, two night security guards cast cold glances in her direction. Madame, halt. One of the guards admonished. Young master does not permit outsiders on the second floor. Outsiders? Du Sihui felt a pang of sadness. Taking a deep breath, she replied, please let Wei Hong come out. Tell him I'm unwell. The young master is resting, and no one is to disturb him, the guard replied coldly. Especially not you, madam. The young master has expressly instructed that if he falls ill, he should go to the hospital and not be bothered. What? Du Sihui felt as if struck by lightning, her head spinning. In that moment, she comprehended that Wei Hong was not merely sulking or throwing a tantrum. He truly wished to sever their relationship. Chapter 23. An unfavorable start. Massive losses. September 17th. At the top floor of the Wei Group headquarters, in the executive president's office, Wei Linlang was busy at work. A female secretary entered, bearing a substantial stack of documents. President, there's half an hour until the board meeting at 10:30. The secretary pulled out a document, handing it over as she continued. This is the revised financial report for the third quarter of this year. Under your leadership, the group's annual profit has increased by 7, and the debt ratio has decreased by 3 percentage points, with bad debts reduced by 5. Very good. Wei Linlang took the detailed report, perusing it before a satisfied smile crept onto her face. This report could be deemed exceptional by any group, showcasing her capabilities and silencing any dissent from shareholders. The board meeting this quarter should proceed smoothly. What about the projects we finalized these past few days? Have they been advanced? Wei Linlang casually inquired. The preliminary advancements have been completed, the secretary replied, extracting several more documents to present. You approved 5 projects in total, with the investment in Tongxing Pharmaceuticals as the most notable, amounting to 2.8 billion yuan, with an anticipated annual return of approximately 6 to 8%. All 5 project contracts have been signed, and a dedicated team has been assigned for oversight. If all goes well, they will yield significant surprises for our group in the fourth quarter of this year. Wei Linlang skimmed through the documents once more, nodding in satisfaction. In the past, every project she had advanced had been personally overseen by Wei Hong, with results that were invariably profitable. Thus, she had become accustomed to the notion that making money was effortless. Even without Wei Hong as personal oversight this time, she was confident that nothing would go awry. Have the directors arrived? Wei Linlang straightened her tailored suit, stating with seriousness, the chairman is on leave due to an injury. This is my first time presiding over a quarterly board meeting, and I cannot afford any mistakes. The directors have started to arrive, and we have conducted multiple checks from top to bottom. There will absolutely be no issues, the secretary assured her. Just as Wei Linlang was about to speak, the door suddenly swung open with a crash, and a bespectacled male secretary rushed in, exclaiming anxiously, President, something has gone wrong with Tongxing Pharmaceuticals. Calm yourself. What kind of disarray is this? Wei Linlong's mind was still processing when she instinctively reprimanded. What business do we have with Tongxing Pharmaceuticals? Wait, the secretary interjected, President. We just signed a share investment agreement with Tongxing Pharmaceuticals. What? Wei Linlong's face paled in shock. She rifled through the investment documents on her desk, scrutinizing them for a long time before confirming that she had indeed approved this investment. She had never anticipated that a significant blunder would occur without Wei Hong's assistance. Her heart sank, and with a furrowed brow, she coldly inquired, what has happened with Tongxing Pharmaceuticals? At 4 o'clock this morning, the chairman of Tongxing Pharmaceuticals, Li Teng, committed suicide by jumping from a building at the Vienna Hotel in the city. The male secretary handed her a tablet, pointing to the news displayed on it. The police have confirmed the identity of the deceased, and local television and media have reported on it as well. By 10 o'clock, the news had spread, and Tongxing Pharmaceuticals shares plummeted on the A-share market, reaching a complete halt. The public relations department of their conglomerate has yet to release any official statement. However, whispers suggest that Mr. Li's current wife, Ms. Liu Xilai, is poised to take the reins and stabilize the group situation. Wei Linlang's countenance darkened as she retrieved her mobile phone. Moments later, she was greeted by the disheartening sight of Tongxing Pharmaceuticals' stock plummeting to its limit. Just yesterday, she had signed an agreement with Tongxing Pharmaceutical to acquire 15 of its shares for a staggering 1 billion yuan, and now the stock was in free fall. This was nothing short of a disastrous setback, resulting in an immediate loss of over 100 million. Has the money been transferred? Wei Linlang inquired, her brow furrowed. Not yet, replied the female secretary. However, the contract stipulates that whichever party breaches the agreement will incur a penalty of 3 times the breach amount. So we effectively already own the shares of Tongxing Pharmaceutical. We cannot simply refrain from transferring the funds. What a stroke of bad luck, Wei Linlang exclaimed in frustration, hurling her phone to the ground. While an investment of 1 billion yuan might not seem excessive, Tongxing Pharmaceutical was likely to continue its downward spiral. And without any measures for rescue, the losses could be catastrophic. The financial statements would surely reflect a dire situation. A single investment in Tongxing Pharmaceutical could obliterate months of her hard work. President, we have received a message from Ms. Liu Xilai, announced the male secretary, swiping on his tablet to reveal an information sheet. She is 36 years old, a graduate of the finance department of Tsinghua University, and has been involved in the Group S management since marrying Mr. Li, currently holding the position of vice president, with a notable reputation within the organization. Following the incident involving Mr. Li, rumors suggest she is preparing to assume the role of acting chairman, and industry evaluations of her are exceedingly positive. Our investment may not necessarily incur losses. Wei Linlang's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Her previously anxious heart swiftly calmed, and a sense of avarice took root. If someone could stabilize Tongxing Group's stock price, her investment would not only avoid losses, but could potentially yield significant profits amidst the panic of the stockholders. You too, immediately prepare a detailed investigation report on Liu Xilai, and concurrently draft a feasibility report for an additional investment in Tongxing Group to leverage the lower stock prices. Furthermore, notify the board to delay by half an hour. I expect the reports I requested before then, or you shall both pack your belongings and leave. Is that understood? Wei Linlang issued her commands with unyielding precision. The 2 secretaries acknowledged her directives and hurriedly departed to comply. A hint of ambition crept onto her lips as she murmured, while others fear, I shall be greedy. When others are greedy, I shall exercise caution. This presents a splendid opportunity to unequivocally demonstrate my capabilities. At the Green Shade Golf Club, Su Maogong swung his club in leisure while listening to a report from a middle-aged man in a suit. The situation is as follows. Mr. Li Teng confirmed his demise last night, and the police have ruled it a suicide, reported the middle-aged man. Currently, Tongxing Pharmaceutical stocks are in free fall. Should we not act swiftly? Su Maogong did not respond immediately, instead remaining silent for a considerable time. Having watched Wei Hong grow up, he now found the young man increasingly inscrutable. How had he foreseen Mr. Li's death? A veil of mystery seemed to shroud him, rendering him elusive. Nonetheless, this was ultimately a fortuitous development. Su Maogong mused, the student surpasses the teacher. The years of cultivation by the old master have not been in vain. The young master's future is boundless. He smiled with satisfaction and added, proceed according to plan. Limit our investment to 300 million, avoiding unnecessary embellishments. When buying at the bottom, maintain a low profile to avoid attracting outside attention. Understood. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. The following days witnessed turmoil in the business community of Jiangzhou. The news of Chairman Li Teng's suicide plunged a conglomerate valued at nearly 8 billion into a crisis of power and a market downturn. Shareholders, led by the Wei group, were gripped by anxiety. Some seized the opportunity to buy at lower prices, while others liquidated their assets and fled. Wei Hong, however, paid little heed to the unfolding chaos, attending school as usual, with Su Maogong's capable team managing to invest 300 million to buy at the bottom. He hardly needed to exert himself. Yet at the Wei family dinner table, Wei Jiaoyang broached the subject. Wei Linlang nonchalantly deflected, "Father, I did invest in Tengshin Group." But who could have foreseen that right after signing the contract, that scoundrelly tongue would jump to his death? Such events are utterly unpredictable. I feel betrayed. However, his widow, Lu Shilai, is quite capable. To my knowledge, she will soon take over the chairmanship and initiate reforms, leading to a rebound in stock prices. This could turn out to be a lucrative opportunity for us. Wei Jiaoyang, upon hearing this, did not press further. Over the years, he had merely guided the overall direction, while the specifics of investment and operations were managed by Wei Linlang. Ultimately, it was Wei Hong who formulated project proposals that yielded profits for the Wei group. In summary, both Wei Jiaoyang and Wei Linlang were essentially inept, with neither inheriting the business acumen of the late patriarch. Merely maintaining the family business was a challenge, let alone discerning the intricate nuances of the situation. Wei Hong scoffed lightly, too apathetic to engage in conversation. They had already fallen into a trap without realizing it. They were truly a pair of fools. "What are you laughing at?" Wei Linlang retorted, displeased. "Do you understand the complexities of running such a large conglomerate? A high school student should focus on his studies and leave adult matters to us instead of making snide remarks." "Linlang, be quiet. Du sie wie itmunicht, following hip well. How can you speak to your brother like that?" "Mother, did I say anything wrong?" Wei Linlang replied, exasperated. "Just refrain from speaking like that. Du sie wie net gentil. As the elder sister, you should set an example and learn to care for your brother." Wei Hong was entirely disinterested in such trivialities. Or had this concern been before? Since Du Sihui's headaches had returned, she had become increasingly aware of his significance. Several times, out of guilt, she attempted to mend their relationship, even going so far as to personally prepare soup to appease him. Had this been in the past, Wei Hong would have been deeply touched, eager to reciprocate even the slightest gesture of maternal affection. Yet now, he remained indifferent, even as Du Sihui defended him at the table. He showed no sign of being moved, only an endless coldness. Late emerging affection is worth less than weeds. Familial bonds can be just as ephemeral. Noon, at Xingrue High School. Wei Hong arrived at the cafeteria accompanied by 2 female bodyguards. Dressed casually and sporting ponytails, they presented a vibrant, youthful appearance, ideal for providing close protection within school. Occasionally, if approached by adoring fans, they would easily fend them off. The school cafeteria boasted 2 levels. The first floor served ordinary students, offering decent dishes at affordable prices, with provisions for underprivileged students. The second floor catered to the affluent, featuring luxurious private rooms and an extensive menu, surpassing even hotel standards in opulence. In this elite institution, most students hailed from the middle and upper classes. Consequently, the second floor was generally more lively than the first. Wei Hong, disinterested in mingling on the upper level, casually chose a spot to sit and instructed his female bodyguards, "Just grab a bite. We're in a hurry." "Understood." One of the female bodyguards nodded in affirmation and promptly went to fetch food. The other remained vigilant at his side, scanning their surroundings. Wei Hong disregarded the astonished gazes of the surrounding students, casting a casual glance before spotting Xia Mo diligently working at the cafeteria window. Clad in an apron and a chef's hat, her pale face appeared pitiful as she earnestly served food to her fellow students, each of her movements eliciting silent sympathy from the male students nearby. How unfortunate! Wei Hong had not anticipated encountering her here. He immediately averted his gaze in disdain, choosing not to look again. However, Xia Mo quickly noticed him, her eyes lighting up at the sight of his figure, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips. "Isn't that Senior Wei Hong?" A plump girl, also working part-time, exclaimed with delight. Mo, I heard you share a close bond with him. Aren't you his unattainable white moonlight? He's come to find you. Why don't you hurry over?" "Please don't say that." Xiao Mo's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she stubbornly retorted, "We no longer have any connection. Please stop spreading rumors." "How can you say that? Hasn't he been supporting you all along, even giving you a supplementary card?" "You all may not know, but he has already ceased the card's usage. Just a few days ago, Mo treated everyone at the milk tea shop, and she lost face big time." What white moonlight? How embarrassing." Several classmates who disdained her chimed in. Xiao Mo's face turned pale, her expression filled with grievance. On the verge of tears, instantly drawing the sympathy of the boys around her. Her sorrowful gaze drifted towards Wei Hong, as if to accuse him and lament her fate simultaneously. The incident at the milk tea shop had not only tarnished her reputation, but Wei Hong's withdrawal of support had left her family, who had grown accustomed to a life of ease, in distress. Her father was prone to taking out his frustrations on her. To make ends meet, Xiao had reluctantly returned to her part-time job. Now, being confronted about her circumstances, her once charming face was filled with embarrassment. "Stop saying such things." The plump girl indignantly defended her. "It's definitely Senior Wei Hong attempting to coerce Mo into being his girlfriend. When she refused, he stopped the card. Now, look at him, eager to reconcile. That is quite possible." Another added, Mo, if you just soften a bit, Senior will still dote on you." Exactly. Mo is so beautiful. There's no way you can just slander her. Just a little wave of Senior Wei Hong's finger would ensnare him. I say, a man like that shouldn't be indulged. Mo, you mustn't lower yourself. He should be the one coaxing you. Uninformed onlookers whispered among themselves, having conjured an entire tale of love and rivalry between the two. Xiao Mo's demeanor brightened considerably. Rather than clarifying the situation, she felt a swell of pride, instinctively believing that Wei Hong had come to seek her out. Oomph. Do they think they can bend me to their will with money? Not a chance. Her delicate face was resolute and defiant as she raised her voice. Some people shouldn't assume they can insult others just because they possess a bit of wealth. Our dignity is equal. In an instant, the surrounding boys revealed appreciative expressions. What madness! The cafeteria is for dining, not for staging a dramatic performance. Wei Hong felt nauseated, as if he had swallowed a fly. Chapter 25. Isn't it preferable to sell such a favor? During the meal, Wei Hong found the food tasteless. All he desired was a peaceful meal. Yet Xiao Mo kept flitting about nearby, wiping tables, collecting dishes, and sweeping the floor, desperately attempting to craft an image of a resilient little flower enduring hardship. Had it been in a previous life, he would have been easily deceived by this facade, convinced she was a poor yet industrious girl. However, having lived again, he had long since seen through human nature, transforming into a master of discerning deceit. He could clearly see her intentions were not pure. She was merely a vessel for self-promotion. Should you focus on your work instead of hovering around me? Each time Wei Hong glanced her way, she would feign an air of nobility, projecting an image of resilience against financial temptations, occasionally wiping the sweat from her brow, which was truly irritating. "Sir, would you like me to ask her to leave?" A female bodyguard, noticing his impatience, shot a cold glance towards Xiao Mo, who was pretending to be busy. She appeared to be working hard, yet the bodyguard felt an urge to reprimand her. "Ignore these pests. Just finish your meal and leave." Wei Hong murmured, feeling disgruntled. The more attention one pays to such a wretch, the more theatrics she will conjure, possibly even hinting at a forced emotional scene. The two female bodyguards stifled their laughter in agreement. They could handle any adversary that dared to offend. But dealing with a girl, publicly playing the victim, was a different matter altogether. Best to remain aloof. Suddenly, Wei Hong's gaze fell upon someone. A boy with a mushroom haircut, whose face radiated sincerity and innocence, was seated in a corner, quietly eating rice and vegetables, appearing particularly frail. His name was Song Gui, the illegitimate son of a prominent figure from Yanjing, who had fallen from grace. The reason Wei Hong had agreed to join the competition class and guide the top students was to make his acquaintance. In a past life, Song Gui was impoverished, resilient, and indomitable. He lived with his ailing mother, attending classes by day and working by night. Surviving on just 2 meals a day, he still excelled academically, gaining admission to prestigious universities. At that time, Xiao Mo wielded Wei Hong's black card to play the benefactor, frequently treating him to meals and lending money for his mother's surgery, thus becoming the sole light in Song Gui's otherwise bleak youth. After entering college, he was found by a prominent figure and reclaimed his identity. Thus, a poor student transformed into one of the elite second-generation wealthy individuals in the capital, with his social status undergoing a dramatic shift, earning the respect of all as young Master Song. Yet, he had never forgotten the kindness of his youth. He became Xiao Mo's reliable support, elevating this ordinary girl to heights that did not belong to her. In this new life, Wei Hong would not allow Xiao Mo to use his resources to forge connections with such influential individuals only to return and confront him. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to sell such a favor? With this thought in mind, he decisively picked up his tray and approached Song Gui. The two female bodyguards promptly set aside their utensils and followed swiftly. As the three moved, the eyes of nearly the entire cafeteria were drawn to them. Xiao Mo instinctively assumed Wei Hong was coming for her, her hands momentarily pausing and wiping the table, her smile nearly bursting forth, yet she quickly composed herself, adopting an air of indifference. "Humph, I knew you couldn't resist seeking forgiveness, but I'm not so easily appeased. This matter isn't over until you apologize to Brother Xiao Sheng. Xiao mused, already plotting how to continue ensnaring Wei Hong, to make him uncomfortable, to feel unrequited love, and to induce a sense of torment as punishment. Yet, in the next moment, she was left in a state of shock. The onlookers, eager to witness a dramatic pursuit of love between the wealthy Wei and Xiao, found themselves perplexed, as Wei Hong completely ignored her, passing right by the industrious Xiao and plopping down directly across from Song Gui. Wei Sheng. Song Gui gasped, startled, quickly rising with trepidation. You wish to sit here? I shall leave immediately. Please wait. There's no need for pleasantries. Just take what you want. Wei Hong declared straightforwardly, directly placing his chicken leg and meat dish on his Song Gui's plate. Mr. Wei, what is the meaning of this? Song Gui responded, his face a mixture of confusion and disbelief, instinctively assuming that Wei Hong intended to humiliate him. After all, as a financially struggling student, he was accustomed to being at the bottom of the social hierarchy, where anyone could easily trample on him. He had faced similar indignities before, such as being coerced into consuming leftover food. However, it soon dawned upon him that something was amiss. The food presented before him was clean and hygienic. There was no motive for such humiliation. Go ahead, it's clean. Wei Hong gestured for him to sit down, smiling as he continued. I've noticed you only consume rice and vegetables. With all the brain power you expend on physics problems, it's crucial for you to maintain a proper diet. You must eat. No, there's really no need. Song Gui stammered, his face flush with embarrassment. Mr. Wei, you don't have to go to such lengths. I have enough to eat. Just eat. Wei Hong insisted with firmness, leaving Song Gui with no choice but to comply. As he took a bite of the savory chicken leg, tears welled in his eyes. He was not a man of many words, and thus chose to eat in silence, carefully noting this moment of illumination in his life. Xiao watched the scene in disbelief, her nails digging into her palms. Who could have imagined that Wei Hong had no interest in playing romantic games, and would rather seek the company of a man than pursue her? I've done my research on you, Wei Hong casually remarked between bites. You come from a single-parent household, your mother is gravely ill, and you bear the heavy burden of your family alone. Yet, you excel academically, consistently earning scholarships. As a man, your resilience is commendable. You are indeed superior to me. The sincerity in Wei Hong's final statement struck a chord deep within Song Gui. I am not. I cannot compare to you, Mr. Wei, Song Gui replied. His face flushed as he lowered his head to hide his tears. No, you are indeed better than I, Wei Hong said with a light-hearted chuckle. If I weren't born in a privilege, I would likely be inferior to you in every aspect. So, Song Gui, would you be willing to accept my assistance? Assistance? Song Gui's eyes widened in shock. He could hardly fathom that someone would willingly offer financial support. Yes, Wei Hong affirmed with a nod, his tone earnest. Since my grandfather established Wei Corporation, he has dedicated decades to philanthropic endeavors, aiding countless elderly and impoverished students. Inspired by him, I also engage in charitable acts annually. From now on, I can cover your entire tuition, living expenses, and even your mother's medical bills. I can arrange for the finest specialists to perform her surgery. Song Gui gasped at his words, feeling less elated and more apprehensive. Mr. Wei, he tentatively inquired, what do you truly want in return? I have no ulterior motives. Wei Hong replied, his demeanor unbothered. I am not inclined to engage in any unlawful activities, so if you prefer, I can seek assistance elsewhere. Chapter 26. With such a vivid imagination, why not consider a career in screenwriting? It is universally acknowledged that there is no such thing as a free lunch. With such generous offers, who would believe that Wei Hong had no ulterior motives? Song Gui, cautious by nature, felt no joy, only a sense of unease, fearing he might be coerced into illicit activities. Relax. Wei Hong chuckled, producing a black card and sliding it across the table. Don't overthink it. I won't coerce you into anything. All my contributions are merely investments, understand? Investments? Song Gui blinked in confusion. Indeed, Wei Hong affirmed, no d'honnêteté. Every individual possesses inherent value. By investing in someone during their hardships, one can reap significant rewards once they rise from adversity. This is a common practice among the affluent to secure their wealth and status. My grandfather's unwavering commitment to philanthropy has allowed countless disadvantaged students to enter Wei Corporation, dedicating their lives and loyalty in return. You, Song Gui, are an exemplary candidate for investment. Hardworking, intelligent, of good character, and filial. With just a few words, much of Song Gui's wariness dissipated. He cautiously asked, Mr. Wei, what do you hope to gain from investing in me? It matters little, Wei Hong replied dismissively. Supporting your education and your mother's medical expenses will not exceed 2 million, a substantial sum for an ordinary person, but merely a drop in the ocean for me. I have yet to determine what I wish to gain in return. nor will I compel you to work for me post-graduation. Even if the 2 million were to vanish, it would not impact me in the slightest. However, should you succeed and remember my kindness, that 2 million could yield 100-fold or 1,000-fold return. Would you reject such a splendid opportunity? Song Gui opened his mouth, unable to refute his reasoning. Sincerity is always the most potent weapon. All his doubts and defenses appeared weak and ridiculous in that moment. This is my supplementary black card. Wei Hong pointed to the dining table. Use it for your mother's medical expenses, buy whatever you need, and I will also ensure that you receive a monthly allowance of 10,000. No, that is too much. Song Gui stammered again. Mr. Wei, I truly appreciate your generosity, but there is no need for such an amount. I only need enough to get by. Perhaps 1,000, or even 500 would suffice. What is 500 going to accomplish? Wei Hong firmly shoved the black card into his pocket. You must eat well and stay healthy to study effectively. If your health deteriorates under the strain of your studies, who will care for your mother? The card has no limit. Feel free to use it as you wish and consider it a loan. You need not be shy about it. You must understand that favors require reciprocity. Borrowing 500 is still a favor, as is borrowing 5 million. Why not use it boldly? Song Gui was deeply moved, rising to bow deeply in gratitude. This scene ignited envy and admiration among their peers. Good heavens, Mr. Wei is indeed extravagant, gifting a black card so casually. If not for the fact that Senior Song is a man, I might suspect he is trying to woo him. Didn't I tell you? Wealthy individuals enjoy making investments. You would understand. 666. I heard Xiaomo also possesses a black card gifted by Mr. Wei. This must be the second one. Oh my. Who is it that claimed she was Mr. Wei's white moonlight? He didn't even glance at her just now. Perhaps the previous black card was merely for charity. Exactly. It's entirely normal for affluent individuals to grant someone a black card for assistance. Why is she being so delusional? It's laughable. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Xiaomo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, looking pitifully vulnerable. At that moment, a plump girl could no longer contain herself. Bursting forth from the crowd, she shielded Xiaomo protectively and glared angrily at everyone. Mr. Wei, is it truly entertaining to bully others? The girl admonished. Can't you see that Mo is in tears? Wei Hong, annoyed at being interrupted, lazily glanced at the girl and retorted, and who might you be? It doesn't matter who I am. What is important is that you cannot bully others just because you have money. The girl defended fiercely. Mo is such a pure, kind, and lovely girl. She deserves to be cherished and adored. How can you treat her this way? Exactly. The little fairy is crying. It's heartbreaking. Woo woo woo, Mr. Wei. You truly are a terrible person. Who could bear to see a beautiful girl cry? Many smitten male classmates chimed in. Wei Hong felt a headache coming on. These overly dramatic individuals were simply insufferable. I am merely here to discuss matters. Have I offended anyone? What gives anyone the right to inexplicably drag him into a domineering CEO act? Ladies and gentlemen, it is exceedingly impolite to interrupt others during conversation. Wei Hong rapped on the table, his gaze sweeping coldly around the room as he spoke. I am here solely to converse with classmate Songge. I have not acknowledged anyone else from beginning to end. Please refrain from being inexplicably sentimental. For a moment, the crowd fell silent in astonishment. The overweight girl scoffed, continuing to indulge in her own assumptions. Aren't you simply infatuated with Mo? You're using the threat of withdrawing financial support to coerce her into being your girlfriend, aren't you? Now that she is in front of you, you're deliberately playing the game of feigned indifference. You rich second-generation brats are truly repugnant. Mo, let us go. Ignore this scoundrel. He only wishes to play the game of emotional manipulation. You must hold your ground and not let this scoundrel prevail. With that, she grasped Xiaomo's hand and turned to leave, leaving Wei Hong standing alone, bewildered in the wind. What on earth is happening? Such vivid imagination. Why not pursue a career in screenwriting? Fool. Wei Hong rubbed his temples and turned back to continue the conversation. Do not stoop to the level of the delusional. Which hospital is your mother in? I have no classes this afternoon. Let us visit together. The People's Hospital, Song Gui replied, somewhat awkwardly. Wei, if you're busy, there is really no need for you to come. Hospitals are crowded, and it's not suitable for someone of your status. What status? Just call me by my name, or simply Wei Gu. Wei Hong replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. I need to understand the specifics of your mother's condition to leverage my connections and invite the most authoritative specialist for her treatment. Song Gui opened his mouth, preparing to decline, but Wei Hong raised his hand to stop him. When it comes to investment, one must maintain control. If the specifics are unclear, it could lead to disastrous investment outcomes. Understand? If I exhaust my efforts to bring an authoritative specialist to save your mother, even if it ultimately proves ineffective, you will still owe me a significant favor. However, If I merely provide monetary assistance, that favor will be rather insipid, and should you prosper in the future, merely repaying a sum of money would allow you to wash your hands of the debt. Wouldn't I be the one at a loss? Song Gui's expression was complex. He was unsure whether to marvel at Wei Hong's shrewdness or to feel moved. After a lengthy pause, he finally nodded earnestly. Wei Ge, rest assured, this is a kindness, not just a favor. I will remember your generosity for a lifetime. Now, that is more like it. Wei Hong clapped him on the shoulder, advising, I am a businessman and will not engage in unprofitable transactions. You only need to focus on spending to better yourself. Li Jia, inform Uncle Gong to rent an apartment near the school and have several mid-range luxury brands send some clothing over. Additionally, arrange for the hospital to transfer Song's mother to a single occupancy room and conduct a thorough examination. We will decide whether to transfer her to another hospital when I arrive. The female bodyguard nodded in agreement, quickly pulling out her phone to contact Uncle Gong. Song Gui was left utterly dumbfounded, unable to suppress a meek protest. Isn't this a bit excessive? Chapter 27. Must you interfere with my affairs? Please step aside. Evening. Jiangzhou City First People's Hospital. In a VIP single occupancy room on the top floor, the director and chief physician gathered together. They had already conducted a series of comprehensive examinations on the middle-aged woman in the hospital bed. Young Master Wei, the patient's condition is not optimistic. She has long suffered from malnutrition coupled with severe anemia, and her heart and lung functions are moderately impaired, with her renal function also quite poor. Additionally, there is a 1-centimeter mass in her stomach that has been confirmed as an early-stage malignant tumor, necessitating prompt surgical intervention. Director Wang handed over a stack of examination reports. Wei Hong took them and scanned the contents, nodding in satisfaction. Let us first proceed with conservative treatment. I will soon arrange for the top surgical experts from Yanjing to conduct a consultation. As for everything else, you need not concern yourselves with it. Simply ensure her well-being. Understood. Director Wang nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Song Gui couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. In just a few hours since Wei Hong's arrival and the arrangement of everything, his mother had already been placed in the most luxurious single room, attended to by 2 beautiful nurses, with all examinations fast-tracked. Is this truly the world of the wealthy? If an ordinary person were to hear of stomach cancer, they would likely feel as though the sky were falling. Yet for Wei Hong, it was merely a matter of making a few phone calls. As long as one is willing to spend money, the most elite team of specialists would come to consult and treat. From surgery to post-operative care, he would hardly need to worry at all. Even in the face of cancer, the chances of recovery were exponentially higher than for the average person. Director Wang, please find 2 exceptional female nurses to provide 24-hour care for Aunt Ju. Wei Hong surveyed the room, continuing to instruct. Make certain she is comfortable. Certainly. Director Wang had just agreed when the middle-aged woman in the bed weakly raised her hand. Mr. Wei, there's no need to go through all this trouble. I can manage in a standard room. Auntie, do not worry. Wei Hong reassured her with a gentle smile. Song Gui's academic performance is exceptional. He is surely a promising candidate for Qingbei University, and whatever amount is spent now, he will repay in the future. Yes, Mom, just focus on recovering. Song Gui said with determination. I will strive to ensure you live a good life. The middle-aged woman remained anxious. Wei Hong said little more, simply patting Song Gui on the shoulder before turning to leave. A few bodyguards surrounded him, providing close protection, drawing the attention of many onlookers. As he passed through the payment hall, a voice caught his attention. Doctor, please save my mother. She cannot be in danger. I beg you to help her. Xia Mo implored a middle-aged doctor with a pitiful expression. Beside her stood the overweight girl he had seen in the cafeteria earlier, along with Xia's father, who was balding and greasy. Her again? Wei Hong furrowed his brow. How is it that this woman seems to haunt him wherever he goes? Miss Xia, it is not that I am unwilling to help, but your mother's condition is dire, the middle-aged physician said gravely. Her various indicators are continually deteriorating, and the intracranial tumor is further compressing her nerves, causing her to frequently lapse into unconsciousness. If you continue to adhere to the previous treatment protocols, she might have a few more years, but at this rate, within 3 months, her life will be at risk. You should not have stopped her medication. The imported special medication she was taking had her condition well controlled, and halting it is far from wise. Xia Mo's face was filled with sorrow as she pleaded. Doctor, what if we try conservative treatment? What about using domestic medications? The efficacy is poor. She has used domestic medications too many times and has developed a resistance. The middle-aged doctor adjusted his glasses, patiently explaining. The tumor in her brain is not suitable for surgery. We can only suppress it with medication. However, every medication has a risk of resistance, and overuse will render it ineffective, so we must continually purchase new foreign special medications. Recently, there are several promising targeted drugs available in Europe. If you have the financial means, you could procure them for trial. Beyond that, we doctors have no better options. With that, the middle-aged doctor turned and left. Xia Mo, bereft of spirit, collapsed to the ground, covering her face and weeping. Xia's father, furious, growled, "You wretched girl. It's all your fault for offending young Master Wei. Now that he has withdrawn his support, are you trying to kill your own mother?" Xia Mo's eyes were filled with helplessness and grievance. She never imagined that everything could change so drastically in just a few days. The once warm and indulgent Wei Hong was no longer so, and all the resources he had provided were being withdrawn. Her mother's condition continued to deteriorate, and each incident was enough to crush her spirit. "Father, I don't understand why this is happening." Xia Mo continued to weep uncontrollably, unable to utter a coherent word for an extended period. All she did was cry, lamenting her woes. Xia's father, exasperated, jabbed his finger at his forehead. "Haven't you realized that you need to apologize to young Master Wei? You brainless fool." "I refuse to," Xia Montauk retorted vehemently, covering her face and defiantly raising her chin. "Why should I be the one to seek reconciliation? He is the one in the wrong. Does wealth grant him the right to act with impunity? You imbecile." Xia's father, consumed with anger, exclaimed, "What will your mother do if you don't apologize? What will happen to our family's debts? Your brother's tuition and living expenses? Are you prepared to watch us all perish? I don't care what methods you employ. You must obtain young Master Wei's forgiveness, or I shall disown you." At these words, Xiao Mo's sobs intensified. A plump girl crouched down beside her, gently offering comfort. "It's all right, Mo. We can seek help online, or the school can organize a fundraiser." "It's futile wailing," Xia Mo cried in despair. The imported targeted medication costs nearly 70 to 80,000 a month, not to mention other expenses. How could we sustain ourselves solely on donations? The onlookers sighed deeply, their sympathy palpable. As Wei Hong prepared to leave after observing the scene, Xia Mo happened to glance his way. A flicker of shock and excitement passed through her despairing eyes. In the next moment, she sprang to her feet, blocking his path. Before the bodyguards could intervene, tears streaming down her cheeks, she accused him. "You came here to gloat, didn't you? Fine, you've won. Are you out of your mind?" Wei Hong frowned in annoyance. "Do you really think you can meddle in my affairs? Move aside. What more do you want from me?" Xiao Mo's face was a canvas of despair and sorrow. "Do wealthy people take pleasure in manipulating others? I concede. Let me be your girlfriend. Will that restore my card? What on earth is happening?" murmured the crowd, bemused. Could it be that this wealthy young man is toying with a young girl's affections? It seems quite likely, given he is surrounded by bodyguards. He is no ordinary person. How pitiful. The girl clearly has a sick mother and is being coerced into this relationship. The spectators exchanged glances and murmured in condemnation. Wei Hong's expression darkened, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 28. This scandal is too explosive. In the cafeteria at noon, Wei Hong had already experienced Xia Mo's imaginative faculties once. This girl had both enraged him and left him speechless. Now, she had emerged again, spouting nonsense, effortlessly drawing the attention of the crowd, as if he were being skewered over a fire. "Xia, I don't believe I ever stated I want to date you," Wei Hong said with disdain, furrowing his brow. "Do not flatter yourself by seeking attention. Senior, how long must you torment me?" Xia Mo appeared oblivious to reason, continuing her woeful lament. "You promised to support my education and cover my mother's medical expenses. Now you abruptly withdraw your support. Are you trying to drive me to despair?" "Wei, Senior," the plump girl interjected, her indignation palpable. "Who doesn't he know you've been supporting Mo? Now you suddenly decide to cut her off. She can barely eat, and her mother's medical bills are a nightmare. Are you trying to ruin her?" Wei Hong laughed bitterly, his anger morphing into mockery. Facing the audience's gaze, he retorted coldly, "Since you acknowledge my support of her, you should understand that the money is mine. What is this? Am I to be punished for helping someone? Do you all intend to rob me?" The plump girl was momentarily at a loss for words, but stubbornly replied, "You withdrawing your support is merely a tactic to force Mo into being your girlfriend. This sordid intention is evident to all. How despicable. Should you both take a look in the mirror?" Wei Hong scoffed, unimpressed. "One resembles a pig, while the other is a mere shadow of a person, perpetually wearing a mournful expression. Just the sight of you makes my stomach turn. I could have any starlet I desired. My desk is filled with love letters from admirers at school. Why should I resort to tricks for her?" The plump girl fell silent, and Xia Mo's face flushed with shock. Laughter erupted around them, as the crowd found some twisted logic in his words. This young man was clearly a wealthy heir, protected by a cadre of bodyguards. Why would he lack for female companionship? "I know him. He's the heartthrob of Shengruwei High School, adored by countless girls. He's even more handsome than idols." They chattered, This girl must be delusional. He likely wouldn't even glance her way. Summer's father rushed over, attempting to smooth things over, bowing and smiling. Young Master Wei, please be magnanimous and do not hold this little girl's outburst against her. She is merely distressed by her mother's illness. Don't take it to heart. I have no intention of arguing with a lunatic, Wei Hong warned coldly, narrowing his eyes. But you and your entire family should refrain from approaching me again, or I will not hesitate to let you face the consequences. Please no. Summer's father pleaded, trying to intervene, only to be blocked by bodyguards. He could only express his urgency with agitated gestures. Young Master Wei, please do not be angry. Let us discuss this calmly. Did this girl offend you? I will discipline her, ensuring she behaves and listens to you from now on. Get lost. Wei Hong dismissed him, disinterested in further discussion. With the bodyguards clearing a path, he made a leave. Yet, Summer's father was unwilling to let the benefactor slip away, following him with desperate pleas. Young Master Wei, please help us. My wife's condition is dire. She may not survive. Have mercy and save her. Save her. Or save you. Wei Hong mocked with a sneer. Your family has lived so lavishly on my support for years, and you have accrued countless gambling debts. Are you expecting me to support you for a lifetime? No, young Master Wei, please. Summer's father insisted, chasing him to the elevator. As the doors closed, Wei Hong's expression hardened, swiftly commanding his bodyguards, obtain the surveillance footage from the cafeteria and the earlier incident. Understood, a suited bodyguard replied. Wei Hong then closed his eyes, seeking a moment of respite. Xiaomo's incessant provocations could not go unpunished. Enough was enough. He would not let this matter rest. The footage would serve not only to prevent misrepresentation and slander against his reputation online, but also to ensure she experienced the consequences of her actions. In his previous life, Xiaomo had entered the entertainment industry after university. To align with Wei Sheng's schemes against him, she had employed similar tactics of distortion and manipulation, easily inciting public outrage against him with mere ambiguous statements. In this new life, Wei Hong would not allow himself to be victimized again. Moreover, he intended to take the initiative, allowing her to experience the repercussions of public exposure. That very evening, a detailed breakdown of Wei Hong's financial support for Xiaomo was published, along with a brief video of the conflict in the cafeteria and hospital on the school forum. Shocking. The dream girl's narcissism, attempting to exploit her benefactor. Upon the publication of this post, the entire student body was left astounded. The post meticulously detailed the financial assistance Wei Hong had provided to Xiaomo's family over the years, including a breakdown of daily expenses, gambling debts, medical fees, and luxury items. In the conclusion, Wei Hong explicitly stated, the Wei Group does not engage in charity for the sake of being exploited. Due to lax oversight in the past, funds have been misappropriated. I will seek restitution from Xiaomo. I hold no romantic feelings whatsoever for classmate Xia. Thus, I implore you to refrain from indulging in fanciful notions or spreading baseless rumors. Should such actions persist, I shall pursue legal recourse to safeguard my legitimate rights. Once this post is published, accompanied by a couple of video clips, it will swiftly exonerate Wei Hong from the unmerited slander he has endured, while simultaneously thrusting Xiaomo into the eye of the storm. My goodness, this scandal is utterly explosive. I'm a classmate of Xiaomo, and she incessantly boasts of being Wei Sheng's cherished one. Claiming their bond is profound. How deceitful. Goodness, how can one be so shameless? He generously supports her, yet she recklessly squanders his kindness with extravagant indulgences, perhaps assuming that Wei Sheng's indifference towards material wealth grant her the liberty to act so brazenly? Does she even deserve to covet Wei Sheng? Sisters, let us unite tomorrow to teach her a lesson, and we must not overlook the plump girl beside her, named Lu Hui. Within the forum, the entire school's female population is in an uproar. Wei Hong is the dreamboat of countless girls, and yet someone dares to tarnish his name? Xiaomo and the overweight girl have certainly invoked the wrath of many. It wasn't too long before their addresses, phone numbers, WeChat, and QQ accounts were all unearthed. Various forms of harassment and insults flooded in. In a mere 10 minutes, Xiaomo, overwhelmed by the onslaught, made a desperate call. As soon as the line connected, her voice, choked with tears, emerged. Wei Sheng, how could you post such things online? This is too much, boo-hoo. Before she could finish, Wei Hong promptly blocked her. Soon after, several unfamiliar numbers began calling in succession. He remained impassive, blocking each one, indifferent to their frantic pleas. Chapter 29. Those who waver like the morning and evening shall reap their just deserts. The following day, Xiaomo appeared in class 6 of the second year, looking utterly haggard. Her classmates regarded her with peculiar glances. She flinched, her heart racing with unease. It soon became apparent that her desk had been moved to the back of the classroom. Not only were her books and tests shredded, but a plethora of foul-smelling garbage adorned her desk, igniting her anger and causing her to weep uncontrollably. "Oh dear, our dream girl still dares to cry? Who gave you the audacity?" mocked one voice. "Haha, I've long found you displeasing, flaunting your wealth while relying on men's money. How ridiculous to spread rumors that Wei Sheng favors you, claiming to be his cherished one. You're nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Just wait, you little schemer. From now on, don't expect to enjoy a single good day." The entire class of girls sneered in indignation. Xia Mo wept pitifully, yet the girls showed no compassion. The boys in class felt a twinge of sympathy, but many of the girls hailed from affluent backgrounds. They dared not provoke the collective ire, thus choosing to feign ignorance. During lessons, the teachers turned a blind eye to the bullying. They continued their lectures, too fearful to intervene in the petty torments inflicted by the privileged upon the less fortunate. Even when someone yanked Xia Mo's hair or kicked her chair, teachers acted as if they were blind to it all. As soon as class ended, Xia Mo and Lu Hui were dragged to the girls' restroom. A dozen little ruffians took turns slapping them. Various humiliating bullying tactics ensued, driving them to the brink of despair. "How can you do this? I'm going to tell the teacher," Lu Hui cried in terror. "Tell the teacher? Go ahead. Let us see if they dare intervene. You shameless harlots, daring to tarnish Wei Sheng's name. As long as we're here, you two can forget about living in peace. We won't stop until you're expelled. Enough chatter, sisters, let us give these two a proper rinse." A dozen young ruffians pulled at their hair. Amidst Xia Mo and Lu Hui's screams, they forcibly shoved their heads into the toilet. Once hailed as the lone pure white jasmine by the boys in class, Xia Mo now found herself in a wretched state, reeking and devoid of her former innocence. She sobbed, her sense of injustice swelling like a tide. In a corridor, Wei Hong happened to pass by and caught the sound of Xia Mo's screams. However, instead of intervening, he stood there, relishing the moment. This was precisely what he wished to witness, the very ordeal that Xia Mo deserved to endure. A poverty-stricken student who feigned purity and fragility is easily targeted by other girls at Shengrue High School. In the past, Wei Hong had shielded her, allowing Xia Mo to wield her influence, but now that protection was gone, and she was merely receiving the treatment she rightfully deserved. Those who waver like the morning and evening shall reap their just deserts. Wei Hong let out a cold chuckle, preparing to leave, but his peripheral vision caught sight of Wei Sheng, who was strolling along the left corridor above, his gaze also fixed on the girls' restroom. It was clear he was secretly monitoring Xia Mo's predicament. "Host, are you not going to rescue her? Xia Mo is being bullied, and her fortune is rapidly diminishing. This poses a loss for us. Why should I save her? If she sinks into despair, my favorability with her will increase, allowing me to absorb her fortune more swiftly. One it? Host, you truly are cunning. Just a humble acknowledgement." The conversation between Wei Sheng and a mechanical voice echoed distinctly, even from a distance of several meters. Wei Hong's eyes flickered with surprise as he discreetly departed. A few minutes later, he returned to the competition class, a faint smirk gradually forming on his lips, revealing a hint of intrigue. In his previous existence as a spirit, Wei Hong could perceive the fortunes of everyone around him, and had also uncovered Wei Sheng's true secret. Not only could he transmit thoughts to others, but he could also absorb the fortunes of those nearby. Yet, Wei Hong could never quite grasp how he accomplished this. It now appeared to be merely a system he had bound himself to. Upon preliminary assessment, this system did not seem particularly formidable. It merely possessed the rather lackluster ability to transmit thoughts, and the absorption of others' fortunes was conditional. Wei Hong reflected on the conversation he had just overheard, extracting two key points. First, the more someone encounters significant events such as bullying or failure, the more their fortune diminishes. Second, the higher someone's favorability towards Wei Sheng, the faster the system absorbs their fortune. Upon realizing this, Wei Hong finally understood why the Wei family and everyone surrounding Wei Sheng faced ruin. He was nothing more than a leech, feasting on the fortunes of those around him to enhance himself. Those who drew close to him inevitably met with misfortune, a notion that was quite laughable. But what precisely was the utility of fortune? Wei Hong recalled how, in his previous life, once Wei Sheng had absorbed sufficient fortune, everything he undertook went smoothly. He could find money on the street, winning lotteries with casual purchases, and profit from investments in antiques and stocks without fail, almost revered as a deity by those around him. Surely, this illustrated the power of fortune. Was there a means to thwart his fortune absorption? It seemed there was indeed a way. If one could crush someone's fortune before their favorability was fully established, wouldn't that render them incapable of absorbing any fortune? For instance, Xiaomo, she relied on Wei Hong to lead a prosperous life, but after suffering targeted attacks, her fortunes naturally plummeted. Wei Sheng might be waiting for her to sink into despair before attempting to rescue her, hoping to siphon off the remnants of her luck. As long as Wei Hong repeatedly intercepts opportunities and employs stronger measures to suppress Xiaomo, he can ensure that Wei Sheng obtains not a shred of fortune. Furthermore, he could directly target Wei Sheng, whether through underhanded tactics or orchestrating schemes to harm him. Any injury or setback inflicted upon Wei Sheng would invariably impact his luck. There would be no way for him to effortlessly become the fabled son of fortune from his past life. With this thought in mind, Wei Hong decisively pulled out his phone and dialed Uncle Gong's number. "Young master, how may I assist you?" Su Maogong's weathered voice came through the receiver. "Uncle Gong, do you know anyone involved with underground gambling?" "Of course. Find some people." Wei Hong succinctly instructed, "There's a fellow named Xia Dongfeng in the urban village. Find a way to make him accumulate a mountain of debt. The more, the better. This man is a hopeless gambler. You know what to do. Additionally, hire some professional private investigators to closely monitor every member of the Wei family, especially Wei Sheng's every move. Spero no pense. We need to know what they do and where they go every single day." "Understood." Su Maogong did not press for further details about Wei Hong's intentions and readily agreed. Chapter 30. The public in turmoil, stock prices plummet. September 21st. At the headquarters of the Wei Group, in the president's office, Wei Linlang stared at the stock market chart on her computer, her expression darkening to a point where it seemed almost tangible. What on earth is happening? We have already entered the market to buy at the bottom, so logically, the stock prices should soar soon. Why then? Have Tingxing Group's stock prices continued to decline in these past few days? What are you all doing? Where are the investment and finance departments? Have you produced a feasibility analysis report? Wei Linlang incessantly pounded the table, venting her mounting frustration. The female secretary trembled under her reprimand, hastily presenting 2 reports for clarification. "President, in just 2 days, we invested around 7 to 800 million, acquiring a total of 137 shares of Tingxing. We are now the second largest shareholder of Tingxing Group. Ms. Lu Xilai has just been appointed as the new chairperson of Tingxing Group by the board of directors and has announced several reassuring policies. Unfortunately, their impact on the market has been minimal." She continued, "There are now rumors of Tingxing Group engaging in tax evasion, falsifying accounts, and issues with product quality. Although these claims remain unverified, they have left investors in a state of panic, with many small shareholders losing confidence." After this explanation, Wei Linlang finally grasped the situation. She slumped back in her chair, her face a mask of frustration and helplessness. "So, Tingxing Group is just a mess? It's no wonder the former chairman, Li Tong, chose to jump. He must have landed himself in a lot of trouble, waiting for the inevitable fallout. The Wei Group failed to conduct proper due diligence before hastily signing the investment agreement, and now they found themselves deeper in a quagmire during a crisis. A total of around 1 billion had been sunk into this. While not an insurmountable amount, recouping it would be exceedingly difficult. The investment department provided 2 suggestions. The female secretary cautiously spoke up. "Firstly, we could significantly increase our investment and reconvene the board to become the largest shareholder, fully integrating Tingxing Pharmaceutical under our group, and then undertaking extensive asset restructuring. Secondly, we could cut our losses and inflate the stock price to offload our shares, minimizing our losses as much as possible." Wei Linlang fell silent upon hearing this. Neither option was appealing. Even she, despite her shortcomings, understood the basic process. Choosing the first option would mean venturing into the unfamiliar pharmaceutical industry, where the hidden pitfalls left by Tingxing could very well explode in their hands. Even if the crisis was averted, asset restructuring would require an immense investment of time, energy, and resources. This would be an exceedingly unwise endeavor. Investors dread the thought of being stuck with a failing venture. Wei Linlang, though lacking in acumen, would never choose the first option. The second option seemed quite viable. On the surface, it merely involved inflating the stock price to allow retail investors to take over while she quietly withdrew. However, in practice, it would still result in significant losses. After all, during such tumultuous times, any attempts to manipulate the stock price would likely lead to a frenzy of small shareholders dumping their shares. She could easily find herself remaining trapped, turning into the largest shareholder of Tingxing Pharmaceutical, ultimately becoming the biggest bag holder. Of course, she could also choose to do nothing, remaining the second largest shareholder of Tingxing Group, waiting for the stock price to rebound. But what if Tingxing Group encountered serious issues and faced delisting? Wouldn't that mean her investment of 1 billion would vanish into thin air? Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. Wei Linlang glanced at the screen with a frown, for it was a call from Wei Jiaoyang. She knew without a doubt that he was calling to hold her accountable. Dad. The moment she answered the call, Wei Jiaoyang's irate voice erupted from the receiver. Dad? What dad? Look at the mess you've created. You've never made such a rookie mistake before. You couldn't even manage basic due diligence? Dad, let me explain. This was an accident. Wei Linlang hastily defended herself. Accident my foot. Wei Jiaoyang retorted angrily. The Wei Group's annual profit is around 14 billion. Losing 17 to 18 billion means you've wiped out a quarter of our annual profits. You think about how you're going to explain this to the shareholders. Wei Linlang broke into a cold sweat, yet she gritted her teeth and replied, I will find a way to remedy this. Just give me some time. I can make the accounts look better. No need. Wei Jiaoyang said coldly. You need to inflate the stock price immediately and start offloading shares. I have reliable information that Tongxing Group may soon face delisting. Extract as much capital as you can. Do not let it all be trapped in your hands. Understood. Wei Linlang replied, her forehead glistening with sweat. After hanging up, she remained lost in thought for a long time. Wei Jiaoyang had already made the choice for her. The loss was inevitable. It was merely a question of how much. Thinking of the image of an investment prodigy she had built over the years crumbling overnight, she couldn't help but feel a surge of nausea. Was it true that without Wei Hong to assess her projects, she would be utterly lost? Impossible. It was merely a minor loss, a simple accident. I will prove myself with my eventual success. Wei Linlang murmured defiantly to herself. At the Vienna Hotel, in a private room on the top floor, Lu Shilai, the newly appointed chairwoman of Tongxing Group, a middle-aged beauty still brimming with charm, raised her glass of red wine to toast with a powerful, sophisticated middle-aged man. She showed no signs of the sorrow one would expect after losing a husband, nor did she exhibit any anxiety over the plummeting stock prices of her company. With a charming smile, she appeared to be reveling in a lavish atmosphere. Fourth Master, do you think we can ensnare the Wei Group this time? Lu Shilai swirled her wine glass and chuckled. If we fail to trap them, I might find myself at a loss. Rest assured. The elegant man, legs crossed, shook his head dismissively. If the founder of the Wei Group, Old Wei, were still alive, I would certainly hesitate to set a trap for them. But now they are nothing but a hollow shell. We can easily test their limits. If we can make the Wei Group suffer a silent loss this time, our entry into Jiangzhou will be much smoother, and it wouldn't be in vain for Li Teng to have sacrificed his life to pave the way for us. A flicker of disdain crossed Lu Shilai's eyes. She had been married to Li Teng for over a decade, during which he had been unfaithful, promiscuous, and abusive. Their relationship had long since lost its affection. In the hands of a true power broker, the life of a chairman of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate is but a mere pawn, readily sacrificed. One cannot help but find the absurdity of it all quite laughable. The news has already been disseminated, and given Wei Jiaoyang's cautious demeanor, it is certain he will opt for a severance of losses. Lu Shilai softly reported. However, during our scheming, we discovered a group also engaging in bottom fishing. They operate with utmost secrecy and caution, acquiring only around 3 billion in shares, and it appears they are affiliated with Su Maogong. Is it him? Intriguing. Yet 3 billion is hardly substantial. Let him be. The middle-aged gentleman, with an air of cultured elegance, casually toyed with her delicate hand, casually remarking, for the next few days, monitor the stock market closely. As soon as the Wei Group decides to cut its losses, release the news of our successful new drug development. I intend to humiliate Wei Jiaoyang thoroughly. Understood? Lu Shilai laughed charmingly, setting down her wine glass. She then playfully straddled the man, and the two became entangled in a flirtatious embrace. Chapter 31. An unrelenting force, not to be underestimated. In the following 2 days, the stock price of Tongxing Pharmaceuticals began a slight ascent. Various false reports circulated online, inciting investors to rush in for bottom fishing. After Wei Linlang invested a considerable sum to elevate the stock price, she reluctantly decided to cut her losses. Once the news broke, the shareholders of the group expressed their discontent vehemently. On Wednesday morning, the top-floor conference room of the Wei Group was filled with 20 to 30 shareholders, all gathered to voice their grievances. Wei Jiaoyang and Wei Linlang occupied the head of the table, both wearing grim expressions. Esteemed shareholders, Wei Jiaoyang spoke solemnly. I have convened this meeting primarily to address the grave mistakes made by our CEO Wei Linlang in the Tongxing Pharmaceuticals investment, which have led to substantial losses. Upon finishing, he raised his hand, and the female secretary promptly laid out a series of documents before the shareholders. As they perused the files, their brows furrowed. Good heavens! A total of 2 billion in liquid assets utilized, ultimately incurring a loss of 6 billion? Linlang, my dear niece, You have consistently profited from investments over the past few years. Is this your first time causing such a catastrophic blunder? Indeed, while 8.6 billion may not seem monumental, our liquid assets were already rather limited. Such a significant loss necessitates accountability. Yes, our shareholders' funds do not come from thin air. If one project incurs a loss of nearly $1 billion, how can we afford to undertake multiple projects without jeopardizing a year's worth of work? The voices of dissent echoed throughout the room, and the shareholders cast piercing glances at Wei Linlang, whose face flushed with shame. Accustomed to success, she was unprepared for such humiliation. However, given the implications for every shareholder's interest, none would show her any leniency. Wei Jiaoyong tapped the table, addressing them with gravity. The situation stands as it is. Wei Linlang bears primary responsibility for this issue, and I, as the chairman, must also admit to a lack of oversight. We must all reflect seriously on this matter. However, considering the complexity of this project and the substantial benefits Wei Linlang has brought to the group over the years, I hope to grant her another opportunity. The shareholders exchanged glances, their expressions varied. It was not uncommon for a chairman to stand by a favored individual, especially given Wei Linlang's previously unblemished track record. A single misstep, it seemed, could be forgiven. Uncles, Wei Linlang rose and bowed, her voice laced with remorse. This investment was purely an unforeseen accident. The situation with Tongxing Group was extraordinarily intricate. No one anticipated that Li Teng would take his own life right after signing the investment contract. I bear significant responsibility for this, yet I have exerted my utmost efforts to mitigate the losses since the incident. I hope you will consider our past relationship and grant me some leniency. In the next quarter, I will strive to generate greater profits for the group to compensate for this error. The shareholders exchanged looks, many appearing somewhat swayed. Just then, the conference room door swung open, and an anxious female secretary rushed in, whispering urgently in Wei Jiaoyong's ear. He could not suppress his sudden rise from his seat. What is happening? Why is Director Wei so agitated? The shareholders murmured in confusion. Wei Linlang felt a sudden pang of dread, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Wei Jiaoyong gestured to the secretary, who swiftly operated the projector, revealing an interview video. Esteemed shareholders, the secretary explained with professional detachment, this morning at 8, Ms. Liu Xilai, the newly appointed chairwoman of Tongxing Group, convened a press conference to announce the development of a new oral medication for hepatitis, which has successfully passed initial review by the National Medical Products Administration and is set to commence clinical trials. Once the announcement was made, Tongxing Pharmaceutical stock surged to its limit within 10 minutes, the market responding favorably as many investors and prominent stock analysts expressed their admiration. It was anticipated that Tongxing Pharmaceuticals would experience a period of soaring stock prices, elevating both its market value and stature to unprecedented heights. As the video concluded, silence enveloped the room. Each shareholder's face bore a grim countenance. For a long while, no one uttered a word, while Wei Linlang's expression darkened with fury. Just moments after investing in Tongxing Pharmaceuticals, Li Teng had committed suicide. Barely having severed ties, the company announced its new drug, propelling the stock price upward. It became painfully clear to anyone with half a mind that someone was orchestrating a scheme to undermine the Wei Group. Who? Who could it be? Wei Jiaoyong seethed, nearly choking on his anger. Wei Linlang, too, felt her head spinning, suddenly recalling the disdainful smirk of Wei Hong at the dinner table days prior. Had he foreseen the underlying treachery? Even then, at that moment, she felt lightheaded. Why had every project assessed by Wei Hong over the past 2 to 3 years yielded profits, while her own efforts resulted in such catastrophic failure? It was as if she were cursed, plagued by misfortune. Director Wei, the situation appears rather dire. The monetary loss is trivial, but we are indeed being targeted, and we cannot afford to overlook this. Indeed, while we can bear a loss of 8 or 900 million, we must uncover who is behind this scheme. Who in Jiangzhou would dare act so brazenly? There must be someone backing Tongxing Pharmaceuticals, or they would never be so audacious. We must bring this individual to light. Otherwise, others may think us easy prey. The shareholders, filled with righteous indignation, shifted their focus from the losses to uniting against the external adversary. Observing this scene, Wei Linlang felt torn between laughter and tears. The silver lining was that the incident stemmed from external machinations, which might mitigate her culpability for the decision-making error. The troubling news, however, was that the identity of the enemy remained unknown. If they were to strike again, could her other projects withstand the pressure? Let us pause the meeting for 10 minutes. I need to make a few calls, Wei Jiaoyong declared, rising to stride towards the conference room's floor-to-ceiling windows. The other shareholders, seeing this, hastily retrieved their phones. Many of these shareholders were veterans, having fought alongside the elder Wei in his pursuits. With their own networks, they had ways to gather intelligence. Moments later, they compiled their findings, which ultimately pointed to one name. Ing Hao. Is it him? Isn't he the fourth son of the Hua family from the provincial capital, who has been conducting business overseas? What brings him to Jiangzhou? This is dire. It seems he is testing the waters, and now he has exposed the disparity in our standing. The monetary loss may be minor, but the fact that we have been belittled is undeniable. Ing Hao is clearly targeting us, and we are in deep trouble. The force behind this is formidable and must not be underestimated. The atmosphere among the group was suffused with a palpable tension as they engaged in a grave discussion. Wei Jiaoyang felt his heart plummet to the depths of despair. He was, of course, acquainted with Ing Hao. They had once been friends. Who could have anticipated that after years of separation, their reunion would be marred by such a deceptive ploy? Should Ing Hao seek to establish his foothold in Jiangzhou, Wei Jiaoyang feared he might lack the means to subdue him. Chapter 32. Without the Wei family, what are you worth? The name Ing Hao resonated like a bombshell, sending ripples through the upper echelons of Jiangzhou. Various board members, CEOs, and business magnates displayed palpable concern, fearing they might become targets for this formidable contender, ultimately leaving them with nothing but remnants. At the end of September, an invitation circulated widely. Ing Hao extravagantly invested $300 million to acquire the luxurious No. 3 mansion in a half-mountain villa district adjacent to the Wei family estate, thus officially announcing his intent to take root in Jiangzhou. He hosted a housewarming banquet, inviting the city's elite. In no time, affluent individuals and socialites flocked to extend their congratulations. On the night of the housewarming, the No. 3 mansion sparkled with resplendent lights. A plethora of luxury cars converged, while waitstaff navigated the banquet hall with grace. Massive crystal chandeliers cast their enchanting glow. Socialites and business tycoons, glasses of red wine in hand, engaged in lively conversation, creating an atmosphere thick with the scent of opulence. Wei Hong and Su Maogong lounged on a sofa in the corner of the hall, sipping champagne and occasionally surveying the gathering of dignitaries and wealthy individuals, as if they were spectators at a theatrical performance. The fact that Ing Hao sent me a personal invitation is rather intriguing, Wei Hong remarked with a light chuckle, swirling his glass. Not surprising, Su Maogong replied, lighting a cigar and exhaling a cloud of smoke. The news of your falling out with the Wei family has spread across various circles. If Ing Hao intends to establish himself in Jiangzhou, he must have already gathered ample intelligence. No, Wei Hong shook his head in refutation. The reason he sent an invitation to the Wei family and a separate one to me is likely because he has discovered traces of our involvement in the Tongxing pharmaceutical shares. Is that so? Su Maogong straightened up, his expression turning serious. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly said, generally, my associates are quite discreet, engaging only in minor transactions that shouldn't attract attention. Yet, it is impossible to leave no traces at all. Ing Hao is no ordinary individual. Precisely. This is why I am inclined to attend the banquet, Wei Hong replied, his interest piqued. The sudden emergence of a clever mind in the small city of Jiangzhou should prove to be quite entertaining. We bear him no animosity, so we should remain unaffected for the time being. Su Maogong flicked the ash from his cigar and remarked, the profits we garnered from Tongxing Pharmaceutical will be deposited into an anonymous account at a Swiss bank, ensuring that until you come of age, this money will remain beyond the control of the Wei family. 1/2 for each, Wei Hong stated succinctly. This was our prior agreement. Let us not disrupt the arrangement. Fine. Su Maogong sighed with a resigned smile. Initially, he had intended to hand over the earnings to Wei Hong as seed money. However, this obstinate individual would have none of it, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the banquet hall. Following the noise, it became apparent that members of the Wei family had arrived. Wei's father, Wei's mother, his elder sister Wei Linlang, and Wei Sheng, adorned in elegant attire, made a grand entrance. The other sisters, who had been striving abroad, were conspicuously absent. As Jiangzhou's wealthiest individual, Wei Jiaoyang's presence naturally attracted a flurry of admirers. He calmly picked up a glass of red wine from a waiter's tray, effortlessly engaging in jovial banter with various luminaries. After exchanging pleasantries with a group of affluent women, Du Sihui instinctively began to search the vicinity, quickly spotting Wei Hong seated in the corner. Little Hong, you're here. Why didn't you wait for us to arrive together? I even had someone reserve a haute couture outfit for you. Be careful not to drink too much. It's hard on your stomach. Have you eaten? Are you hungry? Shall I fetch you some pastries? Du Sihui appeared motherly, showering him with care, which elicited covert frowns from Su Maogong, Wei Linlang, and Wei Sheng. Even the surrounding young ladies and socialites could not suppress their astonishment. Isn't it said that young Master Wei has fallen out with his parents? Why is Madame Wei so amiable now? They whispered. It's odd. She never showed this much affection toward her son before. Indeed, whenever Madame Wei spoke of her son in the past, it was always with a face full of grievance. What has prompted such a change in demeanor? The murmurs reached her ears, causing Du Sihui's expression to falter slightly. Nevertheless, she maintained a cordial smile directed at Wei Hong, hoping her son would reconsider and glance her way. In her heart, she silently vowed that if her son would only forgive her past indifference, she would strive to be a good mother. Regrettably, Wei Hong couldn't even be bothered to look at her, turning instead to his bodyguard with a frown. Where did that fly come from? Buzzing around is quite bothersome. The bodyguard stepped forward, blocking Du Sihui, and coldly stated, Madam, my young master prefers tranquility. Please leave. Du Sihui swayed, disbelief evident in her eyes. The surrounding crowd collectively gasped. Although they had long heard of Wei Hong's drastic change in temperament and his harsh words towards his parents, witnessing it firsthand still sent chills down their spines. This person must have lost his mind. Alas, Wei Sheng seized the opportunity to sow discord, whispering into Du Sihui and Wei Linlong's ears, how can my elder brother behave this way? Even if there are family disagreements, we shouldn't air them in public. This will only turn our family into a laughingstock among the elite. Wei Linlang, upon hearing this, felt her anger intensify. Habitually, she was inclined to confront Wei Hong with a slap, and even when blocked by the bodyguard, she continued to scold him furiously. You little beast. How dare you speak to your mother that way? Do you believe I won to skin you alive? Is that a dog barking? Wei Hong frowned in irritation. Laughter erupted from the crowd, as Wei Linlang struggled to maintain her composure. Du Sihui, exasperated, pulled her aside, saying, Linlang, don't be so impulsive. You are siblings. Quarreling here only invites ridicule from outsiders. Mom. Wei Linlang stomped her foot in frustration. If he doesn't care about looking foolish in front of others, why should I? Isn't he always claiming to sever ties with us? If he is so adamant, then he shouldn't be using the Wei family's invitation to intrude upon circles that don't belong to him. Without the Wei family, what is he worth? Wei Linlang's voice grew louder, as if she were determined to vent all her pent-up anger. Well said. Who does he think he is, acting so haughty? Without the Wei family, he is nothing but a speck. She continued, her indignation rising. He thinks he is above us now. But I doubt he can thrive in Jiangzhou's business scene without our connections, chimed in Ji Peng, CSCC, and other wealthy heirs, eagerly joining in the derision. However, before Wei Hong could respond further, a voice, half smiling and half sardonic, drifted down from the second floor. Wei Hong, my dear nephew, is not here to piggyback off the Wei family's invitation. He is a distinguished guest of mine. Chapter 33. The investment prodigy identity revealed. From the second floor of the villa, Hua Yinghao slowly made his entrance. He donned a sleek black tailcoat, his hair meticulously styled, exuding an air of refined elegance. Accompanying him were two enchanting female companions, and together, the trio gracefully descended the staircase. Upon reaching the bottom, Hua Yinghao accepted a glass of red wine from servant's tray, his gaze sweeping across the gathering before ultimately fixing upon Wei Jiaoyang. Their eyes met, and though both wore smiles, an undercurrent of tension surged between them. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my humble abode, Hua Yinghao declared, his smile radiant. I apologize for any shortcomings in my hospitality today, and I hope for your understanding. Not at all. It is our privilege to attend Mr. Hua's housewarming banquet, came the chorus of compliments from the assembled dignitaries and wealthy elites. Indeed, Mr. Hua is a paragon of vigor, truly a dragon among men, another added. We look forward to your continued guidance in the future. Wei Jiaoyang, suppressing the coldness in his eyes, raised his glass to clink with Hua Yinghao's, then scoffed. It has been years since we last met, yet you remain as formidable as ever, my dear brother. I'm impressed. Your words flatter me. Wei brother, Hua Yinghao replied, disregarding the thinly veiled mockery. He chuckled lightly. With our long-standing bond of brotherhood, we must maintain our connections moving forward. Wouldn't you agree? Opportunities will arise. Wei Jiaoyang replied, his smile devoid of warmth before summoning Xiao Sheng, Linlang. Come forth and greet your Uncle Hua. Hello, Uncle Hua. Wei Sheng and Wei Linlang approached obediently to pay their respects. Excellent, excellent. Hua Yinghao beamed, scrutinizing the two before deliberately fixing his gaze on Wei Sheng. I was under the impression that old Master Wei had but one grandson. How is it that another has emerged? Laughter erupted from the crowd, stifled giggles echoing throughout. Wei Sheng's face flushed with a myriad of colors, while the expressions of the Wei family darkened considerably. Ah, dear Wei brother, please do not take offense. Hua Inghao jested jovially. I simply did not recognize your son, hence my inquiry. By the way, is Wei Hong here? At this, the crowd parted, revealing the two seated in the corner who instantly became the center of attention. Wei Hong approached without pretense, raising his glass with poise. Uncle Hua, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. The pleasure is all mine. Hua Inghao exclaimed, his expression a mix of surprise and admiration as he appraised Wei Hong for a considerable duration before breaking into a warm smile. Indeed, you possess the spirit of old Master Wei. No wonder you are his chosen successor. Earlier, Lin Lang had mentioned that Wei Hong was merely leveraging the Wei family's invitation, which was somewhat inaccurate. He was, in fact, a distinguished guest whom Hua personally invited. With a sweeping glance around the room, Hua Inghao continued, I suspect many of you are unaware, but recently, the Tongxin group encountered some turbulence, with the Wei group investing 3.2 billion only to suffer an 8.6 billion loss. And yet, our young Wei Hong discreetly capitalized with a 300 million investment at the nadir, subsequently selling at the peak, netting a staggering 9.2 billion in profit, an astonishing feat yielding a net gain of 326 million in just 9 days. Truly remarkable, a testament to the formidable capabilities of our youth. As he spoke, Hua Inghao cast a sidelong glance at the Wei family, almost silently mocking their apparent blindness. A collective gasp rippled through the banquet hall. Is it possible? Murmured one attendee. The Wei group suffered losses during the Tongxin stock fluctuations, yet someone managed to successfully capitalize on the downturn. Is young Master Wei truly this adept, buying at the lowest and cashing out at the highest? The admiration for Wei Hong was palpable, with the audience expressing awe at his uncanny acumen. A net profit of 326 million is indeed a rarity in the investment and finance sectors. Such prowess is truly terrifying. This young man may surpass even his grandfather. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their glances toward Wei Hong laced with admiration. The Wei family members exchanged complex expressions, unsure of how to react. Yet he is but a high school student. How does he manage such colossal transactions? And where does he acquire the capital for investment? Wei Jiaoyong mused, his thoughts drifting to the likely source of funding, most likely from Su Maogong. The realization of his son's prowess contrasted starkly with his daughter's perceived ineptitude, leaving him with a tumultuous mix of emotions. Uncle Hua, you are being rather unfair. Wei Hong chuckled lightly, sipping his wine. I merely stumbled upon some good fortune and made a bit of pocket money, yet you seem intent on stripping me of all my gains. Aren't you afraid of me being overwhelmed by my own success? You shall not, Hua Inghao replied, his face radiating appreciation as he clinked glasses with Wei Hong. Let us collaborate in the future. Certainly, Wei Hong agreed with a smile. In his previous life, Hua Inghao had aggressively entered Jiangzhou, securing several major projects within a few short years, wielding his vast cash flow and connections to leave the Wei group in his wake, utterly defenseless. In this lifetime, whether he would be friend or foe remained uncertain. It was prudent to avoid antagonizing such a clever individual. Young Master Wei, you are indeed a prodigy. If my son possessed even half your talent, I would consider myself fortunate. Indeed, the future belongs to you young ones. Another chimed in. What investments do you plan to pursue, young Master Wei? Do remember to extend a helping hand to us. We uncles have some idle funds at our disposal. Laughter and agreement echoed among the assembled magnates, eager to curry favor with the rising star. The wealthy second-generation heirs stood dumbfounded just moments ago. They had hoped to exclude Wei Hong from their circle, yet now their own forebears were clamoring for his attention, leaving them feeling utterly eclipsed. Oh my! Wei Sheng's inner voice echoed in his mind. Could it be that my elder brother has long conspired with Mr. Hua to undermine our own family? How else could he have amassed such wealth so fortuitously? The expressions of Wei Jiaoyong and Wei Lin Lang shifted dramatically. Even Du Sihui, who had been trying to mend fences, looked profoundly disappointed, clearly swayed by this speculation. After all, at that very moment, Wei Hong was engaged in jovial conversation with Hua Inghao. To assert that they were not colluding would be implausible. That wretched child! Wei Jiaoyong felt a surge of anger rise within him, lifting his hand to smash his glass upon the floor. The gathering of dignitaries gasped in shock, and the socialites shrieked, for none had ever witnessed him lose his composure to such an extent, plunging the room into an uncomfortable silence. Mr. Wei, what has provoked such a fierce outburst? Hua Inghao's gaze turned cold, his smile strained. Have I inadvertently offended you in some manner? Wei Jiaoyong recognized that his reaction was somewhat excessive. He should not have allowed his emotions to escalate to such a confrontation with Hua Inghao. Yet, under the scrutinizing gaze of the attendees, he found himself trapped, compelled to maintain his composure. With a forced smile, he retorted, I had presumed only those with true prowess could orchestrate such schemes. It appears, however, that you have your own internal traitor, Mr. Hua. Quite the clever maneuver. At his words, the expressions in the room shifted dramatically, eyes narrowing as they scrutinized Hua Yinghao and Wei Hong with newfound suspicion. Could it be that young Master Wei had indeed acted as an insider, betraying his own family? Chapter 34. If I were in your shoes, I would sever ties with such relatives. As the saying goes, victories and defeats are commonplace in warfare. The Wei Group's billion-dollar losses might not seem significant to outsiders, for they could afford such setbacks. However, if an internal traitor was implicated, the situation would grow increasingly complicated, especially if the traitor were suspected to be a member of the Wei family. Brother Wei, I must express my discontent with your words. Hua Yinghao interjected, relishing the escalating tension. I was merely engaging in light conversation with Wei Hong. To suggest he is an insider is rather unbecoming, don't you think? Huh. Wei Jiaoyang's expression grew increasingly grim, nearly grinding his teeth as he exclaimed, "This ungrateful wretch once declared his intention to sever ties with me, only to turn around and invest billions in a bottom-fishing venture with Tingxing. If you claim there's no connection between you and this matter, do you think anyone would believe that? The failure of the investment is solely due to your ineptitude, you worthless fool. Young Master Hong's success is a testament to his surpassing talents. When things go awry, you deflect blame and slander. Is this how a father behaves?" Su Maogong's face was contorted with anger as he stepped forward. "Uncle Gong, let us refrain from using such harsh words," Wei Jiaoyang retorted, his gaze fiery. "Who knows if you're also involved, trying to undermine from within." The atmosphere grew tense, charged with animosity. Hua Yinghao, amused, stepped aside to observe the unfolding drama. Whether it was Wei Jiaoyang's desperate slander against Wei Hong or Su Maogong coming to someone else's defense, any conflict between them was advantageous for him. The instigator, Wei Sheng, smirked with delight. If Wei Hong were to be branded as a traitor, his reputation would surely suffer, and no one would dare to collaborate with him in the future. After all, a man who betrays even his own father would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the business world. "Uncle Gong, please, let's not escalate this further." Wei Hong interjected, raising a hand to halt Su Maogong's tirade. With an enigmatic smile, he surveyed the room before adding, "Some individuals prefer to fabricate excuses for their failures. It is perhaps best we do not shatter their illusions." "You insolent brat, are you still trying to argue?" Wei Jiaoyang seethed with indignation. "If it weren't for your leaking of corporate secrets, how would you explain these coincidences?" "Explain what?" Wei Hong shot back, his eyes narrowing in irritation. "Did I compel you to invest? Did I force you to acquire shares in Tingxing Pharmaceuticals? Or did I hold a knife to your throat and demand you liquidate your assets?" "You?" Wei Jiaoyang's complexion darkened. Wei Hong continued unabated. "If I were truly a traitor, how could I allow the Wei Group to suffer only a few billion in losses? Do you think so little of me?" A ripple of suppressed laughter coursed through the crowd. Furthermore, Wei Hong pointed a finger at Wei Linlang with a sardonic smile. "Your precious daughter entered the group at 18, handling nearly 100 projects in her first 4 years, and each one was a disaster. It was only in the last 3 years. Well, I took it upon myself to assist her under the pretense of familiarizing her with our operations, that she managed to produce profitable project evaluations. Now, without my support, her failed investments are a direct reflection of her own incompetence. She must bear the consequences herself. Do not shift the blame onto me." At these words, Wei Linlong's face flushed crimson. The banquet hall erupted in astonished murmurs. "Wait, are you telling me that the business prodigy, Wei Linlang, is actually a fraud?" "It seems that way. I remember when she first joined the group. Her project handling was riddled with mistakes. I thought she had matured after her recent successes. But it appears young Master Wei was pulling the strings all along. How awkward. No wonder one side profits while the other suffers. It was all thanks to young Master Wei's efforts. Truly, he is the heir cultivated by old Master Wei himself. It seems that Director Wei will have a lot to ponder." The crowd buzzed with incredulous commentary. "Ladies and gentlemen," Wei Hong raised his glass and announced loudly, "I reiterate, upon reaching adulthood, I will sever all ties with Chairman Wei and have no intention of inheriting the Wei Group. Henceforth, any matters pertaining to the Wei family or the Wei Group should not involve me." This declaration detonated like a bomb among the attendees. My goodness, young Master Wei does not wish to inherit the company? Is he insane? He intends to start from scratch? Quite bold. The crowd gasped in astonishment at his audacity. Wei Jiaoyang's face shifted from green to black as he ground his teeth in fury. "If you're so intent on severing ties, have the courage to sign a waiver relinquishing your claim to the inheritance and transferring all shares to Shaosheng. Do not boast if you lack the resolve. The shares my grandfather left for me, why should I transfer them to the son of a chauffeur?" Wei Hong's eyes narrowed, his anger flaring. Do you expect me to be as foolish as you? Even if I were to donate my wealth for charitable causes, I would never allow him to benefit in the slightest. Dad, big brother, please stop arguing. Wei Sheng interjected hastily, eager to assert his presence. It is already a blessing for me to be part of the Wei family. I do not deserve any shares. Xiao Shang, stay out of this. Wei Jiaoyang coldly retorted, placing him behind him. The Wei group is under my control now. Any discussions about inheriting shares must go through me first. Very well, I shall await your decision. Wei Hong shot back defiantly. This father-son conflict had captivated the onlookers, who relished the drama unfolding before them. From the snippets of their exchange, many gleaned valuable insights. It became clear that Wei Hong was not valued in the Wei family. As a mere adopted son, was favored above him. Was Wei Jiaoyang truly contemplating transferring his biological son's shares to an adopted son? Surely, no sane person would forsake a capable biological heir in favor of an inept adopted one. It was no wonder Wei Hong sought to sever ties. Any family member in his position would likely do the same. As whispers swirled around the crowd, the confrontation escalated the banquet to its zenith, leaving attendees feeling their time had not been wasted. Ha ha ha! Hua Yinghao finally stepped forward, a grin on his face, attempting to diffuse the tension. There is no need for such discord among family. Let's all continue to enjoy our drinks. Within the banquet hall, the atmosphere lightened once more. As glasses clinked and laughter filled the air, the previously taut ambience dissipated. However, perceptive individuals soon recognized that the dynamics had subtly shifted. The conflict between Wei Hong and Wei Jiaoyang had inadvertently compelled many to choose sides. One was a promising young investor yet to realize his potential, while the other was the wealthiest man in Jiangzhou, commanding a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions. It was evident to all but the most foolish whom they should support. Chapter 35. Life is fleeting. Why should one endure undue suffering? Youth, such impulsiveness is unwise, Wei Hong remarked, seated on the terrace of the villa, facing Hua Yinghao. The two shared drinks and cigarettes, observing the elite mingling below, as if they were omniscient strategists overseeing the game of life. Life is but a brief journey. Why should one endure self-imposed constraints? Wei Hong's gaze deepened as he spoke earnestly. I am not one to suffer indignities. I prefer to confront my adversaries directly, rather than engage in hollow pleasantries with these imbeciles. Quite the audacity, Hua Yinghao chuckled, crossing his legs. However, it appears they have categorized you within my camp. I trust you do not mind? Wei Hong took a sip of his drink, his eyes betraying no emotion, exuding a maturity beyond his years. He had anticipated the unfolding of events. It was clear to even the dimmest of observers that Hua Yinghao was orchestrating the situation, attempting to establish a foothold in Jiangzhou's business landscape. By exploiting the discord between the Wei father and son, he could easily split the attendees into factions. One group would rally around Wei Jiaoyang in staunch resistance, while the other would flock to Hua Yinghao, eager to seize more significant benefits amid the upheaval. The earlier ruckus had inadvertently aligned him with Hua Yinghao's faction in the eyes of the crowd. In the future, if he wishes to navigate the commercial sphere of Jiangzhou City, it will undoubtedly have some influence. Is this not what you, Uncle Hua, desire to see? Wei Hong chuckled lightly, reclining back with a lazy tone. I have little interest in power. Most of the ventures I intend to pursue in the future will have nothing to do with these ineffectual individuals. So it would be wise for you to refrain from harboring any notions about me. No. Hua Yinghao spread his arms wide, his ambition palpable. The market in Jiangzhou City is brimming with potential. I require a partner. If we could collaborate, would it not allow us to seize the winds and rain? Wei Hong raised a hand to halt Hua's grandiose visions, addressing him with a businesslike demeanor. Uncle Hua, I am aware of the individual soon to take office who shares a close relationship with you. You will undoubtedly stir up quite a storm here in the future, but I'm not interested in such matters. Oh, Hua Yinghao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You are quite well informed. Not only that, I possess even more knowledge. Wei Hong smiled enigmatically. Otherwise, how could I have bought into Tongxing Pharmaceuticals at the lowest prices and sold at the highest, all while controlling the impact to avoid drawing attention? Your maneuvering with Tongxing Pharmaceuticals is merely to announce your arrival and deliver a firm warning to Wei Jiaoyang, facilitating your future endeavors. My intention, however, is to convey to you, Uncle Hua, that I am devoid of ambition. Please do not involve me in your affairs. Regardless of my lineage, you cannot truly place your trust in me, can you? Hua Yinghao's expression fluctuated between contemplation and amusement. He finally gazed deeply at him and remarked with a smile. I had thought Wei Jiaoyang was my adversary. It seems you are the more formidable opponent. Were it not for your youth, I might have mistaken you for a wily old fox. Flattery. Come, let us drink. The two clinked glasses, tacitly agreeing to refrain from further discussions about collaboration. Nephew, forgive my intrusion. Hua Yinghao poured himself another glass and cheerfully stated, though Wei Jiaoyang is not particularly capable. He is replete with cunning schemes. You must exercise caution. If you and your father truly come to blows, he will ensure you receive nothing. Wei Hong shook dismissively. He was well aware that inheriting the shares left by his grandfather would be a formidable challenge. As a minor, the shares were held in Wei Jiaoyang's hands. Should he truly wish to manipulate the situation, no one could thwart him. A year's time, and the opportunity would have evaporated. Be it through mortgaging or shorting the group, he could easily devise numerous methods to circumvent the will and openly seize the shares. Even after attaining adulthood, Wei Hong would find it impossible to reclaim them through litigation. In other words, in the eyes of most, Wei Jiaoyang remains the undisputed patriarch of the Wei family. What Wei Hong's investment prowess? To contend with him is ultimately too naive. Fortunately, I have never aspired to inherit the family business. Otherwise, how could I afford to be so audacious? Wei Hong swirled his glass with a smile. Money? I will earn it myself. I lack neither the courage to start from scratch nor the invaluable legacy my grandfather has bestowed upon me. They cannot hold me captive. As they spoke, Wei Sheng deliberately ascended to the second floor. Upon seeing the two engaged in conversation on the terrace, he turned pale and hurriedly apologized. Brother, Mr. Hua, I am sorry. I did not intend to interrupt. I was merely looking for the restroom. The restroom is at the end of the hallway, Hua Yinghao casually remarked. Yet Wei Hong chuckled with a hint of mockery. Looking for the restroom? What a farce. Sure enough, Wei Sheng's inner thoughts soon echoed in his ears. Sigh. Should I inform Mr. Hua that the conflict between brother and father was merely a staged act? No, I doubt he'd believe me. Perhaps it's best to refrain from meddling. Once again, a familiar formula. Once again, a familiar flavor. Wei Sheng had resorted to his usual underhanded tactics. He left those words hanging before turning to head to the restroom, while Hua Yinghao's gaze sharpened, his expression turning icy, clearly having heard every word. As a shrewd titan of the business world, his most defining trait is his suspicion. Whether or not he believes Wei Sheng's words, they burrow into his mind like a nail. Should Wei Hong and the others strike a deal, that single phrase could dismantle everything. Though the tactic of whispering rumors is cliched, its effectiveness cannot be overstated. Thankfully, Wei Hong had never intended to collaborate with anyone from the start. Nephew, Gulme, let's continue drinking. Hua Yinghao beckoned nonchalantly, yet his eyes were as cold as ice. Ha! Wei Hong chuckled lightly, suddenly stating, Now, Uncle Hua, do you understand why I have been so disregarded at home? Hua Yinghao blinked, slightly taken aback. It is getting late. I must take my leave. Wei Hong set down his glass and rose to his feet. I reiterate, I shall not meddle in any affairs. Please proceed as you wish. With that, he turned and departed. Hua Yinghao remained seated for a considerable time, a flicker of intrigue crossing his gaze as he observed Wei Hong's retreating figure before shifting his attention to Wei Sheng's direction. Quite interesting, Hua Yinghao mused, casually snapping his fingers. A middle-aged man resembling a butler appeared, bowing respectfully. Investigate Wei Sheng. I want his detailed profile. The more comprehensive, the better. Additionally, bribe the Wei family as servants. I want to know precisely what Wei Sheng has done since entering the Wei household. Hua Yinghao commanded in a cold tone. Understood. The middle-aged butler responded and swiftly vanished into the night. Chapter 36. To make his son obey, one must clip his wings. Nighttime. On the third floor of the Wei residence, Wei Linlang, clutching several documents, nervously knocked on the study door. Wei Jiaoyang sat in his executive chair, his face shadowed and eyes piercing like those of a hawk. Even though she had weathered many storms, she still felt intimidated. Father, here are the materials for several recent projects. Wei Linlang cautiously approached and placed the documents down, forcing a smile. I have thoroughly organized everything, and the investment department has reviewed them overnight. There should be no issues, as the group has been monitoring them closely. Humph. Wei Jiaoyang scoffed coldly, offering no response. Wasn't Tongxing Pharmaceuticals initially brimming with confidence? What was the outcome? They suffered severe losses and became a laughingstock. Today, he learned that for years. It was Wei Hong who had assisted her in preparing project evaluations. No wonder Wei Linlang seemed like a different person in just a few years. With flawless investments and all projects turning a profit, nearly impeccable in execution. If only she could maintain this level of success. Yet, Wei Hong had completely severed ties with the Wei family. The project Wei Linlang had initiated now bore an element of risk. What if they detonated like Tongxing Pharmaceuticals? Losing money is one thing. Losing face is another. If these projects encounter further issues, prepare to resign in disgrace, Wei Jiaoyang warned coldly. There are countless eyes watching. Many shareholders are questioning your capabilities. Do not think you could deceive them any longer. Yes. Wei Linlang wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Wei Jiaoyang lowered his head and continued reviewing the projects. Recently, 5 projects had been launched. Aside from the investment in Tongxing Pharmaceuticals, the other 4 involved clothing, finance, real estate, and catering, with a total investment of 1.8 billion yuan. Among them, the clothing, real estate, and catering projects were all investments made by subsidiaries of the Wei Group, while the financial project was a loan of 8.7 billion yuan from Jiangzhou Wei Sheng hardware factory to the group, intended for short-term investment as a bridge loan. Is this project reliable? Has a background check been conducted? Wei Jiaoyang pointed towards the hardware factory project and inquired. It's done. Wei Linlang replied honestly. Wei Sheng Hardware Factory is a local enterprise in Jiangzhou, boasting over 30 years of history. Each year, when the funds become tight while borrowing from the bank, they seek bridge loans from other businesses. This time, Wei Sheng Hardware Factory intends to invest heavily in upgrading its equipment, yet they have outstanding loans with the bank that have yet to be repaid, making it difficult to secure further loans. Hence, President Liu from the Township Bank personally recommended that we lend them 8.47 billion for a short-term bridge loan, to be repaid in just 45 days with a daily interest rate of 0.1. Wei Jiaoyang furrowed his brow. This project seemed quite lucrative. Lending the money for merely a month and a half, earning daily interest, and being a long-established local business with a recommendation from the Township Bank, it appeared flawless. Dad, you wouldn't consider halting the project, would you? Wei Linlang cautiously reminded him. The contract has been signed, and the funds have already been transferred to Wei Sheng Hardware Factory. Retrieving it is impossible. Halting midway would equate to a breach of contract, incurring substantial penalties. Oof. Wei Jiaoyang scoffed, choosing not to elaborate further. He instinctively sensed a significant risk associated with this project. However, it was too late to turn back. Stopping it was out of the question. He could only diligently examine the remaining 3 projects, hoping they bore no substantial risks. We must intensify our oversight on these projects, Wei Jiaoyang sternly instructed. Every step must be executed with utmost caution, and all funds utilized must adhere to legal and regulatory standards. We cannot afford another mistake, understood? Rest assured I will. Wei Linlang sighed in relief, promptly acquiescing. Moreover, Wei Jiaoyang's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he articulated each word. Assign personnel to scrutinize the projects Wei Hong has been involved with, particularly those still ongoing. We must enforce strict controls. Furthermore, conduct a thorough investigation of the mid to senior management within the group. Anyone who may potentially align with Wei Hong should be reassigned to the sidelines. Dad, are you afraid he might resort to underhanded tactics? Wei Linlang exclaimed. It's not fear, but inevitability. Wei Jiaoyang tapped his fingers methodically on the table, sneering. No one knows him better than I do. Although Wei Hong is not particularly close with our family, he has grown up alongside the old man and possesses a ruthless disposition. In the past, when he claimed he wanted to sever ties, I dismissed it as mere childish tantrums for our attention. However, today, when he once again mentioned severing ties, I realized he has undoubtedly made up his mind. Thus, we cannot afford to be complacent. Upon hearing this, Wei Linlang's expression grew complex. They were family after all. How had it come to this? She recalled Wei Hong's past kindness towards everyone, her heart aching with remorse. Yet, now that Wei Hong sought to sever ties, what could she do? With Wei Jiaoyang's unyielding nature, he would never yield. He ordered a thorough investigation of all projects, both to eliminate potential hazards and perhaps to seize Wei Hong's shares entirely. Would it truly come to this? Wei Linlang clenched her teeth, unable to bear the thought. Though my usual attitude towards him has not been the best, there must be a way to avoid total annihilation. How about this? I will persuade Xiao Hong. If he is willing to apologize to you, we can still remain a family, can't we? To ensure obedience, one must clip their wings. Wei Jiaoyang pondered for a moment and stated, my philosophy is that loyalty is always more valuable than capability. This son of mine is indeed talented. If he could humbly apologize, I would not be averse to acceptance, provided he publicly acknowledges his error and transfers 15 of his shares to Xiao Shang. If not, his eyes flashed with a chilling resolve. Various strategies already formed in his mind, sufficient to ensure Wei Hong would inherit not a penny from the estate. I will speak to him. Wei Linlang sighed. She turned and ascended the staircase. However, before she could formulate her words, Wei Hong emerged from the gym. The two locked eyes at the staircase, and the atmosphere turned palpably cold. Shall we have a chat? Wei Linlang proposed. Not interested. Wei Hong retorted. Turning to enter the room, Wei Linlang stepped forward, attempting to follow, only to be halted by the guard station nearby. Don't be so stubborn. Go apologize to Dad, or you will regret it. Regret what? Wei Hong turned back, sneering. What capability does a family consumed by internal strife possess to make me regret? Is it not merely an attempt to secretly pawn my shares and then resort to various nefarious means to devour them clean? Just so you're aware. Wei Linlang raised her voice. There are numerous ways to safely acquire the inheritance that is yet to be inherited. This family is ultimately led by Dad. Do not remain obstinately ignorant. I prefer to remain obstinately ignorant. Wei Hong scoffed in retort. You should be more concerned about yourself. Wei Linlang's heart sank. What did that imply? Was he hinting that the new project would inevitably fail? Chapter 37. Such a family could undoubtedly drag anyone down, couldn't it? In mid-October, within the gym on the second floor of the villa, Wei Hong donned a set of combat attire. Accompanied by 3 robust coaches, he began to practice various combat skills, such as Muay Thai, Sanda, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, wrestling, and grappling. From a young age, his grandfather emphasized his comprehensive training. Not only was he required to study various subjects, finance, equestrian skills, piano, painting, dance, and etiquette, but martial arts were also of utmost importance. However, combat training differs from academic study. Wei Hong's high intelligence allowed him to easily grasp any subject, yet martial arts demanded extensive practice over time for improvement. Since his grandfather's passing, he had neglected training for several years. Although he could easily defeat several adults, he would struggle against true masters. Hence, he must expedite his journey to becoming formidable in every aspect. Bang, bang, bang. Wei Hong assumed a reverse punch stance, relentlessly attacking with fists and feet. The 3 coaches, clad in protective gear, continuously held targets for him to strike. His fists and feet landed with exhilarating force on the targets, emitting a thunderous roar. He alternated between fierce Sanda jabs and sweeping elbow strikes from Muay Thai, and once in close quarters, seamlessly transitioned into wrestling and jiu-jitsu. Despite having 3 training partners, his storm-like onslaught kept them firmly under his control, each heavy blow nearly shattering the protective pads. Whoa! Wei Hong executed a sudden spinning side kick, sending the left coach reeling, the impact causing him to fly back 2 meters. You were distracted. Wei Hong shook his hand, reminding him, pay attention next time. My apologies. Coach Li, rubbing his chest as he stood, awkwardly replied, Young Master Wei, your progress is remarkable. Have you trained before? Yes, Wei Hong nodded, acknowledging, I started practicing at 5, but I've lost touch over the past few years. Now, I'm just starting to regain some of my feel. Amazing. No wonder you're so fierce. Be it orthodox or southpaw, standing or grappling, young Master Wei is on par with top fighters. Training with you is quite a challenge for us. The other 2 coaches echoed their sentiments. Wei Hong frowned inwardly. All 3 coaches were award-winning fighters from the city. However, compared to true masters, they still fell short. If he wished to continue improving, he would likely need to hire skilled fighters at great expense in the future. Champions from domestic Sanda, MMA light heavyweight champions, Muay Thai experts, UFC fighters, and so forth would all require significant financial investment to bring in. Let's keep training for now. I promise to triple your bonuses. Wei Hong pledged. The 3 individuals immediately beamed with joy, once again exerting themselves in fervent practice. Wei Hong unleashed a flying kick to create distance. His fists, feet, elbows, and knees flowed seamlessly, repeatedly unleashing astonishing force. The protective pads in their hands were on the verge of being obliterated, and soon they were drenched in sweat. Wei Hong's physique was as if sculpted from bronze and iron, with each droplet of perspiration only serving to bolster his strength. At noon, Wei Hong concluded his practice. Feeling invigorated, after a refreshing shower, he emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, when a female bodyguard entered, presenting him with a tablet. Boss, there has been some feedback regarding the information that Uncle Gong commissioned to investigate. Oh, Wei Hong's interest was piqued. Recently, he had instructed Uncle Gong to keep an eye on Wei Sheng, and it seemed the investigation had borne fruit. He took the tablet and scrolled through it, revealing a detailed account of Wei Sheng's life from childhood to the present. Videos, photographs, and textual information were all meticulously cataloged. Wei Hong skimmed through the material, ultimately focusing on the events following Wei Sheng's adoption of the Wei surname. Since changing his name, this fellow seemed to be exceptionally fortunate. Not only had his grades skyrocketed from the middle of the class to the top 50, but he also had an uncanny ability to guess answers correctly on multiple choice tests. Furthermore, he had won 5 lottery prizes, ranging from 3,000 to 5 million, accumulating over 8 million in total. This fortune stemmed from Wei Sheng's habitual lottery tickets and scratch-offs, unbeknownst to the Wei family. Had it not been for Uncle Gong's investigation, he might have continued to conceal this for much longer. So, fortune is akin to luck? Is that why he enjoys such extraordinary luck? effortlessly selecting correct answers in exams and winning the lottery? Goodness, after so many attempts, he only managed to win over 8 million. Wouldn't he consider investing in leverage funds? However, since Wei Sheng was still a minor, he couldn't open a trading account for stocks or funds, and it seemed he could only win small prizes from the lottery. Furrowing his brow, Wei Hong continued to read. Unsurprisingly, Wei Sheng had recently grown closer to Xia Mo, unable to endure the relentless bullying at school. She had sought refuge with Wei Sheng in tears, and the two had quickly formed a bond. Consequently, Xia Mo's life returned to normal, with no one daring to bully her at school anymore. Her mother's medical expenses were once again covered, and everything seemed to have returned to the right track. Even Xia Mo herself no longer needed to work part-time. Each day, she simply needed to present herself as innocent and pure, occasionally lamenting her circumstances on social media, and even making veiled jabs, insinuating that she could thrive without Wei Hong. It was said that she even claimed she would apply to the Yanjing Film Academy. Her life was more prosperous than anyone else's. But how could Wei Hong allow them to live too comfortably? He pulled out his phone and dialed Su Mao Gong. As soon as the call connected, he inquired, "Uncle Gong, you haven't forgotten about Xia Dongfeng, have you?" "Of course not, young master. Rest assured." Su Mao Gong replied with a smile. "I specifically sought the assistance of friends from an underground casino. They specialize in loan sharking and have plenty of tricks up their sleeves. Xia Dongfeng is already a confirmed gambling addict. After a few rounds at the casino, he won a little money, only to fall into their trap, losing over 1 million in just a few days. However, I instructed the casino not to rush him for repayment, allowing him to continue borrowing. It seems he now owes several million, and with interest compounding, oh dear." Wei Hong couldn't help but smirk. Xia Mo, this delicate flower, truly fits the stereotype. A weak and helpless girl, ailing mother, and a gambling father. Such a family could drag anyone down. Yet in the last life, she had climbed to success with Wei Sheng and Song Gue. In the future, she would step into the entertainment industry, becoming a star renowned for her humble beginnings, embodying purity and innocence, adored by countless fans. Fortune truly is a remarkable thing. "Let us send someone to collect the debts," Wei Hong remarked, his tone devoid of emotion. "Have the casino send in some professional debt collectors. The bigger the fuss, the better. In any case, don't let them enjoy life too much. Also, find me a reckless individual, someone discreet and willing to take action, ready to receive orders at any moment." "Understood." Su Maogong agreed without further inquiry. Wei Hong hung up the phone, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Although Wei Sheng was doted on by the Wei family, his allowance amounted to only 80,000 to 100,000 a month. While that might seem astronomical compared to ordinary folk, it was still far from sufficient to rescue Xia Mo's family. Would he be willing to empty his pockets to save them? The thought was indeed tantalizing. In this new life, one should repay grievances with grievances. Though he couldn't eliminate him just yet, making his life uncomfortable was certainly within reach. Chapter 38. Is it just money? Who cares? In the afternoon, the old community where the Xia family resided was bustling with activity. A dozen tattooed men, accompanied by several elderly folks, surrounded the Xia family's building, creating a scene that quickly attracted a throng of curious onlookers from the neighborhood. "Oh my, what's happening? Why are there so many people?" "I don't know, but it seems the old Xia family has debts, and they're here to collect." "Really? I heard the Xia girl hooked up with a wealthy man and wasn't short on cash anymore." "Who knows? Old Xia just loves to gamble. It's common for collectors to show up every now and then. He has gotten used to it." The crowd murmured in speculation. A few of the tattooed men charged up to the third floor, dragging Xia Dongfeng down to the open space, where one of them slapped him across the face. "Damn it, Xia Dongfeng. When are you going to pay back the money you owe? Do you think we're pushovers?" "Money? What money?" Xia Dongfeng stared, bewildered. It wasn't until they presented the IOU that he suddenly came to his senses, his emotions flaring as he exclaimed, "Did Brother Su send you here? He said I didn't have to worry about the money." "What nonsense! How could you think we wouldn't care?" A burly man growled, delivering another slap. "Brother Su said you need to pay up when he says so." "Enough chatter. Debts must be repaid. Otherwise, you'll learn the consequences." I don't have the money." Xia Dongfeng finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his face contorting into a nervous grin. "Bro, can you give me a few more days? No money? Sell your house, sell your car, sell your kidney, sell your ass. Just sell anything you can." The burly man bellowed. "Whatever it takes, you must gather the money today, or else you'll see what happens." "Brother, please give me a moment to think." Xia Dongfeng was panicked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he hurriedly pulled out his phone to call. He certainly had no money. He didn't even own a house or a car. The only possible source of funds was Xia Mo. As soon as the call connected, Xia Dongfeng couldn't hold back his tears. Mo, come back quickly. They're here to collect debts, and if I don't pay, they LL break my arms and legs. You can't abandon your father. CIMO had evidently dealt with such situations before. Within 10 minutes of hanging up, she rushed back with Wei Sheng, accompanied by 2 police officers, all in a flurry. Dad, how could you get into debt again? Didn't you say you'd stop gambling? CIMO cried, wiping her tears. I was wrong, truly wrong. I promise it won't happen again. Just help your father this once. Xia Dongfeng habitually tried to ingratiate himself. Although Xia Mo was furious at her father's foolishness, she was at a loss for what to do. Such occurrences have transpired countless times in the past, rendering the police officers rather unfazed. A middle-aged officer, adhering strictly to protocol, inquired, "What is the purpose of this gathering?" "Disperse immediately. Debt collection must be conducted lawfully and reasonably. Anyone engaging in unlawful activities will accompany us to the station." A burly man, grinning broadly, stepped forward to offer cigarettes, assuring them, "Rest assured, comrades, we are entirely within our rights. Disperse, disperse." With a wave of his hand, a dozen tattooed men promptly scattered. Then, a few elderly individuals made their entrance, gravitating towards Xia Dongfeng and Xia Mo, ready to stage a scene of elder fraud. Upon witnessing this assembly, the officers recognized the professionalism of the opposition. Continuing to intervene would only result in them forcibly escorting the elderly back to the precinct, thereby inviting unnecessary trouble. Thus, they opted to refrain from meddling further and quickly departed after issuing a few casual admonitions. Oh dear, repaying debts is a fundamental principle. Someone is defaulting. Come. Take a look, this family has lost all shame. Who will ensure justice for us? The elderly wailed and threw a fit with practiced ease. Xia Dongfeng, feeling the pressure, hastily urged, Mo, we need to pay. Hearing this, Xia Mo looked at Wei Sheng with a pitiful expression, her doe-like eyes filled with desperation. How much? I'll handle it. Wei Sheng replied with a confident smile. His intention was to enhance his rapport with Xia Mo. The more dire her predicament, the greater the opportunity for him to resolve it, thus gaining her favor and ultimately reaping more fortune. Therefore, he was indifferent to the gambling debts. Yes. Direct your inquiries towards him. Xia Dongfeng exclaimed excitedly, "This is my daughter's boyfriend. He has promised to settle the debt." The burly man, producing a stack of photocopied documents, sneered, "The total is 37 million. Settle it." "How much?" Wei Sheng gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. Xia Mo and Xia Dongfeng exchanged incredulous glances, snatching the documents to scrutinize them closely, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. "Impossible. How could it be so much?" Xia Dongfeng muttered. Xia Mo's face was also a portrait of despair. Previously, gambling debts ranged from a mere 2 to 300,000, or at the very least tens of thousands. How had it escalated to over 800,000 in an instant? "Just take a look. Every signature is yours," the burly man scoffed. "Don't you know how much you borrowed? This is loan sharking." Wei Sheng retorted angrily. "It's illegal. Do you dare to let me report this?" "Go ahead, report away." The burly man shrugged, a mocking grin plastered across his face. "Behold, this is an investment loan agreement, not a loan shark scheme. Every document is above board, and every interest rate falls within legal limits." Wei Sheng seized the documents for another thorough examination. His expression darkened with every passing moment, nearly black as ink. These papers contained not a single mention of gambling. They were entirely legitimate loan agreements, divided among various financial companies, each bearing Xia Dongfeng's signature and thumbprint. A gambler, blinded by the allure of the game, often signs anything in desperation to recover losses. Gambling stakes are not protected by law, but investment loans are legitimate and compliant. The casino had meticulously recorded these funds in increments, ensnaring Xia Dongfeng without his awareness. No matter where one might report the issue, they were simply conducting lawful debt collection. "Kid, you can't afford it, can you?" the burly man taunted. "If you can't, then stop pretending to be wealthy. Don't waste my time. Go play in the mud. Or I might just give you a beating too. Don't talk nonsense." Xia Mo, fearing he might refuse to accept payment, quickly interjected. "Brother Sheng is the heir of the Wei family. A few million is nothing. Even if it were tens of millions or hundreds of millions, it's merely pocket change. You lowly creatures, who cares about money?" Wei Sheng's face flushed crimson. Though he had won the lottery a few times after taxes and his extravagant spending, he was left with only over 500,000. Where would he procure 8 million to repay the debt? Yet, confronted with Xia Mo's pitiful expression, he found himself unable to utter a refusal. "Host, Xia Mo's fortune is diminishing. Please decide whether to assist." The system's voice echoed in his mind, prompting Wei Sheng to grapple with his dilemma once more. Should he assist or decline? It was a challenging decision. Chapter 39. The Desperate Gambler, a Test. Since binding to the system, Wei Sheng had come to grasp the essence of fortune. It was, in essence, a consumable. When faced with adversity, those endowed with great fortune often navigated through challenges by sheer luck. If he chose to remain a bystander today, Xiaomo would likely win the lottery or encounter a benefactor, unwittingly repaying her gambling debts. However, this would deplete her fortune significantly, causing him to lose a perfect source of energy. His aim in enhancing Xiaomo's favor was rooted in his desire to siphon her fortune. If she were to lose her fortune, what was the point of it all? I will repay the money, Wei Sheng finally resolved, gritting his teeth. But I will need half an hour to gather the funds. Very well, gather it. The burly man smirked, motioning for him to proceed. Across the street in a tea house, Wei Hong and Su Maogong sat together, observing the unfolding drama from a distance. Though they could not hear the conversation, they could infer the gist of the situation. This young man is rather peculiar, Su Maogong murmured, furrowing his brow. He has won 5 times in just a few months and is so favored in the Wei family. Yet he still needs to borrow money? Wei Hong sipped his tea, chuckling lightly. No matter how favored, he is still an outsider. He dares not ask for money from the Wei family. He can only seek loans from the wealthy second generation in his circle. Does it truly warrant your personal attention for a matter of a few million? Su Maogong still seemed puzzled. Wei Hong waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards to step back, then spoke in a low voice. Do you know why he keeps winning? Because this fellow can not only make people hear his innermost thoughts, but can also absorb the fortune of others. Su Maogong gap het, his eyes narrowing as many pieces of the puzzle fell into place. No wonder Wei Sheng, an adopted son, was favored more than a biological child. No wonder his luck had skyrocketed since joining the Wei family. This was not merely about a few million in gambling stakes. It was about this individual's peculiarities, compelling Wei Hong to take proactive measures to subdue him. Having heard of folktales about borrowing luck, Su Maogong mused, wondering how this young man managed it. In my lifetime, I've yet to witness such a thing, he marveled, entirely convinced of the veracity of these claims. Wei Hong scoffed, continuing to observe the unfolding spectacle with an intense gaze. The concept of fortune is too ethereal, but with enough trials, one can discern patterns. Have you found the desperate gambler? Of course. Su Maogong snapped his fingers, prompting a bodyguard to present a tablet. With a swift motion, he revealed the information of a gaunt, pale, and haggard middle-aged man named Li Gay, aged 39 and a local resident. Once a delinquent in his youth, he married and left that life behind at 30, only to be diagnosed with liver cancer last year, with merely 3 months left to live. Su Maogong delivered the information with a stoic demeanor. Wei Hong's lips curled into a satisfied smile. With a history of delinquency, a willingness to fight, children, and a short life expectancy, this individual, with such a combination of attributes, would undoubtedly become a rabid dog when money was at stake. Do not treat him poorly. Rest assured, he shall not be mistreated. Su Maogong brewed himself a cup of tea and sighed. In these times, there are far too many unfortunate souls. I am willing to offer opportunities, and they should be filled with gratitude. Regardless of the outcome, they will receive 3 million as relocation funds, and their family will be looked after. What is not to be pleased about? Who wouldn't relish such a transformation from poverty to a modest affluence? Wei Hong nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent. The debt collection today was merely a facade. The true motive was to probe deeper. The few million in Wei Sheng's possession was of little value to anyone. These theatrics were merely to annoy and test him, while also observing the connections between the system and fortune. Additionally, instigating someone to act was a more profound test. I am curious to see whether the system will intervene to save a life in peril, or if one can evade a lethal crisis solely through luck. Wei Hong took a sip of tea, a hint of intrigue dancing at the corners of his mouth. Within the community, Wei Sheng had borrowed money from a friend. He already possessed over 5 million, so securing an additional 3 million was not a daunting task. With just a single call, CSCC promptly transferred the funds. In full view of everyone, Wei Sheng directly wired the money to the imposing figure of the burly man. Once the debts were settled, the burly man nodded in satisfaction, saying, "You know your place, old Xia. Do visit again when you have the time. No more games, no more." Xia Dongfeng fervently shook his head. Ha ha ha. The burly man laughed heartily, waving his hand as his group filed out, leaving the debt collection drama to conclude. Little Shang, thank you. Woo-woo. Montakemo was terrified. Without you, we wouldn't have known what to do today. Xia Mo's face was a mixture of admiration and guilt as she nestled into his embrace, shedding a few tears. Yet, Wei Sheng's expression bore little joy. Having accumulated millions from a life of hardship, it pained him to see it all taken away, compounded by the additional debts. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no sorrow. However, with the money already given, he could not lament further. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "It's fine. For you, I would sacrifice everything. It's merely money. It holds no significance for me." Woo. Xiao was deeply moved, saying, "I knew you were like me, valuing wealth as mere dirt, unlike Wei Hong, who is so materialistic. You're the best, little Sheng." "Indeed, indeed," Xia Dongfeng chimed in, jesting, "my son-in-law is indeed generous. I shall be fortunate henceforth." Wei Sheng's countenance darkened, akin to having swallowed a fly. He recognized he was ensnared by a sticky situation. Someone like Xia Dongfeng would never quit gambling. With a naive fool like him covering the losses, this man would likely gamble even more recklessly. "Uncle, you ought to avoid the casino in the future. Such places can drain even a fortune of billions," Wei Sheng advised helplessly. "There won't be a next time." Xia Dongfeng dismissed casually, clearly not taking it to heart, and swiftly changed the subject. "Wei Xiao, would you like to come up for a visit?" "No need. I have matters to attend to." Wei Sheng, wishing to avoid further distress, turned and made his way out of the community. "Dad, I'll see him off." "Go ahead." Xiao waved goodbye to Xia Dongfeng. With a skip in her step, she caught up with Wei Sheng, intertwining her fingers with his. After a gentle coaxing, his earlier frustrations eased considerably. The two strolled toward the luxurious car waiting at the community entrance. Driver Xiao Wu promptly started the Mercedes and began to pull away. However, the trio remained oblivious to a dirt truck parked at the street corner. The driver, expressionless, unscrewed a bottle of Erguo and gulped down several swigs. Discarding the bottle out of the window, he resolutely revved the engine. Bang! The dirt truck accelerated madly, barreling toward the two at the community entrance. Chapter 40. I will ensure you spend your days behind bars. Huh? Aka. Be careful. Cries of alarm echoed around. The community entrance was already bustling, and upon seeing the dirt truck speeding toward them, panic ensued as everyone frantically fled in all directions. Wei Sheng and Xia Mo were momentarily frozen in shock. Instinctively, they attempted to dodge, but one pulled to the left while the other pulled to the right, wasting precious time. "Young master, quickly get out of the way," Driver Xiao Wu shouted in terror. In a critical moment, Wei Sheng scooped up Xia Mo and rolled aside. A deafening crash echoed as the dirt truck's front right tire blew out, causing the vehicle to swerve wildly and crash into the community's entrance wall, demolishing half of it. "Oh my goodness, how could this happen? Hurry, save the people." "Young master." The crowd rushed closer in alarm. Driver Xiao Wu bolted from the vehicle, anxiously assessing the situation. Wei Sheng and Xia Mo managed to evade the collision, but, having fallen onto the concrete, suffered multiple scrapes, their bodies now smeared with blood. A sight both alarming and gruesome. The dirt truck's driver, also injured by the deployed airbags, bore a vicious expression as he frantically twisted the steering wheel, attempting to restart the vehicle. At this point, even a fool could see something was amiss. Several burly men, in a fit of urgency, smashed the windows, working together to drag the driver from the cab and subdue him, finally bringing this unfortunate incident to a halt. "Little Sheng, are you all right?" Xiao Mo asked, her face etched with worry and disbelief. Wei Sheng finally snapped back to reality, his gaze sweeping the surroundings before instinctively landing on the tea house across the street. Locking eyes with two figures within the glass windows, Wei Hong bore a faintly mocking smile, raising a glass in a distant toast, as if celebrating his own survival. "It's you?" Wei Sheng's scalp prickled with shock. He could hardly fathom that it was Wei Hong who had attempted to take his life. Though they often clashed, it had never escalated to such murderous intentions. He could hardly believe he would resort to hiring a hitman. In an instant, cold sweat trickled down his back, as a surge of terror and dread flooded his heart. Wei Sheng could not help but shout at driver Xiao Wu, "Call the police immediately. Also, ring my parents. Someone is trying to kill us." Amidst the ensuing chaos, the sound of police sirens gradually approached from distance. Host, during the moment of imminent danger. Fortune automatically averted lethal risks. You and Xia Mo each lost 320 points of luck. "Damn it, that scoundrel Wei Hong. I will ensure he rots in prison." Wei Sheng seethed with frustration, his mind racing. As evening fell, at the East City Police Station, Wei Hong, summoned, entered with Su Maogong and a group of bodyguards, only to have a water bottle hurled at him. Bang! A female bodyguard swiftly kicked the bottle away. The remaining bodyguards positioned themselves defensively. Facing them were Wei Jiaoyang and Du Sihui, along with a dozen bodyguards from the Wei family. As tensions escalated, a police officer impatiently rapped on the table, admonishing, "What's going on? This is a police station, not your home. Unrelated parties, please step outside." "Indeed, the officer is correct," Wei Hong replied with a semblance of a smile, casting a cold glance at Wei Jiaoyang. Some individuals, Wei Jiaoyang trembled with rage, exclaiming, You would even contemplate killing your own brother? Have you lost your humanity? I have no brother. Wei Hong scoffed, shrugging dismissively. Don't lump everyone together. I don't even have parents, so where would a brother come from? Oh, are you referring to that driver's son? TSK, TSK, TSK. Does he even measure up? The couple, Wei Jiaoyang and his wife, were nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed by his insolence. Wei Sheng and Xia Mo stood nearby, their faces etched with fury. Senior Wei, how can you act this way? This is utterly lawless, Xia Mo exclaimed, her expression one of exasperated disappointment. Brother, even if you dislike me, you can't hire someone to commit murder. Wei Sheng trembled as he chastised his brother. Your blatant disregard for life is appalling. Killing me is one thing. But what if innocents are harmed? While gesturing for the bodyguards to step outside, Wei Hong summoned his lawyer. A middle-aged, refined attorney with gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his spectacles and said in a businesslike manner, I am Mr. Wei Hong's legal representative. I advise you all to refrain from making unfounded statements. Otherwise, we reserve the right to pursue defamation charges. Upon hearing this, Wei Jiaoyang and the others turned pale, their incessant bickering abruptly ceasing. At that moment, two police officers entered, verifying Wei Hong's identification before stating, we need to take your statement. Please follow us. Wait. Wei Jiaoyang interjected, furrowing his brow. There's no need for the interrogation room. Let us use a conference room instead. We must witness it ourselves. After all, he was the wealthiest man in Jiangzhou, with extensive connections. Though the officers could not act unethically, they acquiesced to this minor request. Nodding, they led everyone to a small conference room. A robust, middle-aged officer took the lead, while a younger officer was tasked with recording the proceedings. He began with a straightforward question. Mr. Wei Hong, where were you between 4 and 5 this afternoon? At the Hongyan Tea House across from the Jingfu Garden community. Wei Hong replied. What are you doing there? Drinking tea. Why travel so far for tea? Because I enjoy it. It is my freedom. Do you know Li Gui? I do not. The two exchanged questions and answers for over 10 minutes before concluding the inquiry. Wei Jiaoyang, Wei Sheng, and the others grew increasingly uneasy. After all, Wei Hong had distanced himself from any implications, treating them with utter disregard. Moreover, they were not fools to accuse someone of hiring a hitman. One must present a complete chain of evidence, including witnesses, material proof, motive, and funds. From the statements provided, there was no way to implicate him. Even if Wei Hong had been present at the scene, even if everyone knew he was behind the murder for hire, in the eyes of the law, he remained an innocent civilian. The Wei Group's attorney listened to the testimony, his brow furrowing in concern. Leaning closer to Wei Jiaoyang, he whispered, Chairman Wei, the evidence is insufficient. Unless the driver can identify him, this case will end here today. As far as I know, the assailant is a terminally ill cancer patient with only months to live. Young Master Hong's associates are exceedingly cautious. They've had no direct contact with him at any point, and the funds for the assassination have yet to be discovered. The motive for the crime is trivial. He claims to want revenge on society due to his limited time left, choosing the time and place randomly. In summary, they are too professional. Securing a conviction is nearly impossible. Wei Jiaoyang trembled with indignation, locking eyes with Wei Hong. In that moment, any warmth between father and son had vanished, replaced by an atmosphere of hostility. Today, Wei Jiaoyang declared, enunciating each word, I will ensure you rot in prison. Chapter 41. You dare to commit murder and arson. Have you lost your mind? With the recording concluded, the police excused themselves under the pretense of needing to continue their investigation, leaving both parties once again in a tense standoff. The room was filled with complex expressions, as no one could fathom how a family could descend into such chaos. If I am not mistaken, this is your doing, Uncle Gong. Wei Jiaoyang narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. After all these years with the old master, you've certainly engaged in plenty of unsavory dealings. Impressive truly. Chairman Wei, do you have evidence? I can sue you for slander, Su Maogong, standing solemnly behind Wei Hong, warned, raising his gaze. Ha! So you dare to act while hiding behind the law? Wei Jiaoyang slammed his hand on the table, shouting, Don't think I don't see through you. You, old fool, dare to harm a member of the Wei family? Have you forgotten who once fed you? Wei Hong and Su Maogong exchanged knowing glances, chuckling in unison. Look at that. Young Master Wei believes he can define who belongs to the Wei family. I wonder if the old master in the afterlife recognizes this eldest grandson, Wei Hong teased. If he were still alive, he would surely slap some sense into this blind and foolish child. Su Maogong shook his head, scoffing. What a delusion to consider oneself a Wei family member. Do you think anyone would believe the old master bestowed you a meal out of charity? Easy there, Uncle Gong. The man is now the chairman. After all, Wei Hong kept sarcastically. Wei Jiaoyang nearly fainted from anger. Finally, Du Si Hui could no longer contain herself and reprimanded. Xiao Hong, show some respect. He is still your father. And how have you become this way? Do you dare to commit murder and arson? Have you lost your mind? Madam Wei, I have done nothing. Wei Hong shrugged nonchalantly. Don't falsely accuse me. In the Wei family, you didn't need evidence to slander me, but here, we must adhere to the rule of law. Du Xihe recalled countless past grievances, the broken vases, the pushed down stairs, the stolen antiques. Any accusation made against Wei Hong required no proof. A few words from Wei Sheng would see him punished, his body bearing scars from countless beatings. Yet now, when it came to hiring a hitman, evidence was suddenly paramount. It was utterly laughable when parents failed to uphold even the most basic sense of fairness. They cannot be surprised when their children turn their backs. It was wrong of us in the past. Du Sihue softened her tone, attempting to persuade him. But now we are talking about murder and arson. You cannot continue down this path. Admit your guilt. If you sincerely apologize and promise never to stray again, we can overlook this. Impossible. Wei Jiaoyang swept the glass off the table in fury. This matter must be pursued to the end. If he dares to turn against his brother today, tomorrow he will kill his parents. This vile creature deserves to reflect in prison. Mom and Dad, please don't argue on my behalf. Wei Sheng feigned innocence, stoking the fire. Brother is still your only son. His desire to harm me stems merely from jealousy of your affection for me. We should give him a chance to correct his mistakes. In an instant, all eyes turned to Wei Hong, each gaze tinged with disdain, as if he were a criminal beyond redemption. Xia Mo glared at him, filled with righteous indignation, wishing nothing more than to see him imprisoned. However, Wei Hong remained unfazed. Leaning back in his seat, he observed Wei Sheng with a bemused smile. This fellow had narrowly escaped being struck by a vehicle when a dump truck's tire blew out, a stroke of luck that no one could deny. Yet such fortune clearly came at a cost. The system had informed him that both he and Xia Mo had lost 320 points of luck, a fact Wei Hong had heard distinctly, though he did not know what 320 points of luck represented or how valuable they were. It was evident that Wei Sheng was filled with resentment, wishing to see him dead. And this, indeed, provided Wei Hong with leverage. The system attached to this individual is undoubtedly a useless entity, incapable even of foreseeing danger, issuing warnings, or saving lives. It appears that its assistance to Wei Sheng is limited to merely conveying heartfelt thoughts and siphoning luck. Although I cannot disable the interference from the system, I still have ways to deal with it, such as orchestrating frequent car accidents and mishaps, forcing Wei Sheng to deplete his own fortune time and again. Might the system collapse automatically if it fails to absorb sufficient luck? Wei Hong stroked his stubbled chin, a slow smile creeping onto his lips. His eyes glinted like those of a predator, sending shivers down the spines of the Wei family members. After a prolonged silence, the lawyer from the Wei group returned, his expression complex as he leaned in to whisper in Wei Jiaoyang's ear. Chairman Wei, we are attempting to find someone to relay a message to Li Guei, offering 10 times the price for him to identify the mastermind behind this. Yet he still refuses. What? Wei Jiaoyang erupted, slamming his hand on the table, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He had boldly proclaimed today that he would send this unfilial son to prison. But who could have anticipated that the other party would be indifferent even to such a generous offer? Does Chairman Wei truly believe that wealth can grant one absolute power? Wei Hong leisurely tapped his fingers on the table, speaking in a measured tone. Remember, never underestimate the wisdom of those at the bottom. They are far more astute than you might imagine. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Uncle Gong has earned his reputation and credibility on the road. His words are as solid as iron, and he will not retract them. And you? What do you possess? Why should anyone trust you? Do you really think throwing money around will convince someone to betray? You are naively mistaken. Li Guei is more concerned about his own life than the riches he might gain. His family's safety is paramount. The esteemed chairman of the Wei Group, who has presided over a multi-billion enterprise for so many years, remains this naive. It is no wonder the old master has always looked down upon you as a worthless fool. Wei Jiaoyang seethed, his chest rising and falling with rage. Yet Wei Hong, tired of further discourse, rose and led his entourage toward the exit. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly turned to Wei Sheng, a smile that was neither genuine nor mocking gracing his lips. Today, fortune smiles upon you. May your luck continue to shine, otherwise it could prove fatal. Bastard! Wei Sheng could no longer maintain his composure, his cheeks twitching with indignation. He had never anticipated that Wei Hong would become such a formidable adversary. In the past, a mere accusation from him would lead to the Wei family humiliating and punishing him at will. Yet now, Wei Hong had gone mad, showing no regard even for Wei Jiaoyang's face, as the situation escalated from petty girl-like slander to a life-and-death struggle between men, completely spiraling out of control. Damn it, system. You wretched failure. Can't you possess more functions? The Wei family is truly shameless, professing to treat me like a son, yet failing to provide me with even a handful of bodyguards. That beast Wei Hong will eventually take my life. I must earn money quickly. I need to hire bodyguards. Wei Sheng felt an urgent anxiety rising within him. Chapter 42. A Loving Family, Betrayal, and Isolation. As night fell, the Loving Family WeChat group buzzed with activity. Wei Jiaoyang composed a lengthy message, solemnly posting it. Everyone, effective immediately, Wei Hong will no longer be considered a member of the Wei family. No one is permitted to have private contact with him. Otherwise, there will be consequences. Upon sending this message, the group erupted in chaos. Big sister Wei Linlang, Dad? What madness is this? Why speak such harsh words? Did Xiao Qi anger you again? Third sister Wei Chuyan. No way, no way. How dare he anger Dad? What trouble has he caused now? Sixth sister Wei Xia. Xiao Qi has been increasingly outrageous lately. With us busy and away from home. You couldn't manage him, could you? Faced with his daughter's skepticism, Wei Jiaoyang, uninterested in explanations, simply shared a photo of the police report from earlier that day, stating, Wei Hong, consumed by jealousy over Xiao Sheng's favored status, has descended into madness and even hired a hitman. You may judge for yourselves. Big sister Wei Linlang, what? How could this happen? How dare he? Second sister Wei Kailan. No way, has he truly lost his mind? Fifth sister Wei Qingqing. Impossible, no matter what. Xiao Qi wouldn't go this far. Is it a misunderstanding? Fourth sister Wei Ruyan. This little beast is utterly lawless. Summon him here, so he can explain himself. Third sister Wei Chuyan. He is not even in this group. How can we summon him? The group fell silent, the members suddenly realizing the awkwardness of the situation. How could the Loving Family be without Wei Hong? Do see Hui, have we been too harsh on Xiao Hong, pushing him down the wrong path? A heavy silence ensued. Wei Sheng. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry, my presence has shattered this family. I shouldn't have come. Perhaps we should sever our ties. And then my brother wouldn't feel jealousy. Wei Jiaoyang. Nonsense. This family is not his to dictate. He thinks he can drive you away with such tactics? A dream. I will never accept a son as ruthless as he. Xiao Sheng, you will always be my son. Do see Hui, indeed, Xiao Sheng, don't overthink it. Big sister Wei Linlang. Exactly, blood relations are not the most important. Character and morality are. If he dares to hire a killer against his brother today, he would not hesitate to harm us tomorrow. Fourth sister Wei Ruyun. Xiao Sheng is already pitiable enough. It's outrageous that Wei Hong won't leave him alone. Second sister Wei Kailan. Yes, wrongdoing must be punished. Even if we don't cast him out, we should give him the cold shoulder for a time. One by one, the Wei family members voiced their opinions, quickly reaching a unanimous decision. They must protect Wei Sheng. He must not come to harm. Big sister Wei Linlang, Mom and Dad, let us assign a few bodyguards for Xiao Sheng. Whether at home or out, he needs protection around the clock. Second sister Wei Kailan. Exactly. If Wei Hong has indeed hired a killer, then he is psychologically deranged, willing to harm even his kin. We cannot afford to be careless. Fourth sister Wei Ruyun. Absolutely. Bodyguards are essential. If he dares to strike once, he will strike again. Wei Jiaoyang. Very well, I will assign a few trusted individuals to protect him. Rest assured. In the villa, Wei Sheng sipped his red wine, a mocking expression on his face. The Wei family remained as foolish and gullible as ever, with a few words. He could incite them to turn against Wei Hong. How laughable. No one believed that he felt anything less than miserable, did they? It's no wonder he resorted to desperate measures, even hiring a hitman. However, relying solely on the bodyguards dispatched by Wei father is insufficient to ensure my safety. With someone like Su Maogong, that old fox, aiding Wei Hong, a myriad of unsavory characters could easily be summoned to carry out an assassination. Today, I was merely fortunate to escape a car accident. But what if there are more incidents? If my luck runs out, will I not ultimately perish at his hands? No. I must also earn money. As long as I have wealth, I can hire dozens of bodyguards for round-the-clock protection, thus avoiding such passivity. The more Wei Sheng pondered, the more indignant he became. Why should Wei Hong have everything handed to him at birth? Why is it that with just a word, he can arrange for armored vehicles and bodyguards? If he wishes to hire a killer, others are quick to assist him, while I am left to passively endure attacks. Ultimately, it all comes down to money. If only I had wealth, would I feel this miserable? Both the debts owed to Father Xia and the near-fatal accidents have made Wei Sheng acutely aware of one pressing issue. He is in dire need of money. However, how can one swiftly amass wealth? Lottery? No. My frequent purchases may attract undue attention. Wei Sheng furrowed his brow, contemplating. It seems that if one wishes to profit through luck, one must resort to ventures like gambling on jade, the stock market, or mutual funds. Alas, I lack the capital. Just today, I borrowed several million from a friend. Asking for more would be rather inappropriate, especially since the wealthy heirs in my circle have substantial expenses and are unlikely to lend me a significant amount. After much deliberation, Wei Sheng found Wei Linlang in his WeChat contacts and sent her a message. Sister, have you been trading stocks recently? Wei Linlang, of course. My assets are managed by myself. Wei Sheng, I've recently discovered that my luck is extraordinary. I've won several jackpots, and it seems that whatever stocks I purchase are on the rise. Unfortunately, I lack the funds. Wei Linlang, that's splendid news. Are you seeking to borrow money from me? Wei Sheng, no. I wish to collaborate with you on an investment. You provide the capital, and I will handle the investments. We can split the profits equally. What do you think? Wei Linlang, Wei Sheng, if you have doubts about me, you could start with a few million to test the waters. If I incur losses, I will compensate you. Wei Linlang, all right. I will send you my private stock account shortly. There's not much money in it, merely around 30 to 40 million. Feel free to manage it as you see fit. Even if it all goes to waste, it's no matter. Wei Sheng, wonderful. Thank you, sister. Setting down his phone, Wei Sheng was nearly overwhelmed with joy. 30 to 40 million may not be a significant sum for the affluent, yet for him, it represented an unimaginable fortune he had never encountered in his life. Now, simply by opening his mouth, he could acquire such wealth. Having a benefactor felt exhilarating. With his current stroke of luck, investing in stocks would surely yield bountiful returns. Even in a bear market, buying with closed eyes would likely lead him to the daily limit rise. With 30 to 40 million at his disposal, it wouldn't be long before he amassed a fortune. A widely circulated adage in the stock market states that theoretically, if one seizes 100 daily limit rises, one's capital could multiply 1,000-fold. Isn't that more lucrative than playing the lottery? Once I earn my fortune, I shall ensure that scoundrel Wei Hong faces consequences. Wei Sheng chuckled coldly, brimming with confidence. Chapter 43. The Underworld Heiress, Nie Qinglan. Nightshade Bar. In the suite on the third floor, Ji Peng, CSCC, and a group of wealthy heirs were gathered, indulging in revelry. Suddenly, a young man with yellow hair exclaimed, standing up abruptly, creating a considerable commotion. Li Fei, what madness are you up to? Trying to scare everyone to death? Yi Peng scolded impatiently. Breaking news. The young man, Li Fei, swallowed hard, his face pale with fear. Wei Hong has hired an assassin. It caused quite a stir at the police station today. What? The group gasped in shock, their wine bottles tumbling over unnoticed. What on earth is happening? Although we are well acquainted with various affairs, most of us are still underage, merely dabbling in romance. Who among our peers would dare to hire a hitman? Elaborate. Ji Peng urged, intrigued, raising his hand for him to continue. Taking a deep breath, Li Fei pressed on. You all know my uncle is with the criminal investigation team. This matter is already spread within the city bureau. This afternoon, Wei Hong attempted to contract a hit on Wei Sheng, leading to a commotion at the station. What? To kill Wei Sheng? How could this happen? Has he lost his mind? What enmity could drive him to murder? The group collectively gasped, utterly incredulous. They were accustomed to a life of excess. Yet even they were taken aback by the notion of a peer engaging in such a heinous act. Please, provide more details. Ji Peng was now even more intrigued, urging him to elaborate. Li Fei took another deep breath and continued. Rest assured, Wei Sheng is unharmed. It is said that he had just exited a residential complex when a construction vehicle came barreling toward him. Had it not been for a fortunate tire blowout that caused the vehicle to crash into the community wall, he would likely have ended up in the morgue today. Moreover, Wei Hong was at a nearby tea house, watching him meet his fate, while the driver was reportedly a terminal cancer patient who claimed he was seeking revenge on society. Everyone speculated about the perpetrator, yet evidence remained elusive, making it impossible to detain him. Truly remarkable. The more Li Fei spoke, the more exhilarated he became. A number of wealthy heirs displayed glimmers of admiration in their eyes. Although they were accustomed to a life of leisure, they secretly yearned for the ruthless decisiveness their forebears had once exhibited. Now, Wei Hong had transcended the realm of ordinary wealthy heirs, establishing himself as a blood-soaked overlord. How could such a sensation not evoke a sense of awe and envy among them? Damn it, that beast! Ji Peng kicked over a coffee table, sending drinks spilling everywhere, igniting fury that startled everyone. CSCC gritted her teeth and remarked coldly, how has Wei Hong devolved into this monstrous state? If he dares to turn against his own brother, what unspeakable acts would he not commit? If anything were to happen to Wei Sheng, I would not let this matter rest. In truth, Wei Hong's extreme actions were understandable. Who could endure such a situation? To witness one's own son being neglected while a foster son received all the affection? Li Fei timidly interjected, prompting a series of nods in agreement. Indeed, even without a foster son, I could not tolerate my father bringing home a multitude of illegitimate children. Could Wei Sheng be Wei Dong's illegitimate son? My goodness. If that were the case, everything would make sense. If he were indeed an illegitimate child, it would be more plausible. Otherwise, the Wei family must have lost their wits. Were I in such a predicament, I would likely be even more displeased. The group exchanged sentiments, each contributing to the discourse. CSCC and Ji Peng exchanged glances, falling into a contemplative silence. Once upon a time, they had held a deep disdain for illegitimate children. The majority of those present hailed from families formed through strategic unions, displaying affection publicly while privately engaging in affairs, leading to a plethora of illegitimate offspring. Growing up in such an environment, these wealthy heirs harbored a strong aversion to illegitimate children rising to prominence. Yet, why was it that they held such warmth for Wei Sheng, the adopted son of the Wei family, while distancing themselves from their childhood companion, Wei Hong? Strange. Both Ji Peng and CSCC felt a flicker of doubt arise within them. Alas, Li Fei sighed pensively. In our circle, where power struggles are a matter of life and death, Wei Hong's ruthless actions seem irrelevant to us. Perhaps it is best to refrain from commenting further. Ultimately, if Wei Sheng had not changed his surname to Wei, there likely would not be so many complications. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. In a corner, a young woman clad in tight leather attire, her crimson hair cascading over her shoulders and her appearance strikingly bold, raised her gaze in shock and inquired, "What did you just say?" "I was merely reiterating that in our circle," Li Fei instinctively began to repeat. However, the red-haired girl interrupted him, frowning as she asked, "The last part." "Oh, I see." Li Fei astili responda. The last part, ultimately, if Wei Sheng had not changed his surname to Wei, there would not be so many complications. Miss Lan, do you find any issue with that? My apologies for my impertinence. Li Sheng, Bei Sheng. Nie Qinglan's expression was a complex tapestry of ecstasy, excitement, and a hint of bewilderment. In an instant, everyone around her was taken aback. She was, after all, a rare presence among the elite second-generation circle, the sole daughter of Nie Xingyuan, the formidable ruler of Jiangzhou's underworld. Often referred to as the heiress of the dark world, her demeanor was audacious and unruly, commanding an almost sisterly authority at Shursan Middle School. Her father's influence was deeply entrenched, with businesses spanning entertainment venues, mines, and battlefields, employing numerous daredevils who garnered respect from both the legitimate and illicit realms. From a young age, Nie Qinglan had emulated this lifestyle, becoming a notorious figure at school. Most spirited youths at Shursan Middle regarded her as their leader, believing she could easily handle anyone she chose. Thus, she maintained a transcendent status within her circle, with most affluent youths hesitant to provoke her. Typically, she preferred to shun social gatherings, opting instead to frequent arcades. Yet today, for reasons unknown, she found herself in such a state of disarray upon hearing the name Wei Sheng. "Lanlin, are you all right?" asked CSCC, her face a mask of confusion as she stepped forward to support her, whispering, "Why are you so agitated?" "Nothing," Nie Qinglan retorted, gripping her arm with urgency. "Is the Wei Sheng you speak of the one with a small mole on his left ear?" "Left ear?" CSCC pondered deeply. Ji Peng, however, was quick to nod in affirmation. "Indeed, he has a small mole on his left ear." Without hesitation, he retrieved his phone, locating a photo of himself with Wei Sheng and presenting it to her. Nie Qinglan's gaze was riveted to the screen, her pupils constricting suddenly, her expression shifting to one of poignant nostalgia. Chapter 44. This time, I will protect you. It turned out that Li Sheng was none other than Wei Sheng. "At last, I have found you," Nie Qinglan mused, beholding the youthful visage on her phone, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing her lips. As memories from 3 months prior flooded her mind, the moment she had her accident while racing on the winding mountain roads. In her hazy recollection, it was this very boy who had saved her. He was gentle, kind, and restrained, illuminating her numb world, rendering the experience unforgettable. He had introduced himself as Li Sheng. Upon awakening from her coma, Nie Qinglan had mobilized all her resources to locate him, yet he seemed to have evaporated without a trace. Despite scouring the entirety of Jiangzhou, she could not find him. It was as if fate had conspired against them. But today, she had once again heard the name Li Sheng, now revealed to be Wei Sheng. Moreover, he had become the adopted son of the wealthy Wei family and appeared to be embroiled in a struggle for fame and fortune. Such a kind-hearted person, he must be suffering greatly. What has transpired during this time? A pang of sorrow gripped Nie Qinglan as she yearned to uncover all that had befallen him. CSCC and the others sensed the disquiet, cautiously probing Lanlin. Do you know Wei Sheng? He saved my life, and I've been searching for my benefactor, Nie Qinglan replied, regaining her composure as she settled back onto the sofa. What's happened to him recently? Can anyone enlighten me? I know. A young man with bleached hair eagerly chimed in, pouring drinks while grinning. Sister Lan. You might not be aware, but there's been quite the scandal surrounding the Wei family lately. Li Sheng's father was the Wei family chauffeur. About 6 months ago, he died in an accident while saving Mr. Wei. On his deathbed, he expressed concern for his son, prompting Mr. Wei to adopt him and dote on him immensely. The young man continued to elaborate, while others chimed in, recounting the events surrounding Wei Sheng's entry into the Wei family. Before long, Nie Qinglan had pieced together the narrative of a poor orphan entering a wealthy household, only to be subjected to the scorn of a young master. Under normal circumstances, she would have dismissed such tales. Yet Wei Sheng was someone who had touched her heart. Learning of the adversities he had faced, including a near-fatal encounter today, darkened her expression and made her heart ache. You all enjoy yourselves. I have matters to attend to, Nie Qinglan declared, disregarding the surprised looks from her companions as she rose and made her way outside. As she stepped out of the private room, she immediately pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Li Gu, please gather all available information on the Wei family, focusing particularly on Wei Hong and Wei Sheng. Additionally, arrange for me to transfer to Shengruwei High School as swiftly as possible. I intend to start attending classes tomorrow. Do not inform my father about this for the time being. After ending the call, she instinctively began to caress a button with her left hand. This button, though seemingly ordinary and inexpensive, held more value to her than any rare treasure. This time, I will protect you, Nie Qinglan murmured. No one shall inflict upon you even the slightest grievance, not even the Wei family. In the bustling metropolis, within a lavish villa's recording studio, Wei Qingqing sat amidst a chaotic sea of crumpled papers. Her eyes, reddened from sleepless nights, reflected her frustration on her stunningly beautiful face. Suddenly, the door swung open. A composed, middle-aged woman entered, carrying a late-night snack. Scanning the disheveled surroundings, she couldn't help but express her concern. Oh, my dear niece. Are you trying to drive yourself mad? Burning the midnight oil to write songs. What about your health and beauty? Late nights are a woman's worst enemy. Cool me. Eat something and then get some rest. We have a concert next month. Wei Qingqing forced a smile, tossing aside her papers and pen. She languidly approached the dining table, yet remained unmoving, lost in thought, her mind consumed with new song ideas. As the fifth child of the Wei family, she had entered the entertainment industry early, rapidly ascending to the ranks of top-tier stars due to her exceptional vocal talent and songwriting skills. All her songs were self-composed, earning her acclaim as a true talent in the industry. However, recently, she had struggled to produce songs that resonated with her. No matter how she revised her work, something essential felt amiss. What could be the issue? The melody? The pitch? The lyrics? Everything seemed fine, yet nothing felt right. Wei Qingqing tugged at her hair, feeling a sense of impending despair. She had originally aspired to leverage her upcoming albums to pursue the title of the youngest diva in the country. Yet now, unable to write even a single song, how could she hope to reach greater heights? Don't rush when you hit a creative block. Every composer and lyricist faces challenges. Her manager, Li Jia, gently reassured her. Qingqing, you're already amazing. There are few versatile artists like you in the entire music scene. You write your own lyrics, compose your own music, and sing. How many artists feel inadequate in your presence? Please, spare me the consolation, Jia. Wei Qingqing replied with a bittersweet smile. What do past achievements matter? The higher you climb, the harder you fall. What if my inspiration runs dry in the future? How can I face my fans? Perhaps you could purchase a few songs? Li Jia tentatively suggested. Our company has recently acquired some promising tracks, and we could also approach renowned composers for songs. It would surely be more effective than racking your brains endlessly. Absolutely not. Other songs do not suit me. Wei Qingqing decisively rejected without a second thought. She held her pride dear, desiring to create only the music she loved. Yet, why was it that she could not find the inspiration that once flowed so freely? After much contemplation, a sudden realization struck her. Perhaps she was missing someone, Wei Hong, when she had first decided to write her own songs. She too had spent countless sleepless nights wrestling with ideas. Though her mind brimmed with inspiration, translating that into tangible lyrics felt daunting. Trapped in a ceaseless cycle of internal strife, she found it difficult to extricate herself. However, 3 years ago, this predicament was effortlessly resolved. Wei Hong would meticulously clean her practice room, discarding the majority of useless scraps of paper and leaving only the essential notes of inspiration. He would present her with a special calming tea, fostering both physical and mental tranquility. He often played masterful piano compositions and shared numerous intriguing anecdotes, beautiful prose, and picturesque scenery with her. Like a beacon of light in the dark, he guided Wei Sheng's inspiration to flow forth, ultimately leading her to compose one exquisite piece after another, all while she remained blissfully unaware of his influence. For the longest time, Wei Sheng believed her talent was innate. Yet now, plagued by a creative block, she suddenly realized that the true talent had never been her own, but rather that of the silent guide beside her. Li, book me a ticket, Wei Sheng said, her expression a tapestry of complexity as she lifted her gaze. I need to return to Jiangzhou. Chapter 45. Did you really think I am someone you can casually dismiss? In the early morning, Wei Hong and Wei Sheng arrived at school once more, one after the other. Wei Hong continued to ride in 3 bulletproof Bentley Mulsans, accompanied by 2 rugged Hummers and a dozen bodyguards, a display more ostentatious than that of any dignitary. Wei Sheng, on the other hand, was driven in a Mercedes, with only the chauffeur Xiao Wu and 2 bodyguards in tow, appearing less shabby than before. However, when compared side by side, the disparity was stark. Wei Sheng resembled an underdeveloped youth, while Wei Hong exuded the aura of an aristocratic heir, creating a chasm between them that rendered Wei Sheng acutely self-conscious. Just as the 2 disembarked, several motorcycles roared into the school entrance. The bodyguards instinctively went on high alert. As the motorcycles approached, they revealed a group of youth with flamboyantly dyed hair in hues of red, green, and blue. Their audacious demeanor and extravagant behavior starkly contrasted with the privileged offspring and bookworms of Shengrue High School, immediately drawing the attention of the masses. The youths on the motorcycles emitted shrill sounds as they circled around, finally coming to a halt in front of the crowd. A red-haired girl clad in leather removed her helmet. It's you? Wei Sheng's eyes brightened as he recognized her. Niqinglan smiled, their gazes locking in what felt like a fated encounter. The chemistry was palpable, even to the most oblivious observer. My savior, I didn't get a chance to thank you last time, she said, stepping forward with a beaming smile. I'm Niqinglan, and I just transferred to Shengrue High School today. From now on, I'll be looking out for you. Hello, new classmate, Wei Sheng. The 2 exchanged a handshake. Suddenly, Wei Sheng seemed to recollect something, his expression shifting as he stared at her radiant face. Gasping inwardly as the realization struck him, she was the infamous daughter of the underworld that many wealthy heirs avoided like the plague. The thought that he was her savior filled him with exhilaration, nearly overwhelming his ability to maintain composure. Ha! Who would have thought that an unassuming act of kindness would lead to such a remarkable identity? I knew it. Ordinary people do not possess such extraordinary fortune. A voice, audible only to Wei Hong, echoed in his mind. In the next moment, Wei Sheng composed himself and began to project false sentiments to Niqinglan. Woo. She is so beautiful, like a fairy. How is it possible for someone to be so stunning? Isn't she the formidable daughter of the underworld? If she has got my back, then surely my older brother can't bully me anymore. A stream of flattery flowed forth. Niqinglan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, wholly believing in his thoughts. Considering Wei Sheng's long-standing plight of being bullied, her eyes blazed with fury as she turned to glare menacingly at Wei Hong, who was surrounded by bodyguards, a clear warning evident in her gaze. Wei Shaoqi, he is under my protection, Niqinglan declared coldly. You would do well to respect that. Should I discover you harassing him again, I assure you, I will make your life a living hell. Oh, Wei Hong casually dug in his ear, dismissing her childish threats. He recognized Niqinglan, the wild woman, from their family's shared dealings in Jiangzhou. Though they were not particularly close, they were certainly familiar acquaintances. Her calling him Wei Shaoqi was clearly a provocation. Moreover, given her history of attempting to sabotage him in his past life, he had no fondness for her. Miss Nya, if you seek to exert your influence, you seem to have mistaken your audience. Do you truly believe you can treat me as you wish? A mere worthless individual whom the Wei family does not regard. What makes you think you can intimidate me? Niqinglan scoffed, her lips curling in disdain. Even if I were to harm you, the Wei family would not come to your aid. Do you believe that? Yes, I certainly believe it. Wei Hong chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. He had no intention of engaging in further dialogue with someone so foolish. If he relied on the Wei family to act so brazenly, he would have long since been dealt with. Such ignorance was laughably naive, rendering her unworthy of being his opponent. Make way. Good dogs don't block the path. Wei Hong waved dismissively, and the bodyguards promptly surged forward to clear the way, pushing the spirited youths aside. Even Niqinglan received no courtesy. Let my brother go first. Wei Sheng cautiously pulled her aside, ostensibly to persuade her, while secretly fueling the fire with his thoughts. Alas, Lanlin Jie doesn't he understand? My brother wouldn't he even spare our parents' dignity. How could he care about such threats? In this world, the one with the strongest fists reigns supreme. It seems I'm destined to take a beating. Stop. Nie Qinglan was immediately incensed by his words, shoving aside the bodyguards as she advanced, coldly challenging. Did this young lady permit you to leave? What more do you wish to say? Wei Hong repris d'impatience. You better listen carefully. Nie Qinglan jabbed her finger into his shoulder, warning him with every syllable. From this day forth, if Wei Sheng encounters even the slightest trouble, regardless of whether it's your doing or not, I will ensure you suffer beyond comprehension. Do you understand? Oh, Wei Hong chuckled, his amusement palpable, so unreasonable. It seems Miss Nie wishes to appoint herself as Wei Sheng's bodyguard and nanny. Indeed, Nie Qinglan retorted stubbornly, I am the law. If you don't want trouble, not only must you refrain from touching him, but you must also protect him. Should anything happen to him, I will hold you accountable. Lanlin Jia, don't say that. Wei Sheng feigned innocence, unable to conceal his delight, but leaning closer to stoke the flames. Brother treats me well, even if our parents disapprove of him. You shouldn't bully him like this. Ha ha ha. Wei Hong smirked, tapping his cheekbone. He took out his phone and dialed a number, selecting the speaker option. Before long, a deep, authoritative voice resonated from the other end. Hello, who is this? Uncle Nie, this is Wei Hong. Wei Hong? The voice on the other end paused in surprise before exclaiming, I was wondering who it was. So it's my nephew Wei. What brings you to call? Nothing much. Wei Hong replied coldly, showing no deference. There's a dog from your family that's not on a leash, running around biting people. Are you going to take care of it or not? Are you looking for death? Nie Qinglan exploded with rage, cursing vehemently. The phone remained silent for a considerable duration, clearly indicating that the other party had grasped the general situation. While the reasons behind the altercation between the two younger individuals were unknown, it was evident that Wei Hong's repeated derogatory remarks towards Nie Qinglan, as if she were a dog, had provoked considerable displeasure. Wei Xian's temper was rather volatile. Such impulsiveness in youth could lead to unfortunate consequences. A cold voice emanated from the phone. You needn't concern yourself, Uncle Nie. Wei Hong smirked, issuing a warning. I possess a naturally fiery temperament. Should your dog prove uncontrollable, I wouldn't hesitate to manage it myself. Very well. I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Young Master Wei. The other party's tone was laced with a hint of mockery. Excellent. Wei Hong ceased further conversation and promptly hung up. So, Nie Shengyuan is indifferent to his mad daughter, is he? Very well. Let the games commence. Chapter 46. Try burning him. Do you believe I'd annihilate your entire family? Boss. Uncle Gong's on the line. In the morning, Wei Hong was engrossed in his studies during the competition class when a female bodyguard approached him with a phone displaying Su Maogong's call interface. Hello, Uncle Gong. Is there something you need? Wei Hong stepped out of the classroom and answered in the corridor. Su Maogong's worried voice came through. Young master, have you offended Nie Shengyuan and his daughter? Not so much offended as they sought me out themselves. Wei Hong replied with a light chuckle, his eyes glacial. That madwoman Nie Qinglan has taken a liking to Wei Sheng and has come to trouble me. Her father not only refrains from stopping her, but also indulges her. Naturally, I shall not show her any courtesy. Is that so? Su Maogong's voice faltered slightly. Despite his extensive experience, he found himself at a loss. Although he wielded some influence in both the underworld and the legitimate realm, it paled in comparison to the might of Nie Shengyuan, a veritable ruler within the underworld. He received respect simply by being addressed as Uncle Gong. Should he lose that respect, even a personal visit from Su Maogong would compel him to bow down. Wei Hong, the audacious newcomer, dared to confront him directly. Whether to commend his courage or chastise his foolishness was uncertain. Young master, perhaps I should put together a couple of tables for a gathering? Su Maogong suggested with a wry smile. Maybe he would consider reconciliation out of respect for me. If that fails, I could seek further connections to serve as intermediaries. I insulted his daughter as a dog, and you think he can negotiate? Wei Hong inquired with a laugh. Gasp. Su Maogong immediately inhaled sharply, his voice trembling. Don't jest. It could lead to fatalities. I'm not jesting. Wei Hong spoke honestly. Reconciliation is out of the question. If you're afraid, it might be prudent to hide for a while. I'm not afraid of anything. Su Maogong retorted indignantly at my age. Death would be worth it. But if something were to happen to you, how could I face your father's spirit? How about you take refuge for a time? Unnecessary. Wei Hong dismissed with a smile. Nie Shengyuan won't be around much longer. Su Maogong was left speechless upon hearing this. After all, Nie Shengyuan had maintained his stronghold in Jiangzhou for so long without incident. Despite annual crackdowns on crime, he remained unscathed, his extensive network providing ample protection. Be cautious. I will handle this matter, Wei Hong instructed briefly before ending the call. He could sense Su Maogong's unease. After all, when facing a mad dog like Nie Shengyuan, wealth and power meant little. The man had the capacity to make any individual in Jiangzhou vanish without a trace. Even with bodyguards, safety could not be guaranteed. What was more, Wei Hong was unafraid of him, for he understood that a significant upheaval was on the horizon in Jiangzhou, affecting the political, business, and underworld sectors alike. In his past life, Nie Xingyuan had faced downfall 2 years hence. No matter how formidable a criminal overlord, they were nothing but dust when confronted by the machinery of the state. Once the protective veil was torn asunder, only retribution awaited him. Wei Hong vividly recalled the myriad crimes and evidence revealed by the media following Nie Xingyuan's downfall. Should the father and daughter prove to be oblivious to their impending doom, he wouldn't mind giving them a little nudge towards calamity. Senior, something's amiss. At that moment, a buzz-cut young man rushed down the corridor, anxiety etched across his face. Wei Hong furrowed his brow, recognizing him as a student from the competition class, and asked in surprise, "What has happened?" Song Gui and the others have been cornered in the bathroom. The young man panted. "Where?" "Let me there." Wei Hong wasted no time with idle chatter, his expression cold as he followed closely behind. It was evident that Nie Xingyuan was up to no good. This madwoman had a notorious reputation for bullying at Shursen High. She would scorch anyone she disliked with cigarette butts, force them to drink urine, and employ a myriad of brutal tactics, including beatings and hair shaving, once even driving someone to leap from a building. Her conduct mirrored that of a gangster. However, her deep connections allowed her to act without fear of consequence, fostering her reckless disposition. Given the scene that erupted in the parking lot that morning, it was clear she would not let this matter rest. Yet, Wei Hong never anticipated that her target would not be him, but rather other students from the competition class. Upon reaching the end of the corridor by the bathroom, he found a crowd gathered. Ji Peng, CSCC, Wei Sheng, and others were among them, all with mocking expressions, reveling in the unfolding drama. Inside the boys' bathroom, Nie Xingyuan, flanked by several spirited youths, had forced Song Gui and 2 other male students from the competition class to kneel on the ground. They took turns slapping them and delivering vicious kicks, their brutality astonishing. 2 of the boys cried out in agony. Song Gui, however, remained stoic, refusing to utter a word. Yet, the more resilient he was, the harsher the bullying became. As Wei Hong pushed through the crowd, he arrived just in time to see one of the spirited youths inhale deeply from a cigarette, preparing to press the glowing ember against Song Gui's skin. "Try burning him. Do you believe I would annihilate your entire family?" Wei Hong's cold voice sliced through the air, instantly freezing the spirited youth in place. "Hey, don't be impulsive," Wei Sheng interjected, attempting to calm the situation. "Sister Lan is just having a bit of fun. You can't expect to protect them around the clock, can you? Just let her vent her frustrations." With a swift motion, Wei Hong delivered a resounding slap, interrupting Wei Sheng's words. The latter's face instantly reddened from the force of strike. "What the hell, Wei Hong? Have you lost your mind?" Xian just offered a few words of advice. "Why did you have to resort to violence?" Yipeng exclaimed, furious. "Huh, a coward who preys on the weak," CSCC interjected, stepping in front of Wei Sheng, her tone icy. "If you're incapable of confronting Sister Lan, you only dare to bully your own kind, right?" Nie Xingyuan's expression was frigid as she uttered each word with chilling precision. "If you prefer your hands intact, I can assist in severing them." Wei Hong ignored the others, focusing solely on her with a mocking tone. "What's this? Are you afraid to confront me, resorting only to bullying my classmates? The illustrious Miss Nie is merely a coward at heart. There's no need to rush. Your turn will come soon," Nie Xingyuan declared, her face a mask of defiance. Exhaling a plume of smoke, she added, "I intend not only to ruin you, but to shatter everyone around you. I will ensure you learn precisely whom you can and cannot offend. Do you comprehend?" "Very well," Wei Hong shrugged, rolling his shoulders before declaring. "I had planned to take my time, but since Miss Nie enjoys bullying, I shall gladly oblige." With that, he lunged forth like a tiger unleashed, his fists striking with the force of cannonballs. One punch after another landed on the faces of the spirited youths. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, several pained grunts followed by screams echoed through the restroom as a few of the spirited youths succumbed to his heavy blows. Faces smeared with blood, flesh torn and exposed. Some unfortunate souls even had their nasal bridges caved in, with teeth scattered on the ground. The men's restroom was instantly awash with the stench of blood. From the crowd arose a chorus of sharp intakes of breath. Chapter 47. You wouldn't want to bear the wrath of Master Nie, would you? In an instant, the tide of the situation turned. Wei Hong was no mere novice. Having trained in various martial arts since childhood, he dedicated time daily to practice. Although he had yet to reach the pinnacle of boxing proficiency, he was undoubtedly on par with the nation's elite fighters. A few spirited youths might bully the average person, But encountering a master like him was indeed their misfortune. He could easily dispatch them with a single punch. Had Wei Hong not deliberately held back, these individuals would likely face a lifetime of paralysis. Good heavens, is young Master Wei truly this formidable? He resorts to violence at the slightest provocation? My word, what a powerful punch. I doubt even my bodyguard could deliver such force. Astonished gasps echoed among the onlookers. Wei Sheng's face turned pale with fear. It dawned on him that Wei Hong had been merciful. Otherwise, a mere slap could have left him with a concussion. Very well. You dare to strike again? Seeking your own demise. Nie Qinglan, witnessing the scene, erupted in fury. She was no delicate flower. Having grown up in a family steeped in the underworld, she held a keen interest in combat, with her daily pursuits revolving around boxing and sparring. Upon witnessing Wei Hong's brazen aggression, she spat out her cigarette and launched a fierce kick. The two engaged in a fervent exchange of blows within the confined restroom. Song Gui and his companions, terrified, scrambled for cover in the stalls, fearing they might inadvertently become collateral damage. The prowess of such martial artists was far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. In the corridor, a throng of classmates had gathered, their expressions a mix of shock and admiration. However, this spectacular clash did not last long. In a mere 7 or 8 seconds, the two exchanged 17 moves, culminating in Nie Qinglan being struck on the calf and collapsing with a muffled groan. Useless. Wei Hong sneered as he advanced menacingly. With relentless strikes akin to Muay Thai elbows and knees, Nie Qinglan found herself struggling to defend against the onslaught. After several more punches, she was sent crashing against the restroom wall, nearly spitting blood from the impact. Is this all you've got? Wei Hong showed no signs of mercy, delivering a barrage of kicks that left her disoriented and defenseless. At this moment, Wei Sheng and the others finally regained their senses, gasping in horror. CSCC could no longer contain herself and cried out, "Stop! Don't hurt Lan Lan!" Just moments ago, when she commanded her underlings to bully others, where was her call for restraint? Wei Hong cast a disdainful glance back, coldly questioning, "Don't tell me you didn't see it." Me? CSCC's face flushed slightly, and she found herself at a loss for words. Wei Sheng, however, mustered his courage. "Brother, don't be like this. Sister Lan Lan was just joking with them." "Very well. I'll joke with her too." Wei Hong seized her hair and forcefully slammed her head against the wall. The sickening thud echoed as Nie Qinglan let out a pitiful scream, blood oozing from the back of her head, a sight most tragic. "Are you out of your mind?" Wei Sheng exclaimed in disbelief. "Enough with the chatter. If she dares to bully others, I shall repay her in kind." Wei Hong replied with a chilling smile, raising his hand menacingly. "If you wish to save her, kneel and bow 3 times, and I will let her go." Wei Sheng was momentarily stunned, while the others stared in shock. "Who do you think you are?" Wei Hong retorted, "This situation arose because of you. Surely you wouldn't just stand by and watch your friend suffer at the hands of a bully?" Understanding the implications of Wei Hong's words, Wei Sheng felt trapped. To agree meant enduring humiliation on the ground. To refuse would shatter his carefully crafted image, marking him as an ungrateful wolf, perhaps even causing resentment from Nie Qinglan. Regardless of the choice, he faced a significant loss. Wei Hong was indeed ruthless. "Xiao Sheng, don't kneel. I'll call someone to save Sister Lan Lan." "CSCC urgid desperately." Nie Qinglan weakly shook her head. "Don't kneel. I'm fine. He wouldn't dare do anything to me." "Oh, would he not?" Wei Hong replied, gripping her hair tightly, grinning maliciously. "If you don't kneel within 10 counts, I'll dunk her head in the urinal." 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown echoed, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. Was he truly about to drown Miss Nie's head in a urinal? Had he lost his mind? Did he not comprehend the consequences of such an act? What to do? Should I kneel? If I do, my parents will be terribly disappointed, thinking I've disgraced the Wei family, possibly even casting me out. But if I don't kneel, how can I watch Sister Lan Lan endure such humiliation? She might never hold her head high again. Forget it. Even if I'm cast out, I must save Sister Lan Lan. I'll risk it all. With resolve etched on his face, he prepared to kneel. Nie Qinglan, filled with emotion and indignation, shouted, "Do not kneel. He.S. just trying to intimidate you. He wouldn't dare harm me. Is that so?" 3:21. Time us up. Wei Hong wasted no more breath. He yanked her hair, forcefully plunging her head towards the urinal. "No. Wah!" Before the eyes of all, Nie Qinglan let out a harrowing scream. In the next instant, her cries turned into sobs. Her once smooth and delicate face, along with her well-kept hair, came into contact with the foul-smelling liquid. In that moment, a putrid odor assaulted the senses. Nie Qinglan nearly retched amidst her screams. This scene horrified Ji Peng, CSCC, and the others, who regarded Wei Hong with the same fear one might reserve for a rabid dog. their minds racing with disbelief at his audacity. Did he truly believe he could treat Nie Qinglan, the esteemed daughter of the Nie family, in such a manner? When she retaliated, even the Wei family would face dire consequences. This was madness. This man was truly deranged. My goodness, Nie Qinglan was dunked in a urinal. If word got out, it would send shockwaves through the upper echelons of Jiangzhou. Master Nie, known for his doting on his daughter, would surely dismember Wei Hong if he learned of this disgrace. The crowd buzzed with shocked murmurs, encapsulating the sentiment in one phrase. He was doomed. To dare to treat Nie Qinglan in such a manner was akin to publicly humiliating Nie Xingyuan himself. If the Nie family did not take action, they risked becoming the laughingstock of the entire city, jeopardizing their standing in this domain. Brother, stop. Are you attempting to bring ruin upon the Wei family? Release Sister Lamon, or no one will be able to save you. You wouldn't want to incur Master Nie's wrath, would you? Master Nie? Who dares to provoke me must drink urine. Wei Hong, expressionless, pulled out his phone and decisively snapped several close-up photos of Nie Qinglan. Chapter 48. You little bastard. I'll kill you. East City, Jinyan Villa District. Nie Xingyuan donned a pristine white tracksuit, wielding a golf club with an effortless grace. Despite the smile gracing his face, an air of formidable authority emanated from him. A short distance away, a contingent of bodyguards stood vigilant, patrolling the vicinity, while several striking young women attended to his every need, embodying the demeanor of a successful businessman. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Casual curiosity led him to open WeChat, where he discovered a friend request from Wei Hong. Could it be that this fellow sought reconciliation? Perhaps it was time to relent. He had initially intended to teach him a lesson, but if he was extending an olive branch and considering the legacy of his late grandfather, a sincere apology to Lan Lan could earn him a reprieve. A faint smile danced on Nie Xingyuan's lips. With age, he had begun to temper his fierceness. No longer the fiery youth he once was, and occasionally willing to show mercy. He swiftly accepted Wei Hong's request, eager to witness the nature of the apology. Yet, moments later, a series of photos arrived. Upon opening them, he was nearly struck with apoplexy. The images depicted his cherished daughter, disgracefully pinned against a urinal in the men's restroom, her face and hair marred by urine stains and blood, clearly having endured a vicious assault. Almost immediately, a voice message followed. Wei Hong, old dog, I warned you that if you couldn't manage your pup, I would take matters into my own hands. No need for thanks. Furious, Nie Xingyuan hurled his golf club to the ground, his temper flaring as he nearly envisioned drawing a weapon. How could someone dare to bully his precious daughter? Nie Qinglan had always been the one who bullied others. How dare Wei Hong cross such a line? You will pay for this. He roared into his phone, his voice imbued with a ferocious rage that sent shivers through his attendants and bodyguards, who speculated about the source of such unprecedented wrath. At his age, Nie Xingyuan was meticulous about his health, rarely allowing emotional upheaval over trivial matters. Such explosive anger was a rarity, perhaps the first in over a decade. Release her immediately. He continued, sending a voice message, his teeth clenched in fury. If my daughter loses even a single hair, I will see you dismembered. What? You want her to drink more urine? Wei Hong retorted swiftly. Consider done, Uncle Nie, came the chilling response. Nie Xingyuan's fury reached new heights. You wretched scoundrel. I will kill you. Just wait. He had never been so enraged in his life, kicking over a nearby golf cart in his blind fury. But when he attempted to send another message, he realized he had been blocked. Breathing heavily, his rage simmering just below the surface, he barked, prepare the car. We are heading to number 13 middle school. Apologies, Mr. Nie, but the young lady is no longer at number 13, a close-cropped youth interjected calmly. She transferred to St. Roué High School. St. Roué? Nie Xingyuan furrowed his brow. What on earth is she doing there? Seeking out her savior from before. The youth succinctly replied. She just reported there this morning, and now this incident has occurred. Ah, I see. Nie Xingyuan's understanding dawned. His foolish daughter had been caught in a deadly crossfire, unwittingly becoming a pawn in someone else's game, only to clash with the wild dog that was Wei Hong. Others might have spared him some dignity, but Wei Hong would not, and thus his daughter had fallen victim. Prepare the car. We're going to St. Roué, he commanded, rubbing his temples in exasperation. As they exited the golf course, the youth asked, should we gather some reinforcements? Reinforcements for what? Nie Xingyuan snapped, taken aback. Are you not intent on eliminating that scoundrel? The youth frowned. He has quite a few bodyguards. If we wish to extract her, we may need more manpower. Have you lost your mind? Nie Xingyuan retorted, his irritation palpable. You think I can simply storm into a school with a gang of thugs and engage in a brawl? Dragging him out? This is a society governed by law. Think before you act. And what of it? The youth scoffed. I can personally lead a team to handle this. And afterward, I will take the fall, ensuring no trouble for you, Mr. Nye. You and the young lady are like family to me. Now is my time to repay that debt. If she is humiliated, I will not rest until I avenge her. Nye Xingyuan fell silent for a moment, ultimately shaking his head, choosing not to pursue the matter further. The memories of his younger days, filled with violence and recklessness, stirred within him. He had once been as reckless as this young man. Perhaps that was the folly of youth. He resolved to advise Qinglan to exercise restraint in her dealings, reflecting. Today's youth seem utterly unfettered by consequence. Even the most docile can snap under pressure. With age came a softening heart. Nye Xingyuan was no longer the impoverished man who dared to gamble his life for a brighter future. Approaching 50, he had long been jaded by wealth and power, seeking only the tranquility of family life. Yet now, he found himself embroiled in a conflict with a reckless youth like Wei Hong. No matter the circumstances, this boy must be dealt with. Once this matter was resolved, he would retreat from the fray. Today's youth were not to be trifled with. As Nye Xingyuan settled into his Bentley, flanked by his bodyguards, they set forth towards St. Rue High School. Though he subconsciously wished to keep the situation contained, Wei Hong's audacity demanded a response befitting his status. Otherwise, his standing in the underworld would be compromised, and a peaceful retirement would be unattainable. First, he would retrieve Qinglan, and afterward, he would let his associates take action. Closing his eyes momentarily, he summoned the imposing presence of a crime lord, issuing a cold directive. I want the boy named Wei dead, and should the Wei family choose to protect him, it shall be dealt with as well. Understood. The close-cropped youth grinned, swiftly retrieving his phone to rally support. Yet, as he opened the app, his expression darkened. The WeChat group erupted with notifications, revealing the damning photos of Nye Qinglan pinned against the urinal. How audacious! The youth seethed, gritting his teeth. The Wei family shows no mercy, directly posting these humiliating images online, and they have spread like wildfire. Nye Xingyuan's expression darkened instantly. Such ruthless behavior mirrored that of Wei Hong's grandfather, who would stop at nothing to annihilate an enemy. It seems this matter cannot be resolved amicably, he mused grimly. Resolved? I will personally flay him alive. The youth seethed inwardly. Chapter 49. In the aftermath, should your family crumble, remember to hold him accountable. Breaking. The former Queen Bee of No. 13 middle school transfers to St. Rue High School, only to face brutal retaliation and humiliation. An explosive headline erupted onto the scene. Although it was swiftly suppressed by Nye Xingyuan, the content and images had already been fervently captured and shared by numerous students, circulating through various WeChat groups and student forums. Nye Xingyuan had built a reputation as a tyrant over the years, and witnessing her downfall brought covert celebrations among many, who eagerly sought to capitalize on her misfortune. In less than half a day, the scandal had spread like wildfire through the corridors of Jiangzhou's middle and high schools. My goodness, is that the formidable leader of the 13th middle school? Isn't she supposed to have a wealth of connections and a legion of followers at her beck and call? Who would dare to provoke such a ruthless individual? Are you out of your mind? You may not be aware, but many of the students at Shengrue High School are either wealthy or of noble lineage. She has inadvertently crossed paths with someone far more powerful. What a spectacle! Being forced to drink urine while being held down at a urinal. Our illustrious Lan Jia has indeed seen better days. Ha! Let us celebrate this delightful turn of events. The students buzzed with excitement. The teachers, upon learning of the situation, dared not intervene. After all, neither party was innocent. Any attempt to address the bullying could backfire spectacularly. So they allowed the incident to escalate. By the time Nye Xingyuan arrived at the school with his bodyguards, Wei Hong, Wei Sheng, and Nye Qinglan were already seated in the principal's office. It had been less than a month since their last visit, and seeing these arrogant young scions, Principal Liu felt utterly exhausted. Bang! The bodyguard forcefully swung open the door. Nye Xingyuan strode in with an imposing presence. Principal Liu, upon seeing him, hurried forward with a forced smile, saying, Director Nye, my sincerest apologies. Please take a seat, and let us discuss this matter thoroughly. There's no need. Nye Xingyuan's gaze swept across the room and landed on his daughter, Nye Qinglan, bruised and reeking of urine, her head wrapped in bandages. He understood that this situation had little to do with the school. Before coming here, he had already unraveled the truth. His daughter had bullied her classmates on her very first day at her new school, and Wei Hong's retaliation had escalated into this chaos. Today's visit was not about assigning blame. Nye Xingyuan's cold eyes fell on Wei Hong as he smirked. You have quite the audacity, young nephew. Go home, eat and drink well. When you meet your grandfather later, at least you won't appear as a starving wretch. Do you think I would dare to act so ruthlessly without any leverage? Wei Hong, with a sardonic smile, lounged on the sofa, exuding an air of dominance. his gaze surveying the room, causing nearly everyone to avoid his eyes. Nie Xingyuan suddenly sensed the gravity of the situation. Before entering, he could attribute everything to Wei Hong's youthful arrogance. But now, he could not afford to underestimate him. Was it mere impulsiveness that drove him to such extremes? Something felt amiss, distinctly so. A young man should not possess such composure. What hidden cards does he hold to be so brazen? Young man, regardless of your hidden cards, this matter will not simply fade away. Nie Xingyuan warned coldly. Be mindful of your actions. There are always consequences for wrongdoing. Indeed, Wei Hong nodded in agreement, a sly smile curling his lips as he raised a hand, saying, let us wager, half a month, and the Nie family will be reduced to ashes. Half a month? Nie Xingyuan was taken aback before breaking into a chuckle. Inside the office, Principal Liu and Ji Peng exchanged glances, clearly bemused. No one took that statement seriously. It merely seemed like Wei Hong was having a delusional moment after causing such a disaster. Brother, don't be like this. Wei Sheng stoked the flames, feigning concern. Our parents taught us to be kind to others. You bullied Lan Jie today and are trying to instigate a conflict between Uncle Nie and the Wei family. That is not right, is it? Nie Xingyuan, indeed, led astray by him, scoffed. I thought you had some hidden card up your sleeve. But it appears you intend to rely on the Wei family? How laughable. Even if Wei Jiaoyong were to come and vouch for you today, I wouldn't give him an ounce of respect. Is that so? Wei Hong smirked, tilting his chin slightly. Recognize this face before you. This is the one who seduced your daughter, driving her to madness and provoking me. When your family falls apart, remember to hold him accountable. Nie Xingyuan's expression shifted. He narrowed his eyes, sizing up Wei Sheng, a flicker of disdain crossing his face. Dad, he is my savior, Nie Xingyuan croaked. He is now a ward of the Wei family. Nie Xingyuan shot her an irritated glance. However, this was not the time for further discussion. With a stoic expression, he turned on his heel, departing with his bodyguards. Before leaving, Nie Xingyuan made a cutting gesture towards Wei Hong. Though no words were exchanged, her intent was unmistakable. She had never endured such humiliation in her life, so Wei Hong must pay the price. What do we do now, brother? The Nie patriarch is truly enraged. Wei Sheng continued to incite, feigning urgency. Shall I speak to Dad and have him intervene? If the Nie patriarch truly seeks retribution, a few bodyguards won't suffice. Stop putting on a show in front of me. Get lost. Wei Hong snapped impatiently. Wei Sheng wished to say more, but Ji Peng and CSCC had already stepped in to stop him. Xiao Sheng, don't be too kind. He treated you this way, and you still want to consider him? Exactly. Such a person is merely seeking his own demise. Let him suffer. The group urged him with cold laughter. Wei Sheng pretended to be heartbroken as he turned away, but secretly smirked, as if mocking his own foolishness. At this moment, the campus was abuzz with gossip. Among the wealthy and influential youth of Jiangzhou, discussions erupted fervently. It seemed everyone had reached a consensus. Wei Hong was doomed. Many had even begun to place bets on how soon he would meet his end. Only Song Gui and the other students from the competition class were anxiously gathered outside the principal's office. When Wei Hong emerged, they cast concerned glances his way. Scholar, are you all right? Is there anything we can do to help? If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have encountered this trouble. Should we call the police? In a lawful society, it can't escalate to murder, right? Song Gui and the others surrounded him, their faces filled with regret. Wei Hong waved his hand dismissively, saying, what are you worrying about? This has nothing to do with you. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have faced any bullying. Go back and focus on your studies. I can handle this. Brother Wei, are you really okay? Song Gui still looked worried. Wei Hong patted his shoulder, his expression calm as he replied, don't worry. I have always been the one to deal with others. In a harmonious society, there is no room for a few vermin to run rampant. Song Gui. Chapter 50. Even if it means kneeling in public, I must resolve this. In the afternoon, outside Xingrui High School, a large gathering of spirited youths and rebellious girls amassed. They rode on roaring motorcycles, concealing steel pipes and knives within their sleeves. They converged from all directions towards the school gate, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Clearly, these individuals had come from the 13th middle school. They were aware that the fierce leader, Nie Xingyuan, had been bullied at Xingrui and felt their pride wounded. So they rallied their friends to reclaim their honor. Under pressure, the school promptly called the police. Police cars were dispatched urgently. The two factions began to shove and hurl insults at each other at the school gate, threatening to erupt into a riot. At the end of the school day, the students of Xingrui High School were terrified by the scene, all huddled inside the school gate, too afraid to step out. Only Wei Hong's entourage boldly appeared, navigating through the parted crowd as they swaggered out of the school. Attention, attention! The head of the bodyguards raised a walkie-talkie, advising, there are many people at the school gate. Be cautious of any potential violence. Everyone, stay alert. No need to be tense. Wei Hong remained indifferent, asserting that Nie Xingyuan was not foolish enough to act in public. The individuals present were not summoned by him and his daughter. They were merely a group of small-time thugs. The police were currently assisting us in clearing a path. The head of the bodyguards cast a glance at the unfolding situation outside and inquired, "These ruffians and delinquent girls are extremely agitated, continuously shouting and attempting to block the vehicles. It seems the police are understaffed. How should we handle it if we are besieged? Such matters are indeed difficult to manage." In a real altercation, each of the 12 bodyguards would be outnumbered 10 to 1. With the police maintaining order around us, there was no cause for concern regarding safety. The only fear was that in the chaos, someone might resort to violence, resulting in casualties. If that happened, the situation could escalate beyond control. Do not exit the vehicle or engage with them. Wei Hong rubbed his temples and stated, "If anyone attempts to block our way, simply drive through them. At worst, we can claim the vehicle lost control and compensate for damages." Understood. The head of the bodyguards nodded and quickly relayed instructions via the intercom. Shortly after, the convoy surged out of the school gates, flanked by the small-time thugs and delinquent girls who had gathered upon hearing the commotion. They were all smoking and hurling insults. And despite the Bentley's soundproofing, Wei Hong could still hear a plethora of foul language. Eventually, someone in the crowd could no longer restrain themselves. Various bricks, steel pipes, and stones rained down upon the vehicles. The 5 cars were pelted with loud thuds. However, the armored vehicles were constructed from high-quality steel and bulletproof glass. So even when bricks struck the chassis, they only left minor white marks, causing no real damage. Dare to touch our big sister? You little punk wanna die, huh? Just because you have money, you think you're invincible? I'll kill you. Get out here. Why are you hiding? Coward. The small-time thug snarled and provoked. Many had gathered in front of the convoy, filled with fervor. Drive through them. Wei Hong commanded. Understood. The head of the bodyguards raised the intercom and ordered, "Charge." Boom. The drivers of the 5 vehicles floored the gas pedals, accelerating wildly. The lead Hummer surged forward like a bolt of lightning. "Watch out," the thugs exclaimed, scrambling to avoid it. Ultimately, the Hummer slightly reduced its speed, causing no casualties but effortlessly clearing a path, leaving no one brave enough to block the convoy's way. Evening fell. Wei Hong elegantly returned to the villa. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Wei Jiaoyang and Du Sihui, their faces contorted with anger, seated at the dining table, while Wei Sheng feigned concern with sighs beside them. Also present was Wei Qingqing, who had just returned from the bustling metropolis. "You ungrateful wretch, kneel." Upon seeing him, Wei Jiaoyang instinctively grabbed a teacup and smashed it to the floor, spitting vitriol. "Who told you to offend Nie Xingyuan? How dare you challenge him? Do you want to drag the entire family to ruin with you? Mr. Wei, you should be aware of our relationship." Wei Hong furrowed his brow and turned to sit on the sofa, crossing his legs. While we may still be father and son in name, in reality, I am but a step away from severing ties upon reaching adulthood. So please refrain from assuming a parental authority in my presence. Understood? You? Only then did Wei Jiaoyang recall their strained relationship. Flushed with embarrassment and anger, he stubbornly retorted, "Even if you refuse to acknowledge me as your father to outsiders, we are still father and son. Now that this scandal has erupted, is the Wei Corporation supposed to bear the blame for you? I need not trouble you to cover for me, regardless of the circumstances," Wei Hong replied nonchalantly, fiddling with his nails. "Moreover, this predicament was instigated by your beloved adopted son. Even if I were at odds with Nie Xingyuan, considering his ties to Nie Qinglan, this matter cannot be attributed to you. So stop pretending to be the big wolf here." Wei Jiaoyang found himself at a loss for words. His face flushed red, and he could only coldly huff, "I'm curious to see how you plan to navigate this predicament without relying on the Wei family." "Xiaoong, don't be so stubborn." Du Sihui could no longer restrain herself and urged, "Aren't we family? Your father may speak harshly, but he has a kind heart. We're all worried about you in this situation. We wouldn't just stand by and watch you come harm." "Yes, big brother. You have no idea how anxious mom and dad are." Wei Sheng chimed in sarcastically. "Why don't you apologize to mom and dad? We can think of a solution together. If it comes to it, we can all apologize to Uncle Nie, even if it means kneeling in public. We must resolve this." "Huh." A trace of mockery danced on Wei Hong's lips. He could hardly be bothered to engage with their disingenuous faces, whether their intentions were good or malicious. He wished to sever ties with them entirely. "Wang Ma, please take dinner upstairs," Wei Hong casually instructed before turning and heading upstairs. Wei Qingqing furrowed her brow and scolded. "Stop right there. What kind of attitude is that? Are you unwilling to sit down and share a meal with your family? What pretense?" Wei Hong alted, sneering coldly. "Do you truly believe I am unaware of what you've been discussing behind my back? pretending to be a loving family? Shall I print the chat logs and plaster them on your faces, showing you that you are the ones without shame? What did you say? Wei Qingqing's expression changed dramatically. Wei Jiaoyang and Du Sihui also bore grim faces. They exchanged glances, both feeling the awkwardness of being caught speaking ill of someone behind their back. That was just your father speaking out of anger. Du Sihui quickly laughed nervously. It's not like you don't know he has been upset with you. We share an unbreakable blood bond. No matter how ugly the quarrel, we should be more forgiving. Let us sit down for dinner together. No need, Wei Hong retorted coldly. Turning away, the sight of you disgusts me. Once again, Wei Jiaoyang and his wife were left infuriated, while Wei Qingqing felt a sense of loss. She realized that during her brief absence, Wei Hong's relationship with the family had deteriorated to this extent. What on earth had transpired in his life? Chapter 51. Entering the fray alone, a new regime. Nightfall. In the study, Wei Hong's fingers danced rapidly over the laptop keyboard, various codes flashing across the screen, culminating in a series of hacking programs aimed at infiltrating designated accounts. As a genius with an exceptionally high IQ, he had long since taught himself numerous skills in his previous life. Among these, his hacking prowess was renowned worldwide. Within 10 minutes, he had effortlessly implanted Trojan programs onto the phones of Wei Sheng, the Wei family members, and the Nye siblings. As soon as their phones received or dialed any number, the Trojan would automatically record conversations and send them to a designated email. Though it might not capture any valuable information, it would at least provide some advanced knowledge. Simultaneously, Wei Hong struck the keyboard a few more times, and a video call interface popped up, forcibly connecting to a certain computer screen. On the other end of the video appeared a middle-aged man with a square face, clad in pajamas. He seemed momentarily stunned by the abrupt video call, furrowing his brow and inquiring, "What's this? Fanju, shall we have a chat?" Wei Hong said with a light scoff. The middle-aged man finally realized that this was not a computer virus, nor was it a mere video. It was a forced video call resulting from his computer being hacked. "Who are you?" Fan Shen's expression darkened as he instinctively scrutinized the other party. His eyes were deep and piercing, reminiscent of a fierce tiger poised to pounce. "From the Wei family, Wei Hong. Today, I had a slight disagreement with my sworn brother, and the commotion outside the gates of Shengruwei High School must be causing you considerable distress, isn't it?" With his self-introduction, Fan Shen was already aware of the identity of the individual before him. The implications woven into the other's words left him quietly astonished. "What nonsense about sworn brothers?" Fan Shen instinctively retorted. "I abide by the law and remain steadfast in my principles. I have never engaged in any form of factionalism. Do not presume that just because you possess a modicum of hacking skills, you can act with impunity. The abuse of information technology is punishable by law. Keep pretending." Wei Hong replied with a light chuckle. "You don't actually believe that wearing a mask for too long will transform you into a true human, do you? I've sent some documents to your private email. You would do well to review them before we continue our conversation." Fan Shen's expression darkened, and he hurriedly retrieved a backup phone from his safe. Upon examining the contents of his private inbox, he couldn't help but gasp, his visage turning as pale as a ghost, his voice trembling with unease. "What are you trying to accomplish? You're an intelligent man. You are undoubtedly aware of my intentions." Wei Hong smirked. "Of course, I intend for your sworn brother to perish. Why the pretense? What are you jesting about?" Fan Shen inhaled deeply, tossing his phone aside as he coldly asserted, "We only uphold social order and the peace of the populace. How can we engage in unlawful activities? I'm not suggesting that you commit any crimes. Simply that a lawful capture followed by his execution will suffice." Wei Hong countered with a smirk. "You desire to do just that, do you not? You simply lack the resolve." Fan Shen's pupils contracted at those words. He realized that the handsome youth before him was far more cunning than an old fox, his eyes seemingly able to see through everything. "A new ruler brings new subjects." Wei Hong continued, waxing eloquent. "The leadership of Jiangzhou has suddenly changed, with someone transferred from the province, a figure of considerable influence. Your recent days must not have been particularly pleasant, I presume?" Fan Shen's expression shifted once more. Wei Hong continued, his smile unwavering. "You must be losing sleep at night, constantly torn between aligning with the new powers or remaining loyal to your existing faction. Am I correct? What exactly are you implying?" Fan Shen's voice quivered. "I wish to convey that the Ji family will soon fall from grace," Wei Hong remarked casually, stroking his left-hand ring. "The previous order will be overturned, and those who position themselves wisely during this reshuffle will gain significant influence." Fan Shen clenched his fists, his voice dry as he finally asked, "How can I trust that you are not merely speaking empty words? If you inquired, you would find that I have recently had quite an unpleasant fallout with the Ji family and Nye Yuan." Wei Hong leaned forward, resting his hands on the desk. and coldly laughed. I wouldn't choose to put myself at risk just to ensnare you, would I? Fan Chen's gaze flickered, and after much contemplation, he finally inquired. What do you want me to do? Nie Xingyuan is meticulous in his dealings, holding the dirt on others while ensuring that no one can uncover any evidence against him. If one truly sought to find something, how could they not succeed? Wei Hong sighed, shaking his head. You are merely afraid of being implicated when the other party falters. However, you need not worry. Nie Xingyuan is exceedingly paranoid. The blackmail material he possesses is so well hidden that even his own daughter is unaware of its location. I will send you a piece of evidence to your public email shortly. If you act swiftly to orchestrate a capture and eliminate him during the process, then this incriminating evidence will pose no threat to anyone. Furthermore, you can leverage this situation to ingratiate yourself with a new faction, thereby elevating your own status. The individual in question is merely in Jiangzhou for a temporary gilding. Within 3 years, he shall return to the provincial capital. By then, you may even find yourself in a position to align with powerful allies and make a name for yourself in the province. Wei Hong pointed à grande vision, leaving the other with boundless aspirations. Fan Shun swallowed hard, his eyes revealing a mix of anticipation, reverence, and determination. In the end, he quietly nodded. What are your plans? I will cooperate fully. Let us use the disturbance at Shengruwei High School as a pretext to initiate a crackdown on organized crime. Wei Hong suggested, tapping the desk nonchalantly. Such operations occur regularly. Even if Nie Xingyuan is cautious and well-connected, he will not anticipate that this is directed at him. Afterward, you need only to arrange for personnel, as usual. Nie Xingyuan and his daughter have already been thoroughly provoked. They will undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Oh, and please deploy some trusted personnel to follow discreetly. My bodyguards are unarmed, and it would be inconvenient if things escalated. Upon hearing this, Fan Shen nodded thoughtfully. Wei Hong smirked. Do not entertain thoughts of secretly sabotaging our efforts, causing us to suffer mutual destruction. I have stored a wealth of valuable information in a secure email. If I do not cancel it within 2 days, it will be released onto the internet. If you assist me in resolving this predicament, I will delete all of it and ensure that I do not trouble you in the future. What say you? Fan Chen's expression shifted for a moment before he managed a strained smile. You misunderstand, Wei, my young brother. Rest assured, I will guarantee your safety. That is most reassuring. Wei Hong replied with a satisfied smile, casually ending the video call. Chapter 52. Must one remain so arrogant when seeking favors? Just after concluding the call, a melodious piano piece drifted down from the 4th floor practice room. Wei Hong immediately recognized it as the music of his sister, Wei Qingqing, an ardent music enthusiast and a singer-songwriter. She had composed dozens of songs, many of which had gained widespread acclaim, earning her the title of a national musical prodigy. Today, it seemed she was attempting to create a sorrowful love ballad. The piano melody was disjointed, lacking emotional coherence. In the past, Wei Hong would have eagerly offered his assistance, employing his musical prowess and aesthetic sensibilities to refine her work, guiding her inspiration to flourish, ultimately helping her craft a flawless masterpiece. Alas, he found himself devoid of such enthusiasm now. Wei Hong was overwhelmed by the noise, wishing fervently to expel her from the room. Despite her passion for music, Wei Qingqing's talent was rather mediocre, and her vocal abilities left much to be desired. He often found himself making considerable efforts to assist her. After 3 years of guidance, one would think even a pig could ascend to stardom, yet she remained merely a first-tier singer in the country. Truly a disheartening thought. Fool! Wei Hong scoffed, unsure whether he was cursing Wei Qingqing or lamenting his past self. In his previous life, he had exerted immense effort to elevate her to the status of a diva, only for her to later heed Wei Sheng's words and turn against him. The thought was enough to chill one's heart. In this life, he resolved to let things unfold as they would. In the 4th floor practice room, Wei Qingqing donned a flowing white gown, her delicate hands gracefully poised over the piano keys, her every motion exuding charm. This scene should have been exquisite, yet the creative process proved to be a formidable challenge. Despite a mind brimming with inspiration, she found herself unable to produce the music she envisioned. The notes seemed to repel one another, failing to coalesce into a cohesive composition, leaving her increasingly frustrated. Thud, thud, thud. In exasperation, Wei Qingqing slammed her hands onto the keys, her heart filled with discontent. Why? I have returned to my most familiar home, yet despite my overflowing inspiration, I still cannot compose the best piece. She realized she was missing something essential. The guiding spark that Wei Hong provided was sorely lacking. It seems I have truly exhausted my talents, falling completely into a state of creative depletion. Reflecting on Wei Hong's calm composure during each of his piano performances, I am starkly aware that my younger brother's piano skills surpass mine by an unfathomable degree. He had merely concealed his abilities, and I, blind and oblivious, failed to perceive the truth. This cannot stand. I must seek him out. Grabbing the manuscript from the chair, Wei Ching hurriedly descended the stairs. However, upon reaching the second floor, she was intercepted by the bodyguards. I'm sorry, Miss Wei, but the young master does not wish to be disturbed by outsiders. Step aside. Wei Ching retorted angrily. Who is an outsider? I am his sister. Tell him to come out. I have urgent matters to discuss. The bodyguards remained unyielding. The young master has instructed that no one is to disturb him during his rest. What did you say? Wei Ching felt a tightness in her chest, nearly choking with indignation. Once upon a time, all she needed to do was frown, and her brother would instinctively resolve any issue at hand. How has it come to this? Is it merely because the family has accepted Wei Sheng? Wei Hong, come out here. Wei Ching shouted in exasperation. I am your sister. What kind of attitude is this? How long do you intend to carry on like this? Are you truly so envious and resentful just because we welcome Xiao Sheng? Have you not been punished sufficiently? Come out now, and do not compel me to strike you. What family matters cannot be discussed openly? Must they be dragged out like women do, lingering and bickering? Such jealousy from a grown man is utterly lacking in dignity. Wei Ching fumed, wishing to unleash all the pin-up frustration she had accumulated during this time. Just as the bodyguards contemplated forcibly removing her, Wei Hong emerged from his room, towel in hand, casting a dismissive glance toward her, his eyes glinting with mockery. What is it? Do you wish to vent your frustrations on your dear brother? Wei Hong scoffed, furrowing his brow. What are you saying? Wei Ching snapped back. Aren't you my brother? Enough with the attempts to get close. Wei Hong replied disdainfully. Raising an eyebrow, I did not even acknowledge our parents. Do you expect me to recognize you as my sister? If you want me to assist with your compositions, just ask. But to demand my help with such arrogance? You are as shameless as ever. You? Wei Ching was momentarily speechless, her face flushed with anger. She longed to retort, yet found herself at a loss for words. Wasn't she here to seek Wei Hong's assistance? Why had a conflict erupted so inexplicably? Fine. We shall discuss Xiao Sheng another day. Wei Ching swallowed her pride, feigning magnanimity. Come and help me revise my song quickly. I have a concert next month, and without a show-stopping new piece, I fear I will fail to captivate the audience. Now you expect me to be your servant? Go to hell. Wei Hong showed no sign of yielding, turning his back to return to his room. What did you say? Have you gone mad? Wei Ching exclaimed, her face reddening with rage. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I one-t hit you? For as long as she could remember, the 6 sisters of the Wei family adhered to the principle that one should discipline their younger brother early on, coupled with their distance from Wei Hong. They were unrelenting in their treatment, often taking advantage of their age difference to dominate him. Pinching, slapping, and kicking were commonplace. In his childhood, Wei Hong had perceived these actions as affectionate gestures from his sisters and had never resisted, leading Wei Ching to speak so boldly. Wei Hong's eyes turned cold at her words, halting in his tracks with a smirk. In the past, I could afford to treat you as sisters and tolerate your antics. But now, try moving even a finger towards me. Wei Ching froze, disbelief washing over her. She suddenly recalled the incident where Wei Hong had struck their father. This wily child had the audacity to confront even their biological father. If she were to flaunt her authority as an older sister, the consequences would likely be dire. You scoundrel! To treat your own family this way will surely invite divine retribution. Do not presume that the world will not turn without you. No one is indispensable. You will find that it is not us who will regret losing family. Just wait. I will compose the most exquisite piece to show you. Wei Ching swore, exasperated. Yet Wei Hong paid her no heed, slamming the door behind him, shutting out all disruptive noise. What good is stubbornness? True talent must be demonstrated. In this household, everyone had once benefited from his meticulous care. Now that Wei Hong had distanced himself, what awaited them was an interminable suffering. Chapter 53. How could such a wonderful brother be lost? Miss, perhaps it is time to return and rest. Mama Wong appeared at the staircase, her expression a mixture of complexity and empathy. Wei Ching, fuming, turned and descended the stairs, pouring herself a glass of red wine, which she downed fiercely to wash away the tears of grievance that had begun to well in her eyes. Indeed, he is an ungrateful wolf. She scoffed. Miss, you have not raised him either, Mama Wong gently reminded her. What? Wei Ching turned in astonishment. Mama Wong quickly smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, miss. I spoke out of turn. It's just that some matters are clearer to us outsiders than to those within. Young Master Hong was raised by the old master. And so what? Has he not eaten a single meal from the Wei family? Have we not treated him well? Wei Ching responded indignantly, ready to enumerate her kindness toward him. Yet, After stammering for a while, she found she could not recall a single instance. Young Master Hong has not needed our charity. Mama Wang sighed, her voice laden with sorrow. Since he began living with you 3 years ago, he has made countless efforts, constantly enduring the cold shoulder. Yet he continues to selflessly give without complaint. When the chairman suffers from chronic stomach pain, he prepares nourishing remedies for him. When the madam experiences headaches and insomnia, he teaches himself acupuncture and massage to help her sleep soundly. When the eldest misses deadlines, he stays up all night to assist with project analyses. Even when the second sister suffers from menstrual pain, he is the one who provides her relief. Mama Wang continued, her words echoing with the unacknowledged sacrifices Wei Hong had made over the years. She had watched over him as he grew, and in her heart, she regarded him as her own child. It was for this reason that she could not remain silent any longer. Stop, please stop, Wei Sheng cried, unable to bear any more. She covered her ears, her heart brimming with guilt. In that moment, a flood of repressed memories washed over her, and she realized that Mama Wang spoke the truth. Every member of the family owed Wei Hong, while he owed them nothing. Countless acts of kindness met with indifference. Surely anyone would feel disheartened in his position. In the past, you treated young Master Hong with little more than indifference. Occasionally, you would even offer him a smile. He would cherish those trivial gestures, reveling in the happiness they brought him for an entire day. But ever since Wei Sheng entered the household, you have lavished care and attention on an outsider, even placing the blame on young Master Hong whenever conflicts arose. How could he not eventually turn against you? Wei Sheng stood frozen, lost in thought. In a daze, she wandered to the back garden of the villa. Once there existed a greenhouse, a sanctuary adorned with her beloved night-blooming cereus, golden camellias, and an array of exquisite roses and orchids. Whenever her spirits waned, she would retreat to this verdant haven, where the vibrant blossoms would invariably uplift her mood. However, upon her arrival today, she was met with a disheartening sight. The delicate flowers had withered, leaving only a few common varieties in bloom. What has happened? Where have all the flowers gone? Wei Sheng murmured softly. Have you forgotten? Came the explanation from behind her. In the past, it was young Master Hong who nurtured your flowers with great care. Now that he has abandoned the task, our family gardener, possessing only mediocre skills, cannot sustain such rare blooms. Overwhelmed by emotion, Wei Sheng could no longer restrain her tears and sank to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. She could not comprehend how such a wonderful brother had been lost to her. That night was destined to be one of sleeplessness for many. In stark contrast, Wei Hong slept soundly, awakening with the dawn, his fatigue dissipated, and his demeanor remarkably invigorated. At the breakfast table, Wei Sheng appeared haggard with reddened eyes. Wei Jiaoyang and Du Sihui also bore expressions of distress, suffering from insomnia. One plagued by stomach pain, the other by a headache, both unable to find restful slumber. Their vitality diminished and appetites severely lacking. Father, mother, sister, did you all not sleep well? Wei Sheng emerged from the kitchen, carefully balancing a tray holding several bowls of thin, watery rice porridge, which he cautiously presented to each family member. Since your appetites seem diminished, perhaps this porridge will help soothe your stomachs, he said, concern etched on his face, though internally he lamented, alas, I wonder if father, mother, and sister will even appreciate this porridge. I rose at 5 to prepare it, but my culinary skills are rather lacking. If only I were not so inept at cooking. How I wish I could concoct medicinal dishes like eldest brother. Alas, since eldest brother and our parents have fallen out, they refuse to step into the kitchen. In that moment, the expressions of the Wei family varied widely. Wei Jiaoyang was the first to break the silence, stating, white porridge is quite good. After indulging in rich delicacies, this humble fare gives me a sense of home. Indeed, Du Sihui added, her face softened with emotion. You need not labor so hard. We have servants for that. You are at an age where you should prioritize your rest in the mornings. Yes, Wei Sheng echoed, her habitual sentiment surfacing once more. Yet, she soon realized something was amiss. Why had she instinctively uttered such words? That was not my intention. She quickly corrected herself, casting an apologetic glance at Wei Hong. You are also very considerate. Both you and Xiao Sheng are truly wonderful. You are the considerate one. Your entire family is considerate, Wei Hong retorted without lifting his gaze, contentedly savoring his breakfast steak while smirking. If you all enjoy white porridge so much, I wish you a lifetime of it. What sort of attitude is that? If you do not wish to speak, no one considers you mute. Wei Jiaoyang exclaimed, his temper flaring. Father, please do not be so impulsive. Let us speak calmly as a family, Wei Sheng urged. Ha! Wei Hong scoffed derisively. Who considers you all family? Have you lost your senses? Your biological son prepares a grand feast while you shower praise on a mere foster son who can boil rice in a rice cooker to produce a pot of white porridge. Are you all truly so gullible? Ha ha ha, fools. A voice only Wei Hong could hear echoed in his mind. A single bowl of white porridge has won their favor. The Wei family is truly easy to deceive. I have absorbed another 60 points of fortune this morning. Marvelous. Oh, Wei Hong's eyes glinted, a smirk forming on his lips. It appeared that Wei Sheng's ability to draw on the fortunes of those around him was not solely linked to their affection, but also to the duration of their interactions. No wonder he relished the company of the Wei family. Reflecting on how Wei Jiaoyong and the others had suffered misfortunes in their past lives after having their fortunes drained, he could hardly contain his anticipation. 3 days later, on a Friday morning, the Bentley convoy exited the villa district as usual. Wei Hong reclined in the back seat, resting his eyes, while the bodyguards remained alert, scanning their surroundings with sharp gazes, wary of any potential threats. Captain, there has been a traffic incident on Chang'an South Street. Should we reroute? One bodyguard reported via the intercom. Divert to Jianghuai Road. The captain commanded. Understood. The convoy altered its course toward the riverbank. As they approached Jianghuai Road, unease settled in everyone's hearts. This area, close to the river, was a secluded, undeveloped lowland, making it an ideal location for an ambush. Ordinarily, Wei Hong would not willingly walk into such a trap. However, one must cast a line to catch fish. If he avoided Jianghuai Road, others would lie in wait elsewhere. Thus, no one questioned the sudden change in plans. As the convoy crept along Jianghuai Road, they encountered an oil tanker blocking their path. Stop. Let us assess the situation, commanded the bodyguard captain, raising his intercom. The convoy came to a halt, and just as one bodyguard prepared to exit the vehicle, a deafening explosion erupted from the tanker. The violent blaze and shockwave surged toward them, sending the Bentley and Hummer SUVs careening off course. A cacophony of tumbling vehicles accompanied the disorienting sensation of weightlessness. Wei Hong and his companions were momentarily stunned, each thrown about as the vehicle was tossed like a rag doll, several bodyguards losing consciousness on the spot. And even he himself was left dazed. The female bodyguards flanked him, resolutely shielding him. Fortunately, their vehicle did not overturn, and the bulletproof glass remained intact. Otherwise, the residual blast alone would have posed a significant threat. Amidst the chaos, the faint sound of gunfire echoed from all directions. Wei Hong's gaze swept the area, catching sight of 2 vans approaching from behind, armed assailants disembarking, while others emerged from the nearby drainage covers. A total of 8 gunmen. The assailants are all wielding silenced pistols, executing their movements with precision. They appear to be professionally trained, and we cannot ascertain if they are snipers. Everyone, proceed with caution. The bodyguard captain remarked, his brow furrowed. Quite impressive, Wei Hong mused with a smile, concealing their attack behind the oil tanker explosion and employing silenced weapons. Their strategy was clear: swiftly eliminate their targets and dispose of the bodies to present the incident as a mere unfortunate accident caused by the explosion. This crew under Nie Xinyuan was undoubtedly accustomed to such operations, executing their tactics with remarkable finesse, truly professional. As the underworld's overlord, they were anything but hesitant in their endeavors. Given Nie Xinyuan's connections and status in Jiangzhou, it was likely that surrounding surveillance would be temporarily disabled, and police forces would be diverted elsewhere. Were an ordinary wealthy individual to face such an attack, even with bodyguards, they would be utterly defenseless. However, Wei Hong was different. His bodyguards had long anticipated an assault and had devised a countermeasure. As the adversaries drew near, the bodyguard captain immediately ordered the convoy to reverse aggressively. Bang! A Hummer SUV violently collided with one of the vans. Although the path had yet to be breached, the approaching assassins were compelled to retreat. The bullets thudded against the bulletproof glass, inflicting no harm upon those within the vehicle. With a clatter, the doors swung open. The bodyguards, armed with foldable bulletproof briefcases and electric batons, surged forth. Despite the domestic prohibition on firearms, the bodyguards were not entirely defenseless. With a swift flick, their briefcases transformed into shields, effectively blocking the incoming bullets as they charged towards the nearest assassin. A fierce melee ensued between the assassins and the bodyguards, with bullets occasionally striking the briefcases and whizzing perilously close to the bodyguards' heads. Occasionally, one would be hit, prompting immediate protective crouching from their comrades. Once the bodyguards closed in, they swiftly employed their skills in combat, effortlessly subduing an assassin with the aid of their electric batons. In the chaos, both sides sustained casualties. Wei Hong remained composed in the vehicle, his eyes slightly narrowed in a meditative state. 2 minutes later, the distant wail of police sirens pierced the air. Damn it! Retreat! Immediate retreat! roared an assassin clad in a grotesque mask, firing his weapon as he attempted to drag away an injured comrade. However, as the police cars screeched to a halt, a battalion of fully armed paramilitary forces erupted forth. Police, do not move. Get down. Everyone get down. Lower your weapons. Immediately lower your weapons. The guns of the paramilitary forces indiscriminately aimed at every individual present. The bodyguards, unarmed, had no reason to fear. They merely needed to find a place to hide and crouch down. The assassins, however, found themselves in dire straits. Just as they hesitated, contemplating surrender, the paramilitary forces decisively pulled the trigger, eliminating them all. This dramatic encounter commenced and concluded in haste. Aside from a few moaning and writhing injured parties, the ground was awash with blood and spent cartridges. Boss, the police have secured the area. A female bodyguard cautioned. We must disembark to negotiate. No. Wei Hong shook his head in rejection. The female bodyguard was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by his refusal. As she spoke, 4 paramilitary officers appeared at the window, their weapons directed at the interior of the vehicle, commanding sternly, "Step out for inspection. Immediately step out." Boss, we must comply with the inspection, the female bodyguard reiterated urgently. Though we are the victims of an attack, any non-compliance before the police verify our identities is illegal, and they have the authority to execute us on the spot. No. Wei Hong persisted in his refusal. Just as the female bodyguard was about to utter more, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from below. Flames soared into the sky, tearing the earth asunder. Debris and rocks flew in every direction. Vehicles were hurled into the air, and numerous bodyguards and paramilitary officers were blasted away. The scene erupted into chaos, with even the embankment beside the river being violently overturned. Wei Hong was thrown about inside the vehicle, eventually spitting out a mouthful of blood. The Bentley had endured 2 successive explosions. While not at close range, the bulletproof glass had shattered and countless shards lacerated the skin of those inside, leaving everyone battered and bruised. At this moment, the female bodyguards could no longer suppress their gasps of horror, finally understanding why Wei Hong had refused to exit the vehicle. The true, deadly trap lay therein. The previous gunman had merely been a distraction. Their intent was to catch him off guard before detonating the explosives. In that instant, the explosion would effortlessly erase all traces. With a little manipulation, all blame could easily be shifted to the oil tanker explosion, completely dissociating it from any gang-related vendetta. Clever. Wei Hong murmured with a cold smile, "Too bad I survived this time. With the police arriving so swiftly, you've miscalculated this round, my dear adversary." Chapter 55. The news is far too outdated. A family of simpletons. We interrupt this broadcast for an urgent news report. At 8:17 this morning, an oil tanker explosion occurred on Jianghuai Road in our city. The area is now under full lockdown. Citizens are advised to take alternative routes. The cause of the explosion is still under investigation, and the number of casualties remains unknown. Relevant departments have promised to control the situation swiftly, and we urge the public not to spread rumors. Relied Hospital, in the VIP ward on the top floor. The television was broadcasting the day's news from the local channel. Wei Hong sat on the hospital bed, perusing a tablet, while Su Maogong stood guard with a new cadre of bodyguards, ensuring his protection was absolute. No fly would dare slip through. This time, it was truly perilous, Su Maogong remarked. Peeling an apple with a serious expression, Nie Sheng Yuan is as treacherous as ever. If he had fallen into his trap, this incident would likely have been hastily concluded as just an oil tanker explosion. That is how they will present it to the public. Wei Hong chuckled softly, reflecting, "After all, we live in a harmonious society. Words like gangland shootout could never grace the news. We've lost 2 lives and 5 are injured. Su Maogong Fidao Wen." Though they instinctively sought cover during the explosion, the injuries are severe. The police also suffered considerable losses, inciting great anger among the higher-ups. The city is currently conducting a crackdown on organized crime, and this sudden incident will be impossible for Nie Sheng Yuan to suppress. Wei Hong scoffed dismissively. What so-called gang leaders? They are merely rats in the gutter. When protected, they may act brazenly and bully the weak, but once their shield is removed, they face inevitable annihilation. After all, who can rival the might of the state apparatus? Nie Sheng Yuan, in his moment of folly, had stirred such a tumult. Even if Wei Hong had not made prior arrangements with Fan Shun, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to evade accountability. This time, I put my brothers in jeopardy. Wei Hong spoke solemnly. We cannot let them bleed and weep in vain. For everyone who accompanied the convoy, each will receive a reward of 1 million. For those who lost their lives, we will deliver 10 million to their families. And we will cover all medical expenses for the injured, along with an additional 3 million for each. Su Maogong nodded in agreement. The bodyguards in the ward all brightened at the news. These individuals feared nothing but a miserly boss. With Wei Hong's lavish generosity, combined with the insurance provided by the security company, those injured or deceased would receive substantial compensation. Sacrificing their blood would indeed hold value. A life worth over 10 million was quite the bargain. At the very least, it would ensure their families lived comfortably, wouldn't it? In that moment, the loyalty of the bodyguard soared. They yearned to follow such a magnanimous employer forever. Any updates from the municipal bureau? Wei Hong inquired, rubbing his temples. Of course. Su Maogong replied, handing him an apple. The ongoing crackdown on organized crime has mobilized significant police forces. Although the explosion is superficially attributed to the oil tanker, the higher-ups are well aware of the actual circumstances. Niesheng Yuan's influence, no matter how vast, cannot suppress the truth. The Municipal Bureau has convened to discuss a comprehensive crackdown on the Nye Group. The police, having acquired crucial evidence from an unknown source, are reportedly preparing for an arrest operation. Wei Hong smirked, finding no surprise in the developments. If he had not sought negotiations with Fan Chen a few days ago, the opposing party might have stubbornly shielded Nye Xingyuan under pressure. However, it is now evident to all but the foolish that the Nye family's influence has waned, and further concealment would only implicate themselves. Consequently, anyone in Jiangzhou with ties to Nye Xingyuan would prudently sever connections and take decisive action against him. After all, only by mercilessly striking down the drowning dog can one extricate oneself from the fray. The Nye family is finished. Wei Hong sighed, casting aside his tablet, and remarked, Uncle Su, you may resume your duties. Several vehicles likely require repairs. It has been rather unsafe lately. I shall take refuge in the hospital for a while. Very well. Su Maogong replied with a smile. From this day forward, no one in Jiangzhou's upper echelons would remain unaware of Wei Hong. He is the man capable of forcing the young lady of the Nye family to drink urine and subsequently orchestrating Nye Xingyuan's demise. The old order has been swept away by the new. The once mighty Nye family has perished on the shores of time. Wei Hong stands atop the corpses of his predecessors, establishing his authority. Such ostentation draws too much attention. It would be wiser to maintain a lower profile for a while. I shall take my leave. Please rest well. Young master, Su Maogong said as he rose with the aid of his cane. Just as he departed, Du Sihui arrived with Wei Qingqing and Wei Sheng in tow. Upon entering the hospital room, she could not suppress her concern, asking Xiao Hong, Are you all right? You scared your mother to death. How could he not be fine after being admitted to the hospital? Wei Sheng chimed in, feigning sympathy. I had long advised my brother against such arrogance. But he wouldn't listen. Young people should not be so impetuous. It seems he has finally faced a setback. Xiao Sheng, hold your tongue. Wei Qingqing interjected anxiously. Reaching for his hand, her voice filled with incessant questions. I heard you encountered a fuel tanker explosion, and many lives were lost? What on earth happened? Has the underworld become so lawless? Wei Hong raised his hand to evade her touch, frowning at the bodyguard at the door. Why are you allowing every Tom, Dick, and Harry to enter? Do you not realize I need to rest? Apologies, boss. Please, you may leave. The bodyguard's expressions darkened at his words, promptly moving to escort them out. Wei Sheng seized the opportunity to add, Mother, I said there was no need to visit my brother. Look at him, full of vigor. Even has the energy to chase us away. We are merely presenting our warm faces to a cold backside. Du Sihui's expression soured, yet she patiently urged Xiao Hong. Do not be so stubborn. Nye Xingyuan is a man of considerable depth, surrounded by many ruthless individuals. They dare to resort to anything. We should consider a means of reconciliation. Indeed, Father has already promised to assist. Wei Qingqing added, her urgency palpable. If you concede to him, he can promptly negotiate with Nye Xingyuan. As long as he offers generous reparations, preserving your life should not pose a problem. After all, as long as the mountains stand, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Eldest brother, Wei Sheng scoffed mockingly. The man who dares to ignite a fuel tanker today would not hesitate to blow up a villa tomorrow. Do you wish to bring the entire family to ruin? Heed the wise, for it is better to suffer humiliation than to lose one's life. Enough. Wei Hong snapped. Irritation etched on his brow as he ordered the bodyguards. Remove them. Yes. The bodyguards raised their hands to intervene. The trio attempted to protest further, but were summarily expelled. The hospital room fell silent once more, leaving only Wei Hong's silent scoff. Did they still think he would apologize to Nye Xingyuan? Their information was woefully outdated. What a family of fools. Chapter 56. The Fallen Hero. Reduced to ashes. In the Eastern District, at the Jianian Villa community, Nye Xingyuan reclined on the sofa, his brow twitching incessantly. Father, are you unwell? Nye Xingyuan inquired with concern. No, I merely feel a sense of unease, Nye Xingyuan responded, his expression grim. Could it be that Uncle Gui's operation has failed? Nie Qinglan frowned. That shouldn't be the case. They wielded explosives and firearms, while Wei Hong's bodyguards are unarmed. Logically, it should have been a simple sweep. Do not underestimate them. Without heavy weaponry, handguns are no more than fire pokers, Nie Xingyuan scoffed. In a harmonious society, no one dares to create too much commotion. They only seek to eliminate their opponents. At that moment, a buzzcut young man rushed in, urgently handing over a tablet. Old Uncle Gui and the others may have suffered total annihilation. This incident has escalated and made the news. What? Nie Xingyuan's expression shifted dramatically. He took the tablet, swiping through until the news report came into view. Upon witnessing the devastation of the explosion, he inhaled sharply, his face darkening. This is disastrous. We have fallen into a trap. What do you mean? Nie Qinglan asked, confusion etched across her face. Isn't the explosion site rather catastrophic? Perhaps Wei Hong has perished. Impossible. He is certainly unscathed. Nie Xingyuan, trembling, lit a cigarette, his complexion ashen, but we are in grave danger. Father, what on earth are you talking about? Nie Qinglan still struggled to comprehend. The buzzcut young man sighed. Miss, given the current circumstances, the absence of any communication from old Uncle Gui implies either total annihilation or capture. The fact that our adversaries managed to take them all down indicates they had long set a trap. Furthermore, the absence of any news from us, while the media is informed even faster, signifies that the authorities have reached a consensus decision. We have been abandoned by our protective umbrella. The fuel tanker explosion has garnered too much attention, and although it has been suppressed on the surface, the higher-ups will demand accountability. Soon, we will be facing a concentrated police operation against us. Nie Qinglan remained bewildered. Nie Xingyuan glanced at his somewhat naive daughter, revealing a bitter smile as he summarized. In short, we are finished. We have struck a hard wall this time. I never anticipated Wei Hong could be so ruthless. How could this be? Nie Qinglan stumbled backward, collapsing onto the sofa, her face a mask of disbelief. He is merely a high school student. Our family has held sway in Jiangzhou for years. How could we possibly be outmatched by him? The harsh reality was undeniable. Nie Xingyuan, equally perplexed, continued to smoke despondently. How has this young man managed to accomplish this? The phone rang shortly thereafter. The buzzcut young man, after answering several calls, appeared increasingly grim. He slammed his phone down, gritting his teeth, as we suspected. The city police are launching a crackdown on organized crime, and coincidentally, they are now focusing all their efforts on us. All of Nie's establishments, entertainment venues, mines, sand yards, underground casinos, hotels, are being systematically shut down, and a significant police force is en route. Patriarch, we must leave. As long as the mountains stand, we need not fear the absence of firewood. We must depart immediately. Nie Xingyuan's gaze dimmed sharply. Nie Qinglan, nearly collapsing from fear, could hardly comprehend. How could this happen? Just yesterday, they were the feared underground overlords of Jiangzhou, respected by all the prominent figures, capable of committing murder and extortion without fear of retribution. How had the situation shifted so drastically overnight? Everything seemed to have begun from their encounter with Wei Hong. Nie Qinglan not only faced the most humiliating insult of her life, but also the impending ruin of her family, a reality she found unbearable. In an instant, all three recalled Wei Hong's words from that day. He had wagered that the Nie family would be reduced to ashes within half a month. At that time, everyone had laughed at his fanciful notions. But now, it has barely been half a month, only 4 days at most. Damn it. The young man with a buzz cut clenched his fists tightly and coldly declared, this kid is audacious enough. I shall take my men to end his life tonight, even if it means risking everything. Victory belongs to the victor, and one must accept the stakes. Nie Xingyuan sighed and shook his head. Do you not understand that we no longer have the luxury of time to deal with him? When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. You must gather your belongings immediately. Take those brothers who are still willing to accompany us and have clean backgrounds and ensure Qinglan's safe passage abroad. Those who linger by the river will inevitably get their feet wet. Nie Xingyuan had long anticipated such a day. Thus, he remained utterly unperturbed, directly commanding the departure of his daughter. He had already secured a substantial sum in foreign accounts, sufficient to ensure Nie Qinglan's happiness for a lifetime. As for Jiangzhou, it would be best not to return. What about you, elder Nie? The buzzcut youth asked anxiously. Are you coming with us? You are all above reproach. Simply take a flight. Nie Xingyuan replied with a bitter smile. I may have to resort to smuggling from elsewhere. Understood. The young man wasted no time and hurriedly began to pack. Nie Qinglan's face was etched with reluctance and guilt as she wept. Dad, how could it have come to this? Are we truly going to let ourselves be driven away like this? Child, preserving life is paramount. Nie Sheng Yuan poured himself a glass of wine, his voice hoarse. All pride and wealth are but illusions. Your happiness is what truly matters. We have enough in our foreign accounts to sustain us. What more could one desire in life? I'm so sorry, Dad, I'm so sorry. Nie Qinglan sobbed, desperately slapping her own cheeks. Nie Sheng Yuan grasped her hand firmly, admonishing her gravely. Victory and defeat are the natural order of war. I have nothing to regret in my life, and I blame no one for this. Remember, do not seek revenge on Wei Hong. You cannot contend with him. Moreover, sever all ties with Wei Sheng. On that day, in the principal's office, Wei Hong unequivocally declared that he was the root of our family's demise. And now it has all come to pass. This man is undoubtedly manipulating you. Do you understand? Nie Sheng Yuan continued to impart countless reminders, with tears brimming in her eyes. Nie Qinglan nodded in acquiescence. Both were engulfed in the sorrow of parting. When a sound of police sirens echoed from outside, the buzzcut youth forcibly took Nie Qinglan away. Unbeknownst to them, this separation would be eternal. Nie Sheng Yuan had no intention of fleeing. He knew escape was futile this time. If he remained alive, countless others would find no rest. Thus, as the sirens grew ever nearer, Nie Sheng Yuan quietly retrieved a handgun from a hidden compartment in the sofa and pressed it against his temple. Wei Hong, what a cunning move. With a sigh, the gunshot rang out. The curtain fell on a generation of overlords. Chapter 57. The Yangtze River's waves push forward. One ought to give birth to successors like Wei Shaoqi. Nightfall. Inside the Xie family villa, Xie Sisi Yipeng, along with a host of wealthy young heirs and heiresses, gathered once more to drink and play cards. Damn, it's dull drinking here. Why don't we head to a club or bar? It'd be much more enjoyable with some ladies serving us. Not a chance. The entire city is cracking down on organized crime. Many clubs and bars are under scrutiny. Let us not go out and stir up trouble, or we'll just get scolded when we return. True, let us make do with our drinks then. Cheers. The affluent youths exchanged glasses with disinterest. Ji Peng smirked and said, drinking alone is rather monotonous. Allow me to quench your thirst with some juicy gossip. Do you know why all the bars in the city were raided today? Why? The group inquired with curiosity. Ji Peng, reveling in their dismay, exclaimed because the Nie family took action against Wei Hong. What? No way. They gasped in disbelief. How do they strike? Did they send someone to take him out? That would be so beneath them. They need to do it with guns instead. Elder Nie has numerous underlings in Jiangzhou. Acquiring firearms wouldn't be difficult. As the topic arose, their interest peaked. Each of their eyes lit up. Eagerly anticipating a bloody spectacle. The affairs of the underworld felt distant to them, yet they would relish Wei Hong's misfortune. This morning, there was an explosion involving a tanker truck on Jianghuai Road. Ji Peng took a sip of his drink, exuding pride. The explosion occurred twice, and armed police were deployed. It's rumored that many were killed, and Wei Hong's convoy was right there. Wow, that is explosive. Impressive. Elder Nie, true to form, strikes with such ferocity. I indeed saw the news this morning about the tanker explosion. I thought it was just an ordinary accident, not realizing it was Wei Hong's convoy that was hit. Incredible. I watched the news video. The scene was absolutely brutal. I've always said that Wei Hong shouldn't provoke them. Look at this. Sister Lan Lan is not someone he can challenge. The wealthy youths were filled with astonishment. They marveled at Nie Sheng Yuan's ruthlessness while simultaneously relishing Wei Hong's plight, as if they had foreseen his demise or severe injuries. At that moment, Xie Zhijiang entered from outside. He had been listening to their excited chatter at the door, and could not help but frown and clear his throat. Dad, you're back. Xie Sisi greeted him promptly. Uncle Xie. The wealthy youths chimed in unison. After nodding, Xie Zhijiang handed his coat to a servant and poured himself a glass of red wine from the cabinet before approaching the group, his demeanor serious. From now on, do not provoke Wei Hong, especially you, Sisi. Dad, what do you mean? Xie Sisi asked, perplexed. Isn't Wei Hong dead? What do you mean by not provoking him? Even if he is not dead, he must be severely injured. What do we have to fear? Then my foot. Xie Zhijiang downed his wine in one gulp, gritting his teeth as he said, that brat is perfectly fine. 8 of Nie Sheng Yuan's men died on the spot, and he is now a prime target in the crackdown on organized crime. By the time the police arrived at his villa, he had already committed suicide. What? They all gasped in shock, their limbs turning cold. What kind of situation was this? A high school student forcing a notorious gangster to take his own life? What a legendary tale. Uncle Xie, you're not joking, are you? Ji Peng asked, incredulous. What a joke. Xie Zhijiang snapped with a stern expression. Nie Sheng Yuan is dead. Nie Qinglan has been forced to flee abroad, and all the Nie family's mines, sandpits, entertainment venues, clubs, and underground casinos have been sealed. At least several hundred of his underlings have been apprehended. The police have obtained 100 pieces of evidence against the Nie family accumulated over the years. If Nie Xingyuan hadn't taken his own life, he would likely have faced execution multiple times, and at least 100 of his underlings are likely to be sentenced. All of this was attributed to Wei Hong's machinations, though the exact details remained unclear. It was evident that he had struck a deal with certain higher-ups to take action against the Nie family. The group listened, utterly bewildered. They could not comprehend the intricacies involved. At that moment, each person was plagued by a single question. How did he manage to do it? So, your earlier schadenfreude was foolish. Xie Jiang sighed, pouring himself another glass of wine. Wei Hong is no longer in your world. Even your elders will have to bow before him in the future. Do not recklessly provoke him. Understood? The wealthy youths nodded vigorously in fear. Ji Peng and Xie were drenched in cold sweat. They had previously had a heated conflict with Wei Hong, who had vowed to destroy Ji's family and trample the Xie group. Everyone had thought him a joke, and to this day, no one believed those empty threats. But now, due to Nie Qinglan's excessively overreaching actions, the negotiation space between both parties evaporated. Without hesitation, Wei Hong struck down the Nie father and daughter, forcing one to perish and the other to flee. Such methods are indeed spine-chilling. If our two families had not retreated back then, would we also have met with a similar fate? This thought flickered through their minds, sending shivers down their spines. In the hillside villa district at the opulent No. 3 estate, Hua Yinghao swirled his wine glass, meticulously examining the documents in his hands. This was a detailed dossier on Wei Sheng and Wei Hong. Mr. Hua, what piques your interest in these two? Inquired a middle-aged steward, curiosity evident in his tone. It is precisely because they are inscrutable that they intrigue me. Hua Yinghao mused with a soft chuckle. First, consider Wei Sheng, a mere chauffeur's son, yet he has garnered the favor of the Wei family and is adored by his peers. Such an ability is quite extraordinary. The steward appeared perplexed, but Hua Yinghao continued. Wei Hong, however, is even more formidable. Recent events have revealed him to be a young man of considerable acumen, someone whom even I would not dare to underestimate. A high school student, really? The steward exclaimed in disbelief. A high school student? Hua Yinghao chuckled lightly, raising his gaze. In just a few days, he uprooted Nie Xingyuan, the tyrant of Jiangzhou's underworld. Do you truly think such a high school student is inconsequential? The steward gasped in astonishment, instinctively skeptical of these claims. Yet, as he skimmed through the documents, his brow twitched with unease. A minor, capable of reaching into the political sphere? He murmured, his scalp prickling. Indeed, Hua Yinghao lamented, shaking his head. My third brother has come to Jiangzhou seeking to refine his status, perplexed about how to navigate the local dynamics. Who could have anticipated that this minor would fire the first shot? Remarkable, wouldn't you agree? Given time, such a person will undoubtedly evolve into a formidable figure, a true prodigy like Wei Xiaoqi. Chapter 58. Could this fellow be my harbinger of misfortune? The demise of Nie Xingyuan sent ripples throughout Jiangzhou, startling the upper echelons with Wei Hong's audacity and igniting a tempest within the Wei family. Wei Jiaoyang and Du Sihui sat around the dining table, each bearing an expression of bewilderment, their sumptuous feast failing to capture their attention. Dad, you can't be serious. Wei Linlang exclaimed incredulously. Is Wei Hong truly capable of eliminating Nie Xingyuan? Could it be a misunderstanding? Indeed, Du Sihui echoed her disbelief palpable. That child is still a minor. His only support is Su Maogong and some connections left by the elders. How could he possibly have a means to take down someone named Nie? Perhaps he merely stumbled upon good fortune. Wei Sheng interjected sourly. This time, old Nie's actions attracted official scrutiny. During the anti-crime campaign, wasn't it fortuitous that he was swept up as well? Naive, Wei Jiaoyang sighed, shaking his head. The disparity between these two sons is striking. My biological son can already contend with giants, while my adopted one is still in his infancy. Life is not so full of coincidences. Nie Xingyuan has survived numerous crackdowns. Why did he fall this time? Clearly, Wei Hong is no ordinary individual. This little wretch likely exploited the connections and favors left by the elder. Wei Jiaoyang ground his teeth in frustration. What an ungrateful creature. To squander such precious favors in a reckless display of bravado is utterly incomprehensible. If these connections had been utilized for the advancement of the Wei group, we would have already ascended to greater heights instead of languishing in Jiangzhou. The analysis swayed the others, who instinctively agreed with this assessment. The elder had traded in favors for decades in Jiangzhou, and many owed him debts. If Wei Hong truly leveraged the goodwill of a powerful benefactor to topple Nie Xingyuan, it would not be an impossibility. No wonder Wei Jiaoyang was infuriated. After all, the goodwill of such benefactors is rare and cannot be purchased with wealth. A slight nudge from them could propel the Wei group into the stratosphere, making it a misuse of such capital to engage in reckless bravado. How could he be so thoughtless? Wei Linlang could not help but complain. Many of the group's projects are stagnating, and earning profits has become significantly more challenging. It truly is a case of one does not know the cost of living until one manages a household. Mom and Dad, you must find a way to compel him to relinquish the resources left by Grandpa. Indeed, Wei Sheng added with a tinge of bitterness. The debts of goodwill are an invaluable resource that must not be squandered at the whims of our older brother. These opportunities are vital for the development of the Wei group. Wei Jiaoyang, upon hearing this, felt a stir of motivation. Yet, he was also reminded of Wei Hong's obstinacy, causing him to furrow his brow in contemplation. This little wretch has grown quite defiant, declaring his intent to sever ties. To demand he surrender resources would surely be met with resistance. Do any of you have a plan? The others exchanged glances, all falling silent in embarrassment. What do they possibly do? Wei Hong was as unyielding as stone, impervious to flattery or displays of sympathy. Attempting to appeal to his emotions would be a futile endeavor. They found themselves utterly at his mercy. Compounding their frustration, Wei Hong was exceptionally vigilant. Whether at home or out, he was always flanked by 2 teams of bodyguards. In all of Jiangzhou, unless law enforcement intervened, no one could hope to confront him. Even the assassins dispatched by Nie Xinyuan were powerless against him, leaving the Wei family in a state of helplessness. Linlang, please ensure that you swiftly complete the task I assigned you, just in case Wei Jiaoyang sighed as he instructed. Understood. Wei Linlang nodded in acknowledgement. Her task involved scrutinizing the internal mid to high-level personnel of the group. Should she discover anyone too closely tied to the elder or potentially inclined to side with Wei Hong, they would either be gradually phased out or relegated to secondary roles, never to occupy significant positions again. In summary, Wei Jiaoyang was determined to maintain a firm grip on power. No one, not even his own son, would be allowed to challenge his authority. Dad, Wei Sheng suddenly inquired. Where did Nie Qinglan go? I do not know, Wei Jiaoyang replied with a shake of his head. She must have gone abroad, as she is a minor and of unblemished reputation. Even if the Nie family has fallen, it will not implicate her. Do not worry. Wei Sheng nodded, though his expression remained grim. He was indifferent to Nie Qinglan's well-being. His only concern was whether he could absorb the fortune she possessed. The woman harbored an immense reservoir of luck, and now that she was abroad, he could not siphon off even a fraction of it. In other words, Wei Sheng had lost a vital source of sustenance. The fall of the Nie family had deprived him of a significant support system. The resultant loss weighed heavily upon him, inciting his ire. Damn it, it's all Wei Hong's fault. Why didn't he just explode today? Wei Sheng cursed inwardly. Every time I get involved with him, it never ends well. Is this guy truly a harbinger of my misfortune? Xiaosheng, why do you look so unwell? Du suivi incroyable. Offering him a piece of beef with concern. Nie Qinglan is your friend, right? Do not fret. Those from her background will inevitably face such tribulations. They have various means and resources abroad to ensure they do not go hungry. Indeed, there is no need for concern. Wei Linlang chimed in, offering her reassurance. If you're truly worried, just give her a call another day. All right. Wei Sheng managed to muster a faint smile in response, while internally, he found himself fervently flattering those around him, bringing them a sense of joy and satisfaction. After dinner, he seized a moment to glance at his stock account, and his previously gloomy mood transformed into one of palpable ease. To his astonishment, the account, which had been awash in red, was now ablaze with green. Stocks that had been languishing were now soaring, with modest gains of 3 to 5 points, and some had even reached their daily limit. The account that originally held just over 35 million was now boasting more than 46 million, the figures accumulating like a snowball rolling down a hill. Wei Sheng had no knowledge of stock trading. He was merely relying on sheer luck, blindly selecting stocks. Fortunately, the outcome did not disappoint him. Indeed, his fortune seemed almost supernatural. With such a stroke of luck, he was undoubtedly making far more than he would from a casual lottery ticket. Just wait, this was merely the beginning. Once I have siphoned enough luck from the Wei family, I shall establish my own account and venture into overseas fund trading. I've heard that one can leverage, and I wonder if I were to apply dozens of times leverage, could I amass billions overnight? The more he contemplated, the better his mood became. He even began to envision how he would triumph over Wei Hong once he became a financial titan himself. Chapter 59. I hope you all maintain such integrity. Half a month later, in the morning at the headquarters of the Wei Group, a dozen individuals, disregarding the secretary's attempts to intervene, burst into the president's office with faces flushed with anger, confronting Wei Linlang, who sat regally in the executive chair, with a barrage of complaints. President Wei, do you not owe us an explanation? Why must I, who have been diligently working in the finance department, be reassigned to the cleaning department to sweep up refuse? Does President Wei believe we have performed inadequately? What does a sudden reassignment notice signify? Please elucidate. The crowd clamored, each voice rising above the other. Wei Linlang, visibly impatient, furrowed her brow and scanned the faces of those present. Among them were men and women of varying ages from diverse departments, ranging from the heads of administration and finance to managers and supervisors, essentially encompassing a third of the mid to senior management of the Wei Group. Recently, Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter Wei Linlang had embarked on a sweeping overhaul of the entire organization. Those who had previously received support from the elderly Wei, or who had been favored by him and had maintained close ties with Wei Hong, were all subjected to scrutiny. In a flash, the internal environment of the group became tumultuous. This group was merely the unfortunate recipients of the reassignment notices after an initial round of investigations. Let us convene in the conference room. It is too cramped here for so many. Anticipating such an uproar, Wei Linlang rose, adjusted her high-end tailored suit, and strode confidently towards the large conference room. The others, seething with anger, followed suit. Before long, they were seated in the conference room. Wei Linlang took her place at the head of the table, delicately sipped the coffee brought by her secretary, and began. I trust you all are quite agitated and perplexed as to why you have received these reassignment notices unexpectedly, correct? The reason is quite straightforward. This is part of the significant transformation plan that the group is undertaking. Our management team has been aging in recent years, with many individuals failing to keep pace with the times, yet stubbornly clinging to their executive positions. This behavior severely obstructs the upward mobility of younger employees and greatly dampens their ambition and drive, which is detrimental to the group's development. Thus, we have made the painful decision to implement these adjustments. In the future, a substantial number of young talents will be promoted, and you will all need to temporarily step back to the second or third tier. I hope you can endure this for the sake of the group's progress. After delivering this lengthy official discourse, Wei Linlang continued to sip her coffee, seemingly indifferent to the uproar that was escalating among the crowd. Utter nonsense. I've dedicated over 20 years to this group, having built the very framework of the sales department, and you claim I am outdated and unambitious? A 40-something sales department head slammed the table in fury. Numerous network projects were established under my leadership. How can you dismantle the bridge after crossing it? Indeed, we have made contributions over the years. Surely that counts for something. President Wei, do you not fear plunging the group into chaos? We will take this to labor arbitration. The crowd erupted with threats and grievances. Wei Linlang set her coffee cup down, then smirked. The earth will continue to turn without any one of you. Surely, you do not believe that your absence would leave a void that could not be filled? Your subordinates are undoubtedly eager for your positions. Regarding labor arbitration, she added nonchalantly, feel free. The group maintains a robust legal department that does not merely exist for show. Reassignments without a reduction in salary are not illegal. You may pursue any legal action you wish. Upon hearing this, the crowd clenched their fists in indignation. The reassignment without a salary reduction was, in truth, a mere facade. They all occupied high-ranking positions and did not rely solely on their base salaries for their livelihoods. The substantial income stemmed from dividends, performance bonuses, sales commissions, and various gifts from distributors. Moreover, power sometimes holds greater value than wealth. If they were relegated to the cleaning department, their dignity would be utterly compromised, and they would be unable to hold their heads high among colleagues, facing ridicule instead. Is there truly no room for negotiation? A middle-aged minister asked, frowning. Reassigning all of us will undoubtedly cause significant upheaval within the group. Will the board approve? And what of Wei Xiao? You need not concern yourselves with that. Wei Linlang replied with a dismissive smile. Wei Hong is still a minor and holds no position within the group. I am well aware that you all are loyal subordinates of my grandfather, dreaming of the day he will hand over control to him. But at this moment, no one can save you. Should anyone wish to switch allegiances, relinquish your connections, resources, and core secrets, I may consider reinstating you. Otherwise, prepare to languish in the cleaning department. Oh, and by the way, you may attempt to resign, but at your age, do you truly believe anyone would welcome you after you leave the Wei Group? With her threats and temptations laid bare, the mood in the room darkened further. At this point, everyone realized that this was a battle that required them to choose sides. It was evident that Wei Jiaoyang aimed to eliminate potential threats to his son's power, thus explaining the sudden upheaval. No wonder it had caused such a stir. This Wei Dong was indeed ruthless towards his own. The arm will never outmuscle the thigh, Wei Linlang mused casually, playing with her manicured nails, and sneered. What does it matter if the old man wants Wei Hong to become the heir? What does it matter if he has bequeathed him a substantial share? Currently, the group is under my father's control. He decides who will lead the group, and as for Wei Hong, he is merely an annoying little brat. If you wish to follow him, be prepared to pay the price. Consider your options carefully. If you are dissatisfied, you may try reaching out to Wei Hong or Su Maogong, who does hold some sway in the boardroom. See if you can alter my father's intentions. Wei Linlang cast a sidelong glance at the gathering, her expression a mix of mockery and challenge, silently imposing heavy pressure upon them. Choosing between Wei Hong and Wei Jiaoyong was indeed a conundrum. Opting for the prince meant facing a bleak future, uncertain and directionless. Conversely, supporting Wei Jiaoyong implied betrayal, coupled with the risk of losing valuable connections and resources, with the potential for treachery looming in the distance. This choice was immensely challenging, leaving everyone momentarily paralyzed. After a prolonged silence, a middle-aged female manager let out a cold laugh, rose from her seat, and strode towards the exit. A reassignment? So be it. I have devoted over a decade of my life to this group, enduring a plethora of occupational ailments. A stint in the cleaning department will serve as an ideal respite. Indeed, I fear nothing about this reassignment. I refuse to be intimidated. To think they could extract my exclusive network and confidential information. How naive. Even if I were to resign, I would never bow down. It is merely a job. Who do they think they are scaring? The executives are all capable and resourceful individuals. They are impervious to threats and temptations. After weighing the pros and cons, they all left the conference room, grumbling. Wei Linlang, witnessing this, turned crimson with rage, seizing her coffee cup and smashing it to the ground, hissing, "Very well, I hope you maintain this backbone. Do you truly believe that with Wei Hong as your backing, you can defy the group? Dream on." Chapter 60, Establishing a New Faction, Hong Sheng Group. Reassignment? How intriguing. In the afternoon, on the golf course, Wei Hong and Su Maogong amused themselves with their swings. A few mid to senior level representatives from the Wei group, who had been reassigned, stood nearby, recounting the nauseating actions of Wei Linlang and her father. Their approach to Wei Hong indicated they had made their choice. In the struggle for power between father and son, they chose to align themselves with Wei Hong. Firstly, he was the heir personally designated by old Master Wei. Secondly, they harbored distrust towards Wei Jiaoyong and his daughter. Considering both self-interest and gratitude, Wei Hong emerged as the optimal candidate. "Young Master Wei, what are your thoughts?" inquired a middle-aged vice president, furrowing his brow. The cleaning department has turned into a chaotic mess, with general managers, vice presidents, and supervisors all crammed in there. Everyone is left to twiddle their thumbs, effectively rendered powerless. Indeed, we are at a loss as to how to proceed. "Young Master Wei, please offer your guidance. If this matter remains unresolved, we may find ourselves in trouble." Countless scrutinizing gazes turned towards Wei Hong, their words laced with tentative hope. In these times, the relationship between employers and employees is a two-way street. While they recognized Wei Hong's capabilities, whether he could shoulder the responsibilities remained to be seen. If he faltered, they would not waste their time on him. With a flourish, Wei Hong elegantly swung his club. The golf ball traced a perfect parabolic arc before landing near a hole several dozen meters away. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he spoke. "Dear uncles, you have watched me grow up, and you are all well aware of the current situation. You expect me to return to the Wei group as an adult and vie for the chairmanship, do you not? Indeed. Who else but you can take the reins of the group left behind by the old master? Although you are young Master Wei, you have been nurtured well. You have spent your spare time in the Group S office, and we trust you. Once you come of age, you will inherit 30 of the group's shares. At that point, Uncle Gong can unite a number of senior shareholders, and we will have the upper hand. Younger Master Wei, we support you." The crowd voiced their support in a cacophony. However, Wei Hong shook his head, chuckling lightly. "This is futile. Wei Jiaoyong, that old fox, is not adept at expanding territories. Yet he is fiercely ruthless in internal conflicts. By now, he could easily dilute or mortgage the shares. And pursuing legal action will be time-consuming and laborious. He could drag me down to my demise." The atmosphere grew tense. Wei Hong continued, "In truth, I never aspired to inherit the Wei group. While as the legacy of the old master, the group has become decrepit over the decades, plagued by numerous internal afflictions. I do not wish to squander my energy squabbling with the board daily. Are you suggesting the establishment of a new group?" The middle-aged vice president asked, his face lighting up with excitement. "Precisely. Wei Hong did. Initially, I intended to establish the framework of the group after coming of age and gradually recruit you all. However, given the antics of Wei Jiaoyong and his daughter, I shall expedite my plans. I will send Uncle Gong to Hong Kong to register a multinational enterprise. With him as the legal representative and myself as the largest shareholder, inheriting my grandfather's legacy requires me to be of age. But there are no age restrictions on being a shareholder, making this the only viable means to mitigate risk and swiftly construct the framework." Several pairs of eyes brightened, their breaths quickening. Wei Hong took another swing, his ambitions soaring as he envisioned the blueprint. The group will tentatively be named Hong Sheng, with future ventures spanning finance, the internet, investment, industry, real estate, beauty, and pharmaceuticals. Our reach will expand globally. I aim to create a colossal entity worth trillions. Departing from the Wei Group's small pond. Following me will only lead to greater glory. In an instant, everyone present was filled with fervor at his words. Though they held high positions, many were no longer satisfied with merely coasting at the Wei Group. Numerous individuals desired to broaden their horizons. Wei Hong's envisioned scenario perfectly aligned with their aspirations. Hongxing Group, splendid. What a marvelous name. They exclaimed, laughter ringing out. Young Master Wei is starting anew. How can we not be part of it? I have had enough of the faces of Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter. We shall resign and follow you. One after another, they expressed their eagerness. Wei Hong raised his hand to halt them. Wait. Why resign? Simply remain at the Wei Group and enjoy your time off. Establishing Hongxing Group will take several months to complete. Isn't it better to enjoy the benefits during that time? Laughter erupted. The middle-aged vice president chuckled heartily. Indeed. After years of sleepless nights with clients, my body is riddled with ailments. A good few months of rest could extend my life. Wonderful. I shall inform everyone to take it easy in the cleaning department. The surrounding individuals laughed together. Wei Hong playfully interjected, while relaxing is fine. Make sure not to report any internal issues within the group or intentionally misplace crucial project data. Nor should you poach any of their partners. We must not engage in unethical practices like inciting mass resignations. Laughter echoed once more. A middle-aged female supervisor quipped, Young Master Wei, rest assured we understand. Without us, the Wei Group will be thrown into chaos, giving them a taste of their own medicine. Excellent. Wei Hong nodded. Please inform everyone that challenges are merely temporary. In 3 months, once all procedures for Hongxing Group are finalized, each of you will receive a generous onboarding bonus, surpassing what you earned in the previous 3 months combined. Thank you, Young Master Wei. This is fantastic. I will notify everyone right away. The group expressed their heartfelt gratitude as they departed contentedly. Su Maogong, furrowing his brow, surveyed the scene with confusion. Are they all being accepted? Should we filter through them? Wei Hong understood the implication behind his words. Those dispatched by Wei Jiaoyang would inevitably attempt to plant spies, and some would be dead weight. Accepting them all would not be advantageous. The proper course of action was to select the valuable ones to recruit. However, after deliberation, he shook his head at the inception of the new group. We are in dire need of personnel. Regardless of their loyalty, anyone who has ascended to mid to senior levels possesses skills and capabilities. Prematurely filtering them could instill fear and unrest. We shall accept them all. Understood. Su Maogong stretched his back and remarked, I suppose I'm fated to toil. I will head to Hong Kong in the next couple of days to expedite the group's matters and broaden our scope. Please ensure all procedures, licenses, and domestic processes are personally handled. I'm not comfortable leaving it to anyone else, Wei Hong instructed. Of course. Su Maogong note that, fi mai si, assume. I will bring a team of lawyers to resolve this matter expeditiously. Chapter 61. Turmoil in the Corporation, Deliberate Retribution. In the subsequent days, the Wei Group, as anticipated, fell into disarray. A third of the senior management was reassigned to the cleaning department, leading to a daily congregation of numerous managers and supervisors indulging in tea and idle chatter, living in blissful ease. The news sent ripples through the business community of Jiangzhou, sparking a mixture of schadenfreude and opportunistic maneuvering among the populace. Many were left to quietly reflect on Wei Jiaoyang's ruthless tactics. Yet, no matter the extent of his preparations, the hasty replacement of so many mid-level officials inevitably inflicted significant repercussions on the corporation. Within just a few days, Wei Linlang found herself exasperated to the brink of collapse. Inside the president's office, a mountain of documents lay piled high. Wei Linlang, her face etched with fatigue, sifted through the papers, while several secretaries busily assisted her. Their hands full. Your efficiency is abysmally low. How can you be so incapable of managing this volume of paperwork? Why has this statistical report gone awry again? At this rate, will we even see our bonuses this month? Wei Linlang exclaimed, her frustration culminating as she slammed a folder onto the desk. Rubbing her temples, she unleashed a barrage of reprimands. One of the junior secretaries, feeling aggrieved, muttered, previously, this organization and classification of documents were handled by Assistant Li. We are unfamiliar with the process. How dare you even mention that? Wei Linlang retorted, her voice rising in indignation. Assistant Li is merely an assistant. He is not some omnipotent being. How can it be that, with his departure, you 5 cannot shoulder this trivial workload? Assistant Li has been with the group for over a decade and knows every department inside out. We cannot compare. Another secretary interjected. Indeed, the workload he managed alone is beyond what the 5 of us can handle, they lamented. Perhaps we should recruit a few more secretaries? The group voiced their concerns cautiously. Wei Linlang felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She had believed the corporation was teeming with talent, thinking that even with a third of the mid-level management dismissed, this vast commercial entity would function smoothly. Little did she know that the absence of a single assistant had nearly driven her to the brink of despair. On ordinary days, this assistant adeptly coordinated every detail, facilitating communication and providing sound advice, allowing her, as president, to simply sign documents with ease. Now, with his reassignment, she realized just how many trivial matters a mere assistant had to handle daily. President Wei, this is urgent. A female secretary burst into the room, her expression frantic. What is it now? Wei Linlang replied, her patience wearing thin. The internal network has suddenly collapsed. The finance, banking, and investment departments are all incapacitated, severely disrupting our daily operations. If it is not rectified swiftly, it could have dire consequences for our group, the secretary explained, her voice laced with urgency. Then go fix it. Wei Linlang snapped, furrowing her brow. What good am I in this situation? We're the network engineering personnel. They are currently working on it. The secretary replied, her face drawn in worry. However, they mentioned that our internal network encompasses dozens of departments and numerous subsidiaries, making the structure exceedingly complex. If a bug occurs, it could result in a complete collapse. Previously, network security and program maintenance were overseen by Engineer Li, but since his reassignment to the cleaning department, they are unfamiliar with many of the original data inputs and are currently at a loss. Wei Linlang felt a lump in her throat, dizziness assailing her as she gritted her teeth and cursed. Is the entire network engineering department merely a collection of inept fools? Can they not manage without Engineer Li? Keep pressing them to resolve this, or I will deduct their quarterly bonuses. Yes. The secretary hurriedly left the room. Just as she departed, a male secretary rushed in. Wei Linlang, now utterly despondent, wearily asked, what now? If it isn't urgent, please wait until later. Can't you see everyone is occupied? It is quite urgent. The male secretary insisted, presenting a document with gravity. Someone has anonymously reported tax issues concerning our group to the taxation department. The tax bureau has issued a notice for an investigation, demanding that we submit a detailed explanation by the end of this month. What? Wei Linlang leapt to her feet, alarmed. Tax issues are no trivial matter. If the tax bureau identifies discrepancies, we could face hefty fines or even serious restructuring. In this era of zero tolerance for tax evasion, should this leak to our competitors, it would spell disaster. We have had no tax issues for years. How could we suddenly be reported? Wei Linlang's gaze sharpened. Who is behind this? Most likely Lin, the deputy head of the finance department. The male secretary grimaced. She has been with the group for over a decade and knows every detail of our accounts. While her previous records have been impeccable, if she intends to cause trouble, we'll be in deep trouble. That scoundrel. Wei Linlang, incensed, swept all the documents off her desk, taking a deep breath to regain her composure before calmly stating, our accounts have always been in order. Have the finance department work overtime to create a detailed account and communicate with the tax bureau. Understood. The male secretary promptly handed her another document. Additionally, there are issues with the customs declarations for our recent overseas orders. They have been rejected by customs. Please take a look. Must I review every trivial matter? Wei Linlang, now thoroughly overwhelmed, accepted the document with a grim expression, suppressing her fury as she inquired. What about the Trade Department? Are they incapable as well? These customs declarations pertain to shipments to Europe, where clients are notoriously difficult and customs regulations are stringent. The male secretary elaborated. Each declaration involves dozens of details regarding product type, weight, ownership, and tax refunds, which were previously overseen by Deputy Minister Liu. Now, Wei Linlang swayed slightly, nearly losing her balance. It was clear that the seasoned personnel had been reassigned to the cleaning department, leaving the trade department in disarray. These foreign trade orders, placed by international clients, demanded meticulousness. Otherwise, repeated customs rejections could delay deliveries, leading to substantial penalties for the group. Such issues had never arisen before, and now they were all converging at once. Wei Linlang felt utterly helpless. It was evident that the mid-level management was orchestrating this chaos as an act of malevolent retribution. These wretches, President Wei, the chairman has already heard about the turmoil of late. The male secretary hesitated before continuing. He has requested that you resolve these issues promptly. Should we consider inviting back a few vice presidents? Invite back whom? Are we to sacrifice our dignity so soon after their reassignment? Wei Linlang vehemently rejected the notion. Do they truly believe the group cannot function without them? They think I will beg them? Not a chance. You are to notify all departments to expedite the investigation, particularly the network engineering, trade, and finance departments. Push them harder. Those who excel will be promoted. I refuse to believe we cannot regain control of this situation. Yes. The male secretary, still hesitant, ultimately sighed and left. Chapter 62. Resignation due to blame? I have a way to turn the tide. In the Wei family villa, on the third-floor study, Wei Jiaoyang perused the reports in hand, his countenance dark as a storm cloud. What on earth is happening? Why are there so many internal issues within the group? The overtime hours for every department have surged, and the employees are grumbling incessantly. Moreover, all ongoing projects are encountering problems, and the group is likely to face staggering losses. What on earth are you doing? Is this executive president even capable of performing his duties? If not, it's time to step aside and cease occupying space without contributing. Wei Jiaoyang was evidently exasperated, unleashing a barrage of questions and invectives. Wei Linlang stood before him, her demeanor respectful, yet her lower lip tightly clenched. A fleeting expression of humiliation crossing her face as she murmured her dissatisfaction. Isn't it your own words that urged us to push these individuals to the second and third tiers? Each of them is capable and resourceful. Creating such a commotion was inevitable. Even if they don't stir up trouble, our takeover of their responsibilities would inevitably lead to some turbulence. Wasn't this all foreseeable? Wei Jiaoyang was rendered speechless by her retort. Indeed, this chaos was a direct consequence of his decisions. To dismiss a third of the mid to senior management inevitably invited upheaval. Yet, as the patriarch and chairman of the group, how could he admit to a misjudgment? It had to be someone else's lack of competence that was to blame. He continued his tirade. If only you had a bit more adaptability, would a slight disturbance be so unbearable? Don't you know who in each department is industrious, and who merely fills a position? Wei Linlang felt increasingly aggrieved and distressed. However, she dared not retort further and could only silently endure the barrage. Wei Jiaoyang threw several documents onto the table, exclaiming in anger, "Moreover, these are the 4 projects you approved last time. 3 of them are plagued with various issues, their progress far from expectations, and profitability remains a distant dream. As for the 84.7 billion yuan bridge loan to Wei Sheng hardware factory, it has become a significant headache. The short-term loan period has elapsed, yet they're dragging their feet on repayment. How could the bridge funds be held for such an extended time?" Upon hearing this, Wei Linlang broke into a cold sweat. Although 84.7 billion yuan was not a trivial sum, it was only recently that she had suffered losses from her investment in Tanxing Pharmaceuticals. If this money could not be retrieved, facing the board would be quite challenging. Having already lost a quarter's profit last time, losing another quarter now, coupled with the recent turmoil within the group, she would undoubtedly be compelled to resign in disgrace. Surely, it would come to that. Wei Linlang cautiously took the documents and explained. The bridge loan is merely us lending money to Wei Sheng hardware factory so they can settle their previous loans. They can simply apply for a bank loan to repay us. There shouldn't be any issues. It's likely just a matter of process not being completed yet. Spare me your excuses. Call immediately to clarify. Wei Jiaoyang snapped, his frustration palpable. He gestured with a hand, quickly. Wei Linlang, steeling herself, contacted her secretary. In a short while, the news came through the line. She gasped sharply, her complexion draining of color in an instant. Her lips trembled, and she hesitated to speak. Observing her reaction, Wei Jiaoyang's expression darkened as he inquired, "What is it?" The secretary just spoke with the bank. They said Wei Sheng hardware factory hasn't repaid a dime. Wei Linlang replied with a bitter smile. "How could this be?" Wei Jiaoyang exclaimed, rising abruptly. "They have held the bridge loan for so long and have yet to repay the bank's money. Could it be that the owner of Wei Sheng hardware is planning to abscond with the funds? It seems their owner recently went abroad for a vacation." Wei Linlang timidly reminded him. You? Wei Jiaoyang felt a sharp pain in his chest, swaying as if on the verge of fainting. "Dad, are you all right?" Wei Linlang cried out, hurriedly offering him a quick-acting heart remedy. After a lengthy pause, Wei Jiaoyang finally cursed, "Call the police, you fool. Did you not assign anyone to monitor the loan after it was dispersed? You are utterly lacking in comparison to your brother. Wei Hong would never make such a rookie mistake." Upon hearing this, both father and daughter felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them. They both understood that Wei Hong possessed the greatest commercial acumen in the family. Yet, no one was willing to acknowledge it. Now, faced with successive setbacks, the once treasured glory gained through his assistance was fading, forcing them to reminisce about the past. "Call the police," Wei Jiaoyang said hoarsely, dejectedly sinking back into his chair, his voice laced with bitterness. "This matter must not be disclosed for the time being. Do whatever you can to remedy the situation. If all else fails, you may have to resign in shame. Understood?" Wei Linlang replied, her face drawn as she dialed his secretary's number. Legal would soon follow up on this matter. However, with the owner of Wei Sheng hardware already abroad, the money had likely been transferred elsewhere. Reporting it to the police at this stage would be futile. The Wei group had already swallowed this bitter pill, left only to see if any assets could be leveraged for repayment. In other words, the countdown to Wei Linlang's departure from her position as CEO had commenced. Once the board learned she had botched yet another project, they would undoubtedly rally against her. At that point, Wei Jiaoyang would certainly cast her aside to quell the uproar. What investment prodigy? What financial goddess? The accolades bestowed upon her, once reliant on Wei Hong, would evaporate along with her position, leaving her with nothing but derision and scorn, while outsiders would relish the opportunity to mock her. Wei Linlang, disheartened, exited the study. The relentless blows had left her questioning her very existence. As the cherished eldest daughter of the Wei family, she had been nurtured like a precious gem, afforded the finest educational resources, once a figure of admiration for many. How could she possibly fall short of Wei Hong? Elder sister, are you all right? Wei Sheng approached, carrying 2 cups of calming tea. Wei Linlang shook her head, forcing a faint smile. I'm fine, just experiencing some work-related frustrations. Have some tea. Wei Sheng kindly offered one of the cups to her. Feeling warmth spread across her face, Wei Linlang sighed. If only Wei Hong were as considerate as you. This little brat has caused such chaos, resulting in the group's several projects being in disarray. Surely not. Wei Sheng comforted, perplexed. With your abilities, can you not resolve this? The elder brother is still underage. He hasn't even entered the group yet. Wei Linlang felt a rush of embarrassment color her cheeks. Indeed, Wei Hong had yet to join the group. He had not needed to do anything to instigate such turmoil. What would happen when he eventually entered? Would she spend her life overshadowed by her younger brother? With a bitter smile, Wei Linlang muttered, forget it. I won't dwell on it. Once I am relieved of my duties as CEO, I shall go abroad and clear my mind. Relieved of your duties? Wei Sheng gasped in astonishment, quickly responding, elder sister, do not lose heart. I have a way to turn the situation around. You? Wei Linlang scoffed, her face a mask of skepticism. Chapter 63. A fortuitous turn of events. Is this not a clear advantage? During this period, Wei Sheng's stock account had been raking in profits daily. His several million in capital was snowballing into a substantial sum. Unable to contain his excitement, he felt compelled to reveal his success. To let the Wei family see his capabilities and recognize his worth, at least not inferior to Wei Hong. Thus, when he observed Wei Linlang's despondent demeanor, he decisively shared his thoughts. Elder sister, while I am unaware of the specifics of the group's current predicament, it all boils down to financial issues and various project losses. Correct? Correct. Wei Linlang nodded. There have indeed been some issues with the projects lately, and we may incur significant losses. I will certainly be held accountable by the board. If I help you recover the lost funds, could you escape this crisis? Wei Sheng pressed further. You? Wei Linlang was momentarily taken aback, then unable to suppress a laugh. Wei Hong had been personally mentored by the old master, skillfully navigating group affairs at a young age, and she couldn't help but admire him. But Wei Sheng? He was merely a boy from a suburban village. Even though he had already entered an esteemed private high school, the time he had spent there was far too brief. He had never been exposed to any business knowledge. How could he possibly assist Wei Linlang in generating profit? This was a staggering deficit of 84.7 billion. Sister, don't you believe it? Wei Sheng said mysteriously. Do you recall the last time I borrowed your stock account for investment? Of course I remember. Wei Linlang replied with a frown. Is it possible that all the money got tied up? Not to worry, just a few tens of millions. If there's a loss, so be it. It's not a loss, but a gain. Wei Sheng replied succinctly. He set aside the calming tea and pulled out his phone to log into the stock account, handing it over. When Wei Linlang saw the sea of red on the screen, she couldn't help but gasp in shock. Over 70 million? How is this possible? You had over 34 million in your account before, and in less than a month, I've more than doubled that amount. Wei Sheng said, brimming with pride. If you don't believe me, you can check. None of the stocks I've invested in during this period have incurred losses. They all show profits. How can this be? Wei Linlang exclaimed in disbelief, quickly scrolling through the past trading records. To her astonishment, she discovered that Wei Sheng was indeed telling the truth. Whatever he bought rose in value, as if he could foresee the future. Whenever a stock seemed poised to decline, he always managed to sell in time, preserving his profits. How did you accomplish this? Wei Linlang asked, her expression a mix of admiration and confusion. Did I not mention? I have a natural affinity for luck. Wei Sheng winked, justifying himself. As I age, I find that my fortune seems to grow. Just recently, I won the lottery 5 times in a row, earning around 8 to 9 million. Stock trading is similar. I know nothing about it, Yet whatever I purchase invariably rises, and when I sell, the stocks inexplicably drop, allowing me to double my funds in such a short time. Wei Linlang couldn't help but click her tongue in awe. This kind of luck was indeed terrifying. Although it sounded fantastical, the world was filled with extraordinary individuals, and luck seemed to be a talent in its own right. Alas, Wei Linlang glanced at the phone screen and shook her head. 70 to 80 million, while substantial, is still a drop in the ocean when it comes to filling the gap left by the Wei Sheng hardware factory project. Sister, do you still not understand? Wei Sheng moved closer, his voice lowered. Good fortune is a form of cheat. If I can turn 30 million into 70 million, I can double even larger amounts. Wei Linlong's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course, this is a veritable cheat. This ability to generate profits in the stock market is akin to printing money. If we entrust enough capital to Wei Sheng to manage, wouldn't we be able to dominate the stock market? We could effortlessly restore our massive cash flow. What project deficit could possibly compare? Wei's group could soar to new heights with this. All right, let us go, follow me. Wei Linlang excitedly pulled him along, pushing open the door to the study. Seeing them enter, Wei Jiaoyang furrowed his brow and instinctively asked, "What are you two doing here? Is there something up?" "Father, our Wei family is about to prosper," Wei Linlang exclaimed, eagerly handing over her phone. She recounted their earlier conversation in detail. The more Wei Jiaoyang listened, the more astonished he became, questioning whether he was dreaming. Was there truly such a fantastical occurrence? However, after confirming it was not a simulation, he finally accepted the reality. Wei Jiaoyang stood up excitedly, embracing Wei Sheng in a hearty laugh. "Wonderful. I never imagined our Wei family would take in a natural lucky star. You are destined to bring us fortune. Ha ha ha. Father, you're absolutely right. Xiao Sheng is indeed a blessing." Wei Linlang chuckled, her face beaming with pride. "It is our fortune to have him in our family. Given that the group is facing difficulties, why not appoint him to a nominal position within the company for stability?" "Sound good," Wei Jiaoyang replied. "You arrange it. Let us give him the title of vice president." "It sounds impressive. Thank you, father." "Thank you, sister." Wei Sheng grinned widely. His intention to showcase his abilities was precisely for the sake of fame and fortune. To hold the position of vice president at Wei's group at such a young age would carry great prestige. Furthermore, from now on, he would earn the affection of the Wei family, who would surely treat him like a treasure. Thinking of the solitary Wei Hong, the comparison made Wei Sheng swell with pride. "Father," Wei Linlang continued, "I believe we should not squander Xiao Sheng's talent. Why not establish a financial investment group within the company? We can allocate funds for specialized investments in stock market funds, ensuring we earn substantial returns. In the initial phase, we can manage it ourselves, and once we establish our reputation, we can set up a private equity fund, leveraging a small amount of capital to manipulate the vast stock market. This is undoubtedly a golden opportunity for the transformation and development of Wei's group." The more Wei Jiaoyang listened, the brighter his eyes became. He was no fool and recognized the advantages of this talent. If successfully implemented, Wei's group could easily surpass a market value of 5 or 600 billion. It was not inconceivable to become a conglomerate worth trillions. "All right," Wei Jiaoyang decisively declared. "Let us keep this under wraps for now. You two will be responsible for getting this off the ground. Linlang, allocate some personnel and 20 billion in funds to invest. And we must see results quickly. If this goes well, the deficit from the Wei Sheng hardware factory project will be insignificant, and you'll be able to hold your head high in the boardroom. No one will be able to shake your position in the future." Upon hearing this, Wei Linlang laughed and assured him, "Father, rest assured. Without Wei Hong, what does it matter? Xiao Sheng is even more extraordinary. Our family's good days lie ahead." Chapter 64. The higher the palanquin, the better. In a room on the second floor, Wei Hong removed his headphones with a peculiar expression. Ever since he installed a listening Trojan on Wei Jiaoyang and the others' phones, he had developed a habit of eavesdropping daily. Little did he expect to hear such explosive news tonight. Indeed, Wei Sheng was no fool. He had already conceived the idea of leveraging his fortune to profit in the stock market and had made a small fortune. However, he was naive to think he could play the private equity fund game with mere luck. He truly was out of touch with reality. Wei Hong shook his head disdainfully, wanting to dismiss the idea as nothing more than a whimsical fantasy. Having been reborn, he understood better than anyone that luck was not an omnipotent force. It clearly had many limitations and ceilings. One could easily earn tens of millions by leveraging luck in stock investments. However, once one held tens of billions in funds, could the luck still sustain them? The answer was glaringly obvious. Nonetheless, Wei Sheng must have his own considerations. Perhaps he intended to gradually build his wealth through the stock market, demonstrating his value to Wei's group and enhancing his standing within the family. thereby attracting even more luck. In any case, this was not good news for Wei Hong. Whether it was the expansion of Wei's group or Wei Sheng's profits, it all spelled trouble for him. However, Wei Hong had no intention of intervening. He actually hoped they would escalate their endeavors, for he knew that in just over a month, the A-share market would face a catastrophic crash due to the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes and various financial reforms. This unprecedented disaster would ripple from the U.S. stock market to the entire globe. The A-share market would plummet from over 4,000 points to around 3,200. Over half of the thousands of stocks would face severe declines. Once Wei Sheng manipulates billions in funds to plunge into the A-shares. It is akin to leaping into a blood pit. If it were merely the loss of the Wei Group's money, it would be one thing. However, he intends to drag others down with him, and the consequences are utterly unimaginable. Very well, since you seek your own demise, I shall accommodate you. Numerous schemes flashed through Wei Hong's mind. After much contemplation, he realized that in order to ensnare Wei Sheng, he must first control the latter's fate. After all, when those with substantial fortunes encounter a stock market catastrophe, they instinctively sell off their assets and flee, making it quite challenging to ensnare them. Only a few days before the market crash, he planned to orchestrate a series of unexpected events to deplete Wei Sheng's fortune. At that point, he would unknowingly fall into the pit of the stock market disaster. With this in mind, Wei Hong retrieved his phone and dialed Uncle Gong's number. Before long, the voice of Su Mao Gong resonated on the other end. "Young master, how may I assist you?" "Uncle Gong, is everything proceeding smoothly in Hong Kong?" "All is well." "Young master, rest assured." "Excellent," Wei Hong stated directly. "Help me find a few experts skilled in orchestrating accidents, ones who can eliminate targets without leaving a trace." "You wish to deal with him again?" Su Mao Gong mused, recalling the previous incident. Wei Hong did not refute this, but instead inquired, "Can you find them?" "Certainly," Su Mao Gong replied readily. "In the harbor city, we have no shortage of such individuals, those who dwell in the shadows and rely on their intellect to ensnare others. I have acquaintances here who might be able to assist. There have always been people in the underworld who specialize in such tasks, operating discreetly, ensuring that even investigations by the police can only deem the incidents as mere accidents. If that fails, I can enlist a few top international assassins. They can ensure a silent elimination as well. Rest assured, you will be thoroughly satisfied." Wei Hong ended the call, feeling quite satisfied. He did not wish to eliminate Wei Sheng immediately. After all, this individual harbored many secrets yet to be unearthed. He intended to suppress him by leveraging memories from his past life, seizing all opportunities before ultimately bringing about his demise. Orchestrating accidents was merely a means to control Wei Sheng's fortune. If unforeseen events occurred intermittently, even if Wei Sheng managed to evade them each time, his fortune would undoubtedly be gravely depleted. How could he then continue to contend with Wei Hong? The notion of methodically wearing down a system's owner, akin to a dull knife slicing flesh, seemed rather intriguing. In his previous life, Wei Sheng had turned him into a pariah, leaving him with a tarnished reputation and nothing to his name, only to meet a tragic end beneath the wheels of fate. In this life, he would repeatedly elevate Wei Sheng to lofty heights, only to drag him back in a mire, relishing the sight of his despair before ultimately extinguishing him. A fierce glint flashed in Wei Hong's eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he dialed another number. Soon, a respectful voice emanated from the receiver. "Young Master Wei, you called for me?" "Uncle Lin," Wei Hong greeted with a smile. "How is the cleaning department faring lately?" Quita confortably." The middle-aged man chuckled. "We are now in a state of disarray. Each department is overwhelmed, and the employees I once managed are now brimming with grievances. If we were to lure them away now, it would be almost guaranteed. For now, there's no need for that," Wei Hong succinctly instructed. "In the coming days, Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter are facing severe losses, with multiple projects encountering issues. They are preparing to shift their focus to the stock market. Do you wish for us to stir up trouble?" The middle-aged man inquired tentatively. "No." Wei Hong cleared his throat and smiled. "I want you to help them carry their sedan chair. The higher they're lifted, the better." "Understood." The middle-aged man agreed cheerfully. Upon ending the call, a slow smile spread across Wei Hong's lips. He eagerly anticipated the expression on Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter's faces as they ascended to great heights, only to plummet into the abyss. A once-in-a-decade stock market crash, which they had fortuitously encountered, coinciding with Wei Sheng's ill-fated ambition to make a fortune in the market, was a divine intervention or merely the ripple effects of his reincarnation that had altered the course of events. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Wei Sheng had only engaged with the stock market after university. In this life, perhaps after being relentlessly bullied by Wei Hong, he sought to carve a new path. The stock market is not a realm where one can thrive solely on luck. Wei Hong scoffed softly as he quietly opened the fund software on his computer. Though still a minor and unable to trade stocks domestically, he was a top-tier hacker, capable of remotely forging identities in countries with lax regulations and opening fund accounts. Armed with the memories of his past life, Wei Hong was acutely aware of the future economic trends, stock market movements, and fund trajectories across the globe. Coupled with his solid financial theories, investing became as natural as breathing, yielding results comparable to Wei Sheng's luck-driven investments. During this time, he had accrued for 5 billion renminbi from the Tongxing Pharmaceuticals incident, transforming it into 12 million US dollars. Next, Wei Hong merely needed to continue investing to amass strength. When the market crash arrived, he would decisively short-sell international funds, profiting tenfold or even 100-fold from the ensuing disaster. Chapter 65. The Team of Accident Experts, Silent Assassinations. 7 days later, nightfall, the bar street. Wei Hong sat in a private room on the second floor of the Nightshade Bar. His gaze traversed the street scene through the floor-to-ceiling window, taking in the myriad of young men and women. After a while, he turned to the sofa. A distinguished middle-aged man with glasses sat there, perusing documents, his eyes glimmering with a subtle wisdom. "Mr. Wei, are you planning to deal with these young individuals?" The middle-aged man inquired in standard Mandarin, his expression devoid of emotion. 600,000 each? Is that acceptable? 600,000? Is it too expensive? No, it is far too cheap. Wei Hong reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs, a mocking smirk forming on his lips. "I seek a premier team of accident experts. Do not send just anyone to fool me. What quality can 600,000 yield?" The middle-aged man's smile faltered. His previously confident demeanor cracked under the scrutiny. "Mr. Wei, you may not be aware of the market rates, due to your usual generosity," he said, taking a deep breath, somewhat constrained. "In Southeast Asia, there's an abundance of assassins, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions for a hit. If one can pay the price, even mercenaries can be hired. However, we require extensive observation of our targets' habits and routines, as well as thorough research on the surrounding environment and conditions before devising an attack plan. While this approach minimizes police attention, it demands considerable time and carries significant uncertainties, resulting in a limited clientele for us. Our circle is small, and 600,000 is already a top-tier price. I assure you, you will not find better accident experts than us." Wei Hong poured himself a drink, taking a light sip before responding. "That may be true. You're referred by Uncle Gong, so you must possess some skills. How many companions do you have?" 3. The middle-aged man raised 3 fingers. "They're all professionals, and I am the sole point of contact, ensuring no information is leaked. For individuals for 600,000, Wei Hong mused, frowning as he calculated. "That means each of you would only receive 150,000? In Hong Kong, that barely covers a third of a toilet." The middle-aged man's composure began to fray. He attempted to salvage his dignity. "They would each receive 120,000, while I would take 240,000. And there are no taxes involved, making the risk low." "Stop right there, 1 million. Wei Hong raised a finger, stating, 1 million per assignment. This, the middle-aged, cultured man was momentarily taken aback. Is there really a party willing to increase the price voluntarily? Such opulence in a boss is indeed a rarity. Wei Hong took a sip of his drink and continued, "Of course, this price is not without conditions. You must be prepared to work for me long-term and be ready to heed my commands at any moment." "Long-term?" The middle-aged gentleman was momentarily stunned. "Can this even be a long-term arrangement? Goodness, how many people do you intend to eliminate?" "Indeed, long-term," Wei Hong affirmed, tapping the documents on the table with seriousness. "You have been in this line of work for some time. You should understand that sometimes it is exceedingly difficult to take a life unexpectedly, correct?" "Yes." The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before responding. "I don't know why, but even when all factors seem favorable, certain individuals manage to escape lethal situations at critical moments. It is quite perplexing." Wei Hong smirked and said, "Let me explain. Such individuals often possess extraordinary luck. They seem to have an uncanny ability to survive accidents, heavy impacts, and falls from great heights." This topic piqued the middle-aged gentleman's interest. He pulled out a notebook from his pocket and diligently began jotting down notes. "This is rather mystical. In any case, if you wish to investigate further, you may observe more in the future." Wei Hong swirled his glass and continued, "I have several opponents surrounded by such fortunate individuals. I need to employ you to design accidents that will target them, gradually depleting their luck as they evade these misfortunes." "So, your aim is not to kill?" The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. "No." Wei Hong shook his head. "Aside from the primary target, Wei Sheng, whose frequency of encounters must be managed carefully so as not to eliminate him, the others are of no concern. If they cannot escape fate, then let them perish." "Understood." The middle-aged man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and stated, So, you intend to hire us for the long term to target these individuals? Wei Hong shrugged and said nothing further. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged gentleman nodded. That works, but there must be no fewer than 6 deals per year. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worthwhile for us to remain here long term. A minimum of 10 deals per year, at 10 million each, Wei Hong countered, tossing a black card and a phone card onto the table. You will be provided with a villa and a car. The rest, including food and daily needs. You will manage yourselves. From now on, I will only contact you directly. If anything arises, you will handle it without issue, correct? The middle-aged man stood up and shook hands. No problem. You may call me Professor K. Wei Hong returned the handshake with satisfaction and then rose to leave the private room. Shortly thereafter, the middle-aged gentleman made his way to another room at the end of the corridor. After cautiously surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was following him, he knocked on the door and entered. Inside the room sat 2 men and a woman, a vibrant young girl in her 20s with short hair, an elderly man in his 50s, and a plump man in his 30s. The trio tensed upon hearing the knock, but relaxed upon seeing the middle-aged gentleman enter. Professor, have we reached an agreement? We traveled a long way to the mainland. We can't return empty-handed, the short-haired girl inquired in Cantonese. Speak Mandarin while on the mainland. Don't give ourselves away. The middle-aged man cautioned before retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his bag, lighting one, and replying, indeed, the wealthy on the mainland are truly abundant. They speak of millions and billions, so casually. How much? The short-haired girl frowned. 10 million per deal, long-term collaboration. The middle-aged gentleman succinctly summarized. A guaranteed minimum of 10 deals per year, available at a moment's notice. The trio collectively gasped in disbelief. 10 deals per year at 10 million each. Wasn't that 100 million? They could hardly secure 3 to 5 deals in a year back in Hong Kong. Now, not only would they have an abundance of work, but they could also earn significantly more. It was no wonder the other party lamented the extravagance of the wealthy on the mainland. Haha, doesn't this mean we could retire after a few years? My goodness, we've struck it rich. Such generous terms allow me to reside on the mainland indefinitely. Damn it, had I known the mainland's wealthy were so affluent, I would have come to make money long ago instead of waiting until now. Haha, we've hit the jackpot. The group excitedly pounded the table and embraced one another, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Do not let your elation cloud your judgment, the middle-aged gentleman admonished. The high price offered is not an invitation for us to play games. Starting tomorrow, we begin surveillance and operations. Chapter 66, The Wei Clan's Summit, Emerging Prominence. In mid-November, the Wei group stirred once more. Wei Jiaoyang personally approved his adopted son Wei Sheng's appointment as vice president of the group, concurrently establishing a second financial department to engage in comprehensive stock market investments. This momentous news immediately ignited fervent discussion across various sectors. Netizens were largely skeptical of this audacious move. How could a 17-year-old high school student be appointed as vice president? It was akin to mocking the shareholders' investment. On the same day, the stock of the Wei group plummeted. For several consecutive days, the stock price continued to decline. However, differing whispers soon spread through the upper echelons of Jiangzhou. Rumor had it that the newly formed financial department of the Wei group had recruited elite personnel to focus on the A-share and fund markets, swiftly deploying over 2 billion in just a few days, yielding impressive returns. In no time, news of Wei Sheng's prowess as an investment prodigy circulated widely. Some were incredulous, others scoffed, while still others remained curious onlookers. Yet, as time went on, an array of insider tidbits began to emerge from within the group, further validating Wei Sheng's investment talents, captivating countless individuals with wonder and astonishment. By early December, the annual summit of the Wei group was held at the top floor of the Vienna Hotel. This summit not only invited prominent figures from the local political and business realms, but also included major subsidiaries, partners, and suppliers. Various dignitaries, wealthy businessmen, socialites, and celebrities flocked to the event, creating a lively atmosphere. In the audience, the elite and affluent held glasses of champagne and wine, mingling in the arena of power, exchanging pleasantries with smiles, or fawning over influential figures. The spotlight of the day, without a doubt, was on Wei Sheng. As Wei Jiaoyang took to the stage to host the summit, he unhesitatingly directed staff to display a PowerPoint presentation on a large screen. Ladies and gentlemen, the Wei group has continued to thrive this year, with each of the first 3 quarters yielding over 8% profit. The fourth quarter has seen a slight dip due to some internal structural adjustments, but that does not overshadow our achievements. We believe that once the management team has been rejuvenated, the Wei group will unleash even greater vitality. Furthermore, our newly established financial department has already delivered impressive results. Please observe, over the past half-month, The financial department has utilized $2 billion in liquid assets to invest in A shares and domestic funds, achieving a remarkable 127% profit increase, making it a major dark horse in our group's fourth quarter revenue growth. Wei Jiaoyang spoke with fervor and confidence. Below, Wei Sheng was met with a spectrum of astonished, envious, and scrutinizing gazes. At that moment, he felt a surge of pride and exhilaration. Not long ago, he had been merely a poor boy from a village. Yet now, Wei Sheng reveled in the exquisite sensation of standing atop the pinnacle of power and wealth, basking in the admiration and praise of countless individuals. This feeling was intoxicating, leading him to harbor the illusion of invincibility. Indeed, the Wei Group is a venerable enterprise. Who would have thought it could achieve such remarkable growth in the realm of financial investment? Mr. Wei, you must guide us. Indeed, achieving a remarkable profit increase of 127 in just over half a month is nothing short of miraculous. Wei Xinji's prowess is truly astounding, surpassing even that of your elder brother by 100-fold. The surrounding crowd showered him with compliments and flattery. Wei Jiaoyang and Wei Sheng were naturally delighted, unable to contain their smiles. Ladies and gentlemen, Wei Jiaoyang feigned a tone of regret. Our group is still in the exploratory phase of financial investment, and, at present, we do not possess a private equity fund license. Hence, we are unable to lead you all in making profits. I sincerely hope for your understanding. Oh, what does a private equity fund license matter? Simply acquiring a small fund would suffice. Someone interjected. Director Wei, you cannot lack such camaraderie, making profits without including us? Indeed, we are currently in a bull market, a prime opportunity for profit. You must include us. The crowd buzzed with eager suggestions. No one wished to miss out on this golden opportunity. It is well known that most wealthy individuals are often in search of lucrative investment projects. They possess vast sums of money, yet are uncertain of where to invest. The interest from bank deposits is too meager, mutual funds are unstable, and engaging in business comes with both gains and losses, especially for those whose descendants are less than ambitious. They yearn for a reliable fund to entrust their future to. Wei Sheng employed $2 billion in capital to purchase dozens of stocks. Under normal circumstances, with fluctuations balancing each other out, a rise and fall within 3 is expected. Thus, a staggering increase of 127 is indeed extraordinary, clearly indicating his remarkable skill. If one could align with such an investment virtuoso, merely sharing in the spoils would be a boon. Hence, it was no surprise that Wei Jiaoyang and Wei Sheng were surrounded by admirers. Not far away, Wei Hong and Hua Yinghao sat on a corner sofa, sipping wine, quietly observing the spectacle, even sharing a light-hearted conversation. Mr. Hua, why not join in on the conversation? Perhaps the Wei family father and son would be inclined to invest alongside you, Wei Hong teased. Investing alongside me? I hope they aren't leading me into a pitfall. Hua Yinghao chuckled disdainfully, swirling his wine glass. Besides, I'm not in need of assistance with my investments. True enough. Wei Hong shrugged in agreement. Since his arrival in Jiangzhou, this fellow has been making bold and audacious investments, not only venturing into finance, real estate, dining, and jewelry, but also successfully securing several major contracts from the Wei Group. The Jinghao Group he established has experienced a meteoric rise, evidently becoming a new power in Jiangzhou. Such a person would hardly require guidance in investments. Your brother is quite the enigma. Hua Yinghao raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the crowd where Wei Sheng was mingling, and chuckled lightly. You should be privy to his background. Would you care to share a tidbit? Guess for yourself. Wei Hong took a sip of his wine, a smile playing on his lips. Last time, Mr. Hua mentioned a desire to collaborate on profitable ventures. Is that still on the table? Oh, you wish to collaborate with me? Hua Yinghao was momentarily taken aback. Certainly. Wei Hong did. I declined last time due to limited resources. But now that my foundation has strengthened, I am eager to explore collaboration with a heavyweight like you. Hua Yinghao's interest was piqued. He raised an eyebrow, signaling for him to continue. Lowering his voice, Wei Hong spoke earnestly. The substantial cake you wish to claim in Jiangzhou, I too desire a slice. If Mr. Hua is willing to collaborate, we can negotiate terms. You're aware of this too? Hua Yinghao inhaled sharply. He examined Wei Hong's youthful yet steady demeanor, then glanced at the self-satisfied Wei Sheng, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Could the disparity between the genuine heir and the pretender be so vast? One is basking in the accolades of others while the other is ready to discuss a deal worth over 1,000 billion. TSK, the Wei family truly lacks insight. They remain oblivious to the true dragon among them. Hua Yinghao jested. If you wish to partake in the profits, it is not impossible, but you must mobilize at least 5 billion in funds. Do you possess such capital? I will. Wei Hong emptied his glass confidently, his eyes gleaming with assurance. Chapter 67. Are you done? If you're finished, then leave. As the banquet reached its midpoint, Wei Sheng, accompanied by Ji Peng, CSCC, and other wealthy second-generation heirs, swaggered over, wearing a countenance filled with self-satisfaction that was quite insufferable. Mr. Hua, do you mind if we have a word? Wei Sheng inquired, feigning humility. Not at all. Hua Yinghao raised his glass with interest. Please, young nephew. It was evident to him that they had come seeking Wei Hong. So he stepped aside, wearing a bemused smile as he observed the unfolding drama. Brother, thank you for attending this summit. Wei Sheng began his performance decisively, adopting the stance of a protagonist. Although your previous actions led to some chaos within the group, thanks to our father and sister's efforts, normalcy has been restored. While the group can function with or without you, you are still the heir personally nurtured by grandfather. I will persuade father to forgive you. Come back. Return to what? ISNT there you? Wei Hong replied with a smirk. The financial division has substantial power. What about the vice presidency? If you are concerned about me overshadowing you, I can request father to revoke the appointment. Wei Sheng replied with a forced smile, sighing. We are family. What can't be discussed? You even deliberately made your subordinates make things difficult for sister. ISNT that counterproductive? Take my advice and apologize to father at home. Then, as a united family, we can work together to strengthen the group. ISNT that more beneficial? Ha! Wei Hong smiled wryly, uninterested in further discourse. The nature of their adversarial relationship was clear to both parties. He could see that the other was merely attempting to annoy him, unable to contain his eagerness to flaunt his success. Are you done? If you're finished, then leave. Wei Hong raised his hand, signaling the bodyguards to prepare to escort them away. Wei Sheng hurriedly continued, Brother, don't put on airs. The group would still function without you. I am now earning billions in profit each month, which amounts to tens of billions annually. At this rate, it won't be long before your position is entirely obsolete. If you soften your stance with father and mother now, they would still be willing to forgive you. I am even willing to return the vice presidency to you. Wei Hong was nearly overcome with laughter at the absurdity. Wei Sheng's smug demeanor was truly insufferable. He incessantly highlighted his importance while attempting to return the vice presidency. Who did he think he was fooling? Get lost. Wei Hong frowned in irritation. The bodyguards flanked him immediately, raising their hands to push him away. Wei Sheng feigned a deeply hurt expression, retreating while sighing. This prompted Ji Peng and CSCC to glare at him, stepping forward to protect him. Xiao Sheng, don't be too kind. Some people are envious of your vice presidency and investment talents. Why waste your breath on him? Exactly. Now that Director Wei only acknowledges you as his son, some individuals would be unwilling to return to the Wei family. Xiao Sheng, worry less about trivial matters. Once you establish your footing in the Wei group, he will only be left begging you. The wealthy second-generation heirs chimed in. However, the recent downfall of the Nie family had instilled a deep fear in them, so even if they were dissatisfied with Wei Hong, they dared not speak his name directly, only managing to throw subtle jabs. Wei Sheng, concealed among the crowd, wore a smug smile. Yet, Wei Hong could hardly be bothered to engage with these foolish individuals. His gaze, laced with amusement, occasionally drifted towards Ji Peng and CSCC. As friends of Wei Sheng, they too were favored by fortune. Both were included in the list he had entrusted to Professor K, while CSCC had yet to encounter any misfortune. Ji Peng had recently had a near-fatal accident while racing along the mountainous roads, resulting in a bandaged left arm. Professor K and his entourage truly exemplified professionalism. Yipeng, nearly on the brink of disaster, attributed his near-fatal accident solely to a loss of control over his vehicle, never once suspecting foul play. Little did he realize that his fortune had already dissipated significantly, and should it vanish entirely, only a grim fate awaited him. Upon reflection, one must acknowledge that Wei Sheng truly embodies a harbinger of misfortune. Ding dong. Suddenly, a message notification chimed on his phone. It was a text from Professor K, astonishingly succinct, revealing but a single digit, 5. The 5th of the month, CSCC. A faint smile tugged at Wei Hong's lips. Professor K had just taken action against Ji Peng. Was this a precursor to targeting CSCC? He resumed his seat on the sofa, engaging in light-hearted banter with Hua Yinghao, yet his gaze frequently drifted around, eager to witness firsthand how Professor K and his team would execute their plan amidst the raucous festivities of the banquet. Bang! A server, in a moment of clumsiness, collided with CSCC, dousing her in a deluge of beverages. CSCC and several surrounding socialites gasped in unison. Adorned in haute couture gowns, their mobility was already restricted. Now, with their attire stained, the once elegant garments transformed into a cacophony of colors. inciting visible outrage as the elite ladies contorted their faces in disgust, creating quite the uproar. Were it not for the gravity of the occasion, they might have unleashed a torrent of expletives. What are you doing? Is the hotel staff untrained? This gown cost over $3 million. Who will compensate for the red wine spill? How do you navigate? If your eyes are of no use, donate them to someone in need. The socialites fumed in indignation. The server, flustered and trembling, hastily bowed in apology. A middle-aged manager rushed over, bowing deeply, his face a mask of panic. I apologize, ladies. It's our staff's inadequacy in training. Please proceed to the changing room to rectify the situation. We will ensure compensation. Fine, I'll change. Without further thought, CSCC dabbed at her face with a tissue, grasped her gown, and made her way towards the changing room. However, as she approached a towering, three-tiered cake, her foot suddenly slipped, and with a shriek, she lunged towards the cake. Watch out! The crowd gasped collectively. It is well known that large cakes contain support structures, long, sharp plastic rods embedded within to maintain stability. Should anyone fall upon them or press their head into the cake, the consequences could be dire, with potential piercings of the eyes and cheeks. In a split second, CSCC was struck with terror, her balance lost. There was no evading the impending disaster. She instinctively raised her hands to shield her eyes, twisting her body in a futile attempt to avert catastrophe. Then, with a thud, she crashed directly into the cake. A piercing scream echoed throughout the banquet hall. All eyes turned in her direction, witnessing CSCC sprawled on the ground, her face a canvas of cake, wailing in anguish. Her neck, palms, and cheeks were punctured, blood oozing forth, the pain nearly overwhelming her consciousness. Heavens, how could this happen? Quick, someone call for help. Call 120. CC, are you all right? Are you hurt? The surrounding wealthy heirs and socialites erupted into chaos, a flurry of concern as they hurried to assist her, preparing to transport her to the hospital. Amidst the turmoil, Wei Hong scanned the area and spotted several figures discreetly retreating from the scene. Chapter 68, You my dear boy, are indeed superior to that ungrateful wretch. At Rin AI Hospital, the emergency department was a flurry of anxious faces. Wei Sheng, Ji Peng, Wei Linlang, and Xie Zhijiang anxiously awaited news from within the emergency room. As the doors swung open, they rushed forward. Doctor, what is the situation? Is she all right? Doctor, what condition is my daughter in? Cece is so fond of beauty. Please ensure her face is unharmed. Their voices overlapped in a cacophony of worry. The middle-aged physician quickly reassured them. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no cause for alarm. The patient is currently stable. She sustained 3 injuries from the cake support rods, one on her neck, one on her hand, and one on her cheek. The neck injury is the least severe. Fortunately, it did not penetrate the carotid artery or the trachea, merely affecting her vocal cords. With a fortnight of silence and proper care, she should recover well. The facial laceration is a bit more serious, measuring 17 centimeters in depth. We have already cleaned and disinfected the wound, but it may leave a scar. So please consider cosmetic scar treatment in the future. Unfortunately, the hand injury is the most critical. The rod pierced through the back of her hand, narrowly missing her eye. A stroke of misfortune amidst calamity. Upon hearing the doctor's words, a collective sigh of relief washed over the group, save for Xie Zhijiang, whose complexion had turned ashen, muttering prayers for protection. Doctor, may we enter now? Wei Sheng inquired. The patient has been moved to a VIP room. You may proceed directly there. Thank you, doctor. They hurriedly made their way to the designated room. Upon arriving on the 3rd floor, they found a nurse tending to CSCC, whose face was bandaged like a pig's head, her eyes betraying the fright she had endured. Cece, are you all right? Xie Zhijiang rushed over, torn between the desire to embrace her and the fear of causing her pain, his expression a tumult of distress. It's my fault. I shouldn't have neglected you. If I hadn't been preoccupied with socializing, this wouldn't have happened. Dad, it's not your fault. CSCC managed a pained smile. This was an accident, and I've only suffered a bit of shock. The injuries aren't as severe as they seem, right? Indeed. Thank goodness. Xie Zhijiang wiped away his tears, offering a bittersweet smile. Truly, we owe it to the ancestors. You are our sole heir. How could I endure if something were to happen to you? Uncle Xie, it's a relief that you're fine. Don't dwell on it too much. Yes. Good fortune protects the virtuous. Look, Cece is all right. There is no need for excessive worry. This was merely an unfortunate event. Ji Peng and the other socialites rallied to comfort them. Yet, Wei Sheng remained rooted in place, silent for an extended period, his expression dark and shadowed by an undercurrent of fear. An accident? It didn't feel that way to him. Just last week, when Ji Peng had his accident, everyone assumed it was a mere mishap. Now, with CSCC's predicament, once more it was labeled an accident. Both Ji Peng and CSCC were individuals of significant fortune, typically leading lives of ease and longevity. Even with daily indulgences, they should be in robust health. How could they experience successive calamities that nearly claimed their lives? Each incident seemed to further diminish their luck, raising suspicions in Wei Sheng's mind. Was someone deliberately targeting them? His thoughts instinctively drifted to Wei Hong. If he were behind it, it wouldn't be surprising. But why not simply eliminate them outright? Why go to such lengths to orchestrate misfortune for Ji Peng and CSCC? While they might have crossed him, their grievances had not escalated to the point of mortal enmity. This puzzlement left Wei Sheng baffled. Perhaps it was indeed just an accident. He could only silently reassure himself. Yet, Ji Peng and CSCC were among those he interacted with most frequently. Now, their fortune has been significantly diminished, and Wei Sheng's daily ability to harness good luck has been drastically reduced. In summary, this matter has greatly impacted him. Recently, the financial department of the group has been preparing to expand its investments. In the past, managing investments with tens of millions was a walk in the park. However, with the increasing capital, every additional profit comes at the expense of his dwindling luck. If this continues, he won't be able to sustain it for long. Wei Sheng felt an urgent anxiety within, regretting his overly ostentatious demeanor. Good fortune is elusive and intangible, yet it is undeniably a consumable resource. Avoiding disasters consumes luck, as does earning wealth through fortune. Now that he has made grand proclamations, numerous wealthy individuals and dignitaries are eager to profit alongside him. Should he incur losses due to insufficient luck, the consequences would be dire. Sister, Wei Hong abruptly pulled Wei Linlang out of the ward, glancing around to ensure no one was within earshot before quietly inquiring, "Should we postpone our plan to attract external funding?" "Why postpone?" Wei Linlang retorted, visibly displeased. "We have just delivered a satisfactory report and established the reputation of the Wei Group's financial department. Countless wealthy individuals are eager to invest in us. Now is the perfect time to amass funds and expand. In any case, I fear we might lose control if we absorb too much capital at once." Wei Sheng earnestly advised, "We needn't worry about our qualifications to attract funds. Father has already discreetly acquired a small private equity fund license, which we can utilize to legally gather capital." Wei Linlang reassured him with a gentle pat on his shoulder. "I understand your anxiety about our sudden prominence, but you need not fret. The group has a team of financial experts overseeing everything." Indeed, upon hearing this, Wei Sheng felt a slight sense of relief. During this period, Wei Jiaoyang had not completely trusted his capabilities, deliberately assigning a group of financial specialists to assist him. Each stock selection he made was thoroughly researched and analyzed, significantly reducing the chances of investment errors. Reflecting on the glory of being surrounded by admirers today, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of luck and an unwillingness to relinquish the easily attainable wealth. Taking a calculated risk could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. While it may be somewhat perilous, it is certainly worth a try. After all, he was already half a foot into the circle of the elite. If he could establish a firm foothold this time, not only would his influence within the Wei Group soar, but he could also secure his position in Jiangzhou without relying on the Wei family. By then, even if Wei Hong wished to undermine him, it would not be an easy task. Wei Sheng pondered this, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. He yearned to seize this opportunity to establish his own commercial empire, to become a figure that Wei Hong would dare not provoke, and to completely shed the shameful identity of a foster son of the Wei family. "What are you grinning about, you rascal?" Wei Linlang playfully smacked him. "Nothing. I was just contemplating how to strengthen and expand the financial department," Wei Sheng replied earnestly. "The only way to repay our parents and sisters for their nurturing is to earn more money. You, my dear brother, are certainly superior to certain ungrateful individuals," Wei Linlang remarked with a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 69. I can offer you one last chance. In the evening, as Wei Sheng and Wei Linlang stepped through the threshold of their home, they noticed several unfamiliar faces among their security team. Wei Jiaoyang sat on the sofa perusing a newspaper, and upon seeing the two return, he immediately raised an eyebrow and gestured, "You lot, come greet young Master Sheng." "Greetings, young Master Sheng." The four new bodyguards stood like sturdy pines, greeting him with solemnity. Wei Sheng felt a surge of delight but feigned ignorance. "Father, what is this? We hardly need so many bodyguards, do we? They have just been hired from a security firm to provide comprehensive protection for your safety," Wei Jiaoyang stated seriously. "You are now the prized asset of our Wei family and the Wei Group. To prevent anyone from plotting against you, we must enhance your security." "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Wei Sheng expressed his gratitude with a deep bow, genuinely touched, yet secretly pleased. Previously, he had only 2 bodyguards for protection. Now, with an additional 4, being accompanied by 6 bodyguards when going out felt incredibly impressive. although it could not compare to Wei Hong's display. Few second-generation wealthy individuals in Jiangzhou could boast such a retinue. Even many affluent families might not have 6 bodyguards, so having such a multitude certainly added to his prestige. What's there to thank for? Wei Jiaoyong waved his hand dismissively, casting a glance at Wei Hong, who was descending from the second floor. He then deliberately raised his voice. You are my son and have made significant contributions to the family and the group, so an increase in your privileges is only fitting, unlike certain individuals who only know how to take advantage. Indeed, Wei Linlang chimed in at the opportune moment, sneering, some have squandered countless resources on their upbringing. Yet upon growing up, they not only refuse to alleviate the family's burdens, but also turn against it, as if they believe the group cannot function without them. Currently, the Wei Group is thriving. Our stocks have been consistently hitting the ceiling, and our market value is nearing 700 billion. Once the financial department establishes its reputation, I shall see who the true heir of the group really is. As for such empty rhetoric, Wei Hong chose to ignore it entirely. He leisurely walked to the bar to pour himself a glass of champagne, casually added a few ice cubes, and then turned to head for the gym to practice boxing. Seeing this, Wei Linlang was so furious that she nearly crushed her designer handbag. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her teeth and said, keep pretending. Aren't you always boasting about being the heir personally trained by grandfather? I will show you how easily that title can be snatched away. Go ahead and try. Who cares? Wei Hong scoffed, stopping in his tracks, raising an eyebrow in disdain before continuing. Do you think having Wei Sheng's assistance will allow you to navigate the financial world effortlessly? Just be careful not to fall harder the higher you climb. You're just jealous. Wei Linlang immediately felt triumphant, tossing her bag to a servant and sipping tea served by Wang Ma before flashing a sly smile. TSK, TSK, TSK. Some people are bound to be infuriated. Laughter erupted among Wei Jiaoyong and the others. Though Du Sihui was not entirely supportive, she did not intervene, merely frowning at Wei Hong, urging him with a heartfelt tone. If you still wish to retain the title of heir, it would be wise to turn back. We are still family, and there's no need for it to become too contentious. Sometimes children may throw tantrums, but if it goes too far, it can become quite tiresome. I can offer you one last chance, Wei Jiaoyong declared, setting down his newspaper and leaning back with an air of authority. If you apologize to the family and kneel before the ancestral tablets for a day and a night, there remains a chance for you to become the heir of the Wei Group. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. The Wei Group is currently flourishing, on track to reach 1,000 billion in less than a year, and it would be effortless to aim for a multi-billion-dollar multinational conglomerate in the future. Do not be ungrateful and stubborn. It will be too late to return if you refuse to see reason. Hearing this, Wei Hong was not angry. Instead, he found it somewhat amusing. Did these people genuinely believe that achieving a minor success meant they could continue on an uninterrupted path? Did they think they could use this to manipulate him into serving the group? Did they really think the title of heir was a bait that anyone would be eager to bite? How foolish! Wei Hong sighed, shaking his head, and scoffed as he ascended the stairs, leaving Wei Jiaoyong and the others in a state of mild shock, their fury boiling over, but he remained unperturbed. After all, sometimes ignoring was more disarming than retaliating. Mom and Dad, sister, please don't be too upset. Wei Sheng hurriedly pleaded with a sense of grievance. My elder brother merely looks down upon me. If he is truly bothered, I am more than willing to resign from my position as vice president of the group. Wei Jiaoyong interjected. Xiao Sheng, do not pay heed to that little wretch. Our son is solely you. Wei Linlang added, indeed, Xiao Sheng, if he lacks gratitude. Do not be overly kind. It is unwise to constantly present a warm smile to a cold shoulder. Du Sihui hesitated momentarily before sighing. We are still family after all. I shall persuade him another day. Persuade what? Wei Jiaoyong shot back impatiently. It is you who has spoiled him. Just look at the disgraceful manner in which this little wretch conducts himself. Spoiled? The servants in the villa exchanged glances filled with incredulity. How could this family dare to utter the term spoiled? Have they ever indulged Wei Hong? Merely refraining from tormenting him was already a considerable feat, Mom and Dad. Please cease your quarrel. Wei Sheng quickly diverted the topic. I believe today, as incident concerning CC is rather peculiar. Should we consider hiring a private investigator? By the way, how is CC? Wei Jiaoyong inquired hastily. Why should we engage a private investigator? It was merely an accident. I can simply invite old Xie for drinks to apologize. Ultimately, it was our oversight. Though CC is unharmed, the entire situation feels profoundly strange. Wei Sheng gestured for the bodyguards to exit, casting a glance upwards before approaching the sofa and bowing slightly as he spoke. A few days ago, Ji Peng was involved in a car accident while racing. He had never encountered such issues before. Isn't it normal for racing incidents to occur? It is the absence of accidents that is truly abnormal, Wei Jiaoyang scoffed. Du Sihui, however, seemed to grasp the underlying tension, furrowing her brow as she remarked. Do you suspect that someone intends to harm them? That it was a deliberately orchestrated accident? Perhaps, Wei Sheng thought, unable to voice his suspicions openly. He resorted to transmitting his thoughts. Sigh. I am uncertain whether I should speak up. The incidents involving Ji Peng and CC are exceedingly strange. I suspect my elder brother wishes to eliminate them, but I cannot disclose this to our parents. It is quite distressing. A collective gasp escaped Wei Jiaoyang and the others. Did Wei Hong intend to murder Ji Peng and CSCC? What could possibly motivate him to do so? Wei Linlang opened her mouth to question, but ultimately restrained herself, turning to suggest, Father, perhaps we should investigate after all? If someone is indeed scheming in the shadows. Clarifying the matter would provide an explanation to Uncle Xie, especially considering how close C came to losing her sight today. Very well, I shall hire a private investigator. Wei Jiaoyang readily acquiesced. Chapter 70. An unexpected reappearance. Wei Sheng faces misfortune. Subsequently, Wei Sheng found himself basking in glory, whether at school, at home, or within the company. He was the center of admiration. Each day, he was escorted by 6 bodyguards. His tailored suits gradually bestowed upon him an air of nobility. No longer was he the reclusive, silent, and self-deprecating youth of yore. He had transformed into a figure of confidence and flamboyance. While still somewhat lacking compared to the reserved and distinguished Wei Hong, he had undoubtedly surpassed the average second-generation wealthy elite. To any observer, it would be inconceivable to regard him as a boy emerging from the urban village. He was unmistakably perceived as a privileged young heir. In mid-December, a detailed investigative report landed in Wei Sheng's inbox, commissioned by Wei Jiaoyang from a professional private investigator, focusing on the 2 recent incidents. The report confirmed that both events were indeed accidents. On the night Ji Peng was racing, it had rained slightly, rendering the road slippery. Having consumed some red wine, he inadvertently skidded out while turning. There were no other vehicles or individuals present, and he himself had called for help for his racing friends afterward. From all accounts, it appeared there were no discrepancies. Even if the police were to investigate, they would unearth no issues, as there were no surveillance cameras on the mountain roads. Regarding CC's incident, the situation was considerably more complex. The Wei Group's summit had indeed planned for a celebratory cake. Yet many of the hotel staff were part-time university students, making it difficult to trace their identities. The report indicated the possibility of someone infiltrating the hotel to commit an offense. However, monitoring was not permitted during the Wei Group summit, leaving the specifics of the incident utterly unclear. The server who had doused CC with wine left no traceable clues, and the floor had already been marred by foot traffic. The hotel was bustling, leaving behind no evidence whatsoever. Ultimately, the private investigator could only conclude that it was an unfortunate accident. Damn it, useless. Early in the morning, in the back seat of a Mercedes-Benz, Wei Sheng silently read through the investigative report on his phone. Enraged, he flung the device onto the adjacent seat, his face contorted with ire and discontent. At that moment, an inexplicable sense of unease enveloped him. Though he could not pinpoint its source, he was undeniably filled with agitation. Should he seek another investigation? Wei Sheng ran his fingers through his hair. His sixth sense whispered that this matter was far from straightforward. Presently, he had amassed a capital of several million due to various investments, and the prospect of hiring someone for an investigation was not beyond his means. However, to harbor suspicions without any evidence seemed rather unseemly. As Wei Sheng furrowed his brow in contemplation, the vehicle ahead gradually came to a halt. His heart leaped in alarm, compelling him to inquire, "What is the situation? Aren't we still en route to school?" "Young master, there is a traffic jam ahead." The driver, Xiao Wu, replied cautiously. "Very well." Wei Sheng leaned forward to glance out the window, only to fall into silence. The 2 vehicles, separated from the bodyguards, were ensnared in the bustling city center, where the cacophony of voices surrounded them, and the once brief stretch of road was now utterly congested. With the morning rush of commuters, traffic jams were nothing unusual. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding gripped Wei Sheng, rendering him restless. "Divert the route," Wei Sheng commanded. Driver Xiao Wu glanced around helplessly and replied, "It is impossible. Young master, the blockage is thorough. We cannot change lanes." How could this happen? Wei Sheng's anxiety intensified, just as he contemplated exiting the vehicle. An old electrical wire suddenly snapped above them, crackling with sparks as it fell to the ground. What the hell? Wei Sheng felt a surge of panic, leaning forward as he urgently patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, exclaiming, "We are in danger. Hurry, move. Young master, we cannot." Xiao Wu responded, equally flustered, We are completely stuck. Get out. We must exit the vehicle now. Wei Sheng insisted, attempting to push the door open. At that moment, a bodyguard raised a hand to stop him, saying, "Young master, you must not exit the vehicle. That old wire is still live, and the ground is slick from the recent rain. If we leave the car recklessly, we may risk electrocution." "Indeed, young master," Xiao Wu added with a nervous smile. "The wire is a safe distance away. Our tires are insulated. It is best to remain in the vehicle for safety." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wei Sheng's forehead, for reasons he could not quite fathom. The entire situation instilled within him a sense of life-threatening urgency, compelling him to flee at once. What on earth? How is there a dangling wire here? Alas, the wire has aged and snapped, and it is live. Everyone please step back. Good heavens, do not let the traffic obstruct us. We must leave. There is a risk of electrocution. We will call the power company to report this. The fallen wire drew the attention of passers-by, who began pointing and taking precautions to steer clear. Some concerned citizens prepared to dial emergency services. The once bustling neighborhood was suddenly rendered desolate due to a fallen power line, leaving only a few vehicles stranded in the middle of the road, their drivers anxiously honking their horns. For a moment, the air seemed to stagnate. Wei Sheng could almost hear the frantic pounding of his own heart. In the next instant, a stream of water, seemingly emerging from nowhere, began to trickle along the edge of the street. It then dripped steadily into a nearby sewer. This was disastrous. Wei Sheng was oblivious to the imminent peril. His eyes were fixated on the water, instinctively sensing it as the source of danger. Indeed, the water conducted electricity. The crackling current surged into the sewer. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, accompanied by a blaze that shot into the sky. Wei Sheng felt a violent shockwave surge beneath him. In the blink of an eye, he was hurled out of the car, his body tossed about mercilessly. Beep, beep. The entire street was engulfed in a cacophony of electric scooters blaring their alarms. Bystanders screamed and fled. Chaos ensued. The bodyguard beside him managed to shield Wei Sheng with his own body, both of them battered and bloodied by the tremendous force. What on earth caused this explosion? Hurry! Someone call for help. Save who? This is a case of an aging power line causing a short circuit, igniting the methane gas that had accumulated in the sewers. Who knows if there is still live electricity or residual explosions? We should call the police. Good heavens, several cars have been overturned. Fortunately, no one was killed. It's terrifying. The manhole covers were propelled over 10 meters high. The gasps and discussions of onlookers filled the air. Wei Sheng felt his mind buzzing, his vision clouded in crimson. He let out a faint, delirious laugh before losing consciousness. "Master, are you all right?" The vehicle had flipped, and Wei Sheng had fainted. "Quick, call for an ambulance. Watch out for the power line. We must remove it first." Amidst the clamor and confusion, the driver and bodyguard frantically began to assist the injured. Chapter 71. Riding the Tiger, Wei Sheng's Unease. In the hospital, in the VIP ward, as Wei Sheng hazily opened his eyes, he caught a faint whiff of antiseptic and was met with blinding white light. He lay comfortably on a hospital bed, every inch of him aching intolerably. "Xiao Sheng, you're awake? That's wonderful. Are you all right? Doctor, please call a doctor." A flurry of anxious voices surrounded him. Wei Sheng noticed Wei Jieliang, Du Sivi, Wei Linlong, along with Ji Peng and Xiacici gathered around, suggesting that news of his accident had spread, drawing many to visit. He opened his mouth to say something. A middle-aged doctor in a white coat rushed over to examine him, and after confirming he was stable, matter-of-factly stated, "Mr. Wei, Mrs. Wei, your son has merely fainted due to a severe impact. He may have a slight concussion and some abrasions, but no other injuries. A few days of rest will suffice." What a relief. Wei Jiaoyang and the others let out a collective sigh. After the doctor departed, Ji Peng was the first to exclaim, "You've got to be kidding me. What terrible luck you have. How could you encounter such a bizarre incident? Indeed, perhaps we should consult a fortune teller or bring home a talisman for safety. What a string of misfortunes." Xiacici chimed in with a frown. "It's not an accident." Wei Sheng gasped, his voice hoarse, his eyes filled with dread. "Someone is trying to kill me. This is no mere accident." "Kill you?" Everyone froze in shock. Wei Sheng clutched at the arms of those around him, panic-stricken. "Yes, it's definitely not an accident. Whether it was Ji Peng nearly falling to his death, or Cici almost being disfigured, including myself nearly being blown to bits, it's all intentional." Gasp. The room echoed with sharp intakes of breath. "No way. Are you saying someone wants to kill the three of us?" Yipeng exclaimed incredulously. "But we haven't offended anyone," Xiacici said, her face a mix of confusion and disbelief. "Who would harbor such deep-seated animosity towards us? Could it be Wei Hong?" Ji Peng declared emphatically. "He must be jealous of your recent success and wants to eliminate any competition. and our closeness to you has sparked his envy. Don't say that. Your uncle and aunt are still around. CSCC quickly interjected. Wei Sheng opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by Wei Jiaoyang, who frowned. I know what you're about to say. In fact, from the moment you had your accident until you fell unconscious, I've already contacted the police. The police, fire department, and power company have all arrived on the scene for investigation, and they unanimously concluded it was an accident. The power line was aged, leading to a short circuit and fire, causing the current to flow into the sewer, where it ignited the accumulated methane gas due to fermentation from various debris, resulting in the explosion. From a scene investigation and video surveillance, there is no trace of foul play, so the notion of murder holds no water, and the police have refused to file a case. Wei Sheng remained skeptical, yet, with Wei Jiaoyang's unwavering conviction, he could only suppress his thoughts for the time being and resolve to investigate the matter himself later. He had a premonition that Wei Hong was indeed behind this attempt on his life. Although he lacked solid evidence, he remained resolute in his belief. What has happened to my fortune? Wei Sheng glanced at his system attribute panel. To his dismay, his previously abundant fortune points had diminished by over half. Was it merely an explosion? The bulletproof car hadn't even shattered its glass, and sustaining a few scratches shouldn't have cost him so much fortune. Wei Sheng muttered, his expression grim. The system's mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Host, this explosion should have ignited the fuel tank. By sheer luck, you survived. Damn. Wei Sheng's expression was a complex mix of emotions, caught between laughter and tears. He was grateful to be alive, yet the steep cost weighed heavily on him. What would happen next? Would this drop in fortune affect his stock returns? Xiao Sheng, don't overthink it. Ji Peng noticed his troubled demeanor and quickly reassured him. We're in this together. We've all encountered misfortunes. The silver lining is that it's not a serious issue. Just be cautious moving forward. Huh. Wei Sheng forced a bitter smile, unsure of how to explain his predicament. Were they all individuals of profound fortune, surviving merely because their fates counterbalanced each other? Such revelations were not suitable for discussion, leaving him to investigate cautiously later on. Thank heavens you're all right. Just take it easy in hospital for the next few days. Wei Jiaoyang instructed. Remember to focus on your recovery. There's no need to worry too much. Your sister will handle the company affairs. Upon hearing this, Wei Sheng hesitated momentarily before saying, Dad, should we withdraw the investment from the financial division too? I have a feeling something is off these days. My luck seems to be running low. Oh. Wei Jiaoyang's demeanor shifted to seriousness immediately. The financial division, too, relied on Wei Sheng's fortune for profitability. If he claimed his luck was poor, it would jeopardize their gains. Are you certain? Wei Jiaoyang asked, reluctant. Recently, numerous influential figures and wealthy merchants have sought us out for investment. Our newly established private equity fund has already secured several billion in investments, and within just over a week, we've achieved a 6 profit. This profit is astonishing. Many would be fortunate to earn such interest from a year's worth of fixed deposits in a bank, while we seem to be laying golden eggs, attracting countless admirers. If we halt and withdraw our investments now, wouldn't we be throwing away our hard work? And how will we explain it to our investors? Wei Sheng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Regret gnawed at his heart. He lamented the grandiosity of the situation he had orchestrated, now finding himself in a predicament that felt akin to riding a tiger. Father, I truly am unfortunate. Wei Sheng could not help but persist in his entreaties. Otherwise, I wouldn't have encountered such misfortune with this explosion, would I? Perhaps we should pause for a while and resume once my luck has improved? Absolutely not. Wei Linlang interjected vehemently. A pause is out of the question. Your unfortunate luck can be temporarily alleviated with some rest at the hospital. The financial sector is currently booming, and many highly educated professionals from the second financial department are keeping a close watch. There will be no mistakes. Indeed, Wei Jiaoyang, unwilling to relinquish the substantial gains he had just swallowed, decisively proclaimed, you will recuperate in the hospital, and with your elder sister overseeing matters in the financial department. Along with numerous financial PhDs returning from abroad, now is the perfect opportunity for profit. Seeing he could not sway them, Wei Sheng resigned himself to the situation. Yet a sense of unease lingered within him, akin to a sixth sense before an explosion. He harbored a foreboding feeling that the financial department might also face a calamity. The stakes have been raised too high. What would happen if disaster struck? System, is there a way to swiftly enhance my luck? My fortune is far too low to continue attracting wealth. Wei Sheng grumbled inwardly. The system coldly replied, there is none. The host can only rely on opportunities from those close by to gradually absorb luck. Damn it. Wei Sheng's countenance darkened further. He was indeed trapped, compelled to reassure himself that nothing would go awry. Chapter 72. We are destined to be lifelong adversaries. 7 days later, on the day of Wei Sheng's discharge, he held 3 investigative reports in his hands. These reports were the result of a meticulous inquiry conducted by 3 renowned private detectives, for which he had invested a considerable sum. 2 of the reports concluded that the incident was merely an accident. Only the final report indicated that there were suspicious elements surrounding the explosion. Biogas? Wei Sheng's expression soured. The report indicated that the concentration of biogas at the time of the explosion was excessively high, clearly surpassing typical sewer gas levels. It suggested the possibility that someone had deliberately injected a substantial amount of biogas into the sewer, potentially triggering the explosion. However, they lacked further evidence for the time being. It was evident that attempting to prompt the police to investigate based solely on this suspicion would be futile. How professional! Wei Sheng felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. Even he could surmise that Wei Hong was behind this. Although the adversary might not engage directly, he had undoubtedly employed a professional team to execute such a complex and cerebral assassination plot. In a country where firearms were prohibited, these unexpected attacks were even harder to guard against, as one could never foresee when the enemy would strike or what objects nearby might suddenly threaten one's life. The age-old adage rings true. The fear of the unknown is the most terrifying of all. That evening, the Wei family villa was adorned with festive decorations. To celebrate Wei Sheng's discharge, Wei Jiaoyang had instructed the servants to prepare a welcome feast, with the dining table laden with an array of exquisite dishes that whetted the appetite. Wei Jiaoyang raised his glass, proclaiming, "Today is a momentous occasion as Xiao Sheng returns home from the hospital. Let us toast to his health. Indeed, let's raise a glass. Échoué de Wei Linlong, du Civi," and others. Feigning a deep sense of gratitude, Wei Sheng lifted his glass as well. The family basked in a harmonious atmosphere, save for Wei Hong, who remained ignored in the corner. After several rounds of toasts and dishes, Wei Sheng began his performance, adopting a demeanor of hesitance. While his inner thoughts resonated in the ears of the Wei family. Should I confront my elder brother? The private detectives have already discovered that the biogas concentration in the sewer during the explosion was abnormally high, indicating that someone had likely tampered with it. And the suspicion falls squarely on him. Why would he want to kill me? Oh, I am so frightened. What should I do now? Forget it. After all, we are family. It would be inappropriate to confront him without solid evidence. I shall exercise caution in the future. Suddenly, the atmosphere at the dining table shifted dramatically. The members of the Wei family gazed at Wei Hong with incredulity. Their eyes, filled with disdain and fury, bore down upon him. In the past, whenever Wei Sheng had schemed against him, this was the very look they had directed his way. Though there had been some change during this period now, with murder looming over them, they had reverted to their old tactics. Bang! Wei Jiaoyang slammed his hand on the table, startling the household staff, whose faces blanched with fear. You little wretch, was it you? What do you mean? Wei Hong feigned ignorance, raising an eyebrow. Why is Chairman Wei inexplicably furious? Have you reached menopause? I am not your son. Do not yell at me for no reason. Do not divert the topic. Wei Jiaoyang pointed at him in anger. Did you hire someone to harm Xiao Sheng? Have you lost your mind? Wei Hong scoffed. What nonsense is Chairman Wei spouting? I cannot comprehend it. Keep playing the fool. Wei Linlang joined the fray, lacing her words with sarcasm. Dare to act yet lack the courage to own up to it? Isn't that the hallmark of the eldest Wei? Let's not forget your criminal record from the last time you attempted murder. Wei Hong shook lightly, seemingly imperturbed. He leisurely wiped his fingers, retorting mockingly. What does it matter whether I admit it or not? Why not go ahead and report me? Wei Jiaoyang and Wei Linlang were left fuming, their heads spinning with indignation. Even Du Sihu Wei wore an expression of disappointment, as if he had committed some unspeakably vile act. Seeing the escalating tension, Wei Sheng hurriedly interjected, Parents, sister, please do not be angry. I was in the wrong before. Brother, let us reconcile. Reconcile? Wei Hong erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. In his past life, he had lost his life due to betrayal, and the Wei family had perished entirely. Could such deep-seated enmity truly be resolved? Although none of this had yet transpired in this life, how many burdens had he borne due to Wei Sheng's repeated treacheries over the past few months? Now, a mere utterance of reconciliation was expected to bury it all. Wei Hong fixed his gaze on him, his words dripping with scorn. What are you dreaming about? We are destined to be adversaries until death. I can leave the Wei family and resign from my position as vice president of the group. Wei Sheng hastily offered. You may ask anything of me that I am capable of. Go die, and then we can reconcile. Wei Hong's merciless retort ignited further outrage among Wei Jiaoyang and the others. As tensions escalated, Wei Hong casually glanced at his watch, a smirk playing on his lips. While you occupy yourselves with glaring at me, perhaps you should consider how to address the troubles that lie ahead. It is currently 8 p.m. Beijing time. In 2.5 hours, the U.S. stock market will open. You may find it more enjoyable to celebrate then. What do you mean? Wei Jiaoyang and the others froze, all sensing the ominous implications. Wei Hong was never one to make idle threats. He would not take minor provocations seriously. Yet his current tone was imbued with a peculiar certainty that hinted at deeper mischief. Could the U.S. stock market be in trouble? This is bad. Wei Jiaoyang's expression shifted dramatically as he lowered his voice. If the U.S. stock market encounters issues, it will inevitably affect global markets. We have recently invested heavily in the stock market. If anything goes awry now, none of U.S. can bear the consequences. Quickly investigate. Understood. Wei Linlang, drenched in cold sweat. Retrieve her phone. Wei Sheng's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. Anyone with a modicum of financial understanding should recognize that even the slightest disturbance in the U.S. stock market would ripple through global markets. They had invested significantly in the A-share market during this period. If anything were to go wrong, they would suffer immense losses. Father, it will be fine. Wei Sheng consoled with a sardonic smile. It's a bull market lately. How could anything possibly go awry? My elder brother is merely jesting with us. Indeed. Wei Jiaoyang promptly nodded in agreement. Almost every stock we buy these days yields profit. The majority of stocks in the market are on the rise. Your hospitalization has had no impact. We've still managed to seize several stocks that have hit their upper limits. There is simply no way anything could go wrong. Exactly. Wei Sheng turned to his elder brother, speaking with earnest conviction. I can understand your intent to confront me, but the family business is the lifeblood of our clan. You cannot sour grapes simply because you cannot partake. Spreading rumors to intimidate us is beneath you. I assent to it. Ha! Fool! Wei Hong scoffed derisively, choosing not to elaborate further. They truly were relentless. Yet, disbelief could not alter the impending reality. The stock market crash was imminent. Chapter 73. Little Brute. Are you trying to bring us to ruin? Time trickled by, each second heavy with foreboding. Following Wei Hong's remark, the atmosphere at the welcoming banquet grew tense. After dialing several calls, Wei Linlang returned to the table with a furrowed brow, sneering, Father, disregard the foolish ramblings of some. I spoke with my classmates and friends in America. Presently, esteemed financial experts are exceedingly optimistic about the U.S. stock market. There is no sign of turbulence whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Wei Jiaoyang and the others exhaled in relief. However, they were soon met with a barrage of accusatory glares. Wei Sheng feigned regret, elder brother. Could it be that you've concocted these rumors to frighten us because the matter of your hired assassins has come to light? It seems some have been rattled. Wei Linlang retorted with an icy smile. Perhaps you're simply envious of the profits our private equity fund has recently reaped, resorting to hiring killers and fabricating slanders. It's utterly ludicrous. How have you descended to this? Du Sihui finally managed to utter, her eyes brimming with disappointment, noting the impending collective ire directed at him. Wei Hong waved his hand impatiently. Enough. Believe what you will. I have no more words to waste. Just wait. At 10:30 p.m., when the U.S. stock market opens, the truth shall reveal itself. What? The Wei family exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that he truly had insider information? Otherwise, how could he be so resolute? Xiaohong, if you possess any insider news, why did you not disclose earlier? Du Sihui inquired, her voice laden with concern. The Wei Group is also your grandfather's labor of love. Could you bear to witness its downfall? Bear to? The Wei Group is no longer the same entity it once was. I would relish its destruction. Wei Hong scoffed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Didn't you say you didn't believe me? Continue your celebrations. The atmosphere grew heavy once more. On one side lay his adamant prophecy, while on the other, the calm facade of the present. Wei Jiaoyang and the others found themselves at a loss as to whom to trust, while Wei Hong reveled in their palpable distress. The stock market crash was indeed poised to erupt tonight. Due to the time difference, it was morning in America. Here at 10:30 p.m. was the opening bell for the U.S. stock market. 2 hours prior to opening, the Federal Reserve would announce interest rate hikes, and within mere minutes, the market would surge, drawing global capital into the U.S. stocks, resulting in an unprecedented financial tide. Thus, the stock market crash would ensue. The A-share market would be profoundly affected, plummeting at an alarming rate. Many major investors and retail traders would find themselves ensnared, leading to widespread despair and even suicidal thoughts. Prior to this, Wei Hong had discreetly diversified all his funds across major international funds and strategically shorted the market using leverage. When the crash materialized, he would amass unimaginable wealth. Suddenly, Wei Linlong's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Her expression shifted dramatically as she answered, engaging in fluent London-accented conversation. Soon, her countenance darkened ominously, as if she had received dreadful news, her lips devoid of color. "Father, something has happened." Wei Linlang stammered, swallowing hard. "The Federal Reserve is raising interest rates." "What?" Wei Jiaoyang exclaimed, rising in astonishment. Several glasses clattered to the floor, shattering with a resounding crash, scattering debris across the table. Yet, no one paid heed to the chaos. The family was left stunned, rendered speechless by the news of the Federal Reserve's rate hike. Anyone with even a modicum of financial understanding knew that such an announcement heralded a financial storm. With the Wei Group having invested heavily in the A-share market, who could shoulder the responsibility if disaster struck? "Impossible, this cannot be," Wei Sheng muttered in disbelief. He recalled how Wei Hong had watched them rake in profits, silently observing their triumphs in the stock market without intervening. As everything fell into place, he realized he had unwittingly walked into a trap. It was evident that Wei Hong had been eagerly anticipating his increasing investments in the stock market. "You scoundrel, are you plotting against us?" Wei Sheng erupted, slamming the table in fury, shedding his usual demeanor of gentleness and displaying a hint of menace. Wei Hong merely raised an eyebrow, chuckling. "Plotting? Did I force you to invest in the stock market? Did I compel you to rally other wealthy individuals into purchasing private equity funds? You merely seek excuses for your failures. What a pathetic display." "You." Wei Sheng was consumed by rage, yet panic gnawed at him. He could hardly fathom the consequences of a market upheaval or how to manage the fallout. He felt an icy chill enveloping him. A profound terror encircled him from all sides. Whether it was Wei Hong's meticulous schemes or the near-fatal missteps he had encountered, each incident left him feeling utterly powerless. This overwhelming despair, crushed beneath the weight of superior intellect, was unfathomable for the average person. In that moment, Wei Sheng felt akin to a mere ant, vulnerable to being extinguished at any time. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I have a system. I am a chosen one. I am destined for fortune and favor. How could I be ensnared time and again?" Wei Sheng seethed, on the brink of collapse. Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter, along with Du Sihui, wore expressions of sheer dread. They were anxious about the stock prices and whether the Wei Group could weather the storm. "You little brute," Wei Jiaoyang gasped, struggling to catch his breath, gulping down nearly half a bottle of quick-acting heart medication before regaining his composure. "You knew a crash was coming, and yet you watched us leap into the pit. How cruel! From this day forth, I disown you as my son. Isn't it pointless to utter such nonsense?" Wei Hong dug into his ear, relishing their misfortune. "Did you truly believe I still regarded you as family?" At that moment, both Wei Jiaoyang and Du Sihui were struck by a profound realization. Wei Hong had severed all familial ties. He no longer viewed them as parents, but rather as strangers whose demise he would welcome. In the past, they could deceive themselves into believing otherwise, but now, the facade had shattered. They were unmistakably abandoned by their son. "How dare you? Du Sivi murmure mournfully. We are your parents. Enough of this charade. You should be contemplating how to face the impending fallout." Wei Hong's words shattered the atmosphere of their lament, plunging everyone into a state of anxiety. The stock market crash was indeed approaching. Can the Wei Group escape this predicament? The financial department, too, has just invested billions into the stock market. "You little wretch, are you trying to ruin us?" Wei Jiaoyang gritted his teeth and declared. "You just wait. Dad, don't worry." Wei Linlang reassured him. "It will take time for the stock market crash to reach A shares. Our funds have ample opportunity to flee. We will not allow this scoundrel to gloat over our misfortune. Indeed, we will be fine." Wei Sheng muttered vacantly. Chapter 74. A super stock market crash. Helpless. This night was destined to be sleepless. The news of the Federal Reserve's interest rate hike stirred up a frenzy. On that very day, U.S. stocks soared wildly, and investors from across the globe received alarming news, causing a chaotic rush of funds into the U.S. market as domestic markets plummeted. Wei Jiaoyang and his children, along with Wei Sheng, spent the night awake, returning to the group headquarters for an emergency meeting. A multitude of financial experts pondered how to navigate this crisis. The following day, as soon as the A shares opened, the private equity funds under the name of the Wei Group's financial department too plummeted dramatically. Dozens of stocks experienced freefall. Even if Wei Sheng and others wished to sell, no one dared to take over, and all rescue plans fell flat. At the headquarters, in the office of the financial department, a group of senior traders anxiously attempted to sell shares. However, despite their continuous efforts, there was no effect, inciting many to the brink of smashing their keyboards. Chairman Wei, a trader, frowned and said, "We can't sell. Many stocks have hit their daily limit down. If we only sell small amounts, we might have a chance, but with such a large volume, no one is willing to take over. Indeed, we have actively lowered the prices, yet with the market crashing as it is, no one dares to buy. Someone exclaimed. It seems today we'll witness thousands of stocks hitting their limit down. Look, damn it, this is a stock market crash, an absolutely monumental one. I had millions invested, hoping to make a fortune, and now look, I've become fodder for the market. A chorus of dismay filled the room. Online, various media outlets published news articles. Headlines proclaimed unprecedented stock market crashes and conspiracy theories surrounding the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes. At that moment, stockholders lamented, and discussions online surged. The A-share market was awash in red. 90% of stock prices were plummeting. Over a third of stocks had hit their daily limit down. Naturally, the stocks previously chosen by Wei Sheng suffered immense losses, with profits wiped out in a day, and reclaiming the principal seemed an arduous task. What now? Wei Jiaoyang raged, pounding the table. His eyes reddened as he surveyed the room. You all either claim to be finance graduates from Harvard or boast experience on Wall Street, and yet you are utterly at a loss in the face of this situation. What use is your employment by the group? Chairman Wei, a sharply dressed financial analyst countered. Frowning, this is a stock market crash, not a minor setback. Under such overwhelming circumstances, we are all like eggs in a broken nest. Many nations cannot withstand it, let alone a few analysts change the tide. What do you propose we do now? Suppressing his anger, Wei Jiaoyang inquired. Patience. The financial analyst adjusted his glasses, speaking gravely. In a stock market crash, major corporations are also plummeting. Only a handful of banks and certain stocks remain steadfast. We can either continue to invest heavily and wait for a bottoming out or choose to cut losses and exit after the initial wave of the crash. Wei Jiaoyang was no fool. He understood the implications. If larger corporations were helpless in the face of this crash, what could a small entity like the Wei Group possibly achieve? Meanwhile, all investors were in a state of panic, either holding out for 4 or 5 years for recovery or betting on government intervention to rescue the market. In any case, significant losses were inevitable. In the future, would the government implement policies to stabilize the market? Wei Linlang inquired with furrowed brows. Hard to say. The financial analyst shook his head, sighing. Unless it severely impacts the economic environment, the higher-ups generally refrain from interference. In previous crashes, some have foolishly gambled on government intervention, only to find themselves trapped even further. It's over. Wei Sheng slumped into a chair, his face a mask of despair and frustration, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Just weeks ago, he had been so triumphant. Now he faced utter humiliation. He had intended to leverage his fortune in the stock market for significant gains and to dominate the affluent circles of Jiangzhou, with countless individuals seeking his investment guidance. Now, everything had turned to ashes. He now had to confront accountability and scorn from all sides, a thought that sent shivers down his spine. Currently, Wei Sheng, Wei Linlang, and Wei Jiaoyang all dared not turn on their phones, for once they did, a flood of calls inquiring about the situation would inundate them, and they were at a loss for words on how to respond. Chairman, a frantic female secretary rushed in, anxiously reporting, General Manager Li and General Manager Liu are here, clamoring to see you. Sighing, Wei Jiaoyang's aged face flushed with embarrassment. It was needless to guess what kind of scene awaited him. The unfolding events felt surreal. The Wei Group inexplicably invested in the stock market, only to suffer a crash, dragging a multitude of people down with them. Everything seemed to point to Wei Hong, yet Wei Sheng also bore responsibility. Wei Jiaoyang's emotions were a tumultuous mix, uncertain of whom to blame in the end. Dad, let me handle them, Wei Linlang insisted, steeling herself. This crash came too unexpectedly. No one anticipated such an occurrence. The uncles and brothers who invested are understandably upset, but as a younger generation, they shouldn't be too hard on me. Let me take the blame. It is entirely my fault, Wei Sheng declared, stepping forward to bear the burden, bravely proclaiming, Sob, I must take responsibility for this, even if I am scolded by the uncles and brothers. I cannot let Dad and my sister suffer. In an instant, the expressions of Wei Jiaoyang and Wei Linlang softened. Deep down, they had a tinge of blame directed toward him. However, they could not ignore the fact that Wei Sheng had a unique advantage. He was internally lamenting his situation. Having heard enough, they felt a pang of sympathy and hesitated to chastise him further. I should go. Wei Jiaoyang sighed, weary as he stood up. Everyone understands that investment carries risks. It's merely the loss of money that leaves us dissatisfied. I will humbly apologize to them and offer a few valuable projects. This matter can still be resolved. With those few words, he appeared to age tenfold. Even his posture seemed to bend slightly. Wei Linlang felt a pang of sadness, and a thought crossed her mind. If the family had not fallen out with Wei Hong, could this disaster have been averted? The answer was undoubtedly yes. He He was remarkably perceptive to financial trends. If he could predict a stock market crash, how effortlessly could he have guided the family to avoid this calamity? Regrettably, she had failed to appreciate such an extraordinary brother, instead favoring a false sibling who led the group to ruin. A twinge of regret surfaced in Wei Linlong's heart, inevitably accompanied by a hint of resentment toward Wei Sheng. Chapter 75, 2 billion in assets, Tianrun building. In the following days, both the Wei family villa and the Wei group were enveloped in a somber atmosphere. Employees remained silent, fearful of incurring the ire of the upper management. Even the household staff tread carefully, wary of provoking the ire of the Wei family. Amid the onset of the stock market crash, the Wei group's market value has been steadily diminishing, compounded by substantial losses in private equity funds and pressure from various wealthy elites. This relentless strain has left Wei Jiaoyang utterly exhausted, forcing him to leave home early and return late each day, his demeanor replete with disarray and fatigue. Meanwhile, Wei Linlang has also faced accountability from the board due to investment missteps, resulting in both her and Wei Sheng being dismissed. In a swift turn of events, the siblings have become the subject of ridicule among the upper echelons of Jiangzhou, and the Wei group appears to be teetering on the brink of collapse. However, the old adage rings true: a dying camel is still larger than a horse. Despite Wei Jiaoyang's shortcomings, as long as he refrains from further missteps, he can still maintain a semblance of dignity as Jiangzhou's wealthiest individual. Consequently, many are inclined to extend him a modicum of respect, and the uproar regarding the private equity losses has gradually subsided. For Wei Hong, this turn of events is a welcome sight. He relishes the prospect of seeing Wei Jiaoyang and his associates stumble, preferring not to see the Wei group crumble too swiftly before he has had a chance to establish himself. On the 5th day of the stock market crash, Wei Hong decisively liquidated all his short positions in offshore funds. Prior to the market downturn, he had invested 5 billion renminbi, equivalent to 63 million US dollars, in the international fund market. Over the course of just over a month, through relentless trading, he had nearly tripled his capital, reaching 15.4 billion US dollars. During the crash, Wei Hong employed a 50x leverage to short the market, resulting in his 15.4 billion US dollars evaporating to 7 billion on paper. After 5 days of widespread declines in international funds, his diversified investments yielded impressive returns, with some funds generating profits around 41, while others achieved at least 32. Ultimately, Wei Hong's 7 billion in funds culminated in an astonishing total return of 374. In other words, his initial 15.4 billion US dollars had transformed into 28 billion US dollars in mere days, a staggering increase of 187 times, roughly equivalent to 26 billion renminbi. Indeed, what an extraordinary feat. In his study, Wei Hong contentedly shut down his computer. These funds have now been securely transferred back to his Swiss bank account, readily accessible at his discretion. Although there remains potential for profit in the aftermath of the crash, the lion's share has already been claimed, and he is disinclined to invest further effort into managing it. Having ascended from a penniless second-generation rich kid to a capital magnate wielding 20 billion renminbi in liquid assets, Wei Hong's spirits are understandably high. Yet, he is acutely aware of the need to temper his pride. After all, it is his possession of memories from past life that has afforded him such advantages. Moreover, such lucrative opportunities are unlikely to present themselves again. In his previous life, he never encountered a second stock market crash before his demise. If he hopes to replicate such windfalls in the future, it is imperative that he employs his funds judiciously, ensuring they continue to generate wealth. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Hong retrieved his phone and sent several messages. One was to Professor K, instructing him to temporarily cease activities and lay low to avoid drawing attention that could jeopardize his future plans. Another was to Uncle Gong, inquiring about the status of the group's registration. Just as he finished sending the messages, Su Maogong called. Young master, the trademark for Hongsheng Group has been successfully registered, with a capital base of 10 billion. All necessary approvals, licenses, and documentation are being expedited, so you can rest assured. Excellent. Wei Hong smiled with satisfaction. In that case, we need not wait for 3 months. We can commence the acquisition of the headquarters building and establish the office space immediately, ensuring that we are ready for official operations right after the new year. Unbeknownst to him, the new year was fast approaching, and over 3 months had already elapsed since his rebirth. In his previous life, he would still be enduring Wei Sheng's baseless slander daily, mired in familial turmoil over love and loyalty, groveling for the sake of trivial familial bonds. In this life, he has amassed a fortune of 20 billion in just over 3 months, simultaneously outmaneuvering Wei Sheng time and again, keeping his fortunes in check. I am no longer the person I used to be, and he is no longer the same as before. The chasm between us will only widen, and he shall never escape my grasp, Wei Hong mused with confidence. That afternoon, Wei Hong stood atop the highest CBD commercial building in the city, surrounded by bodyguards. He gazed into the distance, nearly encompassing half of Jiangzhou within his view, and his mood lifted considerably. Cousin Wei, are you certain you wish to purchase this building? Inquired a middle-aged businessman named Su Yongxiang, his face a mask of disbelief. Once a renowned real estate magnate in Jiangzhou, Su had developed numerous large residential and commercial properties, but had recently faced a series of investment failures, forcing him to sell off properties to cover his debts. Naturally, when Wei Hong approached, he intended to buy. Mr. Su, Wei Hong chuckled, saying, I hope you don't find it amusing, but as a young nephew, I've managed to establish a small group, and I'm in need of a headquarters. Su Yongqiang gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! A 17-year-old high school student wants to start a group and buy a building as its headquarters? Are the youth of today this audacious? Although he had long recognized Wei Hong's exceptional nature, he had never anticipated it to be to this extent. Notably, aside from the Wei Group and a handful of elite enterprises in Jiangzhou, no other entity could afford to purchase an entire commercial building. Even Su himself had relied on bank loans to finance his projects. Mr. Su, this Tianrun building is currently the tallest and newest commercial structure in Jiangzhou, standing at 33 stories and 127 meters high, with a total area of 286 million square meters and a construction cost of 16.5 billion. I still owe the bank 12.3 billion in loans, plus annual interest, and considering the recent rise in property prices, if you're interested, you need to offer at least 1 billion. Hearing this, Wei Hong scoffed. Mr. Su, you truly have a flair for demanding exorbitant prices. Do you think my youth and inexperience make me an easy target? He shook his head. In the entirety of Jiangzhou, how many would dare to buy an entire building? And you are burdened with debts, eager to recover your losses. Enough of this, cousin. 1.95 billion. 1.8 billion. 1.9 billion. 1.8 billion. Very well, 1.8 billion it is, but it must be paid in full at once, as I need to secure the funds quickly. After much haggling, the two swiftly finalized the ownership of the commercial building. The following morning, Wei Hong dispatched a professional legal team to sign the transfer agreement with Su Yongqiang. As soon as the contract was inked, the news inevitably leaked, sending shockwaves through the upper circles of Jiangzhou. 1.8 billion? The Tianrun building has changed hands? Who bought it? How extravagant? Hongsheng Group? Where did that come from? Is this confirmed? Su Yongxiang, burdened with debts, must be thrilled to recoup his losses. The executives of various enterprises reacted with astonishment upon hearing the news. It is essential to realize that this is not merely a grand edifice. This is the headquarters of a substantial conglomerate. The group capable of acquiring such an extensive building as its base of operations, suddenly infiltrating the commercial landscape of Jiangzhou City, is akin to dropping a deep-sea bomb into a tranquil lake, profoundly affecting every local enterprise. In no time, news began to circulate incessantly. When many learned from Su Yongqiang himself that the newly established Hongsheng Group was under the stewardship of Wei Hongshi, the legitimate heir of the Wei family, a palpable silence fell upon them. At merely 17 years of age, he founded a group. He commenced with a staggering investment of 1.8 billion to purchase a building as his headquarters. Any one of these accomplishments would be enough to leave the affluent and powerful of Jiangzhou City in utter disarray. Yet, this extraordinary youth, seemingly overlooked by his family, prompted everyone to wonder how Wei Jiaoyang could possibly be so foolish. Within the Wei family's villa, the atmosphere remained as oppressive as ever. Wei Jiaoyang had just finished addressing the chaos wrought by the stock market crash, having gone nights without sleep. His ailments, stomach pain, and high blood pressure converged upon him, nearly bringing him to the brink of a severe illness. Just as he contemplated returning home for a few days of rest, a flurry of calls from old friends began to pour in, offering their congratulations. Initially bewildered, Wei Jiaoyang was at a loss to understand the cause of their jubilation. Upon grasping the situation, he felt an intense pressure in his chest. Unable to swallow even half a bottle of fast-acting heart medication to alleviate his distress, nearly succumbing to a fainting spell. That wretched boy, how dare he? Wei Jiaoyang was beside himself with fury. 1.8 billion is no trivial sum. What does it signify that Wei Hong himself established the Hongsheng Group? Is this an overt attempt to sever ties with the Wei family? The Tianrun building he purchased surpasses the Wei building in both grandeur and opulence. A space that previously housed over 100 enterprises, now wholly acquired by him for a headquarters. Such audacity is nothing short of astonishing. Yet, this brilliant young man is none other than his own son, and one with whom Wei Jiaoyang shares a strained relationship. As he listened to the gleeful congratulations from his old acquaintances, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. It was clear to him that many were likely mocking him behind his back for his apparent foolishness. "Dad, have you heard?" Wei Linlang entered the study, her expression one of urgency. Wei Jiaoyong, fully aware of what she intended to say, rubbed his temples and replied with exasperation. "How could I not have heard? This wretched boy must have sourced such a vast sum of capital from somewhere. It couldn't possibly be from the old man, could it? No way." Wei Linlang shook her head. "We know precisely how much assets Grandpa left us. At most, there are a few antiques and paintings stored in the bank vault. Could this money possibly belong to Uncle Gong? That's impossible." Wei Jiaoyong scoffed, lighting a cigarette as he squinted in thought. Although old Su has earned quite a bit over the years, his fixed assets amount to no more than 20 billion, and his liquid assets might only be a few billion. He could never afford to provide such a sum for him to buy a building. Establishing a group incurs costs at every turn. Even top-tier wealthy heirs only dare to lease properties. Wei Hong's willingness to spend such a fortune on a purchase indicates he must possess significant liquid funds. Wei Linlang gasped in astonishment. Considering the Wei family group's precarious state due to the stock market crash, with everyone suffering devastating losses, Wei Hong had quietly amassed a fortune, daring to establish his own enterprise with ease. This young man is truly formidable. "Dad, have we made a mistake?" Wei Linlang said bitterly. "Had we not favored Xiaosheng so much, Wei Hong wouldn't have turned against us. If he hadn't, he could have brought tremendous honor to our family. Now, we are the subject of ridicule for our lack of discernment." "Nonsense." Wei Jiaoyong's face flushed with anger, refusing to accept any blame. He would only acknowledge that all grievances stemmed from Wei Hong's actions. After all, there are no perfect parents in this world. How could a son dare to challenge his father? This wretched boy has truly grown wings, showing none of the docility of Xiaosheng. I almost wish I had never fathered him at all. Wei Jiaoyong seethed, pounding the table in fury. But what good is docility? Wei Linlang sighed softly. Xiaosheng may be outwardly obedient, yet he has provided no assistance to the family, and has even caused us significant harm. Wei Hong was once both obedient and sensible, holding the entire family in his regard, yet we failed to cherish him. Now enough. Enough. Wei Jiaoyong's agitation surged, exacerbated by days of exhaustion and emotional turmoil. The culmination of his distress led to a dizzy spell, causing him to collapse to the floor. "Dad, are you all right? Dad!" Wei Linlang rushed forward to support him, calling out urgently. The commotion soon attracted the attention of servants and bodyguards. By the time Du Sihui and Wei Sheng arrived, the study was crowded with concerned faces. As the family doctor rushed over upon hearing the news, the middle-aged physician examined Wei Jiaoyong's eyelids and checked his heartbeat. He then stated anxiously, "Mr. Wei has fainted due to emotional distress compounded by chronic hypertension. He must be taken to the hospital immediately. If possible, let Wei Xiao come to administer a few injections to help alleviate his condition. Take him to the hospital." Du Sihui commanded, trying to maintain her composure while gesturing to Wei Linlang. "Go fetch Wei Hong to administer the injections quickly." "Understood." Wei Linlang dashed downstairs in a panic. Upon spotting Wei Hong mixing drinks at the bar on the first floor, she hurriedly grasped his arm, pulling him toward the stairs while pleading, "Hurry, Dad has fainted. We need to help him." "Huh?" Wei Hong scoffed, remaining unmoved. No matter how much she tugged, he refused to budge, even dismissively waving his hand, causing her to stumble back a few steps. "What does your father's fainting have to do with me?" Wei Hong coldly retorted, enunciating each word. "Would you like me to arrange a hearse for you?" "You?" Wei Linlang stood agape, stunned. Those who had just ascended the stairs with the ailing patient, including Du Sihui, were equally dumbfounded by his callousness. This man is truly heartless, unconcerned for the life or death of his own father. How can you be so cruel? Lives are at stake. He is your father. Du Sihui cried, tears streaming down her face, yet all she received in return was Wei Hong's icy indifference. At that moment, the chasm of familial bonds widened infinitely, transforming into an insurmountable divide. Chapter 77. Expelled from the family tree. This son is unworthy of us. At Renai Hospital. In the VIP ward on the top floor, Wei Jiaoyong lay pale and weak in a deep slumber. Upon receiving the news, Wei Qingqing and several of his daughters hurried back overnight. Now gathered in the hospital room, worry and unease painted every face. "Director Wang, is my father all right?" "Yes." "Why hasn't he awakened after such a long time?" They clamored with questions. After several doctors in white coats conducted their examinations, a middle-aged female doctor finally put away her stethoscope and said, "Mr. Wei merely experienced a hypertensive shock due to emotional distress. He is not in any grave danger. We have stabilized his blood pressure. He should awaken within a few hours at most." Additionally, once Mr. Wei regains consciousness, he must remain hospitalized for a period of recuperation. He should not overexert himself with work, avoid late nights, and refrain from emotional upheaval, or he may face risks of cerebral or cardiac issues in the future. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. After bidding farewell to the doctor with heartfelt gratitude, fifth sister Wei Qingqing could not restrain her complaints. Mother, eldest sister, how have you been caring for father? How could he suddenly faint like that? Second sister Wei Kailon chimed in. Indeed, it terrified us. I was in the midst of negotiating a significant project and had to hurriedly purchase a plane ticket to return. The expressions of the others mirrored their discontent. Du Sihui opened her mouth to explain, but Wei Sheng had already knelt on the ground with a resounding thud. Fiercely slapping his own cheeks. Do not blame mother and eldest sister. It is all my fault, sob sob sob. Xiao Sheng, what are you doing? Get up. Are you out of your mind? Why are you hitting yourself? Hurry up. The crowd was taken aback as they helped him back to his feet. It was only then that Wei Sheng, with tears streaming down his face, lamented. It's all because I wanted to establish a private equity fund, causing father to incur significant losses in the stock market, which is why he's been exhausted and running around these past few days. I am not human. I'm so sorry for him. What on earth is happening? Wei Qingqing and the others were somewhat bewildered. Wei Linlang sighed and briefly recounted the events. In conclusion, she added, in truth, none of this can be blamed on Xiao Sheng. How could he have foreseen the stock market crash? If blame is to be assigned, it should rest on your dear brother. At that moment, she recalled her father's cold and resolute expression when he fainted. A sharp pang of pain pierced her heart, mingled with a flicker of resentment as she gritted her teeth and said, that scoundrel anticipated the market crash, but chose not to inform anyone, watching us face calamity in silence while secretly profiting handsomely during the downturn. Just yesterday, he acquired the largest Tianrun commercial building in the city and is reportedly establishing a company called Hongsheng Group, clearly intending to sever ties with us completely. Many have called to revel in our misfortune, and it was this that infuriated father. If only he had given father an injection at that moment. Perhaps the situation could have been swiftly controlled. Yet he stood by, indifferent as father fainted, even asking if we needed to call a hearse. The sisters were instantly incensed. Their beautiful faces were etched with frost. Second sister Wei Kailon exclaimed, how despicable. I should have drowned him when he was a child. Sixth sister Wei Xia declared, where is he? I shall settle accounts with him immediately. He truly deserves a reckoning. Fourth sister Wei Ruyan added, count me in. He must kneel in front of the ancestral hall today. The sisters, often preoccupied with work, were rarely at home. Although aware of the deteriorating relationship between Wei Hong and the family, they subconsciously still regarded him as the easily bullied brother of the past, thus rallying in righteous indignation to confront him. Wei Qingqing had returned home not long ago and had previously endured Wei Hong's cold demeanor, so she dared not voice her thoughts at this moment. Oh, to deal with him? Wei Linlang replied coldly. He has become quite formidable. He travels with 12 bodyguards and possesses at least several billion in liquid assets. Even Ye Xingyuan, who has dominated Jiangzhou for years, has been eliminated by him. What makes you think you can confront him? Do you truly believe he is still the brother who would not retaliate or argue? In an instant, the ward fell into a profound silence. Each face bore a heavy expression of confusion and regret. Indeed, where had their once submissive brother gone? How had their family devolved into such chaos? Let us bring in our great-aunt. Du Sihui's voice was hoarse, her gaze vacant. We cannot bear such a son. He must be expelled from the Wei family genealogy. What? The others gasped in shock. A gleam of wild joy flickered in Wei Sheng's eyes. Mother, have you lost your mind? Wei Qingqing stammered. It's one thing for a family to quarrel, but how can you expel him from the family tree? That would sever all ties. Yes, while I too harbor no fondness for this brother, he is, after all, the only male heir of our family. Your actions will not be approved by our great-aunt. The two aunts will definitely scold you to no end. Wei Linlang and the others were utterly astonished. Although they held disdain for Wei Hong, they had never considered expelling him from the family tree. We have indeed wronged Wei Hong in the past. But how can a family harbor a grudge overnight? We VE scolded him. We VE consoled him. What more does he want? Must he resort to murder for satisfaction? He is now so heartless, displaying indifference even when his own father fainted before him. Such a beast is not one we can support. We must sever all ties. Du Sihui's face was a mask of frost as she articulated each word with conviction. Clearly, this perspective had been deeply contemplated. Mother, you cannot do this. Wei Sheng, inwardly reveling at the thought, maintained a facade of sorrow, saying, eldest brother merely resents me for taking away your affection. If everyone could be a bit more forgiving, it would be sufficient. I could just leave the Wei family if necessary. Decisively countered? No. It is not you who will leave, but him. Father will not agree to this, Wei Sheng weakly reminded. Cough, cough. At that moment, a series of coughs emerged from a sickbed. Wei Jiaoyong, awakening from his coma, opened his eyes and hoarsely declared, I agree. Father, you are awake? That's wonderful. How are you? Should we call a doctor? Father, what did you say? You agree? Mother must be joking. Do not join in. Wei Linlang and the others rushed to surround him, expressing concern and attempting to soothe him, fearing he might make a grave decision. However, it was evident that Wei Jiaoyong had overheard the entire conversation during his unconsciousness. Taking a deep breath, he commanded, Notify both your aunts and our great-aunt to come. I intend to expel this unfilial son from the family and sever all ties. Moreover, I want to formally include Xiao Sheng in the family genealogy, making him a true member of the Wei family. Everyone instinctively gasped in astonishment, nearly doubting their own ears. The two elders of the Wei family had unanimously decided to expel Wei Hong from the family, a clear indication of their profound disappointment and readiness to sever ties completely. Chapter 78. One must have something to care for to be manipulated by others. In the ensuing days, the atmosphere in the Wei family villa grew increasingly oppressive. Wei Qingqing, Wei Kailan, and the others all canceled their work commitments, remaining at home as if awaiting some pivotal event. On the third morning, Wei Qingqing could no longer contain herself and sought out Wei Hong, bluntly advising, Xiao Hong, you should go to the hospital and plead with father. He intends to expel you from the family tree. Oh, Wei Hong was preparing to leave for business, with Su Maogong and his bodyguards waiting outside. They were to inspect the renovation of the recently purchased building. Upon hearing her words, he halted, turned at the entrance, and scoffed. So this is why you all have set aside your work to stay home and watch the drama? We are not here to watch a show. We merely wish to advise you. Wei Qingqing sighed and quickly explained, why should a family let matters become so strained? You have truly gone too far this time. Establishing a group outside is tantamount to declaring a severance from the Wei family and leaving father in dire straits. Mother and father are immensely disappointed in you. And then? Wei Hong retorted nonchalantly. Do not play the fool. Wei Qingqing, exasperated, pressed her forehead, feeling dizzy. Father and mother have now jointly instructed that your two aunts and our great-aunt be summoned back. They intend to expel you from the family tree in front of all the family. Wei Hong smirked lightly. Is that all? Is that not serious? Wei Qingqing gasped in shock, eyes wide. Do you understand what being expelled from the family entails? It means I can finally breathe easy. It means I get what I want. It means I no longer have to pretend with you foolish pigs. Is that not sufficient? Wei Hong sneered in retort, instantly inciting a whirlwind of anger within her. At that moment, her second sister Wei Kailan and third sister Wei Chuyin emerged, drawn by the commotion. One was the executive president of a top-tier entertainment company in the country, known for her decisive and vigorous approach to work, epitomizing the essence of a strong woman. The other was a professor at Tsinghua University and a hacking virtuoso, possessing wisdom, elegance, and a noble demeanor, earning the respect and admiration of countless students. Both were exceptionally intelligent and proud individuals, accustomed to exerting authority. Upon witnessing Wei Hong's insolent demeanor towards their elder sister, their brows instinctively furrowed. Now I understand why our parents are so furious. It turns out you are indeed an ungrateful wretch, Wei Kailan chastised coldly. To be human and yet unaware of the gratitude owed to our parents for their nurturing is utterly intolerable. Ah, indeed. Wei Hong mockingly dug at his ears and smirked. The nurturing you speak of amounts to them providing biological materials for me to be born in a surrogate's womb, only to be discarded to my grandfather for upbringing. Should I express my gratitude to the surrogate, or to my grandfather, just because they contributed a bit of sperm and an egg? I am to be trampled upon, insulted, and ignored, subjected to all manner of slander and blame. Am I? Wei Kailan faltered slightly at his words. Meanwhile, Wei Chuyin adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, a glint of disdain flickering in her beautiful eyes as she coldly retorted, there are no parents without faults in this world. Why is it only you who receives criticism and neglect? Why are we not subjected to our parents' reprimands? One should reflect on oneself, rather than incessantly lamenting the circumstances. As a professor dedicated to educating others, Wei Chuyin was replete with grand principles, her every word dripping with moral superiority. Unyielding, Wei Hong countered with a derisive laugh. Next, are you planning to have me kneel in a hospital to apologize so I can dutifully become a model son? Indeed, Wei Chuyin began her habitual lecturing. We're still family after all, although our parents are currently enraged, as long as we are willing to plead on your behalf. You still have a chance to remain in the Wei family. If you can humble yourself, return to school and hand over any enterprises you've established outside to our father. You will always have a place at the table. Money can buy many things, but it cannot purchase familial affection. Do not let a moment of impulse cost you the most significant thing in your life. Once our father expels you from the family tree, you will be a child without a home, and when troubles arise, there will be no one to support you. As she spoke with increasing fervor, she assumed the demeanor of a teacher reprimanding a wayward student, her gaze exuding arrogance and contempt, her words laden with condescension. However, Wei Hong's expression grew increasingly frigid. One must have something to care for to be manipulated by others. The notion that they could leverage familial ties to control him was laughably absurd. In a previous life, the thought of being cast out from the family tree would have filled Wei Hong with trepidation, prompting him to beg for forgiveness. Yet now, he could hardly muster any concern. Are you finished? If so, kindly leave. Wei Hong's gaze was filled with disdain as he swept all the vases at the entrance aside. The sound of shattering porcelain startled them into retreat. He had grown weary of their empty words and turned a stride towards the door. Fuming, Wei Qiuyan's face flushed with anger as she stomped her foot, declaring, I wonder how long you can continue to be obstinate. Tomorrow, our great-aunt will arrive, and she will certainly deal with you. If you wish to make amends, you must act swiftly. Tomorrow marks your final deadline. Wei Kailon coldly echoed her warning. Fool! Wei Hong responded with a middle finger, infuriating the three of them further. Their great-aunt was the paternal aunt of Wei Jiaqiang, who had married into a prominent family in Yinjing decades ago, maintaining regular contact with the Wei family during festivals and holidays. The Wei family was relatively small. Aside from this great-aunt, only Wei Jiaqiang's sister and younger sister remained. The elder aunt, Wei Chunlan, had married into Yinjing through the introduction of the great-aunt, while the younger aunt, Wei Qiujuan, had married into the provincial capital. Their husbands all held impressive backgrounds, surpassing even the Wei group in prestige. Whenever they returned to their maternal home, they always carried an air of superiority, causing Wei Jiaqiang and his wife to acquiesce and be exceedingly polite. Their invitation this time was likely intended to leverage their influence over him. Young master, once in the car, Su Maogong couldn't help but frown and inquire. Is Wei Jiaqiang truly intent on expelling you from the family tree? And he has even summoned the great-aunt. What shall we do now? What is there to do? Wei replied, bewildered. I would relish the opportunity to sever ties with them. Now that my wish is fulfilled, why do you ask me what to do? Naturally, I shall celebrate. But Su Maogong's expression was one of conflict. He instinctively felt that being cast out from the family was a negative occurrence. Yet he struggled to articulate why it was so. Wei Hong was no ordinary rich heir. Others required the shelter and wealth of their families, whereas he needed none. Wei Jiaqiang and his wife were the ones reliant on the great-aunt and the power and status of their respective husbands. He held them in utter disdain. Thus, what leverage did they possess to threaten him? Being expelled from the family is hardly a flattering tale. Su Maogong hesitated before suggesting, perhaps you should discuss this with them? Surely the old man would not wish to witness such a scene from beyond. Even if I am expelled from the family tree, I am still the grandson of my grandfather. Wei Hong sighed, stating thoughtfully, in the afterlife, he would care only whether I live well. How could he bear to see me suffer indignities? In summary, Su Maogong reiterated his warning. The great-aunt is not to be trifled with. Maintain a courteous demeanor and do not provoke her. Chapter 79. Take heed, for if the younger generation misbehaves, I shall not hesitate to enforce my family's discipline. On December 29th, a private jet arrived at Jiangzhou International Airport. Wei Linlang personally led 12 bodyguards and 9 luxury cars to welcome the arrival of their great-aunt and her 2 sisters. The elder aunt, Wei Chunlan, and the younger aunt, Wei Qiujuan, were well preserved, exuding the air of affluent matrons, every move imbued with grace and dignity. The great-aunt, Wei Xiaoying, nearing 70, possessed a youthful visage and robust health, her keen eyes radiating shrewdness and wisdom, exuding an undeniable aura of nobility. Accompanied by their respective bodyguards, private doctors, and assistants, the entourage made their way to the Wei family villa in grand style. Inside the vehicle, the elderly lady, Wei Xiaoying, leaning on her cane, glanced over Wei Linlang and Wei Sheng, furrowing her brow. Is this little Hong? How has he changed so much in just a few years? Wei Chunlan echoed her surprise. Indeed, we've only been apart for 2 or 3 years, yet little Hong seems to have lost some charm. He appears darker too. Great-aunt, elder aunt, second aunt. Wei Linlang awkwardly introduced, this is the son of our family driver, Uncle Li. His father died, saving my dad a few months ago, and he was just adopted. I haven't had the chance to introduce him to you yet. Greetings, great-aunt, elder aunt, second aunt. Wei Sheng greeted obediently. The three affluent women, accustomed to positions of superiority, subtly curled their lips at the revelation that he was merely the son of a driver. They nodded curtly, dismissing him without further engagement, revealing their disinterest. Having heard that her brother had quarreled with his biological son over an adopted child, Wei Sheng grumbled, "I wonder if brother has lost his mind, bringing us all the way back for this." "You don't understand, little aunt." Wei Linlang sighed and said, "This matter is exceedingly intricate. In short, Xiaosheng is a truly admirable individual, while Wei Hong harbors a malicious disposition and a strong sense of jealousy. Unable to tolerate Xiaosheng, he has been causing disturbances at home, leading to a state of unrest for the entire family. Just a few days ago, my father was so enraged that he had to be hospitalized. In his despondency, he contemplated summoning you all back to convene the ancestral hall and expel him from the family lineage. This situation is far too grave, and I hope you can assist in persuading him when the time comes." The three of them gasped in shock upon hearing this. Wei Sheng, leaning on her cane, furiously exclaimed, "What a ridiculous notion! Xiao Hong is the only male descendant of our Wei family. Although I, an old woman, have little regard for this nephew of mine, surely it cannot come to expelling him from the family. Preposterous! What madness has gripped your parents?" Wei Chunlan and Wei Qiujuan also wore grim expressions. Wei Linlang sighed once more and continued, "Since Xiaosheng joined our family, he has pushed people down the stairs, stolen my mother's designs, and engaged in all sorts of mischief. Time and again, he has faced punishment and scolding, yet he remains unrepentant. Recently, he even struck my father with a whip, fully aware of the troubles facing the company. Yet he refused to come to our aid and has declared his intent to sever ties with us. A few days ago, my father collapsed at home. Despite being skilled in medicine, he did nothing to help. How could our family possibly not feel heartbroken over such a person?" Wei Linlang lamented, venting her accumulated grievances. Upon hearing her words, Wei Sheng and the others fell into a prolonged silence. From just this one side of the story, it seemed that Wei Hong truly had gone too far. If they were to have a son like him, they too might consider severing ties. "In any case, I shall clarify the specifics of this matter later," Wei Sheng said, tapping her cane and speaking with a serious tone. "This issue pertains to the future of the Wei family. It is not something your father can decide alone." "Huh?" Wei Linlang shook her head with a bitter smile, "Aunt. While you may wish to protect Wei Hong, he may not afford you such courtesy." "He dares." Wei Sheng glared, wielding her cane with authority. "If the younger generation refuses to listen, they should be wary of my family's disciplinary measures." "Fine. If you do not believe me, then just wait and see." Wei Linlang sighed and ceased her further remarks. At present, Wei Hong was quite resolute. He would hardly be swayed by an old woman's words. She also surmised that her parents intended for her aunt to discipline her son, thus she refrained from saying more. At that moment, Wei Sheng found an opportunity and began to express his thoughts. "Wu, is this really the Wei family's aunt? Indeed, she is imposing and dignified, just and impartial. No wonder she is so beloved by many. Now that she is here to uphold justice, my elder brother can no longer bully me, right? Being bullied by him isn't too bad for me, but it's truly distressing for my parents and sisters. Finally, someone can manage him." What was that sound? Wei Sheng and the others were taken aback, instinctively looking around. Upon confirming that no one else in the car had spoken, their gazes immediately fixed on Wei Sheng. He feigned ignorance and responded, "Aunt, no one is talking." "Is it him?" Wei Sheng and the others gasped in astonishment. Just moments ago, they had indeed heard Wei Sheng's voice, identical in tone and inflection. There was no chance of misidentifying it. Yet, he had not moved his lips. Could this be his thoughts? The three were astute and did not reveal their surprise right away. They merely exchanged glances and began to observe quietly. Seeing this, Wei Sheng continued to fervently express his thoughts. "Oh my aunt, your bone structure is truly exquisite. You must have been a great beauty in your youth. Both of my aunts are also incredibly lovely, surpassing even the wealthy ladies depicted in films. The genes of the Wei family are indeed remarkable, but alas, I am not of their bloodline. I wonder if aunt and my two aunts will like me. Woo, I am the son of a driver. Surely they will look down on me. But what can I do? I like them so much. They feel so familiar to me." After a flurry of thoughts, Wei Sheng and the others exchanged peculiar expressions. They were both astonished at being able to hear Wei Sheng's thoughts and surprised by the information conveyed, instinctively believing these words to be genuine, which altered their impression of him somewhat. "What a well-behaved child." Wei Sheng lightly coughed and surveyed Wei Sheng from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction. "Now that you have entered our Wei family, you are one of us. If anyone bullies you, or if you lack anything, you can tell your aunt, and I will stand up for you." "Thank you, aunt." Wei Sheng beamed with joy. "Indeed, he is a fine child." Wei Chunlan chuckled as she retrieved a card from her bag and handed it over, saying, "Since this is our first meeting and I haven't brought any gifts, I sincerely apologize. This card has 3 million. You can keep it. I also want to give a card as a first meeting gift. Wei Chiojuan smiled as she handed him another card. Thank you, Aunt and Little Aunt. Wei Sheng accepted the cards while continuing to express his thoughts. Whoa. Both Aunt and Little Aunts are so warm and welcoming. The three exchanged smiles, and their attitudes toward this adopted son of the Wei family gradually shifted. Chapter 80. Do you think I would treat you as equals? In the afternoon, the Wei family villa began to buzz with activity. Dozens of servants scurried about, tidying up and preparing ingredients, even inviting a 5-star hotel chef to oversee the meals. Anyone could see that they were preparing to welcome distinguished guests. As the convoy arrived at the entrance, Wei Jiaoyang and his wife stood outside with several daughters, politely waiting for their arrival. As soon as the car door opened, they rushed forward in unison. Big sister, little aunt. Wei Jiaoyang forced a smile, straining to greet them. I truly apologize for the inconvenience of your long journey. Not at all. Wei Xiaoying, leaning on her cane and being assisted by a female bodyguard, stepped confidently out of the car. Her gaze swept around before landing on Wei Jiaoyang's pale face and graying hair, shaking her head with a sigh. Us womenfolk are often idle. With such significant happenings in the maternal family, it is only natural for us to return. Aunt, big aunt, little aunt. The crowd gathered around to greet them. Wei Xiaoying's face lit up with joy. Good. All are good children. Let's go inside and talk. The group entered the villa in a grand procession, immediately greeted by servants offering tea and pastries. Wei Lin Lang and the others dutifully engaged in warm conversation, ensuring the three were well taken care of. Second brother, I heard you fainted and were hospitalized a few days ago. Are you all right? Wei Xiaoying asked earnestly. It's nothing serious. Wei Jiaoyang replied with a bitter smile. Shaking his head, these years, I've been busy with company matters, and my health has inevitably suffered a bit. The doctor said rest would suffice. As long as you're fine. Wei Xiaoying's gaze turned cold as she asked, where is Xiao Hong? Does he not wish to greet his aunt? Who has come all this way? The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Wei Jiaoyang and the others instinctively looked upstairs. It was clear without saying more that Wei Hong was currently on the second floor. What a disgrace. Wei Chunlan snapped impatiently. He does not even know to come down and greet his elders. Has he learned nothing of propriety in these years? Wing Ma, go and fetch the young master down immediately. Wang Ma, standing awkwardly to the side, cautiously explained. The young master does not allow anyone to disturb him while he is resting. I cannot relay the message. What nonsense are you spouting? Wei Chiojuan snapped, slamming her Hermes bag onto the coffee table, eyes narrowed in anger. Does he not know who we are? Tell him to come down at once. Are we to go up and fetch him ourselves? Yes. Wang Ma hurriedly made her way upstairs, as she fretted over how to report to Wei Hongtong. He finally heard the commotion and descended the stairs. Wang Ma let out a sigh of relief and hurried over, lowering her voice to say, Oh dear, young master, you must hurry. The ladies have all arrived, and if you delay any longer, they might scold us. Scold? How dare they? Wei Hong scoffed and calmly strode toward the hall, showing none of the panic that others had anticipated. In large families, especially among the wealthy second-generation heirs, it was common for them to shrink back like mice before a cat when faced with their elders. Wei Xiaoying, this aunt, had a rather mediocre relationship with the old Master Wei. In the past, she never treated Wei Hong kindly. However, his two aunts, Wei Chunlan and Wei Chiojuan, were somewhat better. Though they didn't spoil him, they had never mistreated him either, and their husbands held significant influence, granting them considerable authority in their maternal family. Now, that all three had come to visit simultaneously, in his past life, Wei Hong would have been utterly intimidated. But now, he walked boldly to the wine cabinet, poured himself a glass of red wine, and under the various gazes of the crowd, took a seat on the sofa, his expression devoid of emotion. Oh, are we going to have a 3-part interrogation? If you have something to say, spit out quickly. Don't waste everyone else's time. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted. Wei Jiaoyang was clearly taken aback by his son's audacity to behave so indifferently before 3 elders. The others were equally astonished. Usually, when Wei Xiaoying visited, he treated her with the utmost respect, as if he were her grandson. Why was he acting so arrogantly today? All right. Wei Xiaoying's expression turned dark, her eyes narrowing into menacing slits. Initially, she had hoped there might be some misunderstanding and thought that, as the last remaining ancestor of the Wei family, she could offer some guidance to the younger generation. Now, she was convinced there was no misunderstanding at all. This boy had truly lost his mind. Kneel. Wei Xiaoying struck her cane and sternly commanded. The formidable aura cultivated from decades of privilege and high status crashed down like a tidal wave, nearly as imposing as the late Master Wei himself. A mere glance was enough to instill fear. Wei Sheng and the others felt their legs weaken, almost collapsing to the ground. Yet Wei Hong, the focal point of this confrontation, merely smirked disdainfully. He not only disregarded this intimidating display, but also nonchalantly dug at his ear. Little brat. Wei Sheng was enraged, her chest heaving with fury. I traveled all the way from Yinjing, and this is how you treat your family elders? Where are the manners you learned from childhood? Kneel. Manners are meant for people. Do you think I will regard you as one? Wei Hong retorted without hesitation. I kneel to your grandfather, not to you. Were you to me? His words were unrestrained, shocking everyone into silence. No one had expected him to speak so viciously. You. Wei Sheng was so incensed that she felt a sharp pain in her chest. Wei Chunlan, witnessing the scene, slammed her hand on the table and scolded. You little rascal. Have you lost your mind? Who taught you to speak to your elders like this? Don't you have any sense of propriety? Wei Chiojuan's face was equally frosty as she reprimanded. Before coming here, I heard how unruly you were, but I didn't believe it until today. You show not a shred of the Wei family's decorum. If I were your elder brother, I wouldn't just expel you from the family records. Breaking your limbs and throwing you out would be no overreaction. Wei Hong regarded the three with a cold smile. Though they bore him no personal grudge, their status as elders was not to be trifled with. That was the bottom line of the powerful. Their visit today was to support Wei Jiaoyang. They naturally exuded an air of arrogance and condescension. If Wei Hong had obliged them with a rational debate, he would have been suppressed by their claims of familial loyalty and forced to weep and repent before his parents. Alas, he had never been one to walk the conventional path. Once a daughter is married, she is like spilled water. You three have been out of the family for decades. Haven to you? Wei Hong sipped his wine, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Now you wish to meddle in family affairs? ISNT your reach a bit too long? If I'm in a good mood, I might call you aunt, but if I'm not, calling you an old hag would be more fitting. And what could you possibly do about it? You want to sever ties? Why not be direct about it? Enough with the unnecessary chatter. Do you think I have all the time in the world to indulge you in your theatrics? With that, he kicked the coffee table with a resounding crash, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Chapter 81. You demand I kneel? Who do you think you are? In that moment, Wei Hong's unrestrained and ruthless demeanor completely stunned the assembly. Wei Jiaoyang and his wife had thought that by inviting their aunt, they could rein him in and then chastise him until he recognized his errors and turned over a new leaf. Who would have imagined that Wei Hong would show no respect for even his aunt? This is insurrection. This is truly an insurrection. Wei Sheng's chest heaved violently with rage as she angrily leaned on her cane, barking commands. Why haven't you subdued this rebellious wretch? Today, I must administer family discipline. At her command, two bodyguards who flanked her immediately advanced toward Wei Hong. However, as they took a step, a dozen suited bodyguards emerged around them, their eyes gleaming with menace, effectively blocking the two assailants. Break their legs and throw them out. Wei Hong waved his hand dismissively. The surrounding bodyguards immediately sprang into action like wolves. The two bodyguards were left flailing, desperately defending themselves against the onslaught. Yet ultimately, two fists could not match four hands. Within moments, one of them was kicked in the knee and fell to the ground. The next instant, they were pinned down by the bodyguards, who brought down their batons mercilessly. Their screams echoed as they writhed in agony on the ground, one of their legs clearly broken. Didn't you want to enforce family discipline? Come, continue. Wei Hong gestured dismissively, and the bodyguards dragged the two out as if tossing away over the years. Having relied on her husband's illustrious family, every visit to her parental home had bestowed upon her a warm welcome. Wei Jiaoyang and Du Sihui, the couple, treated her with utmost courtesy, indulging her every whim. The daughters of the Wei family were obedient and well-mannered. When had she ever faced such indignities? Do you comprehend what it means to provoke the ire of a grandaunt? Wei Chioju questioned vehemently, her frustration palpable. It signifies that she can only unleash her impotent fury, implying that she is utterly incapable of challenging my authority. Wei Hong retorted defiantly, refusing to yield. What? Do you truly believe I am oblivious to her true nature? On the surface, she appears to have lived a glamorous life in Yinjing for decades, married into a prestigious family whose influence spans politics, commerce, and the military, compelling everyone to show her a modicum of respect, does it not? In reality, the Zhou family in Yinjing comprises three branches. The eldest wields power, the second controls wealth, while the third is merely a dispensable appendage. She, Wei Sheng, was wed into the third branch, enduring daily humiliation until her husband's demise, after which her life improved slightly. Does she truly think herself formidable? Presently, she only relies on her age to project authority, yet her voice carries little weight within the Zhou household. Her children and grandchildren are all inept, simply living off the family legacy. Were it not for the Zhou family's nostalgia, they would have been cast out long ago. In that moment, the crowd's gaze revealed a hint of peculiarity. Grand Aunt Wei Xiaoying's face flushed with anger. What, am I mistaken? Wei Hong spat derisively and continued his tirade. In Yinjing, you cower like a turtle, yet upon returning to Jiangzhou, you presume to wield your age as a weapon. Demanding respect. What will it amount to if I break your limbs? You can only afford to rage in silence, can't you? It was only due to my grandfather's indulgence towards our sibling bond that you were tolerated. Now that he is gone, who even knows you? You dare to demand my submission? Who do you think you are? A wave of outrage surged forth. Wei Xiaoying was nearly overcome with rage. Embarrassment and fury intertwined within her, as she never imagined enduring such humiliation at her advanced age. Her aged visage felt as if it were being stripped of its very skin, barely holding together. Presumptuous. Wei Xiaoju trembled as she raised her hand. Her voice piercing. How dare you speak to Grand Aunt in such a manner? Have you lost your mind? Wei Hong swatted her hand away, sneering, so engrossed in berating her. You forgot to scold yourself, did you? You, who tolerates your husband as infidelity while brazenly bringing his illegitimate child home, and who cannot even secure your son's inheritance. Dare to flaunt your authority upon returning to your parental home. You? Wei Xiaoju was engulfed in shame and rage. These were all secrets she desperately sought to conceal. In the past, her family only knew she was married to the chairman of the Lin Group in the provincial capital, witnessing her seemingly boundless glory, which had compelled them to bow down and curry favor. Yet now, Wei Hong had torn away her facade. At that moment, Wei Xiaoju yearned to find a crevice to hide herself in. You insolent wretch, do not overstep your bounds. Wei Chunlan, witnessing the altercation, hastily rose to defend her. Wei Hong glared at her and scolded. Overstep? As elders, you three dare to point fingers without grasping the reality? You endure humiliation in your marital home, yet return here to strut about with arrogance. And at your age, you still lack the sense to temper your demeanor? Wei Jiaoyang, that fool, has always believed your marital family to be formidable, seeking to invite you back for support. If he knew that your family has relied solely on your father-in-law over the years, with the second generation scarcely touching the hall-level threshold, would he not be enraged to the point of spitting blood? In a few more years, when your father-in-law passes, your family will be entirely removed from the corridors of power in Yinjing. What will you have to assert your dominance over me then? Have I granted you undeserved favor? Wei Chunlan's expression shifted dramatically, akin to a vibrant palette. Wei Jiaoyang and the others stood dumbfounded, witnessing Wei Hong single-handedly dismantle the pretentious image of their esteemed grand aunt, elder aunt, and younger aunt with effortless ease. Yet, they were left speechless, unable to retort.